trying to step forward. They're going to look. They're waiting for Pichu. Lumpy, patience there as he watches for the Pugna. Now Turner to actually kill off him immediately.
Goodness.
I mean, Pichu, he could get off anything to save him. Whisper pretty quick, but the Vortex is there. The follow-up damage from Pate comes in as they take out Hand. Hand's got buyback available. I'll see if he uses it low, getting healed up by Pichu, but MOUZ and Lumpy focus down the Pugna. Pichu's out. The supports, they don't have buyback. Low is surviving only just finally, though. Whisper finishes it off, and Hand, he bought back for this. They try and throw everything into this final effort of the defense. It does not work out for Azure Ray. GG is called. Beast Coast will close up this game 1. Pichu, he's going to get the lasso.
Got the lasso.
Oh, it's a pretty deep one here. Drags Pate cover. Pate's able to put the BKB turbo pierce the Veil. Planet's gone. The rest have to run. Can't roll away.
Planet died in a second.
There's the lasso on a Pate. Have they got the damage to drain the Moetta's healing up from MOUZ with the life drain. Pate will live. Pichu will fall. They roll in onto the backlines to finally catch that pesky Pugna. Now with the chakram onto Pate. Pate, he's getting controlled. Hand rolls back in. Down. New burst through him. The buybacks are coming out though from Beast Coast. They want to put everything into this fight. Whisper's controlling low with the bashes. Pate finishes him off. Jumps over towards New. They're looking for the cleanup. There's 4 dead on Azure Ray. They don't have buybacks. GG is called. Beast Coast. They take the game, and with that, the series 2-0.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You must get caught by a stun.
It does. And Maboka's got the follow-up. I mean, the jungle creeps had the setup. He's able to get the Mega Meepo off. And now the big zip across strong copy. They'll look towards Baboka. Baboka will fall. The kiss is coming onto Fly. The Stone Gaze will hold back Gunner through the Rolling Thunder. But indeed, IG, they're chasing down the Mega Meepo, trying to kill Yuma off. But the cookie comes in from Lelis. Yuma will be able to get trouble safely enough away. And they turn, take out Fly. Nouns will kite it out for now.
This is scary for IG.
That's a good angle from Gunner, getting some good bounces with the Rolling Thunder. Now they'll collapse it onto Fly. Straight onto the Medusa. Jump forward with the cookie. The mana's gone. The HP's gone. Fly's down. Emo to fall as well. As it jumps in again for Gunner. Gets the catch on Maboka. Emo's going to try and fight back. He's going to get caught by the stun. Emo trying to toggle his way out of there with the armlet. He's surviving a long time.
Nice ones. But not
enough. He's dead. He does have the buyback, but what does it matter at this point? Gunner still trying to get in on top of Emo. Another Who Stomp connects. Copy makes the jump onto Wally. They take out the Phoenix. Yuma's coming in from the side. The 2 man's coming into the cleave damage coming in from Yuma as he cuts down a couple of them. Turns towards Fly has to pop the BKB. They're putting everything they have into this fight, IG. Trying to step back up, but Yuma's still got the God Strength going. They make the jump forward to Emo. The pushback won't actually catch onto Emo. The tree's cleared out.
They're putting him in the air again.
They're kiting Yuma up. Another step from going to hold him back, but the impetus is flying the way of Emo. Emo trying to run.
That's it.
He's done.
Feeling of safety.
He gets it off though. Strength form. Is it going to matter though? No. Illich jumps forward, gets the break off X immediately, and now the control, the damage, it comes out, he's gone. Doesn't get to cast a thing. No buyback morph means there is no fight to be had here. Illich moves in, wants to do something, but there's nothing to be done. GG surely about to be called as Alliance take game number 1. Kadaro walks in. They get the control now onto the Pango. Where's the rest of the team? Kadaro? I have never seen the like.
What?
Boundless jump.
He got BKB
immediately
off.
Sonic Wave away, and he is finding that BKB for the moment at least. Mobe being hit by Knight, but Knight's gonna die. The ring, it hits hard and needs to sunder up in time. They find him, yes!
Kadaro just walked into him and gave it to him.
That is not the way to do that. Roach is about to switch. They see close to Belay. They're on to immediately. BKB out. Wukong's. Where do they have it? It's not out yet. Clock Clockwork is already dead. Second round, Boundless through. Keep in mind, the tier 4 towers are starting to fall. They get the stun now onto Terrorblade. Skylark tries to kill him off. The Hex, the follow-up, the damage. He's clevered. Where's the detection?
Oh my
the
God.
Thunder turn around.
Yes, greetings esports fans, and welcome back to the second season of PGL Wallachia. We are in beautiful Bucharest, and it's playoff day. You saw their highlights of all the heartbreak and all the glory, and we're going to have more of that now as we enter into the double elimination bracket. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Super looking forward to this one. Joining me on the desk, we have, of course, got the meme machine. It is Lacoste. We've got the fear, of course, and also joining us in the middle, Nomad. I like to call him the Louis Theroux of esports. I'm loving it. Great to be here with you guys. I understand, much like yesterday, we're about to do another car crash segment of television. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. You want to get straight into it, Richard?
I mean, look, yes, let's just go into the deep end. By the way, just for everyone at home, they don't show us this. It's non-rehearsed. Slacks and Nomad just dump this stuff on us in the mornings, and we just have to survive. So yeah,
Can't
absolutely.
be worse than yesterday.
Well,
great. I've got a really low
see.
bar. I've got a really low bar. That's what I like. So, Richard, you know, your two favorite things, I think it's fair to say at the moment, are probably Dota and whiskey, right?
Yes.
Yep. Great.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, I'm a simple man.
Great. So I thought I'd combine the two, and I'd do a little segment where I took the best messages from Twitch chat, removed the word, and then you guys are just going to have to try and fill in the blanks, right? Everybody got it?
And the whiskey comes in.
Well, all the rest is kind of like someone drunk was
right,
writing them anyway. So
I hate having to do broadcast sober, but fine.
All right. Let's get into the first one then and see what we're cooking with here. So, first messages. MOUZ have same blank like my grandma.
Mustache.
Mustache? Okay.
That's a winner.
Car.
Car? Okay. Richie, you want to have a guess?
No.
No? Okay, perfect. Well, a little bit close with mustache, I would say. Hair.
Okay.
Is the answer. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Grandma has really voluminous hair because his hair is on point.
He's got lovely hair. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking as well. So, yeah, lovely hair. Let's get into the next one then. So, the next Twitch chat message, which I managed to pull out, was blank 2 is masterpiece. So, blank 2 is masterpiece. Dota 2, yeah, okay, yeah. We're going with Dota 2. Seems accurate. Let's have a look. And the answer for this one is actually not going to be Dota 2. It's Joker 2 is masterpiece.
Absolute cinema. Not.
Hearing great things. Actually, we're going to do the rest of this broadcast as a musical.
Great, excellent. Yeah,
You can start first.
Can't wait.
The solo piece from Richard Lewis. I'm into it. Let's take a look at the next chat message we've got for you guys. So this one is the only difference between a Herald and an Immortal rank player is and what?
Elevator.
Elevator, okay, all right. Fair. You guys want any more guesses?
These are 2 words, right?
Yeah, well spotted.
Yeah, is an...
Fear, you want to correct your answer from elevator to
Elevator.
Okay.
It's an an as well, so it's got to begin with a vowel. So.
Yeah. Any guesses?
Ooh, this one's hard.
Yeah, this
the
is
only
a tough
difference between a Herald and Immortal rank. Player is an. I don't know this
You
one.
don't know?
I can't
You
think
don't
of
know?
anything.
Nope.
I legit cannot.
Is an ugly partner?
Ugly partner, okay, wow, that's very...
Because obviously, if you don't like spending time with the person you're with, you play more video games. So yeah, there you go. That's great.
All right.
I'm out. It's been fun.
It's a fantastic guess, but unfortunately not correct. The actual answer is the only difference between a Herald and Immortal is an Ace Zone headset.
Oh, dude,
so,
we could have done an activation there and everything.
I know, but hey, there's
Money
a
on the
freebie for
table.
those guys. Shout out to them, and random Twitch chat which decided to promote them as well. It's a freebie.
Right.
All right, let's see the next one. Average in MMR is average in blank. Sag.
Average in MMR and average in Sag.
Rich, I feel like you could get close with this one.
Life.
Is it
Life? Okay.
It sort of has to be. Why do people do this, by the way? You don't go to Twitch chat for like comfort. It's
These are not like I've not seen any of these messages.
like,
Usually I see, most of them, like when Infinity's playing, it's about PP, it's about,
keep
some
that in
Sag
mind.
and stuff, but
keep that in mind.
nothing.
I mean, is it that? Is it average in MMR and average in PP?
Richard? You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It's average. I mean, close enough anyway. It is average in manhood. So
there you go.
Well done. Well, that's very impressive.
Now,
good job.
Why did I guess that one? Upsetting.
Yeah. Average isn't bad, but let's move on to the next message. Let's see what else we've got. So next message coming out from Twitch chat yesterday, and keep in mind these were during the games. It's weird to think I've blanked like 6 of the players in this lobby.
Jeepers.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to make guesses on this one. I think we just go straight into the answer.
Yeah.
What? Are you sure this is from Twitch chat?
This is 100% from Twitch chat. You can go back.
There's a program called Twitch Chat Downloader, and you can check if these are true.
Sure, do it. You can. Are you threatening to fact check me here, Lacoste? Is that what's happening?
I always have Twitch chat open when I watch the games, and I never see shit like this.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Then you got to go.
There you go.
There you go. I can't believe
You're obviously watching before the really high IQ viewers get on. That's what's happening.
Maybe they segregate Twitch chat into intelligence levels.
Yeah, they put you in the lower bracket.
I mean, people like to flex on Twitch chat, so it's
going to be beat, isn't it? It's going to be beaten.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
not that. It's actually I've dated like 6 of the players in this lobby.
Well then.
So,
it's getting personal. Okay.
Yeah, we're getting very personal.
We'll fact check that one.
All right, let's have a look at the next one. So this next message from Twitch chat is thanks blank purge. Now I'm going to give you a bit of context here. This is when T Governor was doing his Weatherman segment. So budget, okay.
That's a good one.
Yeah, you going with budget?
For nothing.
For nothing.
One word.
It is.
It's got a hyphen in it.
Okay.
Yeah, a hyphenated for nothing. All right. Well, both incorrect, but pretty close. The answer is thanks British purge. There's one for T Governor, but let's run it back. Obviously, Lizard did a Weatherman segment as well, so we also have a Twitch chat message from when he said it. So next one is thanks blank purge again, but this time Lizard's one. So what do you think they put for him?
Buff purge.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that one too. Something about
sexy.
Sexy purge? I mean, yeah, buff purge is absolutely right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Dominic got it there. Good job, Lacoste. So, yeah, and now one last one to finish the day, I think, should do us. So let's pull up that last Twitch message. This one is Alliance throwing to keep blank in the tournament.
Is it PP again?
Yeah, you got to keep PP in the tournament for sure.
You got PP on the brain, mate. I mean, yeah, it is, isn't it?
It is. It's absolutely. There we go.
All right. We're cooking.
Now, Alliance throwing to keep PP in the tournament. Alliance doing it for the people out here, and Twitch chat obviously they're his favorite. I'm sure you know this. They've been loving it.
That's the one that I've seen the most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, look,
he's the man of the people. Yeah.
He is the man of the people. Well, look, thanks for that. That segment was actually better than the one that Slacks did. It was less chaotic, less upsetting.
And there was less stalking in the background. Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, now all you have to do is successfully leave without making that awkward, and we've done it.
Okay, all right, I'll do my best.
You're doing a great job so far.
Oh, God. No. All right. Well,
okay, well.
And the microphone crack on the bend as well. Like
couldn't do it. He just couldn't do it.
Well, maybe one day we'll get one of those segments right.
Don't wash your hands ever again, Fear.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, so we can start talking seriously now. Obviously, we'll talk about what happened yesterday to begin. Lots of interesting things happening. Remember, these were the 2-2s, so the winners go through. The winners were going home. Super high-stakes games. We started with Azure Ray losing to Beast Coast, and on that day, they were not laughing. It was very bad vibes as they got battered by Beast Coast. Invictus Gaming went down to Nouns. The hopes of NA still there, Fear with a big smile on his face, you can see. Well, you can't see, he's off camera, but anyway. And then Alliance were coming in. We had El Clasico. They lost. It was 2-1. It was great. We were like, can Alliance do it? But no, they were beaten by Infinity, which these made the final standings this way. You can see other teams that went through earlier. Heroic, Falcons, they enjoyed the benefit of the day off by going 3-0, getting plenty of rest in there. AVULUS, Tundra, Na'Vi in the 3-1s, and the teams we just highlighted there make up our final 8. And this makes the bracket look like this. And you can see we have the God tier format. It's double elim. It's the only thing that matters in esports. If you're not doing this, you're doing it wrong. And you can see the games that we've got for you today. Obviously, if you're new, if you've tuned in for the first time, it means you get a second life, essentially. If you lose in the upper bracket, you go down to the lower bracket, you get another chance. You can battle back all the way to the finals of the tournament. That's the upper bracket. Those are the games that are going to be coming at us today. And this is what the schedule looks like. We're starting with a banger. We've got Tundra. I mean, it's stand-in mania as well, but we've got Tundra versus Na'Vi. So much stuff to talk about there. After that, we're going to have Heroic versus Infinity. Then Falcons, the favorites, they're going to be in the building taking on Beast Coast. And then we close out with AVULUS versus Nouns. So, gentlemen, where would you like to begin for today?
I think we can start with the banger of a series, Tundra against Na'Vi. I think this one should be pretty interesting. These teams have not met many times. These are also like relatively new rosters from both of these teams. So I want to see what they are going to cook, because we've seen some interesting ideas yesterday. We've seen first Meepo of the tournament that got the dub. We've seen first Terrorblade. We've also seen Muerta plus Pagana combination, something that, you know, people try to theory craft new ideas, bringing it into the scene. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that when Na'Vi's going to be playing against Tundra.
Yeah, let's get a meta vibe check. Obviously, it's the new patch. We've had like a week of games now, so we're kind of getting settled. You know, we've seen some established things like the emergence of Clockwork as the kind of go-to hero at this tournament and Dark Willow. What else have you noticed?
Well, I think in general, like, we've seen a lot of carry heroes just come to fruition as well. Like the Medusa we've seen every once in a while. I do like the fact that Dragon Knight's getting a little more play. The Shadow Fiend is very popular as well. So we do have a lot of different ones going out there. I'm surprised that the Clockwork isn't getting banned more. And outside of that, the Pangolier, it looks unstoppable in all the games that I watch. This hero almost feels like a must ban at this point of the tournament. Just the Thunderbolt, maybe it takes a little bit of adjustment to get used to how fast this thing is, or maybe it's just a little bit OP, but it feels like you're just making a U-turn, perma-stunning someone. You don't really need to bounce off of terrain anymore. You can just do a quick U-turn, get some kills, and those are one of the reasons why Pango's looking so good.
That hero looked dead until we added 1 second, and that was all it takes. Sometimes, like, you know, all these things when we see like, oh, +1 armor, maybe it is a lot. +1 means a lot, especially if it's on a Rolling Thunder. But looking at the most banned heroes as well, not too many surprises there. I would say with Shadow Demon, Nagasar still being super popular, these two heroes are just way too good at what they bring to the table. Shadow Demon, I don't remember even seeing last time Shadow Demon, because this hero just does pretty much everything. You kill Shadow Demon and then you're like, we killed Shadow Demon. Suddenly he comes back with the full mana and keeps spamming you, keeps pushing you out of the lane with his abilities. So quite a good one. And also the biggest part of this is strong laner, stacker, and he also does remove all of these barriers. Crimson Guard, Solar Crest, whatever you throw, any kind of a buff. So one of the biggest reasons why the hero so popular.
Primal's been pretty popular too. We've seen it a lot against Primal. Forgot to mention as well, going over the carries, but Alchemist has looked really insane to me as well. Even in the games it loses, I feel like it's not really the hero's fault. Alchemist at a point, you know, there's always a meme like he has Alchemist net worth, he's always top net worth, but lately it hasn't really been that way. But at this tournament it definitely feels that way, where he has just way more net worth than everyone else, and it feels like it's his game to lose.
Yeah, and you can see here, these are the combinations that people have been picking. The Drow Clockwork over there, it hasn't been picked often, but when it has, it's always won. Obviously very good with the cogs, and Drow can just stand there and light you up.
Yeah, Drow needs a very specific setup in the lane. That's why Clockwork is here, needs somebody to soak up the damage. It gives you a kill threat, something that Drow Ranger usually doesn't have when she's paired up with other heroes. And it all comes down to Clockwork being that good of a hero right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. I think Drought isn't the strongest hero right now. It's typically picked to counter heroes like Morphling or Bristleback, whatever it might be, if you need the hyperthermia from the Aghanims. But the laning stage is very weak on that hero, so you need a S tier position 5 to get you out of the laning stage.
Yeah, and a couple of surprising ones in here. I mean, first of all, it's crazy to me that the Tusk Visage only has 50%, I guess, so someone's kind of bungled that a little bit, if you ask me, but whatever. But the Centaur Hoodwink, we've highlighted that one as well. Obviously, Hoodwink, very annoying, very strong. And then a Magnus Dark Willow kind of coming into existence. Tell us a little bit about that combo. I don't think I've actually seen that executed yet.
So you have Bramble Maze, which is always going to be super annoying against these heroes who can try to maneuver in between, but you have a combo with Shockwave Pool, it's a slider pool, and then you can also, like, she can hit Bramble Maze, then with the Shockwave Pool, and also with the Skewers, so you can get multiple damages, multiple roots coming out, so you have enough damage. The big one surprise for me in this graphic was Hoodwink. I don't think this hero is that strong, but I also think it comes down to other position 4s not being like viable, because you mostly see these Shadow Demons, if you get to see them. You see a lot of Tusk being played from position 4, Clockwork if he's paired up with melee offlaners, and then you see Dark Willow, which is super strong, some Snapfires, but I don't think Hoodwink should belong there.
Interesting. Anything to add to that?
I think Hoodwink in general is just really meant to win the laning stage. And if you have a high emphasis on just getting through the laning stage, this is the hero you go to. Outside of that, like, it looked okay. I think in some games where we saw it was playing with the Shaker, getting kills across the map, it can still achieve that. But it's definitely not the Hoodwink of old that we're used to seeing. But then again, it's the position 4 hero pool. It's just a lot different now. So I don't know how strong it is right now as a whole, but it's good enough to pick.
Yeah. Well, look, that's the meta. Whether or not we'll see any of that in the series, we'll find out in a moment. But let's just start by talking about these two teams in the opener. Obviously, lots of interesting things going on. We will start with Tundra, I believe. So let's start there. I mean, obviously, 33, leaving Liquid, big story. No need to harp on about that now. That's kind of played out. He is looking to rebuild the team, cement his reputation as one of the GOATs of Dota. So how do we feel Tundra are doing in terms of the players that they've brought as stand-ins?
I think they're doing pretty good right now. There's some names I haven't seen in a while. Mid1, it's been a while since he's been on LAN for sure, but we know he's a capable player. He's meshing in really well. I think strategy-wise, like, they're in a good spot. I think any 33 team will always be in a good spot strategy-wise, because he brings like really good heroes to the table to play around. The game plan is pretty straightforward every single time. You just have to, all right, what's he gonna play? He's gonna play Doom a bit more greedy. He's gonna play Zoo. Okay, we got a bit more tempo. Or is he gonna play his Sand Kings? We can get a little more aggressive. Even with the Sand Kings, he plays a bit more on the greedier side, I want to say. So he's a really good player to play around because he doesn't really change his playstyle too much. You just adapt towards him and you'll be fine.
Yeah, the one for me is definitely Shad. This guy is just, chilling, collecting paycheck, talking about that his
I
paycheck
loved
needs
what
to
he
be
said
increased.
when we did the interview, and he said, I'll probably never get the chance to stand in for Tundra ever again. And it's like, I don't know, brother, you keep this up.
If you keep playing like this, he definitely has a chance, but it's a good way to be scouted by other teams, other orgs. And also, he said, that he's not doing too much of a draft. He's just chilling for now. But his performance has been great so far, I would say. Like, he's mashing in nicely. He's always been a player that was super high rank, always trying hard, and I think this is a very good chance and might be a turning point in his career that some bigger org is going to pick him up.
Yeah. And obviously, as well, a little bit of extra spice because Mid1 used to play 4 Secret, and Puppy's going to be on the other side. I don't know anything about that, by the way, in terms of how that one kind of went down. I don't know if it was acrimonious or not. But does that add any extra spice, do you think, or no?
Probably not. I don't think there's any beef between them. I think they're friends. So it maybe there'll be some all chat, some friendly tips, potentially. We'll have to see, but unlikely.
Now that you mentioned it, there are a couple of interesting storylines in there because Shad is playing against Boom. They played on Viking GG in 2021, all teammates. Then you have Puppy Zayats, who played against Saxa Tundra, Saxa and 33 at TI. They got stomped 3-0. I think there's going to be a lot of revenge potentially coming out from Navi players because they got stomped at TI 11-3-0. And also we have old OG members playing together. We have BZM and Yoragi also combining forces to try to beat down Tundra.
Well, let's talk about the Na'Vi lineup then. I mean, obviously, went through fairly impressively 3-1. We last saw them, in El Clasico. It was great. What have you made of them, Clinton?
I think they've looked pretty good right now. I think the addition of BZM as well as Yoragi playing together again is very familiar. And then, of course, you do have Puppy on the squad. I think these are good players that they can lead into them. And Zayats and Puppy, they have a big history as a support duo, right? So in theory, this team should have lots of synergy, even though this is a new team. And Boom as well, playing with Puppy for a long time. So it's pretty natural this team is doing well, and they have managed to get the results that they have right now because they already have previous team experience going into this one.
Yeah, and you can see there the respective win rates. What do you think of the route that both of these teams had to the playoffs? Who do you think had it tougher?
I mean, the only loss they had on both of them was to Heroic, both these teams. Right? They're 3-1.
Yeah.
So harder route all the way here. I would say maybe Na'Vi, I would say, because they both played Waska, and then the only difference is L1, Azure Ray, and MOUZ Alliance. It's pretty similar, you gotta say. And that's the beauty of the Swiss stage. You're always going to be playing against equal points, level of teams.
Yeah, great stuff. So Na'Vi with Puppy, that's the big storyline that we're all talking about. Hell of a stand-in to get for yourself. Just, we need a stand-in. I'll just get the greatest of all time, not a problem.
Yeah, I think we've been missing Puppy, even though he did make an appearance at TI panel. We are missing Puppy at TI in terms of his thoughts, how he's going to be able to counter certain picks, because he always had his own ideas. He's the one who kind of was very stubborn with his ideas, and most of the time these ideas were good, and these ideas were also copied by other teams, and that's what I want to see, because he's not the guy who's going to copy what others are doing. He's always going to try to force something new onto the scene, and he's going to be that meta setter pretty much.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, don't give him clockwork. We saw him have some great plays on Tusk, but his understanding of that hero, which has emerged really as the best hero at the tournament, I think he's close to a 70% win rate. You can see for yourself there how well he did. Shame about the Lich game. I really wanted that to work, but
I mean, the only man brave enough to try it.
Yeah, exactly.
But I will say Puppy has had to evolve a lot as a captain and a player, because his way of drafting is just outdated, right? As in the past way he used to like to draft. It's more so, and I think he's got on board with the ship now, where you have to play with the heroes that are good, not necessarily just outpicking someone, right? And that's kind of how Dota was before. I have this idea, I'm smarter than you, I'm gonna get this pocket pick and I'm gonna outpick you. That doesn't really exist anymore. You just have to be able to, these are the OP heroes, I'm gonna pick them early, and then I'm gonna make a good, well-lined run up, and I know how to maneuver around first pick and second pick. It's just a lot different way of drafting, and I think he's done a good job at evolving and getting in that role.
I think that's a great point, and to add more thoughts from old Na'Vi members, Dendi was talking on the stream the other day how Dota has also evolved compared to old ways of Dota, where you kind of had that gotcha pick mid lane, you dumpster the mid lane, and then you're going to be able to snowball the game. It's more about the team, and I think Clinton's point is very good, because it shows that you also need to evolve, and you also, it's going to be more team game oriented rather than one specific pick, even though we've seen some spicy picks, as I mentioned this Meepo yesterday that looked really good for Yuma, and then you also had the Terrorblade pick that was played by Pyke, so anything can happen. Sorry, Costa Bile, but other than that, I feel like Dota is more team fight oriented. It's more of a team game compared to the old days, and that's why they need to adapt.
So we are getting close now to the picks and bans. I just want some general thoughts about, these teams, their strengths, their weaknesses, any strategies you want to look out for, and who you feel might be the favorite for the matchup.
I mean, I think the big strength going against Tundra is going to be that off lane. It's got Soxa, it's got 33 there. These are two of the greatest players in the game right now, so you have to put an emphasis on how to shut them down. Going on Navi's side, well, I think BZM has looked really good. I think his hero pool is really strong, so finding a way to shut down what he can do in the game should be a focus for Tundra.
I would say that BZM, when he first joined OG, when he started winning tournaments, that he looked extremely good, and then at one point of his career, it kind of went down, and I can feel the old BZM is back again. So very good trajectory for him. And we saw the heroes that they do play, but I'm also going to go back to Puppy being a stubborn guy, where you have this fourth most picked hero, Luna, and they did beat Luna 4 out of 4 times, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, especially given how strong she is in the current meta. You can see as well the matchup that we were talking about here with mid one. I mean, again, the puck hasn't really been getting through. Or do we feel the Broodmother, is that more of a kind of a cheesy pick now, situational, or could that emerge as a legitimate mid? Because
it's situational for sure.
Yeah, the hero pool is so small. Right
We've seen it a few times as a response to puck in the mid lane, because puck was so popular, and you don't get to play that matchup. You get completely dumpstered, pushed out of the lane. Your tower dies. You don't get to play the game.
Well, we are very close now to the picks and bans. Just quickly, I know I haven't done this, so I'm just going to throw it on you anyway.
Sure.
Predictions, I mean, which team do you expect to win?
I'm definitely probably expecting Tundra to win this one, but it's not by a huge margin. I just think the ideas they have of the game coming from, a recent TI winner are probably a bit more fresh, and of course, getting in third place as well as Soxa. They're very warmed up, where I feel like these Na'Vi guys, they're getting back in the groove of things. They haven't been on LAN in a very long time. So, this is their proving ground. And we'll see how good they truly are with a lot of household names here. But like I said, it's been a while.
I would say Tundra. I'm leaning towards Tundra 60-40 until I see the drafts. Because I want to see what Puppy has been cooking for this one.
Yeah, it's interesting. He said in that interview he was being a bit more proactive, even though he's a stand-in. He's being proactive in the games. He's being proactive in the draft. He said he couldn't really shake that captain's mentality.
It's impossible for him. 15 years or plus of doing this, right? And he's never been a stand-in. The show has always been revolving around him and his ideas. And you can't just even if you want to, you can't sit on the sidelines.
No.
And when you get Puppy as a stand-in, you don't expect him to just sit there and be quiet.
Yeah, you know what you're getting. Yeah.
He's not even he's a temporary captain, actually, not a stand-in.
So they're thinking, well, they're not thinking because the game is paused. I was like, why is this pick taking them so long?
They are allowed to think in pause time, so there is still that.
Pausing in draft. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's different.
The mind games begin already.
Yeah, extra reserve time there for both teams. But yeah, I wonder what's going on there. But either way, Sand King does get removed. This is a hero that hit or miss, I think, for me at this tournament. It's either looked incredibly good or it's a little underwhelming.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's because the players that have picked it haven't utilized it or the teams haven't played around it. Listen.
Even though Han is gone, we're still going to be talking about it.
I wasn't going to bring him up. I wasn't going to invoke his name, but now that you mention it, I feel, I do agree. I think it's been hit and miss. I think the hero conceptually is strong though, right?
He is, but he got nerfed. The hero has been too good for too long, and they had to do something about it because it was so easy to play him no matter what. You're going to be top net worth in the game, and we had to change that. Very difficult to kill him, and now we have two facets that you can choose from. The one like Dust Devil was so OP that you kind of always took it, but now you're also maybe leaning after the recent nerfs to his AoE on the Sandstorm with the Dust Devil. So we've also seen a couple of those Invis ones.
Yeah, which is a little interesting to see the Sand King banned as well, because Na'Vi haven't really picked the hero, and teams aren't necessarily banning it against them either. So this is more of Tundra, we think this hero's good, and we don't want to get surprised by it. It is late enough in the tournament where teams are evolving, and this is just Tundra's read on the situation right now, that Sand King is just a hero that cannot be given away. It's definitely not targeted towards Na'Vi whatsoever. And as we saw at TI, this hero can do a lot. And the new facet, it's not bad. I do notice every once in a while, because it's been brought in, people forget to bring dust. You're invisible, and then you just get away scot-free. Hopefully
professional players, by the way.
Professional players, by the way. Invincibility.
Sadly, no one did that against Han. They always had dust.
I mean, you got to take the man down, he is the one that had a target on him, so we'll have to see there.
So many memories.
Yeah. What are casters doing? I think casters are actually pausing the game, and they went to the green room to get a drink or something, so they need to click F9.
Yeah, I agree. They're divas. They're prima donnas. You know what they're like.
It's true. I mean, we can talk a little bit about what these teams have drafted in the past and see if they will be going for that again. So one of the big ones we talked about before, Puppy's Clockwork. I'm very curious to see if they do ban that one out or they do let it through the cracks. It'll be interesting to see. If not, there's other heroes that I do want to keep an eye on. Which one? Both these offlaners do like the Visage, the Beastmaster. Which one of them will pick up the Zoo hero first? What will be the response? We do see Gyrocopter being played as a carry on Na'Vi. That's something that could be an answer to that.
Can I ask you about the Beastmaster, guys? Because I know it's emerged as a popular pick here. Obviously, as you know, everything's been shaken up. Have you been impressed with it as a hero in these drafts? Because it feels, I don't know, it just feels a little bit vanilla to me.
It does. I'm getting kind of same vibes for Sanking, where I'm not really impressed what the hero does. He's kind of like doing the job, but there isn't really a way to look flashy on a Beastmaster as well. So that's, I think, also a harder part where you think, oh, I'm buying this Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Overlord. Nothing flashy is going to happen about it compared to like his older build when you were going for Aghanim Scepter, and then you're like sitting in the middle between like 4 heroes, life stealing. So a bit of a different item build with the facet as well for Beastmaster. But I'm leaning towards other offlaners. They had a lot of success on Na'Vi because they picked it like 2 times. They had 66% win rate on Beastmaster. Pangolier is the big one for me, who has 100% win rate at 4 out of 4 games. And they also have this Clockwork that you mentioned. The stats that we've seen previously on the screen earlier is Dry Ranger plus Clockwork. That's all coming out from Na'Vi.
Yeah, and just for everyone at home, in case you're wondering what's happened to the draft, we've just quickly remade the lobby. Everyone's getting back into it. Draft will be live again.
Are they going to do
very
the same
shortly.
bands?
Yes, I imagine so. I hope
That one band.
I hope so. Right.
Same pick, same bands.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see there. I mean, we also have, speaking of the offlaners a little bit more, like 33, he's bringing back some classics. Luna, getting popular again. We did see a Terrorblade yesterday as well. He brought back the Darkseer. This is a hero that
was less impressed with the Terrorblade, if I'm honest. But
yeah, I mean, it still has issues, but I think there are these teams that are going to still pick it, right?
Sure.
And if you can remember some of the old counters, like we haven't seen Darkseer too much as well. If you remember these heroes, Luna's very popular. You got to be a little bit careful playing against 33 because that's definitely one of his heroes as well.
I also want to see Doom. I just want to see.
You want to see Doom?
I want to see Doom being played because this hero has been banned in a lot of situations. Like a lot of times you would see him being banned in the first phase, but then you pick like heroes like Morphling or something else that has a healing in the lane, and you're like, okay, we gotta stop that with a Doom, and then he gets banned in the last stage of the bans. But yeah, nothing. I would say too crazy from Tundra, from the heroes that they've been picking, other than this position for Dead Prophet.
And look at that glorious
win rate.
I mean, this is exactly what I was going to say. I'm glad production were reading my mind. It's like I was saying, the Doom hasn't had a super high win rate. It's like, obviously the hero's good. Obviously Doom is a ridiculously good spell. But, well, yeah.
I mean, that's what people are saying at TI as well, and it had a similar win rate at TI, right? It was getting picked all the time. It kept losing. But I will say the one player that never lost on this hero was 33, right? And he has a very unique mind on how to play this hero. He thinks a lot about the neutral items he gets. And I don't know how, but every single game, he will get that Harpy creep with the Chain Lightning, ferry himself like 2 mangoes, and just decimate the laning stage. Now you definitely, if you give him Doom, need to think about blocking that small camp, making sure he cannot get that creep whatsoever.
A lot of the times you would see him do that, what Fear just mentioned, and there would be all chatting right after that because they know how hard it is to play against them. Like, yeah, you like stop it. Like you just can't do that. It's not balanced. It's really not,
bro.
I mean, it's good as well because you've got the Ags option that you can go to. So if it's people start getting Lotuses and Lincolns and all that stuff, you can still get on top of people.
You have a counterplay. The big part is his ability to sell items. Like you have to get stuff done where you can buy drums, so you can pick up the Blink Dagger, and then you can. Oh, they're actually changing it.
Oh, is that allowed?
Maybe.
Oh. So yeah, they're saying that was an error, and this is the right one. So
okay.
That's why I was surprised. They didn't even play. They didn't even play Sand King. They didn't even get to say it.
So
that
everything
was
I said about Sand King,
forget it.
and forget it.
Yeah, tune in next time for more Tales of Sand King, irrelevant Tales of Sand King, a new segment. But yeah, this looks more like the typical bans that we've had at the start in the opening phase. Obviously, the Naga, the Bristle you saw earlier. Bristle, one of the most banned heroes at the tournament, which again...
So hard to play against.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, this hero, like, it just feels bad to play against this hero because you realize first of all, you need to deal with the break mechanic, which nobody wants to buy Silver Edge on their carry, but you kind of have to. You have to pick one of the 3 breaking heroes in the game, which is just Primal Beast, Viper, and maybe Hoodwink, if that even counts. Shadow Demon Ags. There's not many things that can break. And I mean, PA can do it too with her shard, but then you have to pick PA. There's like a lot of things you just don't want to do to counter this hero, so don't play against it. And it's not even guaranteed. If he gets too farmed too quickly, the game just feels like it's over and you can never team fight. So I like the ban. And the Bounty Hunter is something that they played with the Darkseer, so I do respect that ban too.
All right, we did talk about Na'Vi playing Beastmaster, but Tundra is going to pick it up for themselves. We said everything about the Beastmaster. You know, the one thing that they do like to do differently is, I would say 33, he stays on top of the network when he plays this hero. It's going to be always something small. Some of these small plays that he does will send the boar in the triangle to stack for himself, while also like dominating the lane. And
what a treat.
The Puppy Chen.
Yep.
Yeah, another throwback.
He's been playing this hero for his whole career, it feels like. Right? Still likes it. Still one of the goats on this hero. Typically very good versus the Beastmaster if you do manage, because the Helm Dom is making resurgence, right? So you can end up stealing that in the fights. If you do manage to get to the shard as well, you can steal the Ancient Dragon as well, assuming he has that one, but any of the Ancient Creeps. So that is an answer for that mid-game timing.
Ooh, this is a good ban. Alchemist plus Chen. We saw it yesterday. Can't remember which series it was. It could have been the first one, which was, give me a second, where beastcoast Azure Ray. Yeah, I believe that was that one, where they played super fast with Chen and Alchemist. It gives you so much speed, it gives you survivability, because Alchemist will stay on top of the network no matter what. You're securing his lane, and then you have this big timing with the mech, with another aura item, and Alchemist with 2-3 items 20 minutes into the game, pushing your high ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think just in general, Alchemist is just super strong. So anything that buffs him up to be even stronger, definitely very, very scary. So I do respect that ban. I like how they banned Gyro in the first phase. I talked about the Beastmaster and how Gyro is used to counter these Zoo type of heroes. So getting rid of that right from the get-go, and the Inch and the Pango. This is really Telestrated saying, hey, we want a Beastmaster in this game, because all 3 of those heroes are good against the Helm Dom playstyle.
Yeah.
And Timber as well. That one is going out. And you get 1 ban here for Na'Vi. And we'll see what they want to take. Clockwork is already banned. I guess it'll likely be a Science hero.
Yeah, Shadow Demon is available.
Oh, it is, yeah. I mean, that's not good versus Beast, though, but they won't be laning against each other.
Yeah.
So that, I would say in the game, Shadow Demon is pretty good versus the Beastmaster if you have good positioning, because you always just wait for the roar to go off, do the disruption. So that kind of helps, but maybe they're looking for something with potentially more pick-off potential to be with the Chen, because Chen is not the greatest initiator. Maybe a Centaur will walk in from the backline and surprise someone, but that's not reliable.
Yeah.
If they don't pick up Shadow Demon, which I don't think they will on Na'Vi, I could easily see Tundra pick it up. It's such an annoying spam lane. You get the early like mana boots, you're gonna just demolish that lane. Chen doesn't deal also well with Shadow Demon in the lane. It really depends, like if you're blocking the creeps, depending on like what you're getting. But if you're just sitting there, getting axed, getting Shadow Poison in your face, it can be quite difficult.
I might want to lean more towards Resides, like the Bat Rider type of hero that can just give him that easy initiation with the Chen. Because whenever you group up as a ball, you typically, this does it as well, you want someone that can jump in that is trying to poke the wave or use spells to de-push. So Tusk with a Blink can do that just as well, so can never complain about good old Tusk. Also Snowball save for the Roar.
And they took the Puck out, which, you know, we've seen Puck emerge as a strong hero here. Very hard to pin down.
Yeah.
So...
You don't have reliable stuns. Also, leash mechanic against Tusk. If he gets caught inside of the leash, +1, the hero that you're focusing down, he can't snowball save people. But that was a very good ban. And this also opens up potentially a Visage pick for Na'Vi, because Tundra, they already picked their Beastmaster. Beastmaster cannot really be flexed. We've seen some like mid from time to time, but it's just a no-go. It's 100% off lane here.
We have lots of push coming out in these drafts, like Beast Pugna versus Chen, which I honestly think a Visage might be coming down the road as well. So it's going to be like very high tempo, high push. I mean, the birds kill the Nether Ward very easily. Pugna doesn't like playing against Visage. Lots of interrupt. You can't really save with Decrepify, you're just amping up the Soul Assumption damage. So already thinking Navi definitely wants to play it as that is one of Boom's most played heroes.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Visage, and if Luna is available, we might see it being picked up as well. Just have that extra damage. I think Luna is going to be picked in this phase for both of these teams. Like whoever decides to go with Luna, we talked about the push. Even though I did mention that Navi did beat Luna 4 out of 4 times, I could still see, Tundra pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, the aura doesn't work with the birds anymore. There is a combination, though, that does work with the birds that I see a lot. That's really good. It's actually Storm Shard. Storm with Visage. The Shard works on the birds. Pretty crazy stuff there.
Wow, they were actually watching game from yesterday that we did talk about. Beastcoast, they were playing Muerta plus Pugna. So her innate ability allows her to attack ethereal units and also attack when she is ethereal. So you can use Pugna's Decrepify on her to save her against the physical damage, life drainer, and then she's still going to be able to deal damage in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, that did look a very strong combination when it was executed. So,
I mean, this is a good pick for carrying Muerta if you are going to pick Muerta in this position, because the 2 heroes you see don't really deal with you whenever you're ethereal. Like Tusk, he's all single target, physical damage. Can't really hit him when you're ethereal. Chen, your creeps basically want to wail on you, so that's not going to be an option too. We talked about, the Visage, but they go for the other summon hero in the Nigma. This one, I don't know. I feel like you have an option as a position 5 to kind of deal with these Eidolons, whether it's some CM or Jakiro that can just like de-spam them with Gunslinger as well. You can click them down. I'm not sure. This doesn't seem like a free Enigma game. That's what I'm kind of like getting at here. But it does fit the tempo. It's another aura buyer that can group up and just hit buildings. And I'm just looking at Navi's draft. They have a very incredibly strong timing base. If they hit a Roshan, get that killed, they're definitely coming for your high ground.
This is interesting. I mean, they did put a lot of pressure with this Muerta. So the Navi has 2 picks after that, and they can still flex Muerta, and now they give Drow Ranger as an answer. So I think Muerta should be played as carry here, because all she does is physical damage, and you're going to be playing against Muerta. I guess that's why they also picked up Enigma, so they can, you can go with the Tusk, Puncher, with the Black Hole, try to buy a little bit more time during her ulti. But I think there were better options when it comes down to carry-to-carry matchup, because I think they messed up a draft here a little bit, not having this flex open where you can still deal physical plus magical damage. I would still be fine with picking up, Luna here instead of Drow Ranger.
Yeah. I mean, you did say earlier there's a specific set of circumstances that you need for a Drow game.
Yeah, mixed
damage. Do you
damage.
think these... Yeah, okay. And there's the Storm.
Yeah, it's just a popular hero mid. It's not like a free Storm game. You do have Gust, Stun, Black Hole. You don't have the best stuns in the world. I will say Gust is incredibly good versus Storm. If you're a good Drow player, at least, which you have to know that these guys are good. Zoggy is definitely good. Like, you can kind of telegraph him zipping in and just pre-cast the Gust, and you're just kind of stuck there. When typically you would be like, oh, get on top of Drow. That's how you beat this hero. But I actually like Drow in this matchup, so we'll have to see how it goes. Unless the Storm is overly fed, but I think in that situation, Storm's just kind of OP. So maybe just find something that can keep him down in the laning stage just a little bit. You do have limited options, however, because Enigma, very farm heavy, Drow, also farm heavy, so you're kind of pigeonholed into going for this active mid laner. And I will say Storm is pretty good versus most of them, so they're banning out some of the melee heroes that can be active and still win the lane, and the Monkey King. The other one is like the Dragon Knight, but not a fan of that one in the mid lane right now.
I could be fine with some Queen of Pain for Boom, something that they don't have too much lockdown with. Sure, you have like Storm Spirit Pull, Roar, you also have like Muerta Silence, but these are also like very difficult to execute. The spells from Muerta, they always are, and I think this could be the hero. We've seen mostly from Queen of Pains where you are going for more points, like you go for 0-4-4 build, but when you play certain matchups, you could put 2 points in Shadow Strike and play that matchup the old school way.
So what do they need on Tundra here? Because I'm totally fine with Pugna just being a 5 at this point with Muerta. Like your Dead Shot plus Nether Blast here is going to deal with Eidolons pretty well. So you could just pick something for Soxley here that just has freedom to roam, and that means I think Morta's going to be support now. Sven's going to be...
Yeah.
So this matchup as well, like, yeah, Sven is great versus Drow, right? You get the bonus armor where the marksmanship will only pierce your base armor. So it'll help your team out in that regard. I will say, however, that getting Black Hole to Sven, like, is a very easy target. He's always going to go in first, and you don't have the best ways of stopping it. You have Primal Roar. That's about it. But this does give him a lot of tempo, and I'm still on the fence of this Morta position 4 right now, and what can it provide and how good it is. So I don't know. And that Earth Spirit pick I do like a lot. This is something exactly what they needed. I feel like if this Na'Vi lineup is going to work, it's going to work really, really well, or they're just going to fall flat in the laning stage and they'll never get that opportunity to group up. Drow is going to get picked off 24/7. So Na'Vi needs to have stable lanes. They need to get Roshan. If they can't achieve that, then it might be a little bit of a difficult game.
Yeah, they picked this Earth Spirit to have slightly more control from the mid lane. I think this lineup is slightly greedy with Enigma Drow Ranger. I think it could go pretty bad, but then again, you have Earth Spirit. So I think for me, it's all eyes on BZM, what he's going to be able to achieve. Chen also not a hero that can, rotate, get the games going. He can park himself in front of the tower, try to get the tower. But yeah, I think this is a very risky lineup from Na'Vi. Well, one side of Tundra, other than we're at the position 4, I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah, your thoughts?
I mean, I think Tundra's draft, ease of execution is much easier. So I'm going to go with them on that one. Na'Vi's lineup looks very difficult to play, and I'm always going to go for the draft that feels easier to play. You can make more mistakes.
All right, well, I'm going to ask the casters as well. We do this thing when I do shows where we talk to the commentators. Treat them like people. How are you doing, guys? You all right?
Yeah, we're doing good. Looking forward to this one. And yeah, looking forward to see if this Uragi Drow works out. What do you reckon, Fogged?
Definitely interesting stuff. I didn't know if Saksa was going to copy Baboka. I mean, you guys were saying it, right? The question mark is the form Muerta, if that's going to end up working out or not. But overall, draft does look good. Like Fear was saying, does look easy to play. I think 33 Beastmaster has shown himself a lot of times where he tends to just run away with games, even if he has a hard lane. So that's the biggest one that I'm looking forward to see how much he's going to be able to do versus Puppy's Chen, because that's the iconic kind of thing.
That is, yeah, always good to see.
So it's going to be interesting.
All right, you got any thoughts, Owen? You're quiet.
I mean, I like to think that Drow can win games. I think, Uragi, I think he's
now I know why
something.
You're quiet. Scrub logic.
I think Na'Vi's going to have this, but we'll see.
All right, brother. Yeah. Well, look, we're going to let you guys take it away. Have a great game. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's going to be a fun one for sure. I mean, both teams, Fog, they've got this kind of potential for early push, early pressure, right? With the openings of the draft. The Chen on one side and then like this Pugna Beast on the other. And then, yeah, these two carries. Kind of old school style, a Sven on one side and a Drow on the other. We were seeing this years ago.
It's refreshing, I think would be the word that I would use. Because we had the trend of TI, thankfully we're seeing it go away a little bit. I mean, almost entirely at this tournament. We'll see if maybe at other ones things will start to come back or something. But melee carries on the rise, new heroes on the rise. Yeah, different strategies as well. Cool to see that people are going for these Pugnas and Muertas on the support. It can cause you to have some issues in terms of playmaking in mid-game. That's my concern, I would say, for Tundra. Thankfully, they have a Storm, which can be active, but a Pugna and Muerta rotating definitely feels a little bit awkward, I would say, in comparison to the Tusk, who's just a much more natural rotator with something like Chen creeps. So we'll have to see how that ends up working out. I do like Tundra's draft, but I definitely think that they can fall into some issues in terms of movement. Yes, their 5-men can be strong, but their movement can be a little weird. Let's see if there's any runes that end up getting exchanged. Pugna, for me, is an incredible hero right now. I actually really like watching it, and yeah, Boo might just be dead.
They're going to drop down the blood grenade, follow it up with the stun, and see if they can get that first blood to Shad. White one, he'll have to take it. That's
hello,
first
everybody.
blood, nonetheless, for Tundra.
I love it. Hello, everybody. This is Whitemon. He secures the last hit. And yeah, this hero can definitely cause big problems. We saw Pichu the other day, even in a game that they were kind of losing the majority of it. He was the X factor on this Pugna, how much you can do to save allies, buff up something like a Storm heal. That's going to be the cool thing to watch as well from this side of Tundra. Let's see if BZM can do better than some of these other Earth Spirits have in the mid lane versus the Storm. Some of them got owned, but other ones of these Earth Spirits have handled a bit better in the first few levels. But it is a difficult matchup for BZM. Until the game gets later on. Then he definitely has some clear entrances into the game when you're playing versus Pugna in particular, looking for backline. How do you... I don't know how I feel about this Earth Spirits, though. I think the hero's super strong, but I think here we've seen it have quite a bit of difficulties, even though it has great scaling, you know, all these type of things. I still feel like it puts your draft on a bit of a timer a lot of times.
It does, and it seems like one of these heroes that it can have a rough start in the lane, but then have a really good mid game, but might not necessarily be the hero that's going to like win you the game, even if you get ahead off the back of how strong it can be in those sort of mid-team fights where, you know, you're getting him with the magnetize, doing a crazy amount of damage. But does this hero actually help you all the time end the game, get that victory?
Exactly. Top 33.
I mean, Saxa's dead. I mean, Yuragi, can he get 33 as well with the Frost Arrow? One more. Dive him. Oh, okay.
Just in case.
Good, yeah, it's a good branch down as well. Otherwise, I think Yuragi might have had a chance of getting the hit in. So 33 will live.
Saxa, back to the Ofrenda, back into the mix, immediately getting some harassment going. This lane gets a little bit better for the Beastmaster and the Muerta as it comes up. But Puppey, the Satyr, that's why you see people almost always go for this one on the Chen early. Just helps you ensure that lane. So far, pretty good. But mid is a very one-sided affair. I didn't think it would be that bad, but it's as bad as some of the other matchups, some of the other times that I've seen it. Yuragi.
Oh, Saxa.
Saxa. Saxa. Well, he'll be back to the Ofrenda.
Well, yeah, maybe overestimating the capabilities there of the hero in that trade attempt from Saxa. Ends up giving up his life to Yuragi.
I've had games like this when I've tried the Muerta support a couple of times too, where you just keep dying in lane and then you just come back and you're like, you know what? I don't have to walk. It doesn't feel that bad, these deaths. Of course, you're giving quite a bit of gold, but you come back full. You're able to bring regen and stuff. Yeah, there's definitely some cool potential for plays like this. I mean, cool potential, but he just dies. But yeah, you know what I mean. Like, he can still apply pressure without having to walk or waste TPs. You can also save your TP always to be able to rotate a lot of times when you have this type of Ofrenda. Yeah, and all three lanes so far. Definitely seeing Tundra having a bit of an edge.
Definitely getting that a little bit more farm, yeah. Oh, nice shot there for Saxa. Hitting the two of them.
They're low on regen up here. One healing Lotus on Yuragi. Puppey's going to start bringing more, but they do not have a whole lot. And the pressure, it's 2 points in axes. And that dead shot, still level 1, but when they've got the level 2, could definitely see Yuragi get burst if he's not cautious. And bottom so far, boom. This is not the easiest lane ever for a Enigma in particular. That's why they went for this Sven down here as well, just having the extra cleave, the stun too. If the Eidolons walk up, they'll die. Whitemon getting first blood also is pretty useful. He has boots. Already the fastest hero in the game on the Pugna. You can just freely right-click. I think this hero almost always has the highest early game damage. It's insane how much you're able to actually do just with right-click harassment.
Yeah, you think we're going to see this hero just continue to just become more popular on this playoff stage with some of the teams then?
Yep, absolutely. I think it's gotten buffed a decent amount over the last couple patches as well. The siphoning ward got increased as well. And there's just, I think this hero just has a lot of different like little plays that you can do nowadays that you couldn't anymore because you can cast spells and items while you're channeling, so you can just trip people up a lot of times. It takes a specific player for the Pugna, but yeah, it's a fun one to watch.
So far, setting up this bottom lane very nicely for Shad, who's having complete free farm.
Saxa. Could be in trouble here.
Yeah, Puppey is more than happy to take this fight.
He's pinging, and he's got an Earth Spirit in the mid, so if BZM does want to make the swing toward top, he could just get a free one.
It's a good shot here to try and push Puppey back, but it looks like BZM doesn't want to spend the time to head over, and it's just going to be leaving Puppey to chase Saxa down.
He's got the Purge. Still might be able to get him. He's got another Purge. And another Purge.
And another.
And another
and
Purge.
Another. And another?
No, that's it.
Oh, okay.
But he got it.
I mean, that's quite the way to die there.
Yuragi, be careful. The Ofrenda is he's gonna respawn in 5 seconds. Don't step up too far. There's a boar on him. 3 seconds. There's gonna be the rotation though. This is nice from Zayat.
Yeah, they go straight onto 33. And get them trapped in the shards as well. They'll be able to take 33 now. They can turn attack.
And Saxa again.
Puppey's got the wraparound. Whitemon's coming to help out. Has a defensive decrepify onto Saxa, and that'll keep him safe, so Na'Vi have to back off.
That was an interesting series of events. Good rotation. I love that from Zayats. Maybe they're both communicating that, yeah, he's going to come back in on that Ofrenda, but yeah, they've got the rotation from the Tusk. That means Boom is going to be left on his own. He's not doing that bad on the Enigma, all things considered, when he's playing versus that Sven and Pugna. Haste Rune top. Mid one will get it.
Radiant's middle tower
Now, a close start. And Na'Vi making these plays, getting these kills, but Tundra able to still continue to get a little bit more out of the lanes when it comes to his last hits. So
interesting.
It's very close on the gold.
Mid one's going Arcane Boots. Not something you see too traditionally on the Storms. People want to buy it, but attack speed is very necessary in a lot of times on
I guess
Storm.
with this, you're going to be able to hit the jungle a bit easier, have a bit more just mana to play with on the map.
I mean, it helps everybody. It helps everybody, but it hurts you slightly, right? Because you're going to have that less attack speed when you go for some of these kills. But cool. I mean, independent. You know, it's each player has their own approach.
And talking about items, we don't see being sort of picked up on heroes, as we saw on the pop-up there. Boom. Russia's the earn this game as the offlane Enigma.
Pretty cool. Different approach, right? Rather than the drums that we usually see, he's going that vessel route. Zayats.
He will be found here. Tried to come over to steal the 7-minute wisdom ring, and he will get it.
No way.
Oh, well, that's a job well done there from Zayats.
Oh, what a play. I think they double wisdom rune. Yeah, they were losing on the CS overall, but that's going to be massive, especially because, yeah, Whitemon's having a pretty good time on the support. They're actually giving him the mid lane. The Storm is going to the jungle a little bit, but Sox is incredibly low level on this Muerta. Already 3 deaths on him.
So
their farm is still good, though.
What's the benefit of getting the first this game for Boom? Like, is this saying sort of that he expects rotations to come in to back him up and get some kills down here, or what?
It just gives you extra kill threat always. I always think you should have an earn, personally. If you have any hero that
someone's
can
going to buy it,
you should
someone needs to buy it.
Yeah, it's such good value nowadays.
Yeah.
Because these bracers have gotten nerfed so much. I don't know, I like earn. And of course, he's playing versus Pugna, so if he does want to go vessel route, I don't know if he should go full vessel, but there is some options of to prevent some healing.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
I'm cool. Yeah, I'm very happy with it. Paimon should be just fine. Mid one gets kicked away from the rune. BZM will get an arcane. So although the last hits, as we said, are favoring the side of Tundra pretty massively, Na'Vi can make easier rotations with these support heroes, as we've seen. Zayats has a smoke ready. BZM is 6 with Magnetize and an arcane rune. And pressure already coming out onto this bottom tower. Whitemon has to stop it. He still, as we said, Whitemon has great levels. It's level 5 on him, but Soxa is going to struggle a lot this game to find stuff. And as expected, 33, you have to adapt. You're playing versus Chen. He's going to go the Axe route on the Beastmaster rather than going for the Helm of Overlord or Dominator, because Chen can just steal the creeps, get shard. Whitemon, confident playing aggressive. He's got that ward there. Big stacks coming out. So that'll be the recovery for Soxa, getting that extra experience. Is there a way that they can invade? It might not be possible because he's going to start working on them now. It's level 4 axes, but they have vision of it. So the potential.
I mean, who do you bring over?
BZM moves in. You bring 3 heroes. You bring the 2 supports plus the Earth Spirit.
Okay.
He's got Arcane Rune and Magnetize.
They're TP into tier 1, yeah. They've got the 3 of them here in RV.
It's already almost dead, though. He started it a bit too early for them to get there. BZM's trying. Can he clean some of the big ones up? Look at one. Big one.
Should be fine. I don't have any further lockdown for him, and he knows it. Mid one just casually walking away. He's not panicking at all. He knows they can't catch him.
There is an early point of Gust on the Drow, so Yuragi does want to be able to get involved potentially onto these early moves. I like this a lot. Whenever you're playing versus like Storm, some of these mobility mid laners, even versus Pugna, I like that 1 value point in Gust. And Yuragi's been one of the few players actually playing this. Going for this the sidestep facet as well, which is kind of cool. Allows him to play around nicely inside team fights. BZM trying to be active. He got another power rune, a regen as well after having that arcane. Level 6 is here for Puppey, and he actually almost has the mech. They've got quite a bit of sustain.
Radiant are scanning.
These auras will make a difference too. Having this extra armor and magic resist if any aggressive move does come out from Tundra, with Puppey being this high level. These double wisdom steals. It's a big deal, mid one.
Look at the roll in and the kickback.
No silence on BZM yet, still a bit too low level. Can't actually go for the kill, but they get the deny. Well played.
And with all the focus being elsewhere, both carries, Shad and Yuragi, getting a lot of space.
Yeah, we're getting set up for a nice carry versus carry where they're both getting that solid free farm. It's which one which one's going to feel a bit better, because now we've seen a couple games of the Sven. One of them looked not the greatest, but yesterday's from Nouns was phenomenal. He absolutely stomped the game. So definitely set up for success there. But Yuragi, it's really important that this Drow is not pressured in lane. That's sometimes what this hero can suffer for. In a lot of times, he has almost absolute free farm and no deaths.
I'll be able to join the push here, take the tower, and return to top.
Yep. As you said, this game can accelerate very fast from both sides. Very good pressure.
I mean, who wants to kind of push it the more? Would you say, like, is one of these sides more sort of inclined to try and speed things up?
I don't know about that. I just know that I think that Na'Vi can probably apply a little bit more pressure early with their group up, just because they've got this Chen with such an early mech and such good levels after those Wisdom Steals. So I think that they can set tempo pretty well with this lineup. Tundra can fight back, but like I said, they're making moves is a bit awkward with these two supports. It's pretty much completely reliant on the cores to make any aggressive moves. And for them, it does feel like it's going to be a little bit more of sit back and wait for one timing before they go. Probably just the Ags on the Beast and then just play around 33, which he is very close to.
Yeah, maybe then they'll try and see if they can do something about Yuragi getting all this space up top.
Yeah, usually these Beasts, what ends up happening is they get the Ags, they pressure the top tower, and then the first nighttime they take Rosh, right? It's like that 15 minutes, they go straight for the first Rosh, because you just kill it with this Beast Ags pretty easily. Na'Vi can contest, though. So could definitely see a big fight kick out in these next 2-3 minutes, depending on where they want to make the move. But Farmfest, 2-4. Lower kill count than we've had.
Yeah, coming up to 13 minutes in. Yeah, it's a much more kind of careful game from both of these teams.
Boom is committing
times
for the Vessel. So he is going all in.
Full Vessel rush, okay.
Drum and Vessel. So, I mean, a lot of stats. He's going to be quite tanky.
Sure, but what does this mean that you don't have?
You can't, I mean, it's just going to slow down your BKBs and your blinks, but probably feeling like because he's versus Beastmaster, he'd rather have these small items and be able to fight early. We'll see if it pays off. Vessel is such a good item right now, right? It's gotten so many buffs, 60% reduction. I think we've mentioned it ad nauseum in this tournament, but can have a lot of merit versus something like Pugna. Speaking of Pugna, Whitemon, Zayats is trying to go for a play here onto him.
He's got back over Shad. Shad punched the Godstring. It'll be the roller for BZM, magnetize as well, and drop the black hole, catch onto the two of them, and that will allow them to kill off Whitemon. Can they get Shad as well? Another roll fall from BZM, won't catch on to Shad. The roar's there from 33. Tundra, they'll be able to take down BZM in return. They've still got mana on mid one, ready to jump over towards Boom and Zayat, so try and hold them back with a punch. Yuragi also coming in from the side. Gets the Gust. They got enough damage. The shard block onto mid one, but he's able to zip across. He'll be okay for now, and now Zayat will get turned upon. Saxon with the ultimate ready to start bringing in some extra damage to help take Boom down low.
The mech.
Could he quite finish Boom off Saxor? He's trying, but he can't. The ult comes to an end. Yuragi will take Saxor out.
Nice play from Puppey. Good rotation in. They brought the numbers. A little overcommitment there from BZM, but then a bit of an overcommitment that comes out from Tundra and gets punished. Started like a bit of an advantage there for Tundra, but yeah, afterwards when Puppey coming in, they get a little bit more. Both teams showing they're keen to fight, even if it does go down like that. Especially because 33 had just gotten the timing on the Ags to be able to show up. And Shad, that's probably the biggest thing, is that he ends up surviving, so that's why maybe I'd give a slight edge to the side of Tundra. Shad sews up, gets black hole, ends up getting a couple cleanup, not like full kills. I don't think he got one of the last hits, but he got some XP, and he's nearly level 12 on this Sven. So gonna have a bit of an advantage over
Saxa. Well, they're going to find him. They're bringing the full team in for this push top, Na'Vi. They got the full 5-man ready to take the tier 1, I'd imagine.
Does he remember to destroy his Ofrenda here? Because his Ofrenda is standing right on top of Puppey right now. If he doesn't destroy it, he'll spawn right here. Unless they want to fight here.
Oh, but I don't think they want to fight.
I don't think so either.
So he'll probably, as you say, he's not going to go back to this.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
You sure about that?
Oh, don't do it, Saxa. Oh.
Did he forget?
I mean, I was going to say that straight up there. Was that him just not knowing that he could destroy it, or just forgetting?
He destroyed it now immediately, so I think he just forgot. So Na'Vi getting another. I mean, that's a lot. That's 6 deaths now. 6 of the 9. Saksa, we had concerns about them. Where's the support? And they're bullying it, and now they're the ones who are going to get that rush first because of it. And it gives them vessel charges too. So maybe that's why Bloom also wanted
quite the mess up.
He's like, oh sure, I get some extra vessels if this Mortis is just going to be dying like that.
Well,
those are big slip-ups.
But definitely ones that won't happen again. You know, that's one of those things, you make the mistake once in a game and then, you know, it's not going to happen again.
I've seen this too many times.
Oh, you've seen mistakes happen again.
I've seen these Mortis do this a lot of times on support, but whatever. If they take Ofrenda, we do see them take the other facets sometimes, but Saksa definitely getting punished here. And now the push is commencing. Look at these auras online. The drums, they have Puppey with all of these little creeps, and he's got Holy Locket. It's a very farmed Chen, as Puppey tends to do. But he's 3-0-4. Level 10 as well.
Right in the mid. I mean, GCM's got the blade mail, so has to be careful there, mid one, how he commits for that. I mean, they're pushing up still.
Tundra's getting sandwiched a bit here.
Yeah, Na'Vi's swinging across.
They have to claim high ground, and they will.
Yeah, Na'Vi's not going to chase them up to the high ground at the moment.
They still are very farmed on the Sven and the Beastmaster. Also incredibly high level. Level 14 and 13 on these two. So definitely able to take the fight if it's in a good position for them. But they do have to factor in all these auras. Puppey is going to be making a big difference with how much he can heal and reset.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, they get the roar. They're going to start things on towards Zayas. They blow up the tusk. BZM. See if we can get a catch. We get the silence on the bow for them. Saksa popping the ult, trying to fight back. Move back in on a BZM. He's able to put the magnetize. He's healed up. BZM's permanently fighting the black hole. Comes in from Boom. Oh, it's a gorgeous one there. Gets the 3 of them.
He's just able to walk in and cast it.
I mean, Na'Vi just playing these fights very easily. I mean, BZM goes in and he's like, go on me. Yeah, he wants them to throw everything down, trusting, of course, all the heals and backup that Puppey can provide. They don't even get close to killing BZM.
No.
And in that time, they do just let themselves get walked up and 3-man black hole by Boom.
They commit quite a lot to blow up Zayas, but he literally just walked in and black holed the moment.
Yeah, well, because look, they're looking at BZM. He puts the blade mail, so they're waiting it out, and it gets to the point where it's about to come to an end. So they're like, now we can go back in on BZM. They get him down to half HP, but Puppey is easily got heals. BZM's fine, and the next thing you know, as Tundra, you're getting black hole by Boom.
And Chad actually, he was, I guess, too scared to go for an angle potentially of like a stun or something and then walking in because his team was already dying. Shows up and then just has to run away. They're very high level, they're very farmed, but they're not able to take these fights so far. And Yuragi's pace is accelerating fast. Oh, and he's got Butterfly done.
I mean, yeah, this is just some great moves.
It's coming on the courier in a second, sorry.
And some rare mistakes from Tundra really being made this game. And Na'Vi, they're punishing it.
And they're getting tankier and tankier faster.
They're going to have the pipe soon, right?
Pipe soon. Puppey, I believe, is going to have a Vlad's very soon, too. Almost level 2 heal. And I'm just looking at the auras. Ice armor being thrown onto everybody. He's got the cloak aura. Very strong stuff. Oh, he even has the heal aura. So that's even stronger, too. That's actually... I usually don't see people keeping that one this long, but when he's got Holy Locket mech as well...
Yeah, the heal
this
amp.
extra heal amp.
Yeah. That all adds up.
On top of his I mean, it's a lot of healing that's going to be coming out.
They've got to find Puppey, but it's not like Puppey's easy to kill himself.
No, he's tanky. This could be problematic for Tundra to take any fights head-on versus Na'Vi at this point. Even though it's like the gold lead isn't even really there for Na'Vi, it feels like their group up is that much stronger.
Yeah, they're definitely putting on the pressure much more, Na'Vi.
Oh, will Shad get that Wisdom Rune, actually? They didn't end up taking their 14-minute Wisdom Rune on Na'Vi, but he doesn't notice. They're going to look for the fight. They want to contest this.
Na'Vi trying for the Tormentor.
There's no black hole, but they can
finish it off. 33 is going to go straight away to Boom. They also managed to catch Jiragi out to the side. Jiragi in trouble as that's the Aegis gone. Now Shad turns up for the cleanup. As they're going to be able to set up here to take Jiragi out a second time. By the looks of it, he tries to TP out, but the root of the bird connects. Na'Vi this time making the mistake as they try and push on, and they lose 4.
Blink by 33 catches the Enigma, and then Jiragi in a kind of in no man's land. He was beyond the tier 2, so he couldn't actually contribute with his team onto the high ground there. Bit of mispositioning, punished immediately.
Yeah, they weren't ready for that at all. No. I imagine maybe just after that play around the mid, Na'Vi potentially felt that they were more ahead than they were.
And that's definitely true. It did feel like it could be a bit of a difficult fight to kind of walk in there unless Yuragi's in this position, because I'm watching the Drow in particular. Watch where he walks after they finish off this Tormentor. He kind of puts himself into a very dangerous spot.
And it's the push of the Aurora as well from 33. Gets it on Boom, and that pushes Yuragi further down the lane into the rest of Tundra. So, yeah, pushed into an incredibly bad position. 33, excellent start from him on that fight.
Well, they slow down that momentum hard. Now they have a 5K lead just off of that. They already were, like we said, the gold lead was pretty much non-existent.
Yeah, that just blew up massively. Because it's been pretty much dead even on the gold, and then bang, 5K off that fight.
Yeah, Yuragi just has to be a bit more. He had the butterfly too. Just has to be more careful with position. Yeah, the roar pushed him, but overall, they just did not anticipate that move that was coming in.
And Saxa, he's ready to go.
Puppy
lost that Maelstrom.
Puppy lost his creeps too. That was the important thing. So he's got to regather a little bit of that army. Black Hole is back up. So Na'Vi potentially are going to still look for that fight, but it's a big swing. Mid one now has a BKB. So he has protection versus the Gust in particular, probably the one that he has to play around the most. He can just jump onto this backline. And what you said, Saxa was going... he doesn't have Maelstrom, right? He just went Treadstrom, so... he's going more for team fight first. Then he's going to go back.
Yeah, he's going to get in there, yeah. He didn't rush it. But it will be there eventually. And then he'll be ready to scale as well. Puppy adds another aura to the mix, has the Vlads for Na'Vi.
A lot of momentum lost, though. Chad, nearly level 18, almost has S and Y. And he's continuing to have pretty ridiculous farm. Yet to die. They're feeling that strength. He's like 4 XP from 18. Let them get the XP.
I'll get it from the lane.
Yeah, he'll get it from something.
Some sort of lane.
Some mid XP soak or something. So they'll have level 3 God Strength after this range creep dies in mid.
There we go. Oh, he'll reveal himself actually, Shad. He's happy to bait.
They've got double BKBs. Let's see if Na'Vi's ready for this one. This could be a bit of a tough fight unless they can get another good black hole from the Enigma. They're smoked as well. So it is stalling. It has delayed a lot of Boom's item progression, though, right? Going through all these small items in between. He still doesn't quite have that blink for positioning. So it could be pretty hard for him to approach in the fight. I know he got a 3-man black hole last time, but he literally just walked into doing that one. And once they start getting more items, I think it's harder for him to go for that. Always will be the answer of the roar, too.
Smoke up again for Na'Vi.
They've regathered the army for Puppy.
See if they can find Shad. Someone's in the trees. BZM's going to check from there. Get the opening stun into the Gust. The BKB's out for Shad. Punch the God String, turns straight towards BZM. BZM's out of the fight. Now they can look for more. Turning towards Zayas. They'll put the shards out, trying to block them away from him. They get the jump on a Boom, but also keeping the distance. The Malefice down from Boom. He's holding onto the Black Hole for now. Zayas continues to get focused by Shad. Shad, one more hit. Not going to quite get Zayas, but he's able to turn. Take Boom instead. The decrepifying of the blast from Whitemon finishes off Zayas. 33 runs down Yuragi. It's another disaster of a fight here for Na'Vi as this time round they'll lose Puppy as well. Tundra, they're going to get the full team wipe.
Beautiful fight. I mean, perfectly done. It's actually Na'Vi who initiates it, but it's onto the worst target possible. Shad just stands his ground. 33 sees Yuragi. He pretty much solo killed him on the Drow.
I mean, this game is slipping away for Na'Vi so quickly.
It feels
2 rough team fights, and from an even game straight up to an 11k gold lead now for Tundra.
I think a couple of times we've said this too is when we see, you know, it looks good, it sounds great, the butterfly rush, but it doesn't really do too much if they're able to get on top of you. I can't blame his itemization because it's kind of the way that they took these team fights, but Tundra has taken complete advantage.
I'm playing these fights perfectly, Tundra, making sure that, you know, this was a case where, you know, any other team, if they could highly likely focus just on getting these 1 or 2 big kills, but the way that they sort of split up as a team and everybody was able to keep control of their own opponent, it allows them to just get the full team wipe and take everybody down.
Where do you go from here now on Na'Vi? Do you have a backup plan now that things have completely crumbled 2 times? It's probably get Roshan, don't let Tundra get down and hope that you can take a fight afterwards, but they need It feels like they need that next item at least to be able to try to contest, or they have to hope for the black hole. I mean, Boom needs to get Blink and just hope that he can find a position for it, because this game,
I mean,
it's
Shad
accelerating
is,
so
yeah,
fast.
Shad's just massive at this point.
Harpoon's online.
Zayats. Let's see if he can escape this. He cannot. Dead shot from Saxa. Hits perfectly. Pushes him back into the sword of Shad. I mean, this game...
Base? I don't even think they can defend this. This Rax is just dead.
I feel it's been a while since I've seen a game just go from 0 to 100 as quickly as this one did.
In 6 minutes.
Like, it really did.
Literally 6
minutes.
minutes.
It was all calm. It had a slow start, and then bam! 2 basically team wipes by Tundra. And now they're taking a set of Rax. They're on the verge of taking another. This game, it's just completely exploded.
2 fights is all it takes from the side of Tundra. This is 2 sets. They're going to finish up the second melee.
They're going to get him.
Oh, boy. Wait, Puppy took the Aegis. I just noticed this as well.
What's the strat there?
We lost. That's
we
the strat.
lost. That's... Well, I mean... Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Is it a misclick? Is it just sort of Puppy being like, yeah,
maybe you're
not like you guys
before they
do anything with the Aegis.
He's dead twice, but maybe it's a bait. Boom. He's got the blink. This is the weirdest thing ever. This game literally went from 0 to 100.
Yeah, it really did. And play style and just kind of what the heck's going on style.
I mean, look at the 20-minute mark, right? 20 minutes.
Yep.
Very even.
Very
like
nice.
A 1K
normal
kind
game
of
of
gold lead for
Dota.
Tundra, and then bam.
But then we've hit insanity. Next thing you know, Na'Vi's going to be making a comeback. If that happens, then, you know, we've gone into some sort of shadow realm. I don't know what's going on. But as it is, Tundra should, if the last 5 minutes or 6 minutes to be believed, that one more team fight, they've got this game.
They got 2 sets of Raxes in 20 minutes just from a push because they weren't ready to defend.
Puppy took an Aegis.
Puppy took an 8 and then died immediately. Wisdom Runes, this time they'll be able to get some on Tundra.
Maybe that was the plan, you know, it's like, I picked up the Aegis. Let me try and just lose it before my teammates notice that I picked it up.
Oh, I'm sure they noticed.
Oh, okay. Maybe like Puppy's like, phew, they didn't notice.
Wonder what the comms are like. It's probably pretty
I saw a
devastating
smile
after
on
these last
Puppy's
2 moves.
face at least. Maybe not on the rest of theirs, but he was smiling.
33. Shiva's done. Has a craggy coat on top versus this Drow, plus armor aplenty. 33 armor on this Beastmaster. They're just massive at this point. And they have a base ward still, Owen. So they see all of Na'Vi inside the base, so they can pick and choose how they want to take this next fight.
Uh-oh. BZM just rolled in. He gets caught by the roll. Boom's trying to step up.
He's almost dead.
It's a big zip from him. He gets the Vortex onto Boom. Boom's gone without buyback. This one, at least for Na'Vi, they don't get team wiped. They only lose 2 heroes, but still not great news for them. 20k lead for Tundra.
They have a tier 2 top. That's the, the silver lining. But my goodness, what an explosive game from the side.
This game's crazy.
Lincoln's now for the Drow, but this is not going to protect you. That 33 Beastmaster. Sometimes it just does these things in these games. Mid, BZM. Another one caught. And this decision to get this Sven, swap this Muerta support, yes, Soxa struggled. Don't get me wrong. 3 and 7, but Shad, it's a flawless performance. It might be his best one I've seen in a very long time.
Definitely, when you consider sort of like probably his GPM and XPM, like this was great farm from the Sven.
Yeah.
And perfect involvement, 4-0-9.
And maybe we'll start to see more of this hero, because now 2 games that I've seen it.
I mean, Shad always liked the Sven as well, right? This was one of Shad's classics. So if he's finding the chances, and as a team they're finding the drafts to get this involved, then yeah, for sure, we'll see some more Shad Sven.
Yeah, and the Warcry overall versus that Drow, he's now level 20, so he's got even more of it, right? That +8. They're just so durable in the fights now. Even if they do get a black hole, I don't think that by any means there's going to be enough damage.
Yeah, what have we added? Yeah, just only the 3 Sven picks so far this tournament.
Yep, 1 loss
and
to a
Spectre.
Jump.
Only the 1 win. That's the jump. Is Boom going to get the chance to get off a black hole or anything? He's going to be saved by the snowball for now. He'll just die immediately as he comes out of it. The overwhelming damage for Shad. They get the raw connection onto Uragi. This game's over.
This game
GG
is
is called. Tundra, my goodness, they did more than just wake up in the second half of this game. They just completely annihilated Na'Vi.
Their farm was pretty insane in the lane, right? The CS advantage in particular was definitely there.
I mean, there
Na'Vi
were
started to
signs
get
of it,
some
but it
power,
was
then-
dead even on the goal.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it's
Then it
Na'Vi,
exploded.
they're like taking Tundra's Tormentor, and then it all went horribly wrong for Na'Vi.
That probably was the wrong choice to go for, but at the same time also, Tundra just took advantage of it, right? They got the blink at that exact moment on 33, and he found the roar on the Enigma.
Yeah.
But either way, Tundra just playing to their strengths, and Na'Vi, after getting the first 12 kills, they only end up with 12 kills.
Yes, it as I said, 0 to 100, absolutely that game. Crazy stuff from Tundra, looking fantastic in the second half, and Na'Vi looking completely lost. Game 1, it goes to Tundra.
Yeah, lost indeed, Owen. Lost is the word. Not just because they lost that opening game, but really just went to pieces super, super quick. Just to give you a little bit of insight on what we do on a broadcast, we were like preparing for all the things we were talking about, watching the game, writing down some things, you know, trying to be clever about it. And then the game just totally changed, and all of that was a waste of time.
Yeah, none of that matters when you like make a move like that the 20 minutes in. But the way this game started looked really good for Na'Vi. They were dumpstering the lanes pretty much. Mid lane was not doing as well, but top lane was doing really hot. We saw some nice body blocks coming out from Puppy's Chen. That's why his Chen is legendary, diving underneath the tier 2 tower. We had our question marks about Muerta, whether she's going to be able to, you know, achieve stuff in the game. She got completely shut down. Their XP rune 7 minutes in got stolen. She was mostly stacking, didn't really feel the impact of the hero, but other heroes stepped it up.
Yeah, and there was, you know, one team fight where it just seemed to go like that.
Yeah, that's the worry I kind of had with Navi's draft. It seemed very single-dimensional, where you need to get an Aegis, which they did. You need to group up.
I mean, that too. Grow up, guys.
You need to group up, and then you have to win those fights with the auras that you have purchased. And we see through the Enigma here, he was buying all those items as well. He's going for the pipe, he's got the drums, he's got the vessel. It's all the group up type of situation there. So I did like their idea of their strategy, but unfortunately, when they lost that Tormentor fight after that, it felt very hard to recover from there, almost impossible.
And hero highlight, Muerta. This hero we saw coming back to her ofrenda, dying one more time, which did allow them to go for Roche immediately after. Sometimes you do forget about some of these things.
Yeah, and you know, look, it's one of those where it was kind of a weird flex. We just assumed it was going to be a core and not a support. But yeah, I don't really know what it does in that role. It didn't look good, even though they won.
And here's the fight where things were looking good for Navi, right? This is where the Enigma started to pick up. Great initiation by BZM here, just getting in there, making things happen. You just end up popping the drums. It'll happen soon here on Enigma. Get in range for a good black hole. And what they did after this was they just grouped up and they went for the top lane. And this is where it's like, okay, Navi, they got this. This game is in the bag here, but got a little bit greedy around that Tormentor fight.
Yeah, and 33, I think it's very important to highlight his itemization, what he did in the game. He was not playing for the Helm of the Overlord, playing against Chen, so he can take over your creep with the Shard. Instead, he opted to go for Aghanim Scepter build, which gives him a lot more damage, I would say. It doesn't give them that ghost push, as we like to call it, in Dota with the Ancient Black Dragon, where you're pushing out the waves and not necessarily need to be there. But yeah, he did pick up early, like he pretty much rushed it after picking up Aghanim Scepter. Didn't have that good of a lane. He got punished, but still was able to stay on top of the network, and after picking up Aghanim Scepter, he picks up a Blink Dagger immediately after realizing that Enigma needs to be addressed. And I wanted to show the fight that happened like immediately after. This was also very weird choice from Na'Vi, what they decided to do in the top lane. 20 minutes in, it's a little bit early, I would say. They still managed to kill the Torme, but it also allowed them to get the jump on Enigma, and you can see Shad as well popping his God Strength. Once Enigma is down, you're not going to be able to like really do much with the rest of them. Sure, you can be tanky with the Chen, with the mech and everything, but yeah, after you kill one hero with the Beastmaster, Roar, because they don't really have a save other than Snowball, and if fights do tend to get pretty chaotic. Once Sven runs in, somebody gets roared, you get pushed away. So quite a difficult one, and I think this is the point where the game completely breaks, where they're unable to make a comeback after that.
Yeah, I don't think what they were doing there was inherently wrong as well. It's just their positioning was off. Yep. Unfortunately, Boom, he can't get roared in that situation. Yeah. Like, if the Nigma dies there, they can't fight. If the Nigma doesn't die there, they can continue to build their momentum. And unfortunately for Boom, that one mistake really just cascaded into a situation where they couldn't recover. They tried to get the Aegis on Puppey to try and turn the game back, but unfortunately it wasn't enough.
Listen, I'm so glad you brought that up, because I was like, listen, I'm the host. I shouldn't be highlighting anything. This is the worst play of the tournament, right? So their base is getting absolutely shredded. I think they're giving up 2 lanes of racks, but you go, okay, they do need to come back into the game. Maybe getting an Aegis isn't the worst idea in the world. They're doing Roche while that's going on. I don't know what happened, but Puppey just said, give me that Aegis.
Puppey wanted a second Aegis after winning TI. He's like, there's a lot of people with
and then let's see how the Aegis panned out. There it is. Well, there you go. Game turned around. Crazy. Was it a misclick? I mean, I didn't get a replay.
It has to. I don't understand, like, in what world Aegis on Chen over Drow is good. Like, it just doesn't exist, I think. No. Maybe, you know what happens? He's microing, he's clicking around.
I didn't see what happened. Maybe they started to back off immediately, started to TP. Oh, guys, you're losing racks. We already lost one side. The other side is being taken by Tundra. So they start TPing, and then there's Aegis on the ground. So somebody has to pick it up. Maybe that's more like logical option, but you never know. But it was a funny thing to watch.
No, yeah, sure. Definitely the worst play in the tournament so far, you know, but obviously it can happen to the best of us. It's one of those. In general, I mean, I know we kind of picked Tundra to be favorites. Things were looking really good for Na'Vi, even with this off-kill estranged draft. So there are positives there for them.
Yeah, definitely a winnable game. Even I in the green room thought they were going to win. Like, they were set themselves up for a position, in a winning position rather, and they just failed to close it. And that's kind of going to be the difference between the top tier teams and the ones that are trying to get there, is knowing how to close a game.
Yeah, your thoughts, Sim?
Yeah, they had interesting ideas, what they're going to bring to this first game. It did work for a good 20 minutes until that one fight. So I think keep things the same. I don't think necessarily anything was wrong with the draft. Leaned towards Thunder slightly, but they did their prep. You could see that what they were going for. It's just that one little bit of a misplay kind of turned the whole game around.
All right, thanks, guys. The second game in the series will be coming up soon. But first, we're going to check in with Sir Action Slacks.
Hello everyone, it is time to play another fascinating game of Spell Untangle, or Twisted Spell, or I forget what we call this segment, but I am here with Yuragi, who I would never forget. Good to see you, from Team Na'Vi. Are you ready to untangle some spells?
Yeah, you haven't explained it yet, but...
That's a big sigh. So, here's the game. I have combined 3 spells in Dota 2 to create a new spell. Do you know the spells well in Dota?
Yeah.
You're a carry player. You don't really have to.
No, it's gonna be easy.
Okay, it's gonna be easy, he says. Let's go ahead and see if it is easy with our first spell. This one is called Thesis Paper, because we took all of the longest spell descriptions and threw them together. I'll go through this quick. Hero summons an imperfect semi-autonomous duplicate of himself, which gains golden experience and shares his experience and abilities. The duplicate can be launched towards any location, which must be triggered again to mark the area and be blasted by an explosion. The further that this hero travels, the larger the explosion will be. Enemies caught in the explosion will cause your hero to bang on his drum, dealing damage to nearby enemies. There you go.
You sure it's just 3 spells?
There's 3 spells in here.
The duplicate can be the Arc Warden ultimate?
Could be.
Is it supposed to be 3 ultimates or 3 basic?
It's
or 1
any
ultimate?
spell.
Can be
just,
3 ultimates.
Yep, just combined. But I will give you a hint though that most of these do have a a theme to them. However, this one's theme is just annoyingly long. So sorry about that.
That's Beastmaster's Agony.
Yes. Okay, there we go. Do you know the official name of this spell?
Drums of Sloth.
Slom. Drums of Sloth is not good.
This guy is not slothing, no.
Okay, Drums of Slom, that is correct. You got one of them. There's 2 more. We can give you a hint. We have asked AI to combine the images of the spells into a hint.
Okay, this is A ult.
Yes, that is correct. So you've already got the last sentence. That was some Drums of Slom. You got the middle for the long-ass AA description. A hero that can make duplicates that you can throw.
Meepo?
Yes! All right, we got it. It was Meepo, my friend. Yes, Meepo.
Are they imperfect?
They are imperfect. They don't share all the stats like Arc Warden does, you know? So yes, indeed imperfect. Well done.
Yeah.
That was not as easy as you would have me lead to believe.
That was no easy.
Well, okay, it was very difficult. It was one of the more difficult ones. So let's give you one more. Okay. This is called Tentacle Torsion. Enemies that stray too near lose their movement abilities and are slammed to the ground by tentacles, which force them to move slowly and force other tentacles to attack them quickly. Hero gains bonus attack range versus slam targets.
Okay. Ravage.
Ravage is one, yes. You got the tentacles.
Bonus attack range. I thought it was Enchantress with Facet, but...
Incorrect. I'll give you a hint. The first sentence is one of the worst abilities in the entire game, in my personal opinion. Probably the worst.
You count innates?
I do count innates, yes.
So it's Omni-Knight.
That's right. Degen Aura, right?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely horrific. I would show you the AI image.
Attack range against the target.
Bonus attack range and speed against your tentacled target there. Is there a single hero that has a spell which grants that? A hero that potentially rides animals.
Really, huh? Oh, Chen.
That is correct, my friend. That is it. We have Degen Aura, Tidehunter, Ravage, and Penitence.
That's a nasty spell.
That is a nasty spell. Which do you think is the most OP spell that you've seen so far?
This one is OP. If it's like passive, you just run around, you slow people and they get tentacled.
Yeah.
That's pretty OP.
And then quick attack speed with those tentacles.
Yeah, it's good. Ability Grab Dream.
Yes. Would you use this spell? Would this be one that you would pick?
It's better than the first one, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much. You did a wonderful job, my friend. And we will see more of these combined spells here at PGL Wallachia.
Yeah, welcome back. So we're in the thick of it. Tundra versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi losing the first game. Okay, guys, we're going to be getting into the draft relatively quick on this one. So obviously we were a little bit critical of Na'Vi's draft, even though it did initially work, and then it kind of all went downhill very, very quickly. Are they going to change up their philosophy here, or do you think we're going to see some more off-kilter kind of stuff coming out from them?
I think similar thing when it comes down to draft. It's just that execution needs to be better. They had like 2 big mistakes. The first one kind of turned the game around immediately, the 20-minute mark, the Tormy play where they got the team wiped, and then that Roche attempt. I think the game was also in a pretty difficult state at that point, but yeah, it's just something that should not happen. Like this decision-making to go for Roche, it's a relatively slow Roche with Earth Spirit, so you don't have that much damage. But yeah, in terms of draft, I want to see something similar because this draft looked really good for the first 20 minutes.
I mean, it's Puppy Chen. Not many other teams are playing this hero for a reason. Puppy is playing it, and it's really one way to play it. It's like you get your auras, you stack them up, and then it's time to end the game. And that's just how Chen functions, right? So like, if they want to continue to play Chen, they just have to have less mistakes, because unfortunately, playing Chen in this particular meta is not popular because the auras did get nerfed a little bit. We're not seeing them as much, but it can still work. And I'd like to see it work again. You just can't make mistakes. That's the only downside. But you do have a very strong timing push. And I really feel like they could have won that game if, Boom just played a little further back there and they just bait the drow, bait maybe a Tusk or something. But just make sure the Nigma does not die because you need that black hole. You need his auras.
They also got surprised by that Blink Dagger. They didn't know it was available at this time.
These are pro e-gamers, as you call them.
I know. They get paid big bucks.
Coming.
Eventually, it should come, but you forget about it. You forget about picking up the Aegis. You forget about what some heroes can do as well. So they don't have the first pick this time around. Tundra will have it, and they will Tusk for themselves. Also respect banning Beastmaster. Had to remove Clockwork immediately because they don't have the first pick. And I also think Tundra has a bit of an upper hand coming into the second game, knowing that they defeated their best hero. Clockwork has been banned, which they had a lot of success with 4 out of 4 games. Drow Ranger was 3 out of 3 coming into the series, but they already defeated it. So now that's kind of what Navi probably gonna change as well. Try to go with a different carry.
Maybe. It depends on what they see, of course, right? Like, the Drow has always been a pretty decent answer to the Beastmaster, right? Because you get that Aghanim's, you can kind of deal with that, builds Butterfly, but won't be in the game this game, so they'll have to switch that up. I'm just curious if Puppey, is he going to pick the Chen? They're thinking about it, going into reserve time here.
Yeah, the Chen wasn't, really a bad pick. He had some great moments, as you'd expect. Really good body blocking, micro to pick up kills, bodied the Muerta, so... Let's see, we get the Doom. As we showed you earlier at home, 34% win rate, 36, there it is, sorry. So not been doing great, even though the hero has these incredible strengths.
I wanted to see more of a hero. They only played it once, I believe, and they did win that game when they were playing against MOUZ. So this hero brings a lot to the table in terms of itemization, because you can build pretty much into any item, and also if you don't like your items, you can sell your items with the facet and go for other items. You can also, buy something small, buy Midas, get Blink Dagger, then go back to Midas. Then there's so many things that you can do. You can surprise enemies with some Pipe Crimson, whatever it's necessary for the fight, where one fight went wrong for you, and then you can decide how to adapt.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting facet. This is a theoretical hero, right? There's so many theories that you can do with the items and selling. There's so many things you can do with the Doom, but unfortunately, most of these theories aren't really working out, as the win rate isn't incredibly high. And the reason for that is people hate playing versus Doom. You have to play against pubs all the time. They have their answers. You can pick heroes that are Doom friendly. Either you pick some illusion hero, or you pick the big strength tanky guys like Dragonite, for example, that they get doomed, they just pop their form, whether it's a Sven God strength. They don't care too much as long as they get their spells off in the fight, and they can deal with it that way. So we'll see if they opt for that again. I mean, Sven is a hero I do like versus Doom a lot for that reason. Just pop God Strength BKB. If he dooms you, well, you're just going to man up and fight anyway, and it doesn't really hinder you with the silence.
What's up with Sven? I did not expect this hero to be popular. We've seen it, I believe, 3 times so far. Yet last game in the lane against Enigma made a lot of sense, but... there was also a game yesterday where they were playing into Huskar, into CK, that didn't look too good. So it's more of a situational pick rather than, hero being super strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Zoo is coming back. Sven is always good versus that. We're seeing a lot of lineups that are physically based, like a lot of Tusk in the game too. So the Warcry is getting a lot more advantage here. And a lot of the popular carries that are like S tier are just being banned. So you're going to have to pick something. And I feel like people are playing a bit more with the Sven. I don't think it's OP or anything. You definitely have to pick it a bit later in your draft, and you have to see something. That's a strong lane.
You talked about the snap previously. You said it was available. They could have had it instead of the Muerta, I believe. And obviously, it is a strong pick.
It is. It gives you pretty much everything. This hero gives you strong laning, it gives you team fight, gives you save as well, great scaling. You can also be very effective against certain heroes like Pugna, like Phoenix as well, that has been seen quite a lot of play in this tournament.
And what will the response be here? I mean, I wouldn't hate it if 33's eyeballing the Visage. We talked about it last game. Beast is banned, Nigma's banned.
It's a good way to disengage. Visage sounds really good, because Doom, what he wants to go in is make like use it on one target and just chase them down. Visage birds are not like being focused in the middle of a fight. You really don't see those birds. They can come from different angles as well. You can stop Snapfire ulti from behind. So could be a really good pickup here.
Yeah, they go for the Shadow Fiend. This is a hero that I think ranged heroes in general are pretty good versus Doom as well, because he doesn't mute your items anymore. So whenever he jumps in, if you do have a Hurricane Pike, you can just send him back and just kind of like run away and wait for the Doom to go off cooldown. Plus, you also have the ability to be a bit stronger in the laning stage. They definitely had to contest this lane. I do feel like if they picked a melee hero, it would have been very, very difficult to try and contest this lane, because Snap Doom can get on top of any melee hero and really punish them. And it also keeps, I mean, I guess the flex isn't open anymore. Bounty Hunter, I think, is most likely going to go to that position 4 because they do like to play it on Soxa, which means Tusk, Shadow Fiend lane.
Yeah,
very
maybe
kill heavy.
Leaning towards Darkseer. This is super popular with Bounty Hunter, where you can get the kills, and it also gives you save against Doom. So you Doom somebody, if you don't have enough lockdown, Surge, he runs away. So I want to see what is going to be the response. I like this. Maybe potentially prepping for the Darkseer that I mentioned, where you use Lasso, and then Surge is not going to be as effective.
Yeah, and I think Puppy might play the bat. It's hard to say. He can play both. I guess it's open on what they see here, but it's very difficult, I think, to pick Darkseer or blind. Like the other times he did pick it was against like a Luna, right, where you did see the carry matchup, so you had some value on your wall, and that's typically what you want to have with Darkseer, is have a good wall target. That's kind of like the condition of picking the hero. Sure, he still builds auras, but is that enough to pick it? We'll have to see. But yeah, you did pick Bounty Hunter, and like your options of heroes that lane well with Bounty Hunter quite limited. So is Visage Bounty Hunter a lane? It might be a lane. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, that one, Darkseer. And that's the list for me of heroes that work well with Bounty Hunter in the lane.
Tundra Esports.
Oh, we got a Nature's.
So most likely, I mean, this is a bit of a flex, but it's either position 1 or position 2. Maybe there's some case for this to still be played as a position 5 if it's that good of a game for Batrider from the mid lane, and then you can pick a different carry, but I don't think it's necessary to overcomplicate the draft for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, Navi's draft right now, to me, kind of screams that they want to kill one hero, and they want to, like, Lasso Doomed. So I do want to see not everything riding on this Shadow Fiend net worth wise, because they have a really good ability. Like, and you might be like, oh wow, Storm and a Doom, that's not good. But I think any heroes or more cores they can get, the better here, because once you kill one hero on Na'Vi, you're kind of out of gas, right?
Yeah.
So like, if you're all your net worth is on like some carry that has to carry the game, and he gets Lasso Doom, he will die and you'll be in a problem. So more cores the better, I'd say. For
I would still remove Visage here, because what they can do is put Bounty in the lane with Shadowfin. It's not the strongest lane, but then you have Tusk plus combination with the Wizard.
What do you think Tundra will take in the off lane? Because all the strong off laners are kind of, if Visage goes, they go Underlord.
I'm still fine with either Visage or with that Darkseer that I mentioned, because you can creep skip, you can always do something on the map. But the reason why I like Visage, something that Fear did point out, is the combination with Storm Spirit Shard plus the birds, where heroes like die almost instantly. And you also have Tusk if he wants to go for the drinking buddies, which you can use on Visage birds, plus the Shadow Fiend minus aura. Heroes could disappear. Like, you could be watching the game and be like, what the hell just happened? Like, the hero just was deleted instantly.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I think Tundra is in kind of like an awkward spot here for that last pick, because you are laning with a melee hero, and we do know double melee. You can get away with it. It's just not strong, right? It's not going to pressure. You don't have last pick either, so it's like a very difficult spot. This is one of the most difficult spots I've seen 33 be put in a drafting stage so far. Normally, his hero, just right off the bat, is, you know, early picked on, and they find a way to make it work. He still has some heroes left, but none of them really stand out outside of the Visage as looking potentially being powerful. The Darkseer, that's like the X factor for me on this one. Like, I don't really know how strong that's going to be into a blind matchup, but most Darkseer lanes aren't really good blind.
Yeah.
What about good old Puck? I mean, this hero is still available. They have literally for Navi, and they are going to ban it. Yeah, because they have no lockdown whatsoever.
I mean, Puck would have been really good against the Storm in this game. We talked about how good it is. Like, if they didn't ban that, that would have been very criminal to get that on Navi.
I mentioned Queen of Pain instead of Earth Spirit in the previous lineup for Navi. I think this hero can also work, seeing that there is very limited. I mean, they could still go with the Earth Spirit, that's fine, but maybe
got dumpstered though mid.
He did. That's why I want to see Queen of Pain, and it's going to be Wizzy.
There he is.
He's got the Riz.
It's such a strong combo with the heroes that they have. Whiskey is I think he's going to own this game.
They definitely have to deal with him in some way, and I'm not entirely sure what that way will be, because NP, you already have it on your team. I think this is going to be your carrier mid. This is your flex. Your NP will be carry, so that is settled. And then Tiny versus Storm. This one's a classic.
Yeah.
You do lots of lockdown for him, high burst damage. Hasn't worked out as much as I'd want it to lately, but in the past it's been a good answer.
First couple of days of the tournament, we've seen Tiny being picked as a counter to Puck. People realize it's really not working now.
He just doesn't do enough damage now. That's all I feel. I feel like the combo just doesn't kill. And if you can't just kill your target immediately, what's the point of playing Tiny at this stage? So I feel like they were kind of like trapped into a situation where they needed someone that can make rotations on the map. They weren't happy with the Earth Spirit and how that laning stage went. So they went for this Tiny, but less inspired by this draft this time around by Navi.
This one's going to be pretty tough for them. I would say Tundra, they have this combination of the heroes that we did mention. Tusk with the Visage, with the Storm Spirit Shard, with Shadowfiend Aura. It's going to be pretty difficult. This is also a lineup that I think they're going to be in control of, going for Roshan instead of Navi like we've seen in the previous game. And all eyes on Visage. Again, like this hero, he buys 2 items. One thing I don't want to see is Navi fighting level 1 into Visage.
That's happened nearly every time the hero's been picked, so watch out for that. What were thoughts about the win conditions for Navi's draft?
Win conditions. Well, you have to get farmed on Doom for sure. Get a Crimson Guard. I think that's going to be a key item in this particular game. Outside of that, Puppey, he's playing position 5, but he's going to need to get farmed. He's going to have to get that Blink Dagger, make the initiations with BZM. It's all about the initiation for Navi, I think. If they need to get the initiation. But I think it's very interesting how we've gone from Drow Visage being the cheese to Luna Visage, and now out of nowhere, Storm Visage is the new combination. Who would have guessed that one? One of the few things that does still work with the birds is the Shard, as you mentioned. And I think it's incredibly powerful.
It is super strong, and you got to be paying attention to that in the middle of a fight, like what the Visage birds are doing. We're not going to be focusing on heroes. We're going to be focusing on summons this game.
All right. Well, guys, as always, thanks for your thought. I think we are about to get into the game. So I'm going to throw you over to Nomad, who's backstage.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Moon Meander, coach of Tundra. Now, firstly, Moon, when it comes down to Dota, sometimes, we don't understand things, and we need your high-level analytical mind to kind of pass the veil, if you will. So, can you tell me, why did Puppey take the Aegis last game?
Oh. I don't want to flame. I think it's just a misclick, guys. Why did you get so hostile? What in the world? I'm being trapped in this interview.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pull a gotcha. Let's talk about the draft we've just seen. It looks really aggressive. It looks hyper fun for you guys to play. Is this it? You just kind of smelt blood in the water and you're kind of going for the finishing blow? Is that the mentality?
I mean, it's just a classic Beastmaster game. When he starts ramping up, just, once he just gets snowballing, and when he's out of control, game's just over.
Absolutely. So that's a plan. Snowball, go, get him, play quick. Let's see how it works out for you guys. Thank you very much, Moon. We'll throw it out back to our casters for game number 1.
There we go. Game number 2 here. Tundra versus Navi. And we've seen exactly what the panel was concerned about. A Visage getting first blood. Keeps happening, Fogged. These early Solar Subs kills gives you that very nice little bit of a boost.
Not just that. Storm gets galvanized, right? So it's actually like both gets a benefit out of this level 1 fight. I'm not mistaken on that, right? Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he's got 1 stack.
He's got the 0.3 extra region. These things matter a lot. Getting this first blood, we've seen it so many games just kind of accelerate these Visages out of control. And this is definitely a game, you know, Pando talked about it. I love when we see these combos. I've seen the Luna, Tusk, Visage, Storm. I saw that one from the Nouns the other day. This one, it's a similar one. You have the Storm, Visage plus Tusk, so Drinking Buddies, Birds. Every one of these Storms at 15 minutes, even without Visage, they're buying the Shard. It's clearly a thing that people have started theory crafting that makes it super strong. And this is definitely one of those games you could see 33 go absolutely crazy, and look at his position already. They might get caught off guard by this.
Oh, is he going to get another bit of early action? Surely
top
not.
lane should be saying,
yeah,
there's no one here. Something's not right.
Boom and Zayats should be being very careful.
Boom.
Got the shards. I mean, they're going to get him.
Dead. He's got 9 stick. Is it enough?
It is.
Okay.
It is. It's enough to save him.
I didn't see that he had the 9 until right afterwards, but put very low, and now 33. He has enough money to be able to make his way toward top. Sox is going to drag the wave, so they're only going to miss out on, I believe, one of these waves so far. He's staying down here.
Oh, he really wants something.
He wants a kill before he leaves. He's trying.
This one they should get, right?
This one they should have, yeah. He's got another shot. It's going to be close. They got him. Bonus gold.
Now he'll leave the lane.
And the wave, it is behind the tower. Soxa got it to actually cut the wave perfectly, so he'll be able to deny this wave and keep the wave potentially here too. So Yuragi, can he actually keep that wave there? No, it's pushing forward. So yeah, this ends up working nicely for 33.
Quite the start here for Tundra with that all in mind.
Yep. He's got double stat items already, I believe, or at least one of those coming out, and a stick and a quelling, so he'll have the wave to play versus the Sprout. And yeah, the wave is coming in. And Soxa, yeah, just being very annoying, body blocking camps. This team probably, I mean, I'll say this team, 33 in particular, knows every ins and out of Visage. How you want to play, rotate with it. I've seen games where he gets destroyed in lane and then he just roams. So, yeah, Visage.
Is he the best Visage player? Would you say in this patch?
Yeah. Yeah, I would probably say so.
33 Visage, yep.
And the sniped courier, Soxa being very, very annoying. They actually have to keep the secondary courier at the tower now. And we'll see the lanes, how the other lanes end up going down. Since they started as that tri-lane bottom, it should be pretty strong, especially because it's also SF Tusk, one of the strongest lanes. And Storm versus Tiny, mid one, should have a very good time in the mid lane too.
Bottom lane, it feels like Na'Vi's got to be careful. Even without 33 here, they can still die to these two.
Absolutely. It's full souls already up on the SF.
They're like trying to get the setup. Cookie, of course, will help out, but can only Cookie one of you.
They're just
still taking so much damage and not being able to trade any of it back against Shadow Whitemon.
And this is before level 3 even comes out. Level 3, it kicks up that pressure even more down here. The Tusk and the SF get that much stronger in comparison. Not going to be an easy start for Na'Vi. A 2K gold lead. The power of the Visage. And let's see what Yuragi does overall with the game plan. Since this is a hero that absolutely wants to farm and go for Gleipnir, let's see if he looks to fight early, if he's going to make some of these TP rotations, kind of four-man sandwich the SF. I think there's definitely chances that they can maybe go through Portal and do some TP plays to look for this SF, but it feels like they're going to have to start band-aiding lanes pretty early on the side of Na'Vi.
This bottom lane's not going to get any easier for them for sure. Just having to pop through these salves. Poppy's going to come in with the rotation.
There's the potential four-man rotation that I was talking about. I think Yuragi even could skill teleport to look for a kill if they really want to persist for Shad. Because the lanes are just, the lanes are just sad at the moment.
And Poppy's coming in.
Go for him.
Got the Flame Break knockback. They got the Cookie. He's got a blast as well. It's not enough burst. In fact, Shad turns around, gets one of the raises off. Puppy's still in on top of him. Diving under the tower, but Shad, he's going to survive. And now he's ready to turn. Raises come in. He lives on a single-digit HP there.
What a TP by Soxa. Comes in, force feeds him that Lotus. He survives because of it. Quick rotation to stop that aggression.
I believe gives him tangos and salves as well.
Yep. Great support play. And Visage has the lane in a good position, so 33 should be able to get something out of this as well. Yuragi is pulling the lane top, but there's a lot of aggression. Boom.
And with the cookie already used, there's not much more escape that's going to help him. They've got him. Another kill here for the safe lane. Shad, 1-0-3. They found 4. Every single bit of action Shad's been involved in so far, with most of it, pretty much all of it happening down here outside of that first blood.
And for the next 70 seconds down here, it's super dangerous. Extra -4 armor. Everyone's at -8 if they walk up next to him. And you don't want to keep those stacks going, because as we know, it fully refreshes. So if he gets another kill...
How low did he actually get?
I think it was like 1 HP.
It was like 3 HP?
Yeah, something.
3 or 4. 4 HP, yeah. There we go.
Saksa stalking Puppy too. Puppy's just trying to make moves because of how like these lanes just got destroyed, so he's just trying to salvage things. But yeah, Saksa's just stalking him. It's as good as a start as you want for the side of Tundra. Level 6 already on the Storm too. They're just crushing all 3 lanes.
I mean, as Na'Vi, you know, tried to make that play down bottom, doesn't work out. What's sort of the next point of call to get something going in your favor?
Help your Tiny. Enable your Tiny as much as possible. Uh-oh.
Talking about the Tiny, BZM. He's had his arcane rune stolen by Whitemon, caught in the shards. He's dead. Another kill to be found by 33. A swing across over towards Zayas. Midmon's got just enough mana to catch up to him. With the arcane rune, Whitemon's going to have spells again in a second.
He pulls in the Visage. Yeah, they've got the trap. Another Soul Assumption.
Let him get the kill.
Oh boy, Owen. Look at that network.
This one's rough.
The roaming Visage. We've seen him do it before. He's like, yeah, I don't want to lane. It's not even worth it for me to lane. These kills are worth too much gold.
I mean, and he's got a great lineup around him to get these kills right.
And look at what time it is. 6 minute, 40-second. They do want to look for the kill and potentially go for that Wisdom rune. They're going to sneak in just for the Wisdom. BCM's coming in the area. Boom.
He's going down.
Another one.
Can they get to if they get the Wisdom rune in time?
Bring everybody, Na'Vi. Do not let them do this.
They're going to block off the escape of Shad. Shad turns, gets a couple of raises out, but he will fall. So Na'Vi, they'll be able to turn up, make sure they secure themselves the Wisdom rune. Also get the kill onto 33. So Na'Vi finally able to find a bit of action going their way as they punish Tundra.
They need to make these type of 5-man rotations, though, to fix the problems that are going down already. Top net worth Visage. Yuragi, decent farm, but the other 2 cores devastated at this point. But at least they didn't get the Wisdom stolen. So it is just that 1-for-1 exchange. But mid-1 thriving on this game. He goes Arcane Boots again. I guess he just really does like it on this, you know, just in particular that we've mentioned last game. It's mostly treads, but he just really likes to have that extra mana regen. And in this game, it's definitely one where you could see Storm also pop off because there's a bit of limited stun. It's BZM mostly that's going to be that answer, and mid-1 already off to a hot start. Power Rune. Can Na'Vi secure this for BZM?
Mid-1.
Puppy gets it.
Puppy's able to steal it.
But here's 33 again.
They go straight over towards BZM. Underneath the tower, can he survive? No. He goes
Puppy
down, they turn towards Puppy as well. He's trying to at least bring down Whitemon with him. The Scatter Blast comes in, but it's 33 getting the double. Mid-1 will die to the tower. So Na'Vi getting kills in return. Can Yuragi find 33? Kisses coming in. They can. So once again, Na'Vi finding the ability to turn up and make sure that Tundra do pay for these aggressive moves.
It's good that Zides was able to get the 6 this early. It's actually pretty huge. 8 minutes in, Snap having 6 with these moves that he's done. Definitely allowing them to fight back. Yuragi now getting some pressure onto the tower. This is dead. Good responses. Even though they lose Puppy again, ends up being worth it. BZM is really struggling though.
Whitemon is trying to lead in. They want to make the jump onto Yuragi. Mid-1's in as well. A lot of backup for Yuragi, and a cookie up to the high ground keeps Yuragi safe.
Toss back.
He's got a snowball to try and get away, but with the 5 of them here, Whitemon will get taken out easily as Na'Vi continue to really show Tundra that Tundra got to be a bit more careful now about how they go about these plays. Na'Vi's prepared.
You want to play a chaotic game? We'll respond with chaos. 5 heroes, as you mentioned, to the mid lane to fight back. All things considered, pretty good. They do get BZM a good kill to get back into the game. He's same net with his mid-1. Yuragi's got good net worth. And they do find that kill onto 33 to slow him down. It's just Boom who's the one who's struggling the most. You know, he's a Doom. He's gone for the Gluttony facet. which usually allows you to get that really high, fast farm, he is slowed down so much. He's bottom of the cores.
He's got the phase soul, and he's going to get the Crimson Guard first this game.
Very important. Puppey.
One gets the jump. They'll be able to put a stop to the cookie escape as Puppey will fall.
Every kill matters a lot. How much gold they get from these soul assumptions. It's going to be max level now, and mid tower potentially going down. They've got Glyph. Kiss is up in 5 seconds. Do they want to fight for this tower? They're pinging like they do. Puppey's pinging it out. They've got the kisses at the ready. Boom. Bottom.
And when they catch them out alone, they get the kills very easily, Tundra. Same to be sent there for Na'Vi. Potentially they find 33.
He's got the
He's
drums.
too speedy, actually. He's able to just run from the fourth, and Whitemon jumps away as well. Both of them just able to walk away from 4 heroes of Na'Vi. Now backup comes in for Tundra. Tundra, they can look to take some kills their way. As they get the catch onto Zayats, 32 grabs another kill with a soul assumption. He's got the mana here to control BZM. And BZM, he's not getting out of this. Another soul assumption, another kill. 33 continue to get crazy amounts of gold here on the Visage.
It's also starting to become track kills, Owen. So on top of the extra gold from soul assumptions, the track will start to make it also. It's not a lot, but all these little things do matter. 40 extra if he has 4 heroes there. It's 160. Shad has 3 stacks of lasting presence, and boom.
More soul assumption kills for Visage.
Track soul assumption. Money, money.
So what's the maths? How much bonus is 33 getting? He said, well, he gets 40 from the track.
Plus 210.
So 250 bonus gold for every kill that he's finding with these soul assumptions or kills under the effect of it.
Each kill is worth over 500 gold.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Because the bounty gets a lot more for himself as well, so he gets 130. So it's actually probably even more than that for each of these kills that they get with just a bounty plus a Visage. Puppey. 4-man stunned by the birds.
Fine Whitemon. He's going to go down. Tundra, do they want to try and fight into this without their tusk? They don't. I mean, well, Shad's thinking about a Requiem for the tree line. They'll back off.
BZM's about to have Blink. They need this Blink pretty bad to be able to match this aggression that's going on, because they're getting crushed, Owen. They're getting crushed around the map. Yaragi's farming okay, but this bounty hunter almost has the same net worth as the Doom. And that's a Doom with Gluttony, like we mentioned, so. Tundra getting so much out of the map, and this is even pre-15 minutes where they don't have that Storm Shard too. You imagine mid one's going to get it, and then it's just going to be go, go, go with those birds. Speaking of the birds, 33 almost has a pipe after the drums. So huge disparity between these offlaners. He's almost double the net worth of a Doom on a Visage.
That's how wild Visage is right now, and how crazy 33 is on the Visage for sure. Always takes it to the next level.
And so unique the way that he plays. I think we'll probably see other
he
teams
must love
adapt
this
like
patch so much as well, because he always loved Visage, right?
Yeah.
And now Visage is just better than ever. 33, he's got to love these sort of games. Just getting a pop off at this level.
I feel like you can't give them this hero. I think you just can't give 33
yeah,
a lot
watching
of
this
times.
gameplay, it's like this has got to be top of the list to not let 33 get his hands on, because
especially not a last pick.
Yeah, dude, I can guarantee there's some people watching right now that are going to be like, hold up, that was a last pick?
Yeah.
This was a last pick?
Last pick Visage when they already have the Tusk drinking buddies and everything. BZM, gonna go for a play. Kisses.
Now catch him here.
Nicely done.
Unlikely to be able to get mid-bomb. He's got enough mana with the regen rune.
Throwing the tracks.
Can they
BZM
get more
trying
Na'Vi?
to chase. He's got Blink.
Get the lasso in. Get another. I mean, Whitemon's thinking about trying to fight back. Saxa goes down. Doom gets dropped at the mid-bomb, but mid-bomb's going to be able to walk away. Good Requiem here for the sideline. Shad pushing back the entirety of Na'Vi. Stepping up, looking for Zayats. The pick up of the Wisdom Rune goes the way of Whitemon. BZM, though, gets another good toss back. Pull to the side. They're trying to keep Shad alive. He's getting buffed up, but he will fall. Now can Tundra get clean up? So 33's back in action. Puppey gets taken down. They've lost 2 Na'Vi. Can they get the rest of them out of here? Doesn't look like they can. BZM getting controlled by the familiars and mid-bomb. Mid-bomb will fall. And the soul assumption pick off here to come through for 33. Gets dragged to the side by Whitemon. Zayat trying to find the burst, but 33, he gets the burst first. Another soul assumption kill. Double kill for 33. Sax is ready to lead in on towards Yuragi. He's going to try for the TP out. They got any way to stop it? They don't. Yuragi escapes.
What a TP. All right, chaos ensues. 18. Last game we had, what, 2 to 4, so then explode. This one has 29 kills in 14 minutes. Good persistence from Na'Vi to get at least a good amount of these core kills, but then the soul assumptions and track come into play.
That's the thing, right? If you consider this game, if it didn't have like this last pick Visage getting through, Na'Vi would probably be in a pretty good spot.
Agreed. It's just the bonus gold that's counteracting pretty much everything. Even though, yeah, you get bonus gold from Doom, or from, you know, the Gluttony and everything, they just get too much out of this track and soul assumption afterwards.
And the setup here, look at this.
Long zip.
I see him. They're straight in on top of him.
Yaragi's gone. Shad will survive.
Bottom lane. I mean, Whitemon, he should die here, so Na'Vi gets something. I mean, he's juking.
What?
No way.
No way. He
Never mind, they don't even get Whitemon.
And now the rotation's coming in. Here comes the squad, the extra gold squad.
Uh-oh, yeah, here comes 33 in mid one. They'll catch Zayats. More money for 33. And maybe now Puppy. I think, well, definitely now Puppy. They could see if they can keep him alive long enough to let 33 get him with a soul assumption.
Sure
they do.
will.
That's another one.
Money, money. And Whitemon lives during all of it. 2, 3, and 14 on this Tusk, level 9. Juking him out. Look at the early game items that they've all purchased too. Double drums. Drums even on the Tusk to be able to play around with that extra movement speed. Boot to the Bearing now finished for 33. 21 to 11. 21 kills on the team with all this bonus money.
The Visage bounty.
Gleipnir's done. All things considered, as you said, you know, not bad timings for Yaragi. He's only died the once this game, which is pretty surprising. But his other 2 cores are devastated right now. Boom. 900 gold away from Crimson, but feels like he needs Crimson and that pipe ASAP just to block out this damage that's coming out from the SF and the Visage in the middle of the fights.
I mean, it just feels impossible to be able to try and carry a game like this as a Nature's Prophet when everything is just collapsing in on you. You know, the pressure's there. You're playing from behind. It's so difficult for Yaragi.
And at this point, too, they have the Shard on the Storm. So Visage, I believe, also bought his, so they've got the protection. 33 definitely feeling a little bit vulnerable at times because they threw kisses on him every single one of the fights. But now they have that Storm Shard, too. So the bonus damage on these familiars, watch how they shred heroes. Grove Bow for both of these carries. Balance. They're looking for kills. Puppy. He'll be found.
Oh, BZM's going to try and help out.
Lasso thrown on the bounty.
I mean, Yaragi's TPing in. It looks rough. It's moves like this where you really feel that Na'Vi, there's just not a lot they can do right now.
Can they get out too? Yaragi
That's the
TP'd
thing.
in.
I don't think they can. They're going to chase them down, hit with the Shuriken under the tier 2. Okay, maybe they won't dive.
33.
I mean, they're tempted, Tundra. I mean, Boom stepping up. They have to be so careful, Na'Vi. They can't fight this.
Not versus the whole squad. Spirit Vessel now finished up for Saksa. Every one of the just look at the gold lead. It just continues just growing and growing on any of
They
these.
tried to step out.
Boom.
He's gone. Zayat's caught as well.
And there was that buff on the birds. Saw how quick the Doom died. Every kill's 1,000 gold. And when there's 5 heroes there. And soon, well, not too soon, but Bounty is getting closer and closer to level 12. More damage. They have a Vessel now for the Doom and the Tiny.
Well, let's do the exact maths because we've got the time. So So at the moment, we
don't have time.
Oh. Well, yeah, Na'Vi, they don't have the time. It looks like. Okay, they get the kill on Saksa.
Yaragi, can he get himself out? Looks like he can.
I mean, they want to maybe get back in. Okay, Na'Vi seeing if they could get the jump with BZM. Shad, Requiem from the tree line catches BZM by surprise.
19. So on top of everything too, right? It's track, soul assumption, and galvanized stacks. So 19 now for mid one, getting involved in 18 of the 25 kills. Yeah, that's a cool draft. Na'Vi trying to get a kill. Whitemon.
Maybe they'll get Whitemon. They got the lasso.
Made a lot for him.
He's able to get the snowball off, but he will die. This time we can be certain of that. Just having to put so much into just getting these small kills, Na'Vi.
You take what you can get at this point, but you're still losing so much. BZM 3 and 6 on the Tiny. Feels like they have all the answers for him. Level 12 now up on the Visage. Zayats is still having some pretty good farm on the snap, all things considered. The supports are having okay games. It's just, yeah, these other two cores on the side of Na'Vi not getting any momentum, and that's kind of what Tiny wants to have, is Puppey.
And Yuragi's TP'd in to try and help out, but I mean, maybe with Zayats and BZM. Okay, it's a good setup from BZM. Kisses coming in as well. Shad is trying to heal up with the lifesteal. He's still alive. Surely he doesn't survive. He does not. Shad will fall.
Doom.
Tundra, they're getting the cleanup. They've killed off Yuragi. They may even just get the team wipe here. Saxa's going to be able to stay over towards BZM. They'll chase down the Tiny, the last one left alive here for Na'Vi. He will live, but only just 4 dead again on Na'Vi. They only are able to take down one hero. It's a big one. You're getting Shad, but it's a 1-for-4 trade.
You feel forced to fight versus this, though, right? On Na'Vi, you're like, we need to fight into it, but it just doesn't feel good. XP-wise, gold-wise, galvanize-wise, etc. And that was their big fight with all their ults. Not the fire, or not the last zone protectors that one used earlier, but that was the Doom, that was the Kisses. They're only really able to find one of these targets. So durable, so far ahead of lads now for 33. The items just keep flying in. 14, 3, and 11 on a Visage in a pro game at 20 minutes. Like, yeah, just thriving.
I just can't imagine we'll see Tundra get the chance to last pick a Visage.
I feel again. I said that in the beginning of this tournament, just in general for the hero. I feel like most teams, just this hero, just... I feel like it's such a good fighting meta right now that he's able to always get a game like this.
Especially this tournament, right? A lot of the gameplay's been pretty chaotic, right? We've had a lot of action. It's been a very fun tournament, a lot of fun gameplay. And yeah, this is the sort of hero, as you said, it really revels in that.
Because like, what was the best answer we've seen to it? It was that Meepo tree lane that we saw from Nouns, which actually looked really, really cool, but that wasn't versus a 33 Visage, so... That net worth is just insane. Like, did we actually pull up the GPM for a second for him? It's 715 on a Visage. That's record-breaking for sure. Bounty soon to surpass those cores on the side of Na'Vi. Level 12 has been hit, so add up more gold, Owen. Plus 80 on all allies, 225 for him.
But what is that?
I'm not doing the math. It's
320 plus 225, so that's 545, and then plus the 250, so that's 795 gold out of nowhere. If the whole team kills someone that also gets taken out by the soul assumption.
Yes. Ooh, pulls a creep.
Effectively 800 bonus gold for every kill that Tundra gets when everyone is involved.
Boom. There's that bird damage. The overload gets put on them as soon as they show up. Oh, up. Couple extra hits. Dies. Money. How much was that one? 1,000 XP, 600 gold. This has to be the highest kill count game. 2 kills a minute. And a game where Visage and Bounty love that kind of stuff. What's the next item that feels like Na'Vi? I'm just unsure. This Doom is just so shut down. I just don't know what Boom really goes for. He has to go for BKB, but this has to be one of the poorest Dooms you'll see when they go for
Puppey. I don't know what you do. I feel like maybe you do something drastic, like you just have Yuragi go full split push and just try and get BZM to hit creeps and become, you know, some sort of late game presence as the Tiny.
I'm just unsure.
Like, I don't know how the Nature's Prophet carries a game when you're this far behind as a team.
It's him versus 3 carries, or 3.5 carries.
Like, you can't turn up to these fights.
No. But they have. They've turned up to every single one.
That's kind of the only thing you can do.
Yeah. And now Roche probably on the menu. Oh, sorry, they did it right. My bad. Going toward top, probably on the menu. So they can probably look to take out the top 2 towers. I don't know why I said Roche when I meant towers.
Puppey.
He's looking pretty dead. Track money. This is a rough one.
Yeah, at least in game 1, Na'Vi had sort of that first, 15 minutes or so where it looked kind of close. Rest of it, not so much. And then this game 2, definitely not so much.
All right, this is where you go to the toss-back plays, right? Now you're going to have to hope for the toss plays.
That's true. Some toss into fountain. Let's go.
Starting to feel like it's getting to that point. 33 has an AC, about to be finished too, for that push. They have the presence, effective buildings on SF, and they're just looking for more kills.
A sweeping across the map. killing whoever they find here, Tundra. Ooh, Yaragi looking to get out of this one. Boom. They'll get the Doom drop down onto mid-bomb, which will stop him from chasing down the Doom, so Boom will be able to back off, but that will be the Doom gone.
Now they have no kill threat, it feels like. 2300 HP Storm barely takes any damage from that. Still ready to fight, doesn't even have to go back.
Yeah, they've got the full AC now, 33. They've got the Solar Crest as well as a team to save one another.
Oh boy. High ground time. They still got a minute left on the Aegis. They have the auras ready. These buildings will drop super fast. They have to pop the glyph with the Crimson. That was actually a bit of a slip up there. Now that guard is going to wear off as the glyph wears off.
There's the jump. Mid-one's going to find a chance to get in straight away over towards Zayas. Zayas gets out with the cookie, but he's still trapped in the shard. A raise from Shad finishes him off. We'll come in with a buyback. Jump forward from BZM. I'll get the toss back onto Mid-one. Mid-one's still able to zip away back to safety. Backdoor protection, protecting the mid-racks for now. Whitemon reaches in with a punch and the snowball. BZM's gone. 33 ready to push him with the familiars. Whitemon out to the side. He'll get caught by the Gleipnir, but he's able to walk away. Toss forward will finally finish him off. Puppey gets the lasso on a Shad, but the Vortex drag back from mid-one comes into play as Puppey, he's out.
They cut the wave with Yaragi with the creep, but they were actually going through the back door. Melee racks exposed. They're going to continue. They still have Aegis for 10.
BZM.
Tossbacks.
There's another tossback. Sacks a corner into the tower. Had a cookie BZM to the side, but the right clicks just fly through. Triple kill for mid-one. It is over. GG is called. What a game 2 from Tundra. And with that, the series, it's theirs. 39-15, 26 minutes in, 26,000 gold lead, folks.
I don't think you give this guy last pick Visage, especially not
Visage.
with even Bounty or anything. I don't know. This draft was too strong, and Na'Vi, they fought into it, and they gave the first blood. That's the other thing, too. They were looking for the
beginning
fight.
of the end.
You can see the smiles on their faces. I mean, 33. I think he may have surpassed the 800 GPM mark for a second there. It dipped down at the end, but that has to be record-breaking stuff from this Visage. Every single one of the fights, it was either track kills or bonus gold, and I mean, you can see it from Na'Vi. It's like they don't even know it hit them.
No, that was a fast one. A very fast one there from Tundra. Yeah, Na'Vi not standing a chance whatsoever in this game, too. This series, Tundra, they'll be knocking Na'Vi down 2-0.
Yeah, I know what hit them. It was the Visage. It happened again. You cannot give this man the last pick, Visage. It's so strong, and particularly so strong in 33's hands. I mean, obviously...
it's hard to even talk about the game that just happened, because it's... You let the last pick Visage. You fight early on into the first blood.
They did it again.
He's camping bottom, getting some extra kills. Bounty's pulling the creep wave, buying time for him until he comes back to the lane. And then the combo we talked about. The birds are just doing way too much. Hero versus hero.
Yeah, I wanted to go over this one real quick.
Yeah, go.
So basically, like, I wanted to show the early game and what you described and what happened here. So they did a really cool thing with Visage and Bounty Hunter lane, and they realized this lane is kind of weak at the first couple levels. So how did they solve this problem? They just didn't lane it at all. Visage, he started bot lane after getting first blood, as we'll see right here. Like, this is like something that should not be happening in these games, but it happens time and time again. But what was really, really cool about this was the fact that he lingered bot lane, right? He just ended up staying there. He let Soxa go top lane, and Soxa drugged the creep all the way around to the tower, so he wasn't missing anything but one wave, really. They got an additional kill there, and I think it's worth it with this one hero in particular, because you do get that 250 bonus gold for that kill. So he's already like 800 net worth from first blood and that one kill there, and we'll see it as well throughout the game. All this Bounty Hunter Visage stuff, it's just nasty, man. Like, you're getting so much gold per kill, track gold plus death toll gold, and at some point in the game, it just... You can't do. They're laughing. They're having a good time. They're like, why am I making so much money? Why is my Visage so farmed?
They did a great job as well of just letting him get all of the last hits, all of the kills, right? I mean, he was crazy.
Yeah, you show up to a fight, that's 1k gold lead pretty much for every single kill. It is just way difficult. Something that people try to theory craft as well in the past is how to create gold out of nothing. When we talk about 33, he does like to play some of these heroes like Doom, and then also creating a lot lot of stacks, because when he was playing for Liquid, when he was playing for Tundra back in the days, they've been stacking a lot, creating gold pretty much out of nothing, and then add Hand of Midas, Octarine Core, try to stay on top of the net worth as much as you can and just go with that. Because his itemization is pretty standard for Visage. You go for drums, you go for pipe, then you upgrade to bongo boots. They even had extra boots, drums on Tusk, because they're like, yeah, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna be playing around the birds, and you can see the boys smiling for a very good reason, especially mid one, understanding that all he needs to do is buy shard and pop it when he's near the Visage, and then you have all that extra gold, plus the tag team, plus Solar Crest on Tusk. It's just how we expected this game to go, with Shadow Findora, of course, reducing the armor from the enemies. Perfectly executed draft from Tundra.
Not much else to add. Perfectly executed draft, and it was very cheesy with all the heroes combined, like had synergy with each other with this Visage, and it's actually just crazy. We talked about this Visage last big. They decided to ban Centaur and Sand King instead, which are two heroes who I don't find very strong with the Bounty Hunter, but I think they'll be rethinking that one tonight and going into the preparations for tomorrow whenever they play next, because this Bounty Hunter Visage, it looks insane. If you ever get ahead, how do you come back?
Yeah, I really assumed it would have gone. It's kind of crazy that it got through. Is that indicative of perhaps like maybe too many cooks in the kitchen? We've already talked about how like Puppy's, a captain, and he can't really switch that off, but obviously it's not his team, he's the stand-in. Do you think there's maybe a bit of, cross purposes when it comes to the draft? Because we saw kind of two weird executions there.
Yeah, it could happen, but also I think the biggest thing is what you're going to learn from this series coming into the next one, whether you maybe want to play these type of drafts with Storm, with any kind of ways with Visage, but we'll have to see. It's all about adaptation and how much you learn from losing a game.
Well, we're going to see what Tundra thought of that one, because Nomad is backstage with Saxa.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, so Saxa, very successful second game. I mean, very successful series. How was it to play Bounty Hunter in this game?
I mean, this game was very enjoyable to play Bounty. There was like a lot of kills to get. And we also had the Visage combo, and that's like, when you get track kills and Soul Assumption, that's like one of the most satisfying things in Dota. So it was a very satisfying game.
And is this something you've been cooking up for a while, or wanting to kind of find the opportunity to run the Bounty Hunter and Visage combo? Because it was a little naughty.
I guess. I mean, we like both of these heroes, but we thought together they will be fine as well. A lot of games, both of them are banned, so kind of getting them both, it was like a miracle, but I'm glad we got it, because this shit is kind of disgusting.
Yeah, just making gold out of nothing. You can't get away with that. So what's it like playing in this team at the moment? Because you've got a lot of ideas coming in, you've got a lot of new players. How do you kind of sort through all that and create something kind of resembling like a coherent strategy?
I think that's mostly Neda, 33 and White, and Moon doing all the prep. We kind of talk about some heroes that we like. Like everybody has like 3 or 4 heroes they like, and we talk about them beforehand, and we can see how they complement each other, like each roles. So it's mostly just Neda and Moon kind of digging up the sets, the strategies, and coming up with something.
All right, well, it seems to be kind of getting better each game. I think each game you're looking more and more convincing. Is that reflecting in the confidence of the team as well, and the conversations you're having kind of behind the scenes? Are you kind of saying like, yeah, this is looking like a good tournament for us?
Yeah, I mean, we feel confident. I think a lot of the good teams are taking a break, and this is the first tournament of the season, so definitely this is a good opportunity for us to kind of just learn as well, but also to like get a good placement, so we're looking to do that.
Absolutely. So one of the big kind of contenders to getting a good big placement is obviously going to be Falcons. I think a lot of teams are looking at them as the biggest team in the region. What are your opinions on this team, and do you have any plans on how you're going to take them down? Obviously, don't share them with me, but are you cooking anything up already, even though it's going to be a long way off before you face them?
I guess a bit. I'm looking forward to facing them if we get there. Definitely they're looking like the best team this tournament, but I think they are not as in good shape as they were in TI. So maybe an opportunity for us to get a W, but of course it's going to be a tough match if we do face them, so we'll see.
Absolutely, always going to be tough against Falcons. And is there any other team which you think has been looking really good and kind of near your level in this tournament at the moment? Who do you think the kind of second or third best team at the event is behind Falcons and yourselves?
I think for sure Heroic definitely underestimated this tournament. I mean, they also beat us, so there's that. But I think they have a new carry, Parker. The guy is like a machine. And I think they are looking very good in the moment. So we will probably face them next round. So I think that's going to be a fun match.
Absolutely, I hope so. Really looking forward to it. Big respect for Parker there from Saxa as well. Saxa, thank you very much for coming to talk to me. Best of luck in the rest of the playoffs. Back to the panel.
Yeah, Saxo, one of the greats there. We're going to have to get Nomad a box if he does another interview with him. He was like the Statue of Liberty holding that microphone up, wasn't he? Anyway, just some final thoughts. I mean, you could hear there, Tundra very relaxed. They've really impressed me over the course of the tournament. I mean, I don't want to, name names. There were a few members of the talent that were like, look, stand-ins, you can't expect too much from Tundra. Stand-ins seems super relaxed. 33 and Saxa are playing incredibly well.
Yeah, the core of the team is still super strong because you have White One who's playing out of his freaking mind on this Tusk if you give him the hero. And I like the fact that he talked about them like talking about their heroes, their kind of Siggies, plus also combining that. That's how Visage plus Bounty Hunter came up to a play, because Saxa, he back in the days, he loved to play this Bounty Hunter, said it was one of the more enjoyable Bounty Hunter games to start with when you're snowballing. So a lot of those ideas, it's like looks very simple. Oh, which hero do you like to play? You say one hero, then we combine it. Suddenly you have a really good combo.
Yep. Well, we can take a look at the bracket. It's coming up on your screens at home now. You can see, obviously, Tundra are through to the next round of the upper bracket. Na'Vi down there in the lower bracket. They'll be eagerly awaiting finding out who they're going to play so they can go and prep accordingly. Tournament life, obviously, on the line. If you lose in the lower bracket, away you go. And with that said, we are going to now take a quick break. We're going to have another series coming up after that, and it is going to be Heroic versus Infinity. Make sure you don't miss it.
Yo, this guy might be.
Yeah, look, his top.
I'm going.
I got both. Let me nuke.
Let me track. Oh, no,
Oh.
track. Yeah, go.
It's okay with this guy.
Welcome back to PGL Wallachia, now a South American slobber knocker. We have got Heroic taking on Infinity. You're smirking. You didn't think I'd land that one, did you? We've got Lacoste, we've got Fear. Let's talk about this one. Two teams that obviously, due to the regionality, know each other very well, right?
They do, and I think it's going to come down to whether Heroic is going to be able to execute one more time, because they've been the best South American team for a while, and Infinity, they are seeking for revenge because they met 3 times so far in 2024 in the Dream League qualifiers, in the Birmingham as well, and one more time at the Dream League for Season 22, only managing to get the games off of Heroic. But I think, because they also met relatively early in all of these qualifiers, so they knocked them down into the lower bracket immediately, and once they knocked them out of the tournament as well when they met in the lower bracket. So I think there's a lot of pride on Infinity, because you want to be the best. Like, first you want to be the best in the region, then you also want to show that you're going to be the best at the tournament, and this is a good opportunity for them to show it.
Yeah, and we've talked previously about how Heroic have dominated in this region. I mean, they just seem to be such a force every time they're in those regional qualifiers, etc.
Right. I mean, I think that graphic there, if you were to show any South American team versus Heroic, would look exactly the same. Because Heroic has qualified for everything from the region.
Yeah. We can talk about the average time as well. This is what you can sort of expect when these two teams meet. Talk me through the numbers and what this translates to.
Yeah, Heroic being a really fast team, they know how to close out the games early on, while Infinity, they are one of the longer ones in terms of closing out the games, in terms of average win duration as well. So it comes down to them picking like similar heroes, I would say, to Heroic. It's just that Costabile as well lost the farm slightly more than Parker, and it translates into them closing out the later stages of the game. Also, their execution in some of these fights, also sieging the high ground, is not as clean as Heroic's.
Most everything isn't going to be as clean as Heroic's, because Heroic they're well polished. You know, they're definitely a team that has had a lot of time, a lot of practice getting there, and bringing in Parker as well seemed like the piece of the puzzle they were missing as well. Last time that Hector did get removed for Parker, there was also that honeymoon phase with Parker. That was on beastcoast, so this is Heroic, different team, but same type of result, where it's very explosive. And that makes Heroic very, very dangerous right now, because Parker, when he's feeling himself, he almost seems unstoppable.
Yeah, you've praised him as well, Dom. You said you think he's one of the best performers here in that position. Do you?
Yeah, but I think this whole series is going to be pretty much down to carries, because these two carries have shown some like really great performances. Parker was popping off, but as tournament progressed, Costabile was the one kind of taking over what's like when we talk about the highest KDA and everything. He's not there, but he's breaking a lot of records in terms of him being in top when it comes down to farming, last hits per minute, and everything. So I think it's going to come down who's going to be able to amplify their carry. And Costabile, you can see a lot of first places, hero damage per minute, last hits as well, last hits per minute, XPM, GPM. This guy, as I said, is joining slightly later compared to Parker, who is very explosive. So I want to see if that's, because the way I see this matchup going is whether Heroic is going to be able to close it relatively early on, or if it's going to be dragged into the later stages of the game, where Costabile is going to shine on some of his heroes. He did play Terrorblade yesterday. He's playing Morphling, Medusa. These are also not the heroes that are going to join relatively early on, but he also does play Gyrocopter. He does play Luna, even Shadowfin. So these are the heroes that can play with 2-3 items and try to close out the game.
Yeah, tell me a little bit as well just about the Infinity lineup and some of the other aspects that you like, Clinton.
Well, there's a lot about this roster that has been really good. I do like, obviously, their mid laner has been popping off in most of their games. That is PP, of course. Then the off lane, they've had some, I don't know, it's been pretty good for the most part for Infinity, but for the most part, I'm always looking at co-stability and what can the PP do on this team, because they've been had the best segment so far that way.
Well, I believe you've also got something prepared for us.
We do, yeah,
PP.
all right.
I'm not going to lie, when you said you were going to show me a PP video...
Oh, I will. You might love him, you might hate him,
really.
but you can't deny that PP does exist here. And all right, so going into this, we're going to take a look at PP and what he was able to do versus Alliance in game number 2, specifically on the Monkey King. So let's get right into it. His Monkey King was absolutely insane in this game. He sets up already. He gets the kill on Skylark. He's in the right place at the right time all the time. And after this kill, it'll go on shortly to the next clip. He catches Alchemist yet again. Every single hero on this map, PP found them, and he was able to utilize this throughout the entirety of the game. This Alchemist, as you can see in this particular game, he is very, very, very farmed in the net worth there. So this is something that he had to do for him to be able to win this game. And yet again, BKB timing is delivered. Pops it, gets another kill on Mobe. Mobe does go down, and then yet going on, he's not done yet. He'll find one more kill here. And if we take a look here, who is coming for you? Minimap zoom here, he's right there. He's ready for you, he's gonna come. He jumps in, and yet again, PP gets another kill on Skylark. Skylark had a really rough series, I must say, but PP, every single situation in this game, and this is the finisher right now, PP, he sets up perfectly here, gets this right there, Wukong's command into the Gleipnir, sets it all up for his team, kills this monster Alchemist, and yet again, he just set up every single kill this entire game for his team, single-handedly just bringing it home for them.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. I mean, what a fantastic performance we've seen from PP over the course of the tournament. He's been, one of the standouts for me because, again, look, you can only watch so much Dota in your life. I do feel like it feels like he's stepped up a little bit here.
Oh, for sure. We saw a couple of clips of PP, going in, but he had protection when he was going in and out of the fight. So it was really hard to kill PP in most of these situations because they were playing around him. And I think that's the key, just play around him because he is going to be the one making the moves around the map.
Yeah, so moving on, I guess we need to talk about... I don't know how we did that with a straight face. Well done, guys. Seriously, round of applause. In terms of how they match up, because they're so familiar with each other, as we move towards the picks and bans, keeping in mind, new patch, but some similar heroes creeping in. There's a few leftovers, a few stragglers from TI. Are they looking to kind of like play some mind games here? Because obviously, when you play each other regionally all the time, you have to kind of, keep everyone on their toes.
Well, back to you, Clinton.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, this team, they've played a lot against each other. Just maybe not on the same teams. Infinity is kind of like a new squad, of course, but they have a lot of experience against each other. But I think it's really going to be up to Infinity. They've kind of been defining themselves as this tournament has been going onward. And honestly, most all the South American teams, they've impressed me. Like, they didn't look so good on day one. I thought maybe all NA, SA, even Nouns was going to get knocked out by the time we got to the playoffs. But they've been improving game by game here. And, there is such thing as LAN magic, right? Where maybe online, they don't have a chance for Heroic, but maybe in a LAN setting, this is exactly what they need to finally overtake this team.
I had a term for that. Like, I started this term about 15 years ago. I used to call them LANimals, like back when I was a coach, because they were people that would like be just normal online, but you get them to a LAN and they would just step up their game by like 20%. Yeah. And so, I've been pushing that as a phrase in other esports. Dota fans, you are welcome. Use it if
I
you
will
want.
embrace it.
Yeah.
I think I did mention the battle of the carries, but also Heroic. They're one of the teams with the smallest hero pool here compared to Infinity, who has the second biggest hero pool in the tournament. So they do have more options when it comes down to hero picks. And one thing I noticed when I was doing research for this series is that Infinity, when they have second pick Radiant, and they do have that in the first game, they only have 25% win rate.
What's interesting?
It really is. It comes down to also like the way they play. I would say Because it depends, like when you're playing between 15 and 20-minute mark on Radiant, sometimes I would say that they don't put enough pressure with the squad, and also some of their last picks, I would say that I've not been really impressed. I think there are other options that they could go for, but let's see what Heroic is going to go for, and that's going to be Naga Siren immediately.
Yeah, Red at this is allowed to slip through. Obviously, does everything you want in that position, right?
Yeah, and Bristleback is going to get through as well. Talked about how annoying that hero can be to play against. But I do like the Tusk span. Knight specifically has shown how good he is at that Tusk, especially with the Aghanims when he does manage to get that one. So a bit of a respect on that one. And then they're going to go straight into the Bristleback. And I think Coastability, the stats did show that he played it once but wasn't able to get the win on it. So maybe that's why Heroic are willing to let it slip through the cracks here, as the carry, maybe not the best hero for Coastability, because he likes to play the hard carries, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't really want to get super active. So now they know Illich is going to play this almost 100%, and they can kind of prepare for that. Naga doesn't really stop Bristleback too much. I do suppose the Deluge is nice if you can stack another stun on top of it with the status resistance removal that it does give you here. So that one will be interesting. And more than anything, Naga pairs incredibly well with all of the Silver Edge buying heroes, especially the ranged heroes.
Yeah, and these are the heroes that Parker plays extremely well. He was playing Luna, he was playing Gyrocopter, Shadowfiend we saw like really, really good itemization when he was playing against the Lifestealer. I keep going back to that I think Parker is one of the best carry player of the tournament in terms of what he brings to the table and how much he can adapt to certain situations. That was always like something that players do struggle. Maybe after the game they can realize what they could have done better, but Parker does it in real time, and that's what makes him such a great carry.
Both teams just really thinking about what they don't want to play against or protecting future picks moving on here. I mean, the Monkey King, yeah, I mean, it makes a little sense. If you get stuck in the Wukongs, can be very annoying as well. And Batrider, I'm a big fan of Batrider in general this patch. I did not like the position 5 Batrider that we saw last game that Puppy was playing. It's not that I think he played it poorly. I just think this hero wants to be in the off lane. He wants to be stacking, and more than anything, he wants to be clearing those stacks, right? And then getting that really fast Blink Dagger. So hopefully they can make that happen. However, I do say all of that, but he is with a Bristleback who also wants to do those stacks. So a little, not necessarily the best on that regard.
This hero is really good at also stealing enemy stacks when you play from position 4 as well, where you can go around the map, check if enemy
It's a bonus,
Yeah, so you can clear them easily. I'm not talking about the ancient stack, but you can steal the big stack, because that's going to take some time, and you also need to be relatively high level. Post-10 mark is going to be much harder, but yeah, he can get away with it.
Well, there's one of the few heroes we talked about that can actually use a break. It was the Primal Beast. I mean, Viper was an option if they wanted to go for it, but I think this
is just a better hero.
Yeah, I mean, I still think Viper is good. It's the best hero versus Bristleback. However, it's not as flexible. You need to see your lane first, perhaps, before you pick it. This is a safe bet. It is definitely really good. And pair it with most likely position 4 here. But
if they want to go for another break, they could go Hoodwink if they feel like it's going to be a thing. It's banned. That's why I mentioned it. But this is
nice, good one.
I do
think
like
you saved it.
I prefer overall Snapfire as a hero to Hoodwink, because you always have a kill threat on the map. You have Snapfire with the Primal Beast. Even like 2 supports can pair it up and try to go for some of the kills. But a good response with the Disruptor. I think this hero is going to be really good. The repositioning tool against the Primal Beast. So you'll always have something to glimpse him back, force him. So he is either not dealing damage or forcing him to use a BKB maybe when he does not want to use it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Invoker, Disruptor, they fit pretty well here. I mean, Glimpse is, I don't know if you mentioned it's well good versus Naga too, because as you're TPing out, if you're out of the range, you can glimpse someone while they're TPing, cancel that, maybe get an additional kill. Doesn't give you that safety net, but as we typically see with Disruptor picks, the puck will come shortly after, as your stun lockdown is pretty much a lasso right now. So even more pressure now for this Batrider to get that early Blink Dagger, because there is no chance in hell you're catching this puck without a Blink Dagger on this Batrider.
Yep.
You have no real save other than Naga Siren. They're can be a mistake from Puck where you're like in the middle of the static storm, maybe some tornado into static storm combo that they could pull off. You did mention Lasso, but looks like a really good Puck game. There's going to be one more hero for Infinity, so we're going to need to see what Costabile wants to play.
He definitely has some options here. I think just looking at their lineup as a whole, it's very welcoming of a hard carry. Like,
yes.
You have heroes that can do stuff on the map, you got plenty of stuns, you got plenty of team fight, which pretty much gives you like the ability to pick a lot of different heroes.
You know what I like? I like Dragonite a lot.
Dragonite? Yeah.
I mean, in the lane against Primal Beast, you'll always have reliable stun against Puck. Just something that's, because you have a super strong lane then, I would say you're not going to be able to die as Dragonite, and with Alacrity later on, with Bristle being another front hero, I think this lineup could really feel good if they go with something like Dragonite.
If it doesn't get banned out, but if that's their next ban, he has played like Morphling. This is a hero that has been favored quite a lot against the Primal Beast. You can always get out, you can push him back if necessary as well. Against Puck, it can be good. It goes both ways. Like if you turn into Puck and gives you another tool to silence him, which could be very useful. And they ban out the Templar Assassin. This is a hero that is really good versus offlane Bristleback. You get the stack damage, but if you have Refraction up, you don't care. But more than anything, you just meld hit him every time he walks up to the lane. And then also, on top of that, you typically win your lane, and what does Bristleback go do? Stacks. And TA, very easy to walk in there with traps and the side blades and steal those.
I'm just wondering what happened with these like super late game carries like Faceless Void. I feel like there's been multiple situations where I feel like this hero could work, but nobody picks it.
I mean, Miracle tried, but you see where he is now.
Yeah.
All right, that's a good point.
It's just like Chrono's just such a long cooldown right now. That's like an ultimate, so the only thing you can do is get the time square. Well, I don't even know what it's called anymore.
Time zone, yeah.
Yeah, the time zone, and it's like
Chrono Square.
It just doesn't feel like it does enough. That's my only issue with it. Kind of feels like Chronosphere should be on the cooldown that the other one is on, but it's not. So here we are. Faceless Void's not a good hero.
I think something for Infinity also needs to be, I mentioned Dragonite, I'm also fine, because they do have overall the last pick. I'm going to mention Razor straight away, something that's going to go into like BKB mode, because you're playing against the Primal Beast Puck. Primal can still go for you, but you also have ways of disrupting him, so that's going to be nice. Nothing after the BKB rather than Lasso, but I feel like this is the hero that also builds into SNY, so the stuns are not going to last as long. You're also building like 4th item refresher, so you have a pretty free reign in a team fight with the Bristleback. And for Heroic, when it comes down for Parker, he did play, how many is that? Like only 5 heroes so far. He's also the one that is playing Razor.
He's not afraid to counterpick you as well. Like he has a really big hero pool, so I'm curious. All right, it's going to be the Morta versus Bristleback. So when you do go Ethereal, he might turn his back and try to kill you. Also, his right-click damage is incredibly insane. You just pop your ultimate and you're pretty much immune to Bristleback during that duration. So that definitely helps. You do magic damage too, which, you know, with the burst damage can be also very beneficial, but I think more than anything, this is the hero where he feels like he can be protected against the Bristleback.
One thing I want to see with Muerta always is some kind of a setup for Muerta, and you have so many in this game with Puck, with Primal Beast running in. Even your position 5 will lock them down for just enough time so that Muerta can deal damage, and they have good ways of disengaging a fight with the Naga Siren Sleep if they don't feel like they want to take it, if Muerta's in a bad spot. So I think that Muerta here looks really good. The one thing that she doesn't like to play into, I feel like we always talk about, there's like bazillion spells that is always good against Muerta. So Batrider Lasso that can hold her during her ulti. You lose half a duration pretty much. Invoke her with the Tornado, disrupt her with some Glimpse, or where he puts the cage so that she can't get through that. It's never a free Muerta game.
It truly is not, but you do hit critical mass at one point, and that's what you play for. I do like the DK you suggested as being an option here, but they're going to go back with the BB carry. It didn't work necessarily before for them, but they're going to try it again. This is an answer to Muerta. You call her, whether she presses ult or not, she's going to hit you with a Blade Mail. We talk about all the time how this hero has really low HP, but very high damage, and yeah, Blade Mail kind of destroys you in that regard. So Not a lot of acts we see, not super popular, but if there is a game to pick it, I kind of like it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I love the hero, always have. Me and Axe are like bros, you know, we're similar personality types. We haven't seen a lot of him. He's really fallen out of favor, so I'm hoping this works so he's back.
Yeah, I did call for Axe once or twice throughout the tournament. I feel like this hero has been slightly underused, but it's going to be good against Puck. It's going to be good against Murta, as you pointed out, with the Blade Mail. Of course, you have a Sunstrike to back it up. You have Disruptor ulti, so you have reliable catch. And I think this lineup from Infinity, something that we did talk about, that they tend to take these games to like later stages, that they can punch back earlier with Bristleback being played by Costabile, Illich on Axe. I'm going to give a slight advantage to Infinity in this one.
What do you think, Clinton?
It's hard for me to give an advantage just by how good Heroic is, to be honest with you, but I think the draft can work, but it's a similar situation as last game where the margin for error feels very, very small, and I think against a team like Heroic, you are going to make mistakes, and they are going to outplay you, and having a draft that can't make mistakes is risky business.
Yeah, well, we can bring the commentators in, ask what they think, and we're going to throw them up on the big screen behind me. There we go. You've got an Axe game, Owen.
Yeah, no, always great to see Axe, see if he can make some big plays happen. I mean, it seems like this is their answer to the Muerta. Whether it's going to work, though, I don't know.
Lacoste, what do you think? The Axe Man.
Yeah, it's my hero. I think it's a very good Axe game. I would definitely love to play him in this one.
Yeah, the one thing that's cool, I think also, you guys were mentioning the game times, right? I thought you guys brought that up at the start.
Yeah,
I think what they've gone for on the side of Infinity is trying to match and play ahead and match that tempo, because we know how aggressive Heroic plays. This does seem like a pretty fast-paced lineup, and Heroics can be a bit slower, so that's kind of the thing that I was thinking about at least. But
all right then, guys. Well, enjoy it. I'm looking forward to Owen going a mile a minute, as he always does. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Richard. We certainly will. It's going to be a lot of fun seeing these two teams go head-to-head. Infinity up against Heroic, and Infinity doing it with this Axe last pick. We don't see anybody else play this. It's first pick this tournament. It's coming in here, and indeed, as the panel said, it's clear why. It's the Blade Mount. It's the cool. It's against this Muerta. Is that going to happen, and are we just going to see this Muerta's kind of self-destruct at some points of the game?
we'll see. I don't know. I've been wanting to see Axe. I know Lacoste was saying it too. Me and him joke about we play a lot. We talk about it. We've always been saying that we wanted to see a little bit more of Axe, at least teams trying it. And this does fit the archetype. Yeah, Blade Mail versus Muerta. It's going to be great. I have concerns about how free of a game it can potentially be for Analog. This looks like a pretty darn good one for the puck. This year has taken over a lot of times. So let's see how PP does in the mid lane versus a team that they know, right? These two teams know each other so well. They've played each other, I believe, in the last month or so. Maybe it was a little bit less than that or something. They've played 6 games, and Heroic has taken all 6. 3 series. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. So Heroic having that clear advantage versus them in most situations. So let's see if Infinity can set tempo, because I feel like that's what this draft is about, is getting ahead and staying ahead.
And how good do the lanes look? Are they good for Infinity? Not necessarily. Do Heroic actually have the upper hand on some of these lanes?
I kind of like her. I mean, I love this bottom lane. I feel like every time I've just been seeing Snapfire, it wins most of the lanes, and I'm a bit of a question overall about Disruptor as a hero. But Infinity's lanes aren't bad by any means. Like, top lane, I'm unsure how much they can threaten versus a Muerta, because the Naga Siren's in that lane, which can secure most lanes. But their lanes don't look bad by any means. Maybe Heroic wins, like, at least one of them, but yeah. Could be pretty even.
Top lane. Oh. It's going to be a question of how much pressure can they put on Parker early.
That's the big question.
Short down the line where you have the Blade Mail, you have this play with the Axe, but until that gets to that point, you know, what's the plan in terms of making sure Parker doesn't get space? Because we've seen Parker, he farms like at an insane level, right? This guy on the carry, even just give him an ounce of space, he takes so much from it.
I really think it is just play super fast, play super aggressive, get ahead, stay ahead. When you're playing with this Bristleback draft, you can take Roche very early on, and you've got Disruptor, so you thrive on getting ahead and getting all those extra glimpse kills. So if they can get ahead, could definitely see them have kill threat constantly. But there is, of course, counter initiations that can come out. That's the beauty of having Nagasarn in a lot of situations, is even if you do, let's say, get a blink call, you know, they can just be counteracted entirely from a Nagasong. And we're probably going to see like AVULUS potentially built up on some of these heroes early on to deal with the Axe. Glimpse early on Schofield.
Oh, it's a good glimpse. It's going to allow Costabile to start diving in with the quills and the goo. He's going to find first blood.
Panda's done this a lot on his Disruptor. They've been wanting to play this pretty much every single time. Costabile will take a decent chunk of damage here.
Oh, hold up, Divine Llama.
He's just dead.
He just straight up kills him off.
Oh, wow. Heads up play from Devi. He has 14 stick too, so he knows he's fine even through the glimpse. That was cool. Punishes the Bristle immediately. And they bring his boots immediately too. Schofield on that kill will be able to get that. In mid lane, PP. Once you get these levels on that Invoker versus the Puck, you've got that damage advantage. And you're always going to be able to keep that sustain, so this lane should be pretty good for him too.
Oh.
Oop. I've never heard that one before.
Okay.
This is gonna sting.
Came back from the barber shop.
That's good.
Is that like a meme or something, or what?
I mean, maybe.
Huh?
There's too many memes. There's too many. I can't keep up with them. I'm too old. Costabile almost dying again.
How are they doing for regen down here?
They're not doing so great. Okay, they've got 3 tangos, but he's sitting very low already. This secondary kill that Devi gets is actually pretty massive because he got the boots delivered from Schofield immediately, and they have the side pull open, so they're able to reset the lane, and Costabile does not have boots yet. He needs them to be able to lane versus this trample more effectively. Top lane is the volatile one. I feel like this is the one that can kind of go both ways.
And neither core's struggling in farm up. They're getting similar amounts out of this Parker and Illich.
It can get complicated to make aggressive moves onto them because he's got the Naga behind him, and then you can get reeled in, pulled out of position, and they do have the point in the calling early, which can stop that aggression.
And we'll see if we get any of those early rotations. So they have a bit of an attempt to go on to Illich. Illich just going to try starting to run back up because the napalm stacks are building up onto Parker. He'll hold his ground, be able to get the kill, but he will die for this. As Knight cleans up one of them, won't be able to get King Jungles, but getting the trade there.
He had 14 wand when they initially went onto him. So one thing about laning versus bad is Costabile.
This time, is he going to survive? No. Cookie in. Another time that they've been able to knock the Bristle out of the lane.
Concerning for sure. Whenever Bristle dies early on with this type of lineup.
A top back in action. They might just get Knight after all. They will. Parker returns, and he's able to take out Knight as well. So getting early kills here now on the safe flame Muerta.
Oh, Frenda, baby. Doesn't even have to have TP to come back out. We'll be able to just show back up. Yeah, this bottom lane is really going to be the one I'm looking at because this could get out of control pretty fast. I think Schofield and Devi have kind of just worked magic in this tournament where they've just completely destroyed games. I think Devi's had his best tournament ever, even though we talked about some of his spear misses in one of those games.
They're going for Illich again here.
Great. Illich. There is a net available.
He's kind of stuck. I mean, they're going to get him. Illich goes down. Knight trying to fight against the two of them.
The net.
Get some kills. Flame break on a Parker. He'll get one of them.
He should have both.
I think he will. This bat, he's getting a lot of XP. A lot of situations where he's getting the solo action. Back down
and
bottom.
Get a kill.
Yeah, a bit of a strike back from Infinity as Costabile is able to take Schofield out.
He needs to start getting some kills, it does feel like. Yes, he's a Bristleback. He can get stacks and stuff later on, but a laning phase that is not looking super good for this Bristle right now. It's looking decent. Can they get another setup here onto Devi? They actually may have just killed themselves.
I mean, yeah, Devi Llama just goes straight for Panda off the back of that glimpse back. He'll get the kill, but he might die for this. Costabile's trying to chase him down, but backup comes in.
The cookie!
Devi Llama, he's running away. Will the quills catch him? If he's got any more, he's not got no more mana in the tank, so Costabile can't chase the kill. Devi Llama survives.
And top, Parker gets another kill. He returns back to the lane on the Ofrenda and just immediately gets a kill. I mean, this is chaotic. 12 kills in the first 6 minutes of the game. Muerta, 1,000 gold ahead of the Bristleback. Even though he's died twice, he's gotten 4 kills out of the lane already. And KJ is now starting to do what we see a lot of teams do when you have like a good lane in your safe lane. He's going to just go scout out the triangle, get wards down, even block out the potential stacks that will come out for either this Axe or Bristle, because they know they've already destroyed this Axe in lane. He's going to need stacks to recover.
Well, they're going to destroy Panda here.
Is a phenomenal start for Heroic.
I mean, Illich is stepping
Infinity's
up.
Draft wants to get ahead, and right now their lanes are not going the best.
Illich is in a lot of trouble with Analog rotating over as well. He's going to get knocked out the lane for a third time.
Uh-oh. This is big concerns.
That's
Well, we
what-
wanted to see Axe, but maybe now we won't want to see it too much
It's
more. He
rough.
is really struggling.
It's going to be a very slow start. And this is the problem with Axe, right? When you want to do this whole kind of blink blade mail shenanigans against something like a Muerta, if you're having a rough start and it gets to the point where by the time you have those items,
Yeah,
Muerta's
shard.
far, far ahead, you jump in and you just die way quicker than you need to survive for to be able to return a significant amount of damage.
And they have Nagas
You just die through it.
who has Song, so they're going to have ways to reset fight. And if like you mentioned too, if Muerta gets ahead too fast too, you get the shard. And then you just lifesteal. So you're actually able to withstand versus it too. So they have to start enabling like, a little bit better. But he doesn't have potential for getting stacks since they blocked them out. They've got this aggressive ward too to watch.
It's going to be a tough start for Illich.
Tough game. It feels like a tough early game in particular overall for Infinity. Because the Bristle is not having the freest.
They're going to go for him again. Schofield comes in with a rotation. Illich dead once more by the looks of it as Knight tries to help out. Can't save him. He'll get the lasso off. A rotation comes in from PP. Misses the tornado. But they'll still get the kill, but not able to get here in time to keep Illich safe. It's another death for the Axe.
Bad has 4 kills, but yeah, the Axe is the one who needs to have this better game. Schofield should go down here. Has 20 stick.
The Jukes. He's going to get another Scout Blast off, but they'll get him. Still not getting the big kills though. The cause, this time around, Parker just able to stay safely out of harm's way.
I like that PP's doing this.
He's
Though.
gotta
I think he
find
knows
him.
that their lanes have gone a bit sour, so he wants to make these constant rotations to fix
He's not
things.
going to look.
He does have allies coming in.
He's coming back now. Now we'll see him.
Costa Bile's here too.
I mean, Parker should be very dead here. I mean, Analog's around. Can Parker really survive this attempt for 3 heroes going for him under the tower? He'll get the stick charges up, but the tornado comes in. Parker will die. We'll see what Infinity lose in return. They'll lose Panda.
Can PP get out?
Get the pull back here from King Jungles. Analog's getting forced back by Costa Bile. In fact, Costa Bile pops him as the quill spray they stacked up. Analog dies.
Holy moly.
He may just get away. He's ready to turn with the Colts now. Costa Bile chasing down the Naga Siren. It's going to be a cleanup this time in favor of Infinity. Illich.
Schofield also getting gone on.
Illich should be able to keep his distance here from Davai Lama.
Perfect play. Exactly when they needed to get some aggressive moves happening as PP also will TP out. Great responses. Great rotation from Costa Bile. I believe he activated that warpath too. He hit this puck for a tremendous amount.
Yeah, just disappeared. Didn't get the chance to jump over the orb or phase shift. Just buy it.
It was like quill stacks plus 8 warpath stacks with the activatable. I think he had like plus 120 damage or something. He hit this puck incredibly hard at this point in the game, very early. Still a 2K lead for the side of
Yeah, the struggles are continuing for Illich.
Yeah, he's the one who's having the absolute roughest game, and he is your initiator. Another
In the
catch.
jungle. That's a big catch as well, finding Davai Lama. He's not able to run away from this one. Knight. I mean, he's making moves happen off the back of getting a strong start because of Illich's suffering top. He picked up the kills, he picked up the action, and now he's making the plays.
He's like the 3-position bat, it feels like at this point. We have seen him be a difference maker in games before. His Tusk, that Aghanims game that he did have was pretty crazy. And if he's able to get a blink early, that's actually pretty good also to catch and bring down this Muerta, because Batrider can solo kill her if you do get an advantage.
Could be the key to sort of making up for Illich's tough start. If Knight can come in with this sort of level of play. Top, Illich.
Oh! Cancelled it.
He's going to get the call off now, but it looks like Illich dying again. I think he just needs to stay away from this area completely, Fog, because he keeps on going down.
Yeah, but where does he... I mean, maybe just farm some jungle. He can't really farm the Ancients because of how far behind he is at the moment. But he can't show up anymore.
They got Parker with the glimpse back. Static still dropped down from Panda. Costa Bile bringing in the damage.
Great catch.
That's another big kill for Costa Bile to be handed.
Parker is still top net worth, but they're getting a ton of kills on him. That's 4 that they've been able to find. Panel said it, it's not a free Muerta game by any means. Able to get some good ones. Yeah, this Axe just still needs help. So they need to make these aggressive moves. They need to be active to be able to match the pressure. Heroic, they're smoking up.
Unfortunately for Illich, they're not smoking up towards him. They're looking to PP instead.
PP. We'll reset as the Ghost walks, so we'll be healing. Invasive plays coming in.
No, they're coming
they might
for
be
Illich.
going for the axe.
Oh no, let him live.
Let him get away.
Let him live. He's getting bullied here.
He is not
The bullying
living.
continues. A 6th death on him. Over in the mid,
Analog gets
Analog.
hit by the MP.
He's got a bottle charge. Give him enough to get the orb off. And will just live. Okay, no glimpses there. Nothing
Nice
to put a
play.
stop to that.
PP had the Sunstrike also at the ready. He was going to potentially look for it. That was
that would've
almost
been hype.
all PP doing the damage there.
PP's
Great
doing a
solo
lot.
play.
Hey, what,
He is.
205 has not died at all.
But the Axe's game is just miserable. 0 and 6. Nowhere even near the realms of having Blade Mail. Missed out on a double or triple wave top after
Yeah,
that
TP
death.
cooldowns has to walk up there, Illich.
It's fortunate that the Bat Rider has a Blink Dagger, though. So it's, all things considered, it's not the worst case scenario.
Yeah, Knight and PP, they could kill anyone right now with this sort of Blink Lasso play.
And they always can have kill threat onto Muerta very easily. If they just see her, Parker's just
Yeah,
dead.
if they see Parker, they should be able to get the jump. The problem is backup is inbound for Parker. The rest of the heroics swinging across.
They'll kill him fast.
Now get the lasso. And indeed, get the kill. Can they get out, though? Because the song setup's here.
Oh, and they're stacked as 3.
Heroic. They're ready to make a fight happen out of this one. Dream Core down onto the 2 cores. PP and Illich gone. The static storm's going to be laid down onto Analog. Glimpse back into it as well. He's going to stay alive. Facius back up. Jump off from Knight. The orb to the side, but Knight will finish him off.
Here comes Kostabile.
Trying to dive in for King Jungles.
He is a bit low here on this Bristleback.
Davai Lama. He's got spells up in a second. The trample's there. It's going to start running down the Bristle. Turns over towards Knight. They've got the root and the reel in to drag back the bat. Let's go Field Cookie as well. Now find Knight and Davai Lama will live.
And Parker shows up to get XP at the end of it from the respawn from the Ofrenda. He has 5 TPs, hasn't had to use them just yet. Still keeping up in that farm. 2K.
Continued pain for Illich.
Yeah.
7 deaths.
He is a support, literally.
Illiterally. The cost will like that one.
The cost, what are you doing with these people? Scopefield will get picked. I mean, PP's trying his hardest here.
He's
to make
doing a
up
lot.
for some
Yeah,
of
these are some flashy moves from PP. Of course, went down in that last fight, but what can you do? Sometimes you get songed and dream coiled.
Sure. And that does mean Song's on cooldown, so they could look to continue making these aggressive moves. He almost has Mage Slayer done. It's going to be pretty good timing for PP. Level 11. Illich, though, yeah, just... I think just don't leave the jungle for some time.
Just
at least until you
AFK
have
farm
Blink.
the Blink. Yeah, absolutely.
Does feel like it. I like how action-packed these games are, though. We had a couple games that were like slowing down quite a bit, but we're back to that 2 kill a minute for some of these. Ags finished up at Costa Belay.
Parker dropping the ult here to clean up the stack.
Lasso back up. It is Knight. Could definitely look for a play. See if he can find anything. Right now, lanes aren't really in the best position for him to look for one. But I'm just scared. Every time I see Illich showing the lane, I'm like, uh-oh. He's showing top for a second. He'll clear the way fast, at the least. 750 away from the blink. And he is still going to be incredibly fragile, is the important thing to point out. Even though he'll get the blink,
you're
just get
blinking and
evaporated.
die. Unless... I mean, I feel like there's no real unless. Even if the team fight goes well for you as a team, you'll probably still die.
Yeah, he's going to just have to be the sacrificial lamb this game. Analog.
Dream Coil just to save himself, but the
Glimpse.
Sunstrike.
Nice vision.
Absolutely there, yeah. PP, I mean, he thinks it's a ward, but it was just the Sunstrike vision right that set up the glimpse.
Yep, PP. Heads up plays.
Yep.
Pressure on the tower mid too. Alacrity's been thrown onto the catapult. Should be able to potentially finish this tower. They're going to pop Glyph to try to hold it. But his shutdown is the Axes. Now we're starting to see Analog having quite a bit of difficulties in this game. Just getting caught by glimpses, caught by the Invoker.
And they get a free grab in the mid.
Oh, that Meteor was quite off the mark, but they should have him anyway.
He was preparing for if the cookie was up to the high ground, you know. That's why he was lining up there, PP.
Fine. Tower. We'll get the last hit, and here comes Panda. Analog
So if they can get him again.
He's got phase shift this time.
Knight was still seeing if he could get some sort of knockback. Wasn't to be.
Good aggressive plays, playing around this timing. The Ags bristle. They want to be the ones setting that tempo and running at the side of Heroic. Heroic now, though, has a big timing for themselves. Divine Llama has the BKB. He is pretty damn strong right now in these next few moments. They do not have the best answers, and they're going to smoke off it. Schofield also has Pavis, level 9, ults are at the ready.
Let's see what they can get. Illich ready to strike back with the Blink Dagger.
Static Storm's up in 1 second also, so Panda is able to get in a good position. Could turn things a bit. Primal is a problem.
If they can kill the Bristle quick enough. They're going to try. Got the Dream Coil, snap back into the Kisses coming in. And bring him back with the reel in. Whoa, my goodness.
The reel in and the grab.
What's going on there?
The Axe call.
The song. Oh, that's a good save from King Jungle. He's going to give Analog the chance to get away from this.
Same Analog
on the VCAT. He's actually able to jump in for an extra bit of a waning rift to get that extra damage out onto Illich. Illich goes down. It was a good effort from Illich getting the successful cool onto the puck, but King Jungle's just making sure that this fight goes to the way of Heroic once again.
Always going to be the scary thing when you're playing with Axe. Any initiators, when you have this Nagasarian, there's always the ways of counteracting. And Parker actually gets himself a bit lucky too. He has Vampire Fangs, so now even if he does get Call Blade Meld later in the next few moments, might actually just be able to survive throughout it. And his farm is still very good. Even though he's died 5 times, he's 1,800 ahead of the Bristle.
He just always farms so fast, Parker.
Yep. And
always at the top.
Now Solar Crest too, they'll start throwing it onto him to enable him even more. He's having a very solid game. Knight looking for another grab, has Blink 4-step. As we said, this Bat Rider feels like the actual offlaner. But Divine Llama is starting to get in preparation to deal with Bristle. As we said, it does feel like Infinity on quite a bit of a timer, and they are falling behind, at least in net worth. So it still feels like they got to try to make these moves happen, because as soon as Divine gets Aghanims, that Bristle strength is going to be cut more than in half. And he was patient too. He didn't use BKB last fight, which was pretty impressive for Divine. He didn't need it, but sometimes you see people just pop it. So we'll have that 9 seconds still for the next upcoming fight.
It's just gonna be tough in these team fights to manage for Infinity, because with their lineup and the sort of item builds, right, you don't have any sort of like damage mitigation, right? There's no auras, there's no nothing that you're able to really get going on Infinity's side of things.
And their damage could start to become a bit lackluster in particular too, right?
So yeah,
it could get scary, and because now Parker can actually get involved in every single fight. He has Mjolnir, so he's going to be dishing out crazy damage. They have to get a Dream catch onto him with a lasso.
We'll get this chance to get the lasso onto Divine Llama.
He's got BKB.
All right, so they can't throw anything else down onto him. Should be able to walk this off. Kisses are put to a stop by the tornado, but Costa Bile, he dies on the front.
My goodness, what a dead shot.
Turns him in, and they didn't have any way to step up and help him out. I mean, this is the thing right there. Sort of defensive potential. It's 2 4-staffs right now on Infinity's lineup. They don't have any other sort of ways to buff up one another.
And
Panda's caught out.
Drag to the low, coil in the back.
I mean, they're not even done yet. They're able to get the jump over towards Knight. These team fights they're going to be so tough, as we're seeing for Infinity.
Especially if he can line up dead shots like that onto a Bristle, make him face him, he kills him in seconds. The amount of farm that this Muerta has, a 3k difference over him in the Bristle, and they're just going to get a rosh off this. This game is accelerating too much for Infinity's draft. They do not want to be playing from behind.
Maybe if Illich gets his blade mail, we're going to see some, Seb level comeback with some huge call.
Do they have damage follow-up is going to be the question for me. They're actually respecting the respawns here. They have Naga Song at the ready, but they did expend a lot. BKB still on cooldown. They'll smoke and look for the fight instead.
Okay.
First, the Veil is ready.
Scouting things out with a Sunstrike PP.
I mean, they're really respecting that they were going to bring 5 heroes.
Yeah, they could definitely have finished it.
Yep. Blade Mail is done. Quite one of the slower ones you'll probably see.
We'll see how much it does.
We'll see how much it can actually do.
Because it's highly likely that he blink blade mails and then just dies.
And there's Vampire Fangs, right? And this is even pre-shard for the Muerta. And she is just very big at this point.
They're back into the pit. They sweep the area just to see if there was any sort of setup around, but wasn't the case. Now smoke up comes out now from Infinity, but they will not get anywhere close to this.
And he's saving the Pierce the Veil too for this fight. Uh-oh.
So they really still want to fight this Infinity. It's into the Aegis of Parker.
This does not feel like an easy fight by any means.
It's just super tough. They've got the lane wards down as well, Heroic. So once the smoke's popped on Infinity, Heroic will have good vision to fight. And Alicia's going to go for the jump. It's only on to Devi Llama. I think they might want to bail out of this. They're sticking around Infinity. They're still trying to fight. Get the lasso into the Sunstroke on King Jungles. It's not enough to kill King Jungles. And now with the ultimate, Parker moves forward, shoots down Knight, shoots down Costabile.
That was a questionable
one. They're taking
one.
these risks here, Infinity. And the chances of them going well, it's pretty slim.
It might be feeling like they're feeling desperate to look for fight. PP, can he get himself out of this?
So they're going to lose Panda on the side.
He'll get a solo.
Can he get out, though?
No.
Cookie comes in, kisses as well. It's 4 dead. They're only able to find that 1 kill onto the Naga Siren in return off the back of those events. It's getting a bit rough these last few minutes here for Infinity.
It's very rough. This Muerta is absolutely massive. Schofield, don't die. Parker?
Parker can't do this, I don't think. He can't finish that. Unless he wants to lose the Aegis, I don't think he wants to do that, though.
Also, look at what he did. He bought the shard. So he's not going to die to the Blade Mill. He's got 8 stacks already, too. So he's got even more damage.
It's a rough one.
It's
a feels bad man game for Illich on the axe, and for any axe enjoyers, right? You know, you got to imagine he gets this last pickaxe. It's super exciting, get to do something, play something that you haven't been playing for a while, and then it just gets absolutely crushed.
Goes to Bile. Oh my goodness. That was closer than expected. Does get the shard now for the axe, so, I mean, a little small upgrade,
there you go.
But makes his net worth look better.
Yeah, absolutely. He's on the same level now on farm as PP, as Damai Llama, and Costabile. Yes, the problem is that Parker. He can't do this.
He'll die for it.
Okay, well, he chooses to do this. That's indeed the Aegis gone.
Not the greatest use of Aegis, but with the pace of the game and every, they're probably telling each other this is fine.
Yeah,
Parker's probably saying I'm like 17,000 net worth at 23 minutes.
He is insanely far ahead.
Yeah. And Devi, this is all fights before Aghanims too. He's had a pretty much flawless game on this Primal Beast. It's pretty much done. Solo kill.
There was a decent amount of back and forth at the start, even with that top lane going as rough as it did for Infinity, but now at this point, the damage really being done by Heroic. They're getting this pretty solid lead, and especially in the scaling potential. When you've got this carry Muerta this far ahead of anyone else on the other side of the game, it's what do you do? How on earth do you deal with Parker at this point?
The items are just flying out. His damage is crazy. The Puck's damage is just going to enhance them also, too, because he has the Parasma, so it's even more that this Muerta's going to be hitting for because of the damage reduction. Doesn't have the shard yet, but he's still going to attack some people, put that debuff onto them, let that Muerta do even more. So I feel like for Costabile, you need BKB, and you need it ASAP, because the damage that comes through from this Muerta is just absolutely overwhelming. So he is going to try to go down that route, but it's going to take a lot of time, and time does not benefit Infinity's draft versus this Heroic
Knight and
draft.
PP. See if they can find a little pick off, but
KJ's got a gem, starting to take out all these wards. They're grouping up. That one ward is still watching Devi. They actually didn't take out the defensive ops ward that is positioned there. He didn't see it on the Naga. Oh, and Schofield, I was wondering if he did have this next item. He's got Yules, so Axe now needs BKB also in order to even get any potential catch.
Well, between sort of the Yules and the Song, it's not an easy game for Illich to have impact with the jump.
No. And they see Knight. They have this ward right on top of him. Schofield will stop the blink. Can he stop it again?
Oh, nice try with a shot.
Nice. Nice blink.
I can definitely get some pressure on now, Heroic. See what happens here. It's the push for the tier 2. What will Infinity do to react?
They're just rallied around this Muerta. This tower is dying so fast. They need glyph. They didn't glyph. Okay, well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Whoopsie. BKB almost done for. I mean, they're probably just saying we need to get BKBs, look for a fight, and if we don't win those BKBs, this game is likely just over. They're getting closer and closer to the two of them. They have PPs finished up. But yeah, it feels like it's a triple BKB. Hope for that fight to go well, and if it doesn't yet, the game is quite difficult. KJ. BKB does not BKB. Now he will, but now he can get grabbed.
I mean, he should get away, but that is the BKB down.
Panda.
They're coming in with the TPs back towards the tier 2 top.
Dead in seconds.
The rest of them they have to run.
Uh-oh.
Illich. He's gonna try for the play, but indeed Schofield was at the ready. Parker's gonna be a bit careful, but not too careful. Waits for the blade mail, and then bam, heals back up.
Schofield God. We said there was definitely a chance for that blade mail, or for that Eul's to come out, and he does have it. Knight almost dies in a second. Just smart. I mean, Heroic, they've played really smart around the map, great itemization, and now they're just playing together around this Muerta beautifully. BKB, as we said, done for the Bristle. Same for the Axe and the Invoker. So yeah, let's see if they can have that good fight go for them with triple BKB timing versus this incredibly strong Heroic timing.
Around the mid they go. Knight. Not going to get the grab on Analog, and even if he did, have the shield rune. A full silver edge on Parker.
Bristle already looked squishy. Even more so. Also, Parker got Paladin Sword, just to point it out too. So he got the two blessed neutral items that you'd want as a Muerta versus this Blade Mail. And has that early shard that we mentioned from before. Yeah, tons of lifesteal. Double breaks versus Bristle. All right, they're smoking. This has to connect, or yeah, probably just game over. And it has to be a pretty big wipe if they can find it. They have this ward that did see the puck. If they find Analog, it could be a good start. Blink also finished up on KJ though, so they have to 100 to 0 targets so fast that song's gonna counter initiate. We're not gonna find anything with that smoke. Even looking at them itemizing for more answers, I see Schofield queues up Ags. So definitely some other crazy potential plays that he can do to save versus Axe Call if he can ever get to that point. They're looking for another one, Infinity, really trying to find this catch. But scared if it's going to be a 5-man fight.
Yeah, Heroic aren't afraid to take these sort of fights. Schofield's going to get dragged back by the lasso. Looking down low by some time with the Yules, but he's gone. A quick kill on towards the Snapfire. They turn it into anything else, Infinity. They look towards Davai Lama. Jumping from Analog, the call is going to get dodged here by the phase shift as he tries to get back to safety. Illich, Davai Lama's in on top of him, trampling him down.
Smacks him.
Dies through the BKB. Illich, Davai Lama now has the grab onto Costa Pele. The Static Storm's laid down onto Davai Lama. The damage from Costa Pele, they will get the primal kill as well. Jumping from Analog and Parker. They're looking over towards the bat, but the glimmer's up. He's saved.
PP died on the side alone, though. KJ, another reel in.
And here comes the damage. They get the dead shot, and Parker just able to shoot down the Bristle. King Jungle's nearly dying. It's the Quills being fired out of the back, but will survive.
Godlike for Parker. He died 5 times early on, but no more in these last few moments. And yeah, they found PP on the side. That ward that they have in that sneaky spot was able to find him and isolate him. That was your triple BKB timing. Your initial Axe Call caught nothing. The puck phase shift dodged it.
And he's going to be doing that an awful lot more now. Full Octarine done on Analog.
Oh boy. Level 20 hit too, so constant silence is being thrown out in the fight.
Let's see what Parker, 1100 gold, and he'll have his own Hex.
He's going, okay, sure.
It's going to be a super quick timing. And between that and the break, to whoever he goes on, unlikely to be saved by the rest of Infinity.
That's a very interesting approach. Parker has his unique ideas around some hero builds, but sometimes they look really, really cool. Like the Gyro one is the one that comes to mind for the most for me, when he didn't go the Aghanims build and it looked cool. Now he's got Hex, so he'll always have mana, right? And it does have a lot of mana costs on this hero, so that is the nice thing that the Hex will give, with double dead shots, with the calling, 350 mana cost Pierce the Veil. It does make it so he's always able to fight, so cool. Roshan. Sunstrike will scout it.
There's no interest of heading over here in Infinity.
Schofield. They can't make it in time.
This next push around the Aegis, this next team fight, it's going to be so tough.
And Divide continuing to grow as well, something you can never forget about. S&Y now on the Primal, level 20's been hit, so even more trample damage. How do you kill these cores? The 3 cores feel untouchable on the side of Heroic now. Unless you can perfectly layer it on Analog with the Silence, that's the likely one that they can probably still kill, but this Primal and Muerta are out of control. Aghanim's done for Knight, so we said that he's the one you gotta watch for some crazy potential. It's not a Tusk Ags, but if he can get some crazy double lasso plays, maybe there's still some small hope.
Panda is trying to juke him. Well, they'll find him anyway. Onwards towards the top tier 2 they go. Heroic. Infinity is just gonna have to get things ready for the high ground defense.
Heroic's just been a treat to watch when they do play like this, when they're able to get super aggressive. That's kind of how it's been every single time. They just get aggressive, they get ahead, and they don't usually falter with that lately.
Nah, especially not when Parker just gets this sort of momentum.
What's the GPM looking like anyway? 855.
Ah, crazy stuff.
Unbelievable.
And he does this consistently on his carry.
And they did find some early kills on him, it never slowed down his farm whatsoever.
And the levels as well, yeah, what, 24?
24.
We'll see what they can do on the high ground defense, Infinity.
Pray for those double lasso plays into putting them under the tier 4s. But Heroic, playing chill, playing cool. Parker just saying, I'm going to farm 25. I'm going to look for solo kills around the map. Because if I find anybody over here, they're dead.
I mean, if you find Zillich, can be pretty rough.
He's hunting off cooldown on Silver Edge.
Yep, he's going to find someone.
PP is ghost walked.
He's going to head to the top side of the map.
He'll go join his team. He tried for this type of play. He scanned out the bottom side. Nobody was there. Wisdom Rune. PP will be able to sneak in and steal that one. A double scan, though, so they will know that someone's at least over here when he does sneak in for it. Scan wears off. Actually, ideal timing, so they don't know that he's there.
And that is the BKB done for Parker.
Items just keep flurrying in. Doesn't even have slots for boots already.
They're ready to go. 2 minutes left on the Aegis. BKB delivered for Parker. Analog has dropped the Dream Coil here to play around with Panda. And should get him. Actually, can Panda get out of this one?
He's got him probably, but actually he's just juked it again.
All right, and Glimmer's back up. Well, he's going to show himself. He's going to go for the TP out. Panda, nice little moves. Keeps the wave shoved out.
Wait, what just killed the courier? Was it creeps? The full BKB died on the courier.
Oh.
Okay. Top, they see a hero.
Illich.
Oh, not the axe.
They're going to get him again.
Sad days for all axe enjoyers. Continues to be a very sad 0 and 11.
Well, they tried the axe once. Probably not going to try it again.
No.
And that's not on it. Maybe it's on the hero. You know, we're not seeing anyone else try it. Maybe this is why it can just if the hero gets punished at the start, it's just so hard to have a game right. If you kind of get that early game crushed.
They punished it at the start. They blocked his Ancients. They completely kept killing him. So yeah, I mean, they came with a game plan versus it. Disruptor sells his items for the Ags. This is the all-in play. Can they double lasso into an Ag Static Storm and get kills? Eyes on Knight. Can he get this Dream initiation? It's a 25 Muerta with an Aegis for 30 more seconds.
They're trying the wrap around here, Knight and PP. Maybe seeing if they get Analog. The push is coming in top.
So remember, the song is always there. The Blink song with the Shard.
The barracks are falling.
Very tough to find the targets.
The drag back, they've got the lasso. Still got 14 seconds left on the Aegis, so a bit of an awkward time to go for the Muerta. Parker's fine. Takes out Knight.
The jump they wanted.
And Analog is pushing them back under the tier 4s. They're going to try and turn towards him, but he's got the shield rune. They barely touch him. A glimpse on Davai Lama. He's easily able to charge away.
They needed that jump to be absolutely perfect, and it was kind of disastrous. Blink from it. Schofield instantly Yules on the bat, so they can't even pull targets into that Static Storm. And they don't have their axe still. Instant smoke from Heroic.
They're going to go for PP, see if they can find him pushing out this bottom lane potentially. I know they don't need to push anything or rush anything heroic. They can wait until Parker's courier's back up so he can get the BKB out.
And the
on
Swift
top
Blink.
of that, yeah, he's going to have the money by that time for the full Swift Blink.
And he's got Ninja Gear too, so now you can even hunt more so on the map. Schofield waiting for a kill top with Parker while also them setting up a kill on the opposite side of the map. KJ puts a ward down, sees everything.
And he's like, ooh, jumps in. He's going to get caught by Illich. So Schofield can help him out. Cookie to the side. King Jungles, he's got the song.
And PP on the side is caught from Analog.
They're ready to come and fight this. Parker getting into position, and he's ready to go. The Static Storm does get laid down onto him. The BKB is out for Costabile, but he's taken out one of them. He's going to be able to turn out of Costabile. As Bristle's juking him out a little bit, but the Hex comes out. Waiting at the Bloodstone. It's taking a bit of effort to bring Costabile down. He's living pretty long. In fact, he might just get away with this. He's running.
Schofield blinks into the quills and dies.
I mean,
can he actually get out?
He's getting out of this, Costabile. In fact, he may even be able to turn and start fighting back soon.
I don't think so. That's a bit of a bold one.
He gets out. All right, Costabile survives.
But everybody else dies.
That's not wrong.
And
it's not wrong.
Schofield just handed him a kill too. He blinked into the quills and dies.
A lot of damage. The potential was shown there by Costabile on his Bristle, but not enough to turn this game.
No, not enough at this deficit. Maybe if it happened 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And there's that full Swift Blink, full BKB.
Yeah, he's ready to end it, Parker. Oh, okay.
Awkward glimpse.
They're going to get the lasso. Dragging him back. Disarm as well. They'll put the BKB now. He's ready to start killing them all. The Dream Coral catches onto them. Double kill for Parker. Gets the fear push back on Costabile. But Parker's getting pretty low. Got the Hex. Davai Lama in on top of Costabile. Parker turns. Triple kill for the Muerta. The buybacks come out here now from Infinity. They'll give it one final shot to try and hold on. He's going to put a stop to their efforts of trying to take down Analog as Analog gets the safety to get away from the Static Storm. Illich does have to call on to Parker. Parker's getting kind of low, but he's able to force out of the base. And now he's ready to turn back towards Costabile. Costabile's running him down and actually gets the kill though. Parker dead. Can Costabile do anything more with this? It's a big, big kill to find. Underneath the tier 4s, look at the control onto Davai Lama. Costabile's heading back over. BKB's out for Davai Lama, trampling over Illich. Illich trying to escape for the orb, the charge forward. Illich dead once more. As Davai Lama survives and they're able to kite. Costabile come back in with the grab and the break. This time they'll get Costabile. As at this point with the lead they have, Heroic, they don't need Parker alive to still be able to clean up these team fights.
That was the buyback too from Costabile, the last-ditch effort to hold onto this high ground. Everyone just 2 ahead, like you said. It's not just Parker. Davai having a pretty much flawless game. dishing out one of the higher damages in that team fight. He's got a heart. 5,000 HP up on this Primal Beast. And yeah, 90 seconds. Infinity not wanting to call the GG.
Considering what they're going to come into the next game with, I'd imagine. I mean, as you said, the record for them against Heroic's not been strong. A team that they just can't quite crack. Once again, Heroic
answers in this game.
Cleaning up the mega creeps. Jump forward from Analog. I'll get the lasso on a Davai Lama.
But that's a 5,000 HP
Yeah, he doesn't
Primal.
care whatsoever. As Panda's gone. Knight trying to Firefly back to the base. Illich will keep him covered. Comes in with a call, gives space for Knight to get back to the safety of the fountain.
Parker's back.
And the creeps are onto the tier 4. And they do any sort of grab and drag back in towards the base. He's just going to walk into the fountain. What's the BKB? They'll call it. GG on this one. As Heroic. This game one, ending what, 43,000 gold ahead.
It wasn't close.
It was not close. I get Infinity. They wanted to try something different. As we said in the past, they've struggled to take games away from Heroic. They're coming with this last pickaxe. The game plan just doesn't work out. Illich gets crushed from minute 1.
They played it beautifully on Heroic. There's not really too much else to say. I think they danced around. They fought back in the early game. They never actually had a gold lead at all on the side of Infinity, and they needed to with this type of draft. You have to cause chaos because this Muerta, you know how hard she's going to carry. Yeah, this was a super well-executed game plan from Heroic.
It really was. And something about Parker on his carry performances so far at this LAN. When he gets ahead, he gets ahead. He gets so far ahead of anyone else in the game.
And they know itemization. That's the cool thing. Like, he bought an early shard. We saw the Yules picked up from the Snapfire 2 to counter even the potential of poor Eilidh. So, yeah, great game plan.
Absolutely. Well, Heroic, what a start to the series for them. Game 1, it's all theirs.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Owen. I know why they didn't quit there right at the end. They just wanted to put that average game time up. That's what they were doing. That was like a long game for Heroic. I think it was like 42 in the end. No, I mean, obviously, look, there was a lot of back and forth. It started pretty much as we expected between these two teams. But ultimately, Heroic just started to pull away with it. And once they did, they never looked back.
Truly, and I think PP tried his best this game. He made a lot of rotations, got a lot of kills, but ultimately, like, this game was somewhat close outside of the laning stage we'll go over in a minute. But like, it looked pretty close, but Heroic's experience, I think, just took over this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty difficult because the way this lane started for Axe, I thought he was going to have a better time in the lane, but it never actually happened. He was just suffering throughout the whole game pretty much, never managing to get the big jumps or anything. But yeah, Fear, you wanted to mention the Batrider.
Yeah, I mean, the Batrider in this game, Knight did everything he possibly could in this game, but unfortunately it was at the expense of the Axe, right?
Yes.
Axe did not have a good game, but he tried to salvage it, and there's like so many things that he tried to do in this game to make it really work. This is one of the examples here where there's a nice initiation. Axe is getting gone on for like the 12th time in the laning stage, but they use all of their spells onto the Axe, and then you have this sticky napalm ticking away, and Knight, he just gets a double kill. So even though Axe's game was bad, the Batrider's game was immaculate. And then yet again, just look at the game time here, like 7.5 minutes into the game. You typically don't expect this, but Lasso's online from your position 4 Batrider. He transitioned this into an early blink dagger. Things are looking good. I feel like Knight and PP, they did everything they possibly could have for this early game, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. It really just felt like Heroic they had all the pieces of the puzzle together. They knew when to group up, what their timings were. Where Infinity, there was that gray area. They didn't really know what to do when the game was even, and then eventually Heroic just overtook them.
Batrider was pretty much playing a position 3 at the time. You did mention the Blink Dagger. It was 30 minutes in. He was ready to jump in, go for the target, but they needed that extra follow-up stun. They needed Axe to blink in, because he also skipped his Blade Mail, picked up a Blink Dagger with the casual Chainmail, and then wanted to go for Blade Mail afterwards, but this song also ruins the hero. We said that they have a good reset with the song, and after that, like, the hero just dies straight after because you have no protection whatsoever, and it was a difficult game for him. They tried something new. I did like the pick, don't get me wrong, but he got completely ruined because in a lot of these situations, let's say when he's level 3, when he's making that initiation, if he lives, he's gonna get to level 4, so with the extra damage coming up from the counter helix, he might be able to get some extra kills, but it never really happened. So sometimes it does happen where you're having such a horrible game that there is no way for you to make a comeback into it.
Yeah, a rough one for the Axe. Kind of answered the question as to why we don't see it so much, you know, but it was a very tough game, and obviously letting the Naga through as well, not ideal. You can see here we got the head-to-head of the offlaners, and no surprises as to who was winning that one.
I mean, I think a big thing to look at is just going to be what happened in this game and the impact. If you're looking at Divide Llama, he was always going into the fight, getting kills, initiating for his team, key component getting kills, where the Axe, he got really slow farm, wasn't really getting any of the kills for his team. He'd blink in, there'd be a song to like kind of stop that right in his tracks there. There's just a big difference between Divide Llama and Ilk and what they're able to do in this game.
Yeah, and look, we did see some positives coming out from Infinity. At one point, the game pretty was even Stevens in terms of kills and gold. You know, maybe they'll reassess kind of where they go with some of their picks for the second game.
I think what they wanted to go for is what I said after the draft was done, where they could go for something like more fast-paced, which they did to match the tempo of Heroic. It did look good for the first, like, I would say 10-15ish minutes of the game, but they were playing pretty much 4 versus 5 because Batrider, he stepped up pretty hard. You mentioned PP as well. They were playing together. There was also one Hail Mary play that I really liked in the end where Panda sold all of his items to buy Aghanim Scepter, thinking maybe that's going to be the turnaround point with the Axe landing a 2-3 man call with the big Static Storm. Never happened, but you could still see that in a game where they feel like they have 1% chance to win it, there's always something to do. They try to go for that, failed short, but you know, it is what it is. Scratch it and go for the next one.
Yeah, okay, and that's what we are going to do. But first, it is Heroic's turn to be harassed by Sir Action Slacks.
What are the lives of the players like? Well, that is what we're going to be answering here today. Welcome to another episode of Player Dens, where we will take you into the practice rooms of your favorite teams and see what we can learn about their degenerate lifestyles. Today, we'll be joining Team Heroic in here, one of our upper bracketers. Very exciting to see what they are like and what their unique room has to offer. Let's take a peek. Follow me in. Miss Manager Lady, what is your name for the audience?
Victoria or Guashi.
That's Guashi right there, okay? You might know her from her incredible social media dancing rat craze of the last 3 years. She's an artist, she's a manager, she's one of my favorites here, and you are taking good care of your team. Are you the one who's providing these giant waters?
Yes, yes.
Keeping them hydrated, okay? What's your status on drinking, you know, the sugary drinks for these boys?
Well, most of them actually drink Coke Zero. Those cans are out of the fridge because the fridge is actually full of Coke Zero.
Oh, there's a fridge?
Yeah, it's hidden under the forks.
Oh, I did not know that. Thank you. That will make these den adventures much more powerful. Very good. Well, it seems like you got some good boys then, huh? Nothing scary? Nobody just starts watching anime, popping up the deadlock? You don't have to crack the whip ever?
I have a deadlock player.
Oh, you do?
But Davai is our future pro deadlock player.
Oh, yeah. Wow, okay, all right. Tell me the story here. Who's the locker here?
So yeah, Davai was trying to get pro in Deadlock, but I said, man, I dropped the college to play Dota. You can't be pro in Deadlock and Dota at the same time, you know? And then we forced him to drop Deadlock his career, and he's retired right now. But after giving up on Dota, after winning like 3 TIs, he will be back, and he's gonna be the new Deadlock star.
Now let's test this theory. Divide Llama, open up your Steam and show me the last time you played Deadlock, please. Don't fucking open up my old YouTube videos, you son of a bitch. Okay, full screen that. Let's see. Last played today.
Yeah, but it was with a friend, you know. It was like social play. It was social play.
No.
It's not. It wasn't real. It doesn't count. You know? I only have 43 hours. Not that bad.
Please introduce yourself to the fans at home.
Hello, I am Mangusu. I am the other coach of Heroic.
Oh, very good. The other coach. Is that how you introduce yourself? The first coach has priority?
Currently nowadays.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Coach.
I'm so sorry. You're booting up Dota. And, oh, your battle report's ready. Let's take a look at that battle report, young man. If you could crack that open.
Thing is, I don't play the game.
Well, we'll see. June 3rd. Okay, here we go. Tusk. This is good. 80% win rate right now. What the hell?
Good, right?
One stacked camp average? What the fuck, dude? What's your position?
5.
I don't believe it. He's actually working. This is a replay. Always grinding. What are we watching here? What game is this? Is this just a pub? You know?
Yeah, he watches lots of pubs.
Okay, okay. Actually doing well. Well done, sir. This guy's actually working. I thought he was being a lazy bastard. And you're watching replays too. You guys, no wonder you're doing well at this tournament.
Just pretending. I knew you guys would come, so I'm pretending.
Oh, that's very good. Okay. All right. Yeah, Huskar, not a lot to learn here. No problem. We are actually, what is this, the stream? This guy's watching the stream, dude. These guys are super serious, except for, of course, not doing well over there. But watching the stream right now, how's it looking?
Nice. I'm cheering for my South American friends.
Ah, yes. How do you think it's going to go? This will air in the future, so we're going to make fun of you if you get it wrong. Who's going to win the series?
Beastcoast.
Okay, fantastic. Probably. No problem. And we have finally a man pubbing over here, Medusa. There is a lot to take in at this desk, okay? We have a full pink keyboard, and this ain't just something, this is new. This is brand new. My boy ordered this shit. He wanted it. Wow. How did you get this pink keyboard to this man?
So basically, he on the travel here, he broke his one, and the only version of the same keyboard that he had I could found was pink. So I looked at it and I was like, "Do you mind if it's pink?" And he was like, "No, that's fine." And I actually told him, like, if we win the tournament, I'm gonna change all your setup to pink.
I love this guy. Yeah, my little mood thing. You're a beautiful, beautiful guy. You just walk in, you're sassy, you just make it your own way. How you doing, little mood thing?
Fine, I guess.
Great. So
I'm just, you know, annoyed that I had to get up to be here.
Why?
Because you were gonna be here.
So that was like an all hands on deck. Someone's coming in the room. You have to wake up.
Yes, I'm sad.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Well, you're the Dota coach. He said he's the life coach. Is that right?
No, we're both coaches.
Okay,
we're trying to be equal here.
Equal.
We don't manage to do it every time, but we're trying.
So, you making these guys prep today? You got any special things on their day off, or are you just gonna let them chill out and do their own thing?
Apparently, we're going karting.
You guys are going karting? Go karting? Today?
Yeah.
That's hype as hell. All right, you guys are actually leaving the building.
Yeah, that's incredible. I know.
It actually is.
It's a big feat. We're gonna try to get everyone, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, there's no injuries, right? Because I know some esports team, they're really stupid. They go out and play basketball. If I had an esports team, I wouldn't let these hands are precious, you know? So you guys, no bumping? This is just a very slow circles in the cart or what?
No, fuck you. We're going hard.
Hell yeah!
We have 2 coaches for that. We have 2 standings.
Damn! That's based as hell. Hell yeah. Well, thank you very much. Okay, guys. Well, I have to say, we learned a lot about this team by going into their domicile. They're serious, very well hydrated, very not messy. They are friends that go out and they love schnitzel. That is why these guys are successful, okay? Watching replays, staying hydrated. You do the same at home. Thanks for joining us here on another Gamer Den edition. See ya.
Vamos Brasil!
Yeah, we'll process that one later. For now, we're about to get into a pick and ban in the series between Heroic and Infinity. Heroic have the advantage, as they pretty much had the entirety of their existence within their region. Let's just talk a little bit about Infinity adaptations, that kind of thing. Obviously, it was good for a while in that game. Heroic are masters, as you pointed out, at learning how to use their leverage to close out. So is there perhaps a strategy they can do that stops Heroic doing that?
And the one big question mark for me still is with these first pick bristlebacks, where these heroes do get countered by Silver Edge buyers. We saw Muerta picking up relatively early on, also picking Primal Beast with the Aghanim Scepter, and they're not flexing it. I was expecting maybe, you know, a different carry coming out. into the end. I was mentioning Dragon Knight, but this Bristol, you first pick it and then you still go with it. So I think there should be some flex to it as well. I know we don't like to see Bristleback being played as a position 5, but I think throwing this hero into the off lane feels much better than him being played from a carrier role, because you're still going to do the same thing.
My theory on that is I think they overreacted to trying to shut down Parker, right? Because like Parker counterpicked the Bristleback with what he thought was good, right? And we all know Parker's having a really good tournament. I think the overreaction was here, all right, we're going to hard counter this Morta with this last pick Axe. And it is a good matchup, right? But unfortunately, that didn't really work out. And when your last pick that's designed to counter the carry just falls flat, the games are kind of look like this, right? So unfortunately, they tried their best to deal with Parker, and that has to be a little bit intimidating where you build this whole strat to try and counter one player and it fails miserably. Where do you go from there? Like,
I did mention when they were playing Radiant second pick that they have 25% win rate, and now it dropped as well, because I did mention that they, like a lot of the times you would see them not utilize the last pick correctly. Sure, the idea is there with the blade mill and everything, but we never seen it. Like, what's the whole point of it?
Yeah, correct. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, that was a real chance for them to, you know, lock something in that was going to give them the win in that first game. So Heroic definitely feeling good and looking like they have the advantage here. All smiles on the screen at the moment.
Yeah, it always feels good going into a game of Dota, just feeling like you can't lose, right? And I'm pretty sure that's how Heroic feels, just because like they've played them so much. They just had such a clean game number 1 on top of that. And going to this next game for Infinity, it probably, maybe they won't admit it, but this is also going to a game where they probably feel like they can't win as well, right? So like it goes both ways here, and it's really hard for me to like talk about how Infinity can come back to this in the draft, because like their draft was playable. I think they made a lot of adjustments to make sure that they could play the early game and not get ran over there. However, that's not really their style. But what we're afraid of is they're going to go to play for the late game, and all of a sudden the early game will crumble and they can't get there. So it's a lose-lose situation, really.
Yeah, coming into the second game, I think we're not going to see this early tempo-oriented draft. They will go back to what they know the best, picking Costabile, some super late game carry hero. I don't want to see Terrorblade, don't get me wrong, even though they did win with it. I don't think that's a viable hero right now. But we might see some Morphling, we might see some Medusa, some Razor Gyrocopter, something along those lines to be able to secure the late game, because his hero didn't really feel like he can do stuff in the mid and late game, considering he played into 2 breaks, Naga with the reel in. You could feel the power of Muerta immediately shutting him down with one ulti, just burst him in 2 seconds pretty much. And also something that Fog was talking about during the cast is that he had Vampire Fangs. He also picked up a relatively early shard for the spell lifesteal on Muerta. So even if there is going to be a big jump from Axe, even though he's fighting Bristleback, he's still going to be lifestealing. He's not going to be dropping below so that he can dunk him. And also to point out other itemization from the supports where they pick up a Blink Dagger for Naga Siren to set things up. There was also a Blink Dagger as well available, plus a Yule Scepter on Snapfire. So if Axe goes in later down the line, he upgraded that to Aghanim Scepter. So even if you get called, you can always blink in and just gobble up one guy and spit him out.
And Clinton, you were on PP Watch. How did he get on in that game?
Yeah, he was all over the place in that game with Invoker. He got everywhere on the map. He was going top lane. He went to bottom lane. His ganks were really on point. And I think he played a good game of Invoker. Like I said, Knight and PP, they played incredibly well that game. I think going into this next game, you can't get too much in your head about how things could be if you play your style of Dota, right? And over adjust. I want them to just play what got them to where they're in the position right now, like the late game 4 protect 1 coastability type of strategies. If you don't do that, then I think you're just going to have less of a chance of winning this one.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think Costabile needs to. We talked about 2 of the carries in this matchup, where one comes online super fast, but also Illich. I think they need to find a hero for him, because he had a horrible game. One of the worst performances, we would say, in terms of what he's able to achieve.
That's how he feels about this match.
Must be nice to be that casual.
So Illich has a pretty big hero pool that he's played so far in the tournament, playing like 10, 11 different heroes. So he can pretty much play anything. It's just whether they're gonna be able. He's sleeping and smiling at the same time.
It's a bit, I'm sure. These guys.
No, of course.
Putting me to sleep.
Yeah.
I'm bored. I'm so good.
Yeah, there you go. You can see, as you pointed out, a lot of heroes attempted with varying results.
Yeah, there are a couple of very niche heroes that we usually don't see from the offlane. We've seen a couple of Night Stalkers. That hero is really good, and the Brewmaster. That's a surprising one. I did not expect this hero to be like seen much, but from time to time, the hero does show up. I think this also could have been potentially a good pick in the previous game because you're playing with the Batrider, so you're going to have a stronger lane than when you're playing with Axe, and also with that Yule Scepter on Brewmaster, you can. What's it called? I keep forgetting the
Brewmaster Axe?
Yeah, not the Axe, the wind spells, the Cyclone. There we go. Finally got it. Yeah. So with the Cyclone on Brewmaster, he can be the one controlling Muerta. So the problem is Brawlings can also die, but if you're the one casting the spells first, could have been the pick. So they have a lot of options to choose from for Illich.
Yeah, I definitely want to see him play something that he's comfortable on, and more than comfortable, something that's meta. Like, the Axe is it had theory, right? Like, there's a reason it's not picked. We've harped over it for a long time now. But if he just plays one of the standard heroes, I think Bristleback was that hero, to be honest with you. It was just sitting there right in front of him the whole time. But they tried to get cute, and that really is just what it comes down to. Like, they just tried something new here, did not work out. Going to the next game, just do what we got to do. Pick your heroes, play your Dota, and if you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. And if you lose, well, at least you played the way that you wanted to as a team, and now you got footage in which you can just like watch to improve upon your own style.
Maybe that's what they wanted to have, footage, so they can improve. Have it there for future tournaments as well, so you always have something.
There's not much to improve upon that one. Like,
yeah, I was going to say, I don't think they're going to play that one back. Like, treasured memories,
The good thing is they had options. I think they had a lot of different options coming into the last pick where they could have flexed Bristleback, they could have picked different heroes, so that gives me confidence coming into the second game. Problem is how they're going to execute. Like, because Heroic just looks like a better team in terms of strategy, in terms of drafting as well. One thing that didn't look good is when they try to go for this Roshan, then they figured out in the middle of the Rosh that, we can't really kill it. So they went back, which I think could have been a good opportunity for Infinity to try to punch back and maybe sneak in, because Axe just got his Blink Blade Mail.
Yep. You can see there as well the heroes that they like to play. Obviously, Parker had that anti-mage game that we watched. But Costa Bile, not afraid to roll the dice. Saw a Terror Blade, which I agree with you, definitely not a meta hero. It does help, by the way, when people deliver.
He is the meta hero. He has metamorphosis.
He's still asleep.
I love what you did, though. Some of your finest work.
Yeah, I mean, I think between these two players, like, you see a lot more heroes played for Costa Bile, but he's played a lot more games too, right? You are 3-0 on Heroic. A lot of the games have been 2-0 in their favor, kind of cruising through the tournament. Haven't really found any competition yet for them, but I think right now, like, the big three for me looking at this tournament, Heroic is on that list, which typically they're not, but they're really making a name for themselves. Falcons has got to be on there, and I think Tundra.
Yes, I think with everything we've seen, I'd agree with that assessment.
Yeah, the big three, because I expected more from Nouns, to be honest, and they didn't show good performances.
So did
but they are getting better, and that's what I want to see, improvement in the tournament. And we do have the draft available. Clockwork, of course, is going to be gone immediately. I'm not sure we're going to be seeing much of a Clockwork for the rest of the tournament. I think everybody figured out that this hero is just way too strong.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because, they weren't wasting the bans on it, but they just kept on winning and winning and winning. So what you got to do?
You got to ban it. That's what you got to do. And that's what's going to happen. And I think what else you have to ban after that game is probably the Naga Siren, because that was something that they didn't have an answer for. And I still think that hero is a disgusting hero. Like, the Song of the Siren is just uncounterable in so many ways. Like, you can try countering, like the Glimpse play, maybe a Pango could be okay versus it, but just like being able to sleep and reset is just so strong. And on top of that, just the reel in general, like that ability on the net just put you in the worst positions ever. So I do want to see it banned, but with that gyro ban, it kind of makes me think they're going to go somewhat of the route that Tundra did and just pick a Beastmaster or something, because that is definitely your worst lane counter. Enigma as well.
Enigma's the other one I was about to mention. But yeah, this leaves some other cool heroes in the pool. I'm just wondering, like, is Omni Knight not playable?
What's going on there?
All the nerfs that he received in the previous patch was pretty much mana related.
Yeah.
And a little bit of a move speed, but he clicks follow on allied hero anyway, so he's just like moving there. It's not very counteractive gameplay, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I just think with the nerfs to all the auras and people aren't going super heavy trying to end the game, typically it's not as good. We're seeing a lot more Clockwork and Tusk and more proactive kind of supports right now. So I think it's good in the right game, just not one of those heroes that you're just going to first pick nowadays and just be like, okay, here's our strat. We get first Roche and try to end the game. Doesn't seem to be a favorable playstyle anymore. And they're burning through reserve time now, just deciding what they want to ban and pick here. So I felt like they had plenty of time to prepare for this draft here, but apparently they are not.
Well,
prepared.
they were sleeping, unfortunately.
No, that was the other team.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
The other team's already prepared.
Yeah,
they didn't use any.
That's
time.
why they went asleep. I get it, right?
And this is kind of like goes into the mentality of these teams that I was talking about, where Heroic probably feels like they can't lose, right?
Yeah,
in Infinity, they have time to prepare for first pick, and they're still uncertain of what they wanted to first pick, and they just go ahead and pick out the Bristleback first pick here.
Which leaves Naga Siren still in the pool if they want to run it back.
I don't know if you can give up. I mean, Naga's good, don't get me wrong, but Primal just in the game against Bristle, you're pretty happy, right?
Yeah.
Because it's probably getting banned in the next banning phase.
There's also another hero that was banned in the previous game. That's Bango. I've been really surprised how well the hero works with the new facet, that 1 extra second. But yeah, Primal Beast, he was good in the previous game. Like the off-lane comparison, he had that break eventually, if you can hold long enough until he gets the item. So pretty much similar approach. They just shifted things around.
I think more than anything as well, like it also gets your Divide Llama hero into the game.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Divide Llama's hero pool may look big, but that's like fake because he plays like Marcy, Slark. Right, but like his actual hero pool, it's like Mars is one of his big ones, Primal's one of his big ones, Centaur, Underlord, like these are like his go-to heroes. And when you see a Bristleback, you already have a counter pick in a Divide Llama hero. Just take that right away.
And I would love to see Dark Willow against this Primal Beast, lane him against him. That's one way to do it, or get some kind of a stun so that he can't maneuver. Bramble Maid's very annoying for Primal Beast, so he can't charge in. Very difficult, like he uses ulti, terrorize on top of him.
Yeah, Invoker ban, I mean, that is just a good hero in the mid lane right now. It is something Analog is very confident on, and probably maybe something that they don't want to get cheesed later on. If they took Invoker, for example, we know Analog can play Brood mid and absolutely annihilate you, so maybe just getting it out of the game is the correct play here. So we're going to see a little bit of different play from mid lane. We did see Puck Invoker, which last game, of course, and these heroes, they get banned most games, so they're banned yet again. So we're gonna have to see a little bit of a new mid hero pool, and that's like the nice thing of having a player like Analog. He can play pretty much everything. Like if he wants to, he could still Viper if it's a good game for it. And they'll have like the worst Bristle game of all time if it's a good Viper mid game.
We can run back that segment where we just show the picking of the Viper in the highlights.
That's our highlight.
Yeah, we can just use it again and again and again.
One thing I like about Infinity is that they can learn their lesson in terms of not picking Dragonite mid anymore. Because if we go back a couple of days, they did run it as a counter to Puck. Some of these heroes as well, that it looked good but on paper, but then again, it didn't really look good in the game.
They're using a lot of time here to think about this ban, and they'll ban the Naga themselves here.
Okay,
right?
then they steal the Dark Willow. I like this a lot.
I mean, at this point, Snap is banned, Hoodwink's banned, Dark Willow's taken. What was the next on the list here? Was it the Morta 4? I mean, you could take Morta here as a 4, and you are blocking Parker from getting it again against the Bristleback. So, unironically, might not be a bad idea. Just remember, though, that when you have a friend on the map that you need to destroy it so you don't TP back into your death, as Soxa did learn in the last series.
So Disruptor, once again, they think this is a good response to Primal Beast. We saw it being good, but we also seen Costabile suffering when there was no support in the lane, where they played super aggressive on top of him. There's not much you can do, and this hero has so much strength gain, plus you're, of course, building into Magic One, playing into this lane, so you will have some extra protection, and seems like Parker has finally woken up. Slowly, though.
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, looks like a zombie right now a little bit.
Just need a cup of tea.
Arms crossed. Vampire, actually. That makes sense.
That's a pro. Should have been around for Slax's bit yesterday.
All right, Batrider will come out. One thing I don't want to see, again, is that Bristleback versus Primal lane. It's really rough. Like, you don't have any way to deal with the trample. Like, we saw Costabile on multiple occasions just straight up die, right? And yeah, Glimpse is okay, but that's a very long cooldown if you use it once, and then you have no more protection. I guess the fence or the field could work. And you got your wish. There's an Omni Knight in the game now. And this is a hero that is really good versus Disruptor, as long as you don't get caught yourself.
And you have a little bit of protection as well from Dark Willow. So I love when two supports can protect each other with spells, items as well, some Glimmer Cave, Solar Crest, of course. But if you're going on Omni Knight, there's going to be Terrorize. Omni Knight can take care of the business. So I think with having Primal Beast and Dark Willow, you're never going to lack any kind of catch, any kind of a control in a team fight. So that's why Omni Knight also feels really good.
And there's the Murta we're talking about. For all the reasons it was good in the last game, it's just as good in this game because guess what? Infinity's draft has not changed at all.
No.
It's the same 3 heroes that they had in the last game. So they decided draft was not an issue. It was more of the play. Or if they did decide the draft was an issue, it was later on in the picks, which I can't imagine the Invoker being the issue of that game. But I do know of one hero that was an issue, and that was the Axe. And so hopefully they make an adjustment there, whether they pick a hero that is more meta now or just send that Bristle back.
I was going to say, you send the Bristle into the off lane.
I'm down with that too.
Yeah, I think so.
So you want to have some like mixed damage. I mean, Luna is banned, so that's gone. But Costabile, he loves to play these mixed damage heroes like Gyrocopter. I don't know if you want to go.
Gyro's banned too, by the way.
Gyro's also banned. Okay.
Sorry. So what I was gonna say is like mixed damage is. That's not mixed damage. He's all physical, by the way. But either way, like mixed damage is nice versus Morta. However, a lot of the mixed damage heroes like Luna, Morphling, they're high agility heroes, right? So the magic damage like ignores your armor. So typically when you play versus Morta, you want to play a strength hero that just buys very little armor items and just has raw HP, because that's what Morta is going to have to try and go through. And I think Alchemist is like one of the perfect picks to deal with that as well, because you're very hard to kill as an Alchemist for a Morta.
And we've seen the Alchemist emerge at this tournament as one of the better carries, can really take over a game if it's the right kind of game.
Much better game, yeah.
And they made the adjustments that we said on Infinity's side. Throw this Bristleback to an off lane, pick something different. So far, 3 out of 4 are correct, and we're not going to be seeing that Puck from the mid lane. We're not going to be seeing Invoker. So they will need to pick different heroes. They will remove analogs. Huskar, which he plays really well.
So the next hero on the list that I'm thinking about is like Earth Spirit comes up a lot as a mid laner whenever Puck is banned. So one of these teams are going to go for that, or it's going to get banned. We see the Huskar ban already. I think that might be already kind of like hinting at they want that Earth Spirit, because these melee heroes like Earth Spirit can do absolutely nothing in a Huskar lane.
And you also are building into Blade Mail. You have Silence, you have Control for the Omni Knight in the back lines. There's a lot of uncontrollable damage, so Blade Mail Carrier from the mid lane feels really nice against Primal, Dark Willow, Morta. Is there anything else?
Vessel as well.
Yeah, Vessel.
Against the Alcon stuff.
Yeah, I would be shocked if they don't ban Earth Spirit here. I think that is the best hero that Infinity can play, and they do play that hero as well. So, I mean, I'm sure they're thinking about it. Storm made sense too. I mean, could have been pretty okay. You don't have the best ways of catching them. You have some, like Dark Willow, Bramble, Silence, and Morta, but the problem is those are hard to hit. I think for the same reason, Earth Spirit will be hard to catch too, so they're thinking about it though. I'm very curious on what other hero they're thinking about if it's not the Earth Spirit, but it will be the Earth Spirit. think that is the correct choice here, which limits your options now.
Yeah, they've spotted the ruse, I believe.
They did, yeah. We might go into like Infinity picking some melee mid laner, like Earthshaker Sanking to have a reliable stun. I do not want to see any kind of DK from the mid lane, and then Heroic can, respond with something that's going to win the lane, because they have the last pick in this one as well.
I like the Sanking a lot. I think that's your next option here. The Sandstorm, lots of AoE magic damage for the Muerta, and the fights could be quite annoying. I think you're out of Blade Mail heroes, so you're not going to really get that one. So.
One out of one is out.
I mean, Kunkka buys Blade Mail.
That's true.
You don't really pick that hero blind in the mid lane. So Sanking sounds pretty good, but they're going to go for Leshrac, which is a Morta counter. But I have very mixed feelings on this hero, mainly because it typically does not do well. And well, so here's the thing about Leshrac, right? It either just pops off and carries you the game, and
or
it's like 20-0, or you just have like 10 to 12 deaths in the game as a mid laner. You might have a lot of kills with it, but feeding over that much gold as a mid is not good.
Yeah,
So
I have one hero, could be really interesting, Keeper of the Light, just because he buys Spirit Vessel. Bring it back against Leshrac, Alchemist, Bristleback. These are all super tanky heroes. As I said, you don't have like problems with control with Dark Willow and Primal Beast, but they're running out of time, so we're going to see what they're cooking. Just standard. I mean, this is
safe,
exactly. It's going to be damage. It's not that good of a I'm not sure I've seen this matchup recently, Queen of Pain against Leshrac, because you're not playing off your Shadow Strike, so you're mostly farming, but your kill threat comes when you hit lead levels.
Well, Queen of Pain's innate is like percentage of magic damage you do her is returned to the person doing the damage. So for a hero like Leshrac, that hurts a lot, right? And can change the matchup. So that part is good. I do like the fact that Queen of Pain ultimate, it pushes you back, right? So Leshrac kind of just has to walk in there. So if you use your Queen of Pain ult, you could keep the distance away from your Muerta, and you can get that damage off there. I mean, as per usual, Heroic's lineup is kind of hard to argue against. Omni looks really good. Divine Llama, you had to get on the Primal Beast here. Parker, he's playing Muerta against Bristleback yet again, and the Queen of Pain. And I mean, you are playing versus Disruptor. I really like Infinity's draft too, but the Leshrac is the only one that I can't get behind. So
I was thinking something else. I think they kind of have tunnel vision how to counter this Muerta, because they were lacking some in the previous game. They did make the adjustments, and I think we're going to be seeing a closer game. But I think Heroic also has this one, because then again, you have some Muerta counters, but there's also Omni Knight, the hero that we should be talking about.
Well, I was going to ask a little bit about that, just because of how his ult operates and blocking the damage and everything. Is that going to, is that a factor into the ALC or anything?
Yeah, I mean, the GA is always going to be incredibly useful, especially because you do have Repel as well. So even if you buy a Nullifier, it's not like a complete answer like it used to be. So if you just get the Repel and GA off on the Muerta, well, she's pretty invulnerable during that time frame, and she's going to do a lot of damage. So the lane should be good too. So Omni is always an issue. I think the one thing that they have to really focus on is I think Knight has to get in the back line and catch that Omni Knight and kill him first, because if you don't, I don't know who you're killing in this lineup.
Yeah, I have to agree with that one. And also, I'm not sure if Illich is going to be having that good of a game as he did have in game number 1, where he was getting all these trades and he was getting the Blink Dagger 11 minutes in.
All right, well, thanks for your thoughts. We're ready now to go backstage again with Nomad.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, indeed, I am here with the coach of Heroic, Cafs, and firstly, I want to ask, coming into this second game, obviously, at the start, it looked like the drafts were looking a little bit similar. Then they sort of went in different directions. So how different are you expecting this game to be from the last?
I think it depends a lot on lanes. I think the way that lanes went on the first game defined a lot of the game. But we still have the Muerta against the Bristleback, and we think that's a really good answer. So maybe if the game doesn't change a lot because of lanes, it's just the same.
So you're not at all worried about, if you do the same sort of thing twice, they lost the last game, so they learnt more, and they've got the chance to adjust. That doesn't worry you at all as a coach?
I mean, I thought they would ban the Muerta on second phase. I was already looking for another answer, but I couldn't see a way that picking Muerta there was bad. So we just went for it. Like, I can't see what they could do, and I don't think they did anything.
All right, fair enough. And then very quickly, what was the last thing you said to your team before coming out here?
Last thing?
Yeah.
Oh. Honestly, they were like already talking about the good things. The last thing I said was on the draft. I just like we're talking about inverting the supports. They're putting the Dark Willow on safe lane and the Omni on the off lane.
Oh, I see. So we'll see that one, how that plays out for you. Cavs, thank you very much. Good luck in the game. We'll send it over to our casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yeah, looking to see how this goes down here. The action, as you can see on your screen, already started. They got the first blood. They were able to get the Moet up on the cliff, and they very carefully made sure the PP was the one to get that first blood.
Yep. And I think it's all important in this game, too. You want to enable this Lesh as much as possible when he's playing into what could be a bit of a scary lineup when there's so much burst potential. That's always my fear for Lesh. And just the rise of Mage Slayers, Pipes, could definitely see somebody pick one up this game. The Pipe in particular, probably on Devi. But yeah, some adjustments been made for the side of Infinity, trying to fix what went wrong in that last game. And yeah, getting first blood on Lesh, getting how many of the bounty runes did they end up getting?
Look at this mid.
Couple more is.
There's a Primal Beast mid. He's going for it. They really want to get PP.
The blood grenade hits.
They're not going to get PP.
The blood grenade's not enough.
He's going to live. I mean, that's a wild move there. It does not succeed for Heroic.
And Devi now has to go back to base to TP top. He cut the wave top level 1 to get that level 2, but wait, is Analog maybe just dead here? He's got Fairy Fire, but the right clicks, he's okay. What is going on?
That was some crazy stuff, but I mean, that indeed, the start of this game now for Davai Lama, it's
miserable.
Yeah.
And Alchemist
so just free waves.
Gets to free farm the first 2 waves. Well, that's the ideal for Infinity to turn this series a bit. At least at the start here. And they do have this Bristle adjustment where they went for the Snot Rocket. He's going in the off lane, and they're looking to play more aggressive onto this Muerta early. All right, cool. Yeah, adjustment's been made, and let's see how this top ends up going down, because this isn't something you see done too often, where you put Omni in that off lane.
Yeah, but why do you think they did this then, made that support switch?
Well, you're saying that's what they wanted to do, right? So just wanted to have this.
But why?
Probably just so they can deter some of the aggression that can come out onto the Muerta with that Bristle, but I'm not too sure. Because I just don't feel like, I don't know what a 4-position Omni really does.
Yeah, maybe I'd guess that they feel that they've got more kill potential with the Dark Willow being bot with the Muerta.
I guess, but then you have no kill potential top. You're literally just choosing to just sack the lane versus Ghost to be like. I'm not sure. This is interesting. We'll see if it ends up working, this little adaptation. Because, yeah, it's 14-3 on the Alk. You got a first 2-3 waves. And it doesn't feel like these two can really bully him too much. Even though Devi has been playing really well and he is playing this year, I just don't know what Omni actually contributes. And they will get a double stack pull-off, so Panda will be able to deny an entire wave from this Primal Beast. Almost an entire wave. The range creep will be able to come in.
We'll see if they find any sort of chance to get aggressive, but as you're saying, maybe limited potential from the two of them.
Omni just doesn't. I mean, maybe they'll kill Panda, but killing Costabile would have to be Costabile making a pretty big mistake, it feels like.
I guess at least they shouldn't die themselves, right? The Omni Primal.
They can. The high levels on Costabile can be a bit threatening. I guess the Repel can counteract that a lot of the times, but at least versus that Glimpse every time it does get used early on. Not same cooldown by any means, but we'll see. Knight doing some creep pulling, wanting to make this lane a bit better for the Bristle. It started okay, and then now Muerta's able to just get the last hits a little bit easier. Knight taking a lot of damage, will survive Devi.
I mean, he charged straight across them. He's going to be saved by the Repel, but my goodness, he's living on the edge, Devi.
Just doesn't feel like the easiest lane for him to just stand up here or pressure Costabile. And he has to be a little more cautious if he's going to go for plays like that. This is a huge creep wave coming in. If he dies, that would be devastating for him. They are low mana, so it doesn't have to worry about that. But can he actually secure these range creeps?
Devi.
My goodness. Pushing
Costabile's got phase boots. He could just run him down. Oh, okay, the charge is back up. King Jungles.
I thought we might actually see a TP from Schofield there, but he was low mana. Yeah, Schofield is very active. If they dive too far past tower, they do have to be a little careful versus the Willow. So, all right, this is I guess the adjustment was made to help the Muerta have full free farm, and then, yeah, you're going to sack a little bit toward top of how much pressure you can get, but Primal he is getting farm. So 21 and 2 on him. And we are seeing Eilich struggle again. But he'll have stacks at the ready this time. Knight, it's not blocked out. And they're not feeding kills. Last time, I think there was already like 4 or 5 kills down here.
And did you like overall the last pick here from Heroic, going for the Queen of Pain for Analog?
Yep, has some cool potential. You know, the knockback, I'm glad they actually mentioned that when you're playing versus something like Lesh. High burst and pushback can be pretty huge. And I like this hero right now. Definitely feels like it gets pretty strong as the game progresses. And if there's not the best type of chain stun, it can always be problematic.
Look at this. Is a lot of pressure on this tier 1 tower.
It's a huge wave.
5 minutes in.
And here comes the Willow.
Half the HP of the tower's gone. They're going to look for Panda. TPs are coming in. They'll get Panda.
Here's PP.
They should be able to punish Divine Llama. He's going to get buffed up by the repel. Dead shot to pushback. Could he keep it safe? It might. Divine Llama's still alive.
He's got no TP.
And PP should be able to find him. But I say that it's going to take him a bit of time to hunt him down.
He's got the charge, too. They might just stop chasing this. I don't know. This is going to be a crazy long chase.
And King Jungles is going to be able to deny himself to Roshan. And indeed, there's no point chasing him anymore. Obviously, the problem for Divine Llama is that he's kind of stuck in this corner.
Look at this. And Analog gets a free regen rune because of all this. These are crazy rotations that are coming out. Bottom. That's trying to get something. Divide will die to a neutral as Parker dies to the Bristle.
Schofield should get chased down as well by PP, so effectively there's 4 heroes dead at the top. Obviously 2 of those indeed. And 1 denied to Roche, 1 denied to the neutrals.
But Eilich is able to play alone. A solo kill onto Parker this time around. Level 6 already finished up on this Bristle. Infinitely better start. All 3 cores looking good on the side of Infinity. Let's just have to be a little careful. 400 HP, playing behind the tower here. Schofield is here.
I mean, they do have the rotation coming in.
This was very
from Analog. That's going to be Eilich going down.
That was... I guess he didn't expect the Quap rotation, but that was incredibly over-aggressive.
I mean, I think that they would have seen the Quap head down bottom because of that mid board.
They did. I'm not sure why he decided to just go for the cutting of the wave there.
But you think he could have got out easily? He didn't need to be there.
Not dive there.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
A bit strange.
Just when you're talking him up as well.
I cursed him. Well, Parker's back to ahead of him now. Well, that happened. He does have stacks to be able to go back to, but definitely don't want to be giving up these free kills by any means.
Also, who's taking priority on those stacks? So they're the Bristles or the Alks? Or the Leshes. I
don't know.
Everyone's going to want the stacks.
Depends on who's having the worst. Analog, another rotation. They'll find Knight. Getting Parker involved. It's a bit of a bizarre first 8 minutes with the rotations that have been going down. Alk, top of the mark, but not by too huge of a margin. Device starting to recover things as well. It's bottom of the cores, but is level 5 at the least. Analog. We'll be okay. But yeah, this Lesh pick does have a lot of interesting potential here. Has a shield rune too to play aggressive, but high burst versus this Muerta could be a pretty cool answer.
They really want Analog.
He's got Blink. They've got the ward behind the tower.
So they can get some sort of Blink back into the Glimpse play.
They're trying for it.
I'm not going to get it. Down bottom. I'm thinking about going for a Illich.
He's caught again.
And they've got the damage. Very nicely done once more by Heroic, shutting down what was a decent start for Illich. She's suffering now, a couple of deaths.
Definitely don't want to be giving these up to Parker. We saw how well he was able to farm with a free farm game last game. Now he's getting these extra little boosted kills. Illich just has to be more careful. And we do see the sentries. We saw the same thing from Heroic last time, trying to prevent these stacks. They will still have that one on the right. And they might contest these. They're actually walking in. Analog wants them.
It's not super easy for him to clear them.
It's going to take, what, 3 screams or so?
We'll take a...
Should be able to have it done.
He's going to at least get the regular camp.
Yep. It's pretty huge.
I get some
all
more.
that time spent that you were stacking, that your Bristle was dying. He doesn't have that to go back to. He'll have Ancients to go back to, but a very good steal.
Yeah, Illich is just going to start working on this Doesn't want to run the risk of those being taken as well.
The fact that Devi has almost the same net worth as this Bristleback, though, is huge. After he did a level 1 or level 2 rotation mid, and then had to go back top, and all this kind of weird stuff happened, he has same net worth as that Bristleback, who had a free lane. Well, it started as a free lane.
Costa
be
late.
The rune again.
He's on track for a good Relic and Radiance time.
Oh, is he going to kill it? Oh, Schofield. Nice play.
Looking for the glimpse back, Panda. He's going to find the glimpse. So.
Okay, gets himself killed.
Denies the rune, gives up his life.
A standard Schofield play, it feels like. But yeah, definitely a good timing that's going to be there for Costa Biel's Radiance. I think there is adjustment in build that comes out from the Muerta this game. The only one I can see is that Mage Slayer potential, because he is playing into a Bristle and a Lesh. There could be that chance, but maybe he just itemizes for himself and tells somebody else to go for something along those lines. We shall see. Devi takes the top tower. Pretty big deal. Able to get that extra farm, and he's been able to, since he's starting to recover his game, he has queued up that Blade Mail. Very good this game versus Leshrac. Analog has Sonic Wave. Heroic might be looking for a smoke up.
Some further pesky blocking. I mean, obviously, they have
still blocked, but yeah.
Yeah, they have the sentry there, but it's now at a point where if Infinity come across, they see the creep, then they might not bother trying to put the effort in dewarding because they're like, oh, it's just the creep that was blocking it.
I haven't seen people do that as much as they were for some time. When it first got the buff to that trusty shovel. We were seeing, I believe it was Tundra, constantly using this to block out camp. Same thing with Falcons, but yeah, nice little plays. Love to see it.
Heroic. Oh, ready to fight into the triangle area, coming in with the smoke. They're going to find Panda. He's able to get the glimpse back onto Davai Lama. See if that saves him. Can Parker get a shot with the dead shot? He can't. Can't quite find the angle. So Panda escapes. That's the smoke gone.
Mid tower getting pressured. Devi takes top, shows up mid. He gets bottled a couple times so he has mana in case they rotate. Panda has ulti, but there is no kinetic fence, so keeping them inside of it a little awkward. Radiance is done.
Yeah, let's see if Costa Bile can keep ahead of Parker this game. He's definitely got the hero and the tools to do so as the Alchemist with the Radiance.
And has that advantage too, building up into things. So if he's able to continue this route, can be pretty good. I just have fears for PP of running into this lineup because there's so much explosive damage. Even though Lesh can pump out damage so fast, it can be very dangerous to get in the right position to be able to do so when you don't have natural initiation on your lineup. They need this Splat Bat Blink ASAP. And even though it's a 4 position, that's their hero that starts the fights. Otherwise, it's a Lesh just charging in. Which it can be good to burst heroes like the Willow and the Muerta. Just if they're in position, they can kind of hold that Lesh in their tracks.
It's going to be super fast farm from Parker. Of course, we saw there, you know, getting to go for the Maelstrom on top of the brown boots first, rushing it and getting a super fast time. So we'll be close to comparable. Obviously, you would imagine that Costa Bile stays ahead as the Alc, but
if he doesn't stay ahead, then it's just
like if Costa Bile turns up to a bad fight, like this is definitely a game. And considering Parker's prior performances on the carry and specifically on Muerta, Parker could take over if Costa Bile slips up.
And if there's ever that point where you see them where it's ahead of the Alchemist, this game is very likely just in a horrible spot for Infinity. Bristle, 3 components of the Aghanims are finished, so maybe that's their timing that they're going to fully look. But the Blade Mail is done. Heroic is looking to strike. Blade Mail plus Dagon at the ready. They're feeling the timing. I think the drums also, Schofield fully purchased that up as the Bristle. Can he get away?
With the opening, and Analog's in position to offer up the damage.
They're just bullying this Bristle, just like they bullied the Axe last game.
Amplified damage rune as well, ready for the next play from Analog. They've got the Blink Dagger now on the Bat Infinity. See if they can set something up themselves. Safe to be set for Costa Bile, so can get involved if he sees a sort of a good-looking fight near a tower.
That's a cool adjustment that he's making. The Bat actually has the blink at the same time as this Alk.
Yeah.
It looks like he wants to be able to enable his Lesh a bit. So that's definitely an interesting approach. And I imagine they do want to just get active because I think they are starting to feel a bit of that fear. If they just sit back and the Bristle just keeps dying, then that Muerta will just start pulling ahead. Costabile finishing off this stack, maybe wanting level 12 before he fully looks to get engaged into it. The Bat has the blink. Let's see who he finds. And let's see if they actually have the damage, because so far, KJ has not left the Muerta side. So there's always going to be that repel potential save if they go for that target. And going for the Primal is definitely not the easiest of kills. If he gets the Blade Mail off, they could lose quite a bit of health going for it.
They're in the jump. With the lasso off first. Not going to have any immediate follow-up, and now double-elimination just comes crashing back overnight. Will get the kill. He'll lose his life for it. To find the trade, see if they can find Schofield as well. Schofield into the trees should be out of vision, so no chance for a catch from Panda. Checks the high ground.
But a 1-for-1 trade with a 5-man rotation. Multi-Device too unhappy about that. Sonic Wave also is coming back up. So I can imagine the Heroic is going to look to respond to this. It's a level 2 Sonic Wave with an amp damage. And he's got the Kaya, so it's going to do a whole lot.
That's in some big numbers.
And PP squishy.
Oh, PP. He's in the river. They found him. And indeed, there's that squishiness.
Oh, Panda almost just dies to the Sonic Wave by itself. Oh my god. I think he got caught in one of the brambles, but PP can't have these deaths happen. Gets found alone.
Parker not afraid to fight with the rest of the team now that he's had this good start.
And he has KJ just
Panda.
literally sitting right behind him. Panda.
He's going to get caught. Parker doesn't miss these shots. And now with a jump forward, they're looking for Knight as well. He'll get up to the high ground in time.
Costabile.
He wants to fight. Concoction on the Schofield. It's going to be the save here from KJ with the heals. Jump forward from Knight. Really wants to finish off the job, but he's going to dive that beautiful shot once again from Parker. Gets the double, and now Pierce the Veil turns towards Illich. They've killed off a third hero.
It's a disaster getting the stun catches Analog.
And Analog's able to blink out in time. He's going to live. Damn, gets him with a grab. Grabs PP.
Oh boy. KJ, clutch save coming into play on top of Analog. I think they passed him a Lotus too, if I wasn't mistaken, while he also got repelled and healed. Heroic is just playing this game beautifully. Muerta is catching up to Alchemist.
That's the thing, he's so close to the Alps farm. This is
back-to-back deaths also.
Yeah. If you're the Alk, you want to be so much further ahead of the enemy carry than just 1,000 gold at 17 minutes. And Parker just farms that fast.
And he's always has the buff up. He has this Omni just sitting behind
Check this out again. This was them trying to fight back. You know, Costabile's leading in. You see Knight going straight in. And yeah, as I say, Parker hitting the shots. And Davai Lama leading the way back into the fight. Even under the tier 2 at this point, not able to turn anything. PP getting so close.
My goodness. Perfect timing, really. And KJ, we saw it on the stats before the game popped up. I think he was 25-6 in his last couple. And yeah, you can see
he knows Davai Lama has had a couple of fantastic games here so far.
His Primal Beast might be something you start after looking to ban. I know his Mars was something we were talking about at the start of the tournament, but this is looking way better, honestly. His Primal is looking pretty terrifying. If he's able to get these type of charge forwards, he always seems to find the perfect target.
Yeah, and he just knows the limits as well. Knows what you can sometimes get away with. You know, you go back to that play at kind of 0 minutes when he was charging in on mid. It didn't matter. You know, it didn't suffer for him in the laning stage in the long run whatsoever. He knows that he can try for that. Sure, it didn't work out, but it's just the fact that he goes for those sort of moves. You can tell he's very confident on this one.
Yeah, and I like how he's getting very involved with the team too. It's like he took top tower, and it's not like he sat back. No, he went straight to mid so they could pressure and take that early tower as well too.
That's good.
For Illich, just, I mean, again, just like last game, he's just really struggling. Yes, he's got his Ags. He's going to buy the shard soon, but 4 deaths after getting a free kill onto the Muerta. He's had no growth.
And an easy roche here for Heroic.
BKB done for the Alk, so he is strong in particular, but it's these other 2 cores that I just have big concerns. PP is so fragile. And the burst from something like a Queen of Pain with this type of farm, it's scary. Gets the Grove Bow as well for even more damage. Things are accelerating quickly.
What do they do, Infinity?
They got to find it. I mean, they still have to try to, I feel like, look for some plays with this Blink Batrider. If they just sit back, it doesn't feel great. But they're just ready. Look at Heroic. Everybody in position kind of joining together. If they can find Analog mid, that would be the dream. He does blink forward and scream the wave. Can he get it?
Gets the knock back into the lasso, but TPs are coming in. They get the Static Storm into the concoction.
KJ's here.
That'll be a bit of a save indeed. KJ's able to keep Analog fine. He turns, blows the Sonic Wave over towards Panda. Costabile tries to fight on with the BKB and Chemical Rage, but he can't do this. He has to back off. The dead shot again. Parker forcing Illich to turn and get feared back towards him. Kills off the Bristle. Davalama runs over PP, and Costabile, he's going to get taken down as well. 4 dead on Infinity as Heroic. They absolutely have their number. We knew it before today. It's something about this matchup. Heroic, they just seem to always come out on top.
Heroic's just so good at responding. They're all positioned bottom. The instant he gets gone on the TPs come out, and the position that KJ TP's in, it's perfect. He's literally just in the right spot to get the GA, get the repel. They can't even take advantage of the Quap blinking in aggressively on top of a wave when they've got their entire squad.
And they just can't run. Like, it's insane. Like, Parker, these dead shots that he's hitting, he's getting kills that he shouldn't be getting. Crazy stuff. And honestly, goes back to sort of, as we have what Caps on the pre-game interview, a little bit surprised that Infinity let them pick the Moeta again. And indeed, when you see Parker play this well, you got to agree with him. Like, well, they let them have it.
And it's so important that KJ's the one that TPs first. It's like split second between him and the Muerta TPing. If he doesn't get that first TP off, Analog does die, and then potentially maybe.
And look, we'll see this great dead shot here again.
Every time
Bam.
he knocks him back.
Illich forced straight back to face Parker head first.
And look at this blade mail. 100 to 0 PP. Devi again playing the fight perfectly.
It's a tough one again here for Infinity.
They went for a risky pick. You know, PP, he wants to play his Lesh, but definitely seeing the downsides of this hero. You just have to run in versus so much damage. Not only do you kill yourself, but there's just so much burst. And now all the ults are back up for the side of Heroic. Infinity, that downtime, they weren't able to find anything either, as it just continues going more and more in Heroic's favor. Silver Edge soon to be finished up also for Parker. They're just taking the boxes.
Well, they'll need a little bit more here if they want to steal the Tormentor.
Devi has a full blink and a BKB now too after that whole last situation, so he can pretty much freely choose who he wants to jump for in any of these upcoming fights. The only thing to stop it is going to be a Bat Lasso. And that is not the way that you want your Bat Rider to go for a play. You need to get him to, you need a Dream initiation, it feels like at this point.
Free shot here for Schofield. They steal the Tormentor. And just waiting and watching. Seeing who dares come outside of the base.
Controlling the vision. KJ just hugging the Muerta. Double Solar Crest finished up to buff her up as well. Well, Costabile, he doesn't have anything coming.
And he was under the ward. They know he's down here.
He's trapped.
There's no escape.
Almost suicides. That was a little close there, but Parker able to get another cleanup kill. Surpassing the Alk's net worth by a significant margin now.
Yep. That's, I mean, if it already wasn't at the point, I mean, and now definitely much so at the stage where, as an Alk, the chances of carrying against the Muerta ahead, it's pretty slim.
Yeah. They've just had nothing coming from the offlane this series, it feels like, unfortunately for them. The Bat Rider, we've seen last game in particular, did get a couple advantageous moves, but this game, it feels like the two of them have had no game whatsoever.
Off they go, Heroic, on the hunt once more.
How do you stop Devi at this point? 2,500 HP, BKB Blade Mail. BKB even on your Queen of Pain too. They have so much at this point.
Well, I see the courier going over. They know that someone's around in the mid. Panda stepped out.
Solo play! He does get it. Shadow Blade.
And Davalama. He's got the grab on Knight. A concoction comes out, won't save Knight. Suppose support's going down.
They're just making it look easy. Onto the high ground.
It's 24 minutes in.
The Bat being killed too, so there's no repositioning tool, so they try to push the advantage as much as possible here. 30 seconds that they might be able to kill this tower and more.
They got to do something. Infinity.
PP's found. They'll get back to the base, but they're losing their racks. What do?
It's a rough one.
A rough series.
It really has been.
This one did feel like it was going to be a little bit better from them doing that little switch up with that Bristle, but Alchemist, but it does just feel Heroic has the answers.
And honestly, yeah,
and the Muerta's got to go.
This Muerta, it can't be allowed in future series. Surely teams have got to start considering this to be... I mean, obviously Parker's had crazy performance in a lot of different carries, but his Muerta performance, that's got to be top of the list.
And not if you're going to go for the early Bristleback, right? They even said it themselves in the coach interview. They're like, when they pick Bristle, we're going to go for this. Yes, they switched it to an off-lane position, but hasn't really helped whatsoever. Heroic is sweeping the map from side to side. They've got a pipe on the Bristle, and they've got an Orchid on the Alchemist. Can they make anything happen with those two timings?
And the thing is, well, you know, with the Muerta, we are seeing some of the teams like bring out these crazy performances, but some teams, some carries in this tournament, they don't play Muerta right. Do you think this is a hero that more teams should really be considering?
He's off.
Davai Lama is going to be able to walk this one away. In fact, he's just going to get in aggressively. Kostabile stuns himself.
No way.
He stuns himself. He's dead. Davai Lama will fall, so it's a trade of sorts here. But the trade's not over. Parker steps up, gets the double.
Parker tips Kostabile.
Indeed, yeah. Kostabile tripping up at the start of the fight.
Did he jump into a calling or something and not be?
No, I think he just stunned himself? He couldn't see anyone to throw the concoction at.
Oh, God.
Walks in, and they were on the other side of the tree line, I believe, so he just didn't have a target.
Oh, devastating.
Parker, he's ready to push. Fair bit of damage, but he's fine. Slides out the base.
He's dropping low. Almost dies to that one. KJ will be able to keep him back up to full.
Closing in on the Daedalus. It's about 1,000 gold for Parker.
I mean, that was them getting, what, 3 item timings on the side of Infinity and couldn't get much of anything. Lasso's going to be back up. I mean, you have to try to go for these plays.
Next fight, Analog's got his Aghanims, and he's also got an amplified damage rune on the crop.
Yep. It's grim. It's grim, Owen.
Vindicator's axe for Parker.
The ward's placed up.
Parker's in.
He's got the break.
He's looking for Illich. They get the jump. They got the lasso on a Parker. They'll drag him out of the side. Kostabile tries to get the jump. We'll get the concoction over towards Analog, but the BKB's there from Analog. Illich taken out by Parker. They get the glimpse back as well. On towards him. Can they bring Parker down? They can. They kill off the Muerta, but Kostabile is getting trampled down by Davai Lama. Charges over towards the Lesh. And again, like in game 1, they can kill Parker, but at this point, everybody else is just as much of a threat. GG is called. Heroic, they absolutely have Infinity's number. Once again today, they'll take a series against them, 2-0.
A smackdown, even more so than last one. Last one took 40 minutes. This one was just over so fast. They crumbled quickly, too. You know, the offlane in particular for the side of Infinity just had no game, it felt like, both times.
No, it's tough.
They just played it beautifully. And that switch up actually ended up being pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
And them putting that Willow, I don't know how much in particular it ended up actually mattering. But overall, Heroic just playing super clean as a team. Great macro movement.
Yeah, they look really, really good in games like this. I mean, and as I said, definitely going to be with heroes to be having at the forefront of your mind whilst drafting against this team with the way that they're showing off and such things as the Primal and Davai, the Muerta. Once again, the second time in a row for a good old Parker. Well, there we have it. Heroic. They'll be moving on in the upper bracket here, 2-0 against Infinity.
Yeah, never great when the game is shorter than the draft. Always a bad sign. Right then, the streak continues for Heroic. We did highlight that in the pre-show. It was crazy just how good Heroic were at turning the screw. Both of these games, there were periods where it was kind of level, but then Heroic just kicked into a different gear.
Definitely felt like that, where coming into this series, you would expect Heroic to take it 2-0. They showed much better performance. They're much stable as a team, but then you see how they enter the game with very explosive moves as well. Their drafts also look super strong, and I think they had some like adjustments from Infinity when it comes down to game 2, but still not good enough. And also a little bit of a misplay as well when it comes down to what happens in the mid lane, etc. So quite difficult one.
Well, let's talk about it. Sure. Fear has the unfortunate job of pointing this out. So,
all right, let's get right into it then. And what he's talking about was in the 5-second mark of this game, right into the beginning.
Started early on.
We had some interesting plays here. So the first blood happened on the bot lane, but directly after that, you're going to see in this top lane, this Primal Beast is cutting the wave. What I really want to showcase here, his itemization here. He goes for an early clarity, realizing he is going to be using a lot of mana to be able to do this. So that is very interesting. But what he does after this is pretty cool. So I'll fast forward a little bit here as he does make the trek towards the middle lane here. So the plan does appear to be that he wants to gank the mid lane. So a couple things I want to note out here that are also interesting is if you look in the lane, top lane, he cleared that wave. So he has until hold on 1 second here. He has until like this wave here meets the tower until he needs to be back in his lane, which means he has free time. He can do whatever he wants at this moment. And he chooses to make a gank in the mid lane, which is very creative. And I like how players are exploring this option more and more. And so he goes in here, goes on to PP. What I find was really cool here is right here at this moment, there is going to be a deciding factor, and it's right there. That tree he plants down, and he uses that tango. He is going to eat that tree, and you're going to see the difference this makes in this fight. The blood grenade comes out, and yet again, you have a blood grenade, but this tango is keeping him alive, and PP just survives this one just barely by eating that tango right there. And that kind of just leaves an awkward situation now for Divine Llama, where he has no HP now. He can't really go back to his lane. So PP did a great job there, just kind of like dealing with the situation. It really came down to a couple ticks of a tango that kept him alive.
Yeah, great stuff. Quick question. The Omni there.
Yes.
Had repel?
He did. I mean, to be fair, if he did skill Purify, they would have killed him, no problem.
Right.
And then it would have been different. So I'm not sure what the reasoning was for the repel instead of the Purify. Like maybe to make him a little more tanky, but it does feel like, or maybe he thought they had the damage, right? It was really that close. So
yeah, it was 8 HP, I think, at one point.
Yeah, we've seen some creative stuff. This one we've seen in the previous series when Tundra was playing, where they get the first blood, they're camping like in the bottom lane. So a lot of things that can still be exploited in the game. And Dalai Lama, after that move from the top lane to the mid lane, 20 minutes in, he has Blade Mail, he has BKB ready, and I want to show how, like we did talk about how important it is to have Blade Mail against what they have. So against Leshrac, a lot of uncontrollable damage, a lot of damage on the ground, and to go back to the Omni point, this is specifically what Omni Knight is going to be picked for. So he gets the repel onto Queen of Pain, she gets some of that spell lifesteal back, and positioning from Divine Llama. He's going into backlines, he wants PP, so he pops that Blade Mail, PP pretty much killing himself, needs to run away, and Divine Llama is going to be able to finish him off. So pretty easy way of executing. They try to go for like all-in type of a play, throw everything on Quap. Great positioning from everybody from Heroic. You see the supports, they're close to the tier 1 tower, and the rest of the team is flanking, going for the right targets.
And sick dead shot there from Bob.
Yeah, that is
just casually happening in the background. Anyway, I do believe we've got Nomad ready to go with the winner's interview now.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, I am here. We've got Analog and we've got Schofield to talk about this game. Analog's going to be kindly translating for us. So firstly, this isn't a matchup which is unfamiliar for you guys. Why are you so strong versus these other South American teams?
Preguntó que es como un juego que ya jugamos varias veces contra ese team, ¿no? Y por qué piensa que es tão fácil para nosotros ganar esse team, como porque parecemos tão fortes jugando contra ellos.
No sé, creo que es costumbre, mucho tiempo ya jugamos en esa contra equipos así de infinito, los que se clasifican, se podría decir, y no sé, es que tal vez simplemente jugamos mejor en equipo. Yo creo que es eso, jugar bien en equipo nada más.
Said we are used to play against them, and we are like more. and we know their strategies also, so it's just easier matchup for us, you know. Very used to that.
You're in their heads, I understand. So obviously you did just beat them, but I want to give you a chance to kind of give some respect to Infinity. So who do you think does play really well on that team? Who do you think is really good on Infinity?
Sabe que ganamos, pero quero te perguntar se hay algum de ellos que tú crees que jugó bien así, a pesar de ter perdido el juego.
No sé, yo noté que todos estaban jugando, dando lo mejor. A ver quién es el que... No sé, tal vez Knight, ¿no?
Bat, ¿no?
El Batrider, que decía que estaba jugando, también dando todo. Todo para ganar.
Yeah, he said everyone was playing, like, trying 100% to win, but he thinks, like, the bat from the first game, Knight played well.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. He had some great times, especially in the lane as well. Some great moments. So now looking at your team, looking at Heroic, of course, phenomenal series from you guys. Specifically Parker having a really good performance back-to-back on the Muerta. How is he fitting into this team? And, what's his demeanor like in these games where he's just completely owning?
¿Qué estás sintiendo de Parker en lo team, esa adición nueva? Y también de su Muerta, como... ¿Qué piensas? ¿Cómo está en lo team así, Parker?
Ya, en general está mejorando, al menos un poco. Creo que yo lo conozco más, pero aún falta mucho para que pueda jugar como un jugador así extranjero, bien, en forma y formal también. Y lo otro es que es cuestión de tiempo, creo, bien para mal o para peor.
So he said he knows Parker a lot because he played before with him, and he thinks he's like improving. Some things should be like the tier 1 carry, and he also said in the future we're gonna see it's getting worse or way worse with Parker, but he's fucking, of course.
I see. So, I'm kind of expecting him to improve, but I guess we'll see. He doesn't really seem to be affected by the land pressure, which is really good. So coming up, you've got the series now versus Tundra. Do you feel confident because you beat them in the group stage?
Ahora vamos a jugar contra Tundra, ¿no? Y si tú sientes confiante de jugar contra ellos, porque los ganamos la última vez que jugamos en la fase de grupos.
Creo que sí, siempre estar con esas ganas. Creo que se siente esas ganas o saber que puedo ganar ya sea el torneo o la partida contra Tundra. Creo que más que nada sientes sinergia en equipo o esa forma para poder ganar a cualquier equipo.
We're feeling a good synergy right now in the team, and we're like playing well together. So he feels confident to beat Tundra again.
Okay, excellent. And for you, of course, I want to ask Analog. You guys went go-karting. We heard about that during the mid-game segment. I want to know who won, who was the fastest go-karter, and who was rubbish, who can't drive.
Look, it was my first time karting, but, from Brazil, Ayrton Senna, like it's in my genes. I just destroyed everyone. It was like raining and I was like passing everyone. I was like in 80th place and I went to first place. Just in my genes, it's a Ayrton Senna thing.
Excellent. I think we're maybe lucky that Schofield can't translate here. Otherwise, he might have a different story. But who was the worst as well?
Te preguntó de lo kart y por qué no fuiste al kart con nosotros.
No sé, yo creo que a ver, la segunda que sí, estaba cansado y justo ese rato que yo me fui a dormir y los demás dijeron ir a las 5 p.m. 6 y yo estaba tan cansado que no podía levantarme.
He don't went to the kart, so I asked him, why you don't went to the kart with us? And he said, I was just tired, so I went to sleep.
I see. All right, thank you very much, Analog and Schofield. It's been great to watch you play. You guys are great characters, and looking forward to your series against Tundra very much. We'll see how that goes for you as we send it back to the panel.
Yeah, thanks, Nomad. So heroic remain the Kings of South America. They're just loving it right now and playing incredibly well. Let's just give a few final thoughts about them. You've said they're in the big three for you now. I mean, capable of upsetting any of the others in that big three?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're playing Tundra next, right? So that is going to be the match to watch for me. I think they can do it too. I don't think there's anything that's stopping them. They have the potential, and I'm really looking forward to it.
They've already done it in the group stage. They beat them. That's the only team that managed to beat Tundra. So yeah, I'm gonna lean like even though Tundra looked really, really good today, they completely stomped 2 of the games. But we've seen very innovative stuff coming out from both of these teams. So it's gonna be a very interesting series.
Yeah. Well, look, guys, it's been great hanging out. I've been loving it, as always. We had some stompy games today, but, you know, it's early doors in the double elimination, so thanks for all of your thoughts. We are now going to take a quick break. We're going to bring in Shiva, Lizard, and T-Gov. We're going to replace us. And Falcons, Beast Coast up next, so make sure you stick around. First, I've got it written down here. Yes, it's Sir Action Slacks again, and he's going to be interviewing MOUZ.
Hello, everybody. I am here with MOUZ from Beast Coast. Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you.
It's been a while. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
That's right. That's right. We haven't seen you since TI, I believe.
13, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, me personally, not since TI 13. That's right. But we, as a community, as Dota, have not seen you guys since TI. Let's talk a little bit about that. What are you feeling now that you're done with TI? You're over the TI Blues. How was that event for you?
I mean, we went to the past year. I saw you there, but we didn't meet. That day was pretty good. I mean, we had some rough games.
Yeah.
But you know, we ended up like making up our mistakes and playing some good Dota later. The results weren't the best, but I think we felt pretty good with our performances. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you guys seem to feel pretty good with it because in the world where everybody is kind of roster swapping right now, you guys are staying strong, staying together. Can you give us a little glimpse into that? What do you think about all this roster swapping?
Well, I think sometimes it's necessary to have like some new ideas, some new environment. Sometimes, you know, the relationships just fall apart. It just happens. We currently are having a standing right now.
Yeah.
So we kind of like in the same ship, you know.
Seems a little threatening. You said you're standing and now you're thinking about getting some new ideas and all that stuff. I mean, come on, man.
It's natural.
Okay, cool. What do you think is the most interesting roster swap that you've seen from the rest of the Dota community?
I mean, I think right now the Puppy roster is kind of
okay, he's just a stand-in, all right? It's not a roster swap. But yeah, the puppy for Navi is what you're referring to? Yeah.
I think people are still figuring out. Like there's nothing decided yet, so it's hard to say.
Yeah. That one interests me as well. What about South America? What's going on down there with the roster swapping? I mean, you think there's going to be a lot of shakeups, or?
Well, I don't think many shakeups in the top teams of SA. But SA is used to a lot of roster changes. You know, it's just it's kind of I think it's kind of bad because they just lose one tournament, change a player. You're never gonna get results like that. You know, you need some consistency, some growth. You know, and for that you need commitment from people like long time. So if you don't have that, it will be hard to have that consistency.
Now, do you think that's like your specialty on the team? Because, you know, you're the big man on the team, you keep them together, you keep them consistent. Is that why you guys have been able to hold together?
Yeah, I mean, this past year, we were like the more consistent ones in South America, I would say. And it helped us a lot, you know, to grow. Yeah.
What do you think about the latest patch? You think they fixed the game enough from past TI, where it's a little bit more interesting now?
I don't know, it's hard to say. We have been thinking, but it feels, I mean, they nerf so bad my role, like the mana would cost upgrade, and the heroes, they also increase the mana cost of the spells. So it sucks for me, but I will have to adapt, like always.
Yeah.
So for other roles, I think it's, you know, the OP heroes, they just nerf a bit, but we don't know. I think we will see. I don't want to show some strats.
I mean, all support players cried out, and if you touch Arcane Boots, you're hurting us. That is emotional damage right there for us.
And the 5, because the 5 has to buy it.
I mean, but I don't know. I mean, supports have had it pretty good lately, especially 5s. It had a lot more impact. It ain't like the old days. Do you remember, the brown boots only days? Are you happy with how support is playing these days?
Yeah, I think I like it. It's more skill. Like it demands more of post 5 at least.
Sure.
Post 4 always been very demanding. This is a skilled role. But post 5, you it's not to be like that. But right now it's more demanding, which is good. You gotta be good or you are out. So something like that.
Just general questions then. What are you expecting from the team this event? How far do you guys think you're gonna go? Are you guys shooting for that first place or?
Well, we're playing to win, of course, but we came here to, to have some fun and play some good Dota. We just that's our mentality. No pressure for us. We have an amazing standing, which is Whisper,
Oh.
So we're very excited to play with him, and new ideas, new guy, and Whisper is an amazing add-up for us because he's also very chill and a very good guy to have around. So it's amazing to experience this with the team.
Absolutely. Well, we're excited to see how you guys do as well, and we're excited to see how it goes with the stand-in. So best of luck to you. We'll be hearing a lot more from Beast Coast and our boy MOUZ coming up soon. But for now, back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. You're watching PGL Wallachia, and we are at the halfway point of the day, and that means we've got 2 best-of-3 series coming your way in the upper bracket, and we're gonna dive straight into our upcoming series, which is Falcons versus Beast Coast. I'm joined by T-Gov and Lizard for this afternoon. And T-Gov, going into this series, these 2 teams up against each other. What are your initial thoughts when you saw this matchup?
Poor old Beast Coast. Yeah, I was. I mean, anyone who goes up against Falcons in this tournament is going to obviously have to go up against uphill battle. They are disgustingly good at the game, and I'm really looking at teams to have to improve very quickly. Teams like Beast Coast, I was going to say Infinity, but against Heroic, they've just fallen short. But improvements is the key theme for everyone, and I'm hoping it's a lot closer than on paper it looks.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's looking really rough on paper. At the same time, Falcons, they did drop a game in the group stages. They're the ones that got out of the group stages the fastest as well. So because of that, maybe they're not on point with what... they're definitely on point. They know absolutely everything that's happening. They've been watching, and they had so much time to prepare.
Yeah, because look at this, T-Gov. The difference in games played is quite insane.
Yeah, and normally in a tournament, you want to see the best team play a lot to understand what their current read on the meta is. We have had a ladder patch, but because Falcons had that forfeit when Nigma was unable to field a team on day 1, you're missing maybe 2-3 games there. So Falcons only 5 games played to get to the upper bracket, whilst Beast Coast, of course, they've gone through every series possible. They went 2-1, 2-1 losing, then they had to play 3 best-of-3s, win all 3 to then get here. So it's just, for Beast Coast, there's not a lot of information for them to really use other than the history of Falcons, right? And what they did at TI, what they've done in their 5 games here.
Yeah. Well, with that in mind, Lizard, they do have a great series to reflect back upon because it was at TI that these 2 teams faced each other, and it was a very important series. It was the seeding matchup, so the winner of this series would have gone to the upper bracket and the loser to the lower bracket. It was Falcons that took it in the end, but it was a close one, 2-1.
Yeah, it was a close one. Around 40-minute marks is where the Falcons took their games off of Beast Coast, but overall, a lot has changed since TI. A lot has changed, and I see one team, for the sake of narrative, I see one team with a lot of experience at the moment, played a lot of games, copied some of these heroes that you see on the left side and on the right side, but and another team that traveled a lot, right? Like they didn't have too much time to refresh themselves after a TI performance that wasn't necessarily the best that they could have expected. So for the sake of the narrative, I feel like Beast Coast, they are coming into this maybe a bit tired from the group stage, but at the same time in very, how to put it, like a very solid spot when it comes to the game time that they've had so far.
Yeah, they learned a lot during that time. You feel like they should be able to put that into practice in the right way.
Yeah, you'd hope so. I think, again, we saw the graphic about how they beat Falcons before. It was like a Medusa against a Troll, and I think it was like, I can't remember the other core, but it was like the fact that you have like a good Medusa game. I kind of feel like in this series, when you are going against Falcons, just make sure you have one core player who can say, at the mid game, it is my game because I have this like perfect hero matchup. And it helps because adding Whisper to the roster as well, he has heroes in the offlane that provide those moments. So not only from the carry role, but now in the offlane as well. Like, if anything, Beast Coast are going to look better coming into the series against Falcons as they have more players to lean on with that kind of top superstar power. Again, mainly the man up front, Whisper.
And I love the fact that man up front is also the stand-in here, the only one that's not Peruvian, I believe, in the team. But yesterday we did hear an interview in which it was Panda. Like, I need to go back and play with the Peruvians. That's the winning mentality. Costa Bile, actually. Yeah. He's Brazilian, right? So it makes more sense. But yeah, we'll see. I think the current patch and the way it's evolving maybe even benefits Beast Coast a little bit. We're seeing in the last couple of days, we're seeing way more Muerta than we have seen in the beginning of the tournament, right? Or at TI at all. So overall, I feel that that's an SA hero, and SA teams are also playing it. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that hero will maybe play a part of their success or demise, because Pyke, I feel like he plays a mean position one.
He really does. Is that the matchup that we want to compare here then, T? If you were looking at these two teams, what's drawing your focus?
My focus is just respecting how quickly Falcons will break the map and overlap their cores and do it without mistakes. Like, the reason why they are one of the best teams in the world is, Skidder isn't afraid to go fight with Amar. Maori isn't afraid to then rotate from the mid lane. At any minute, the supports will bring life to the cores, and the cores will break their farming patterns to join you. Again, that's going to go Blink Dagger on the DK. So the fact that they have that, and they are so strong in the team fight, in their decision making, like they are like, if you were to try and describe like a perfect team, this is the perfect team, right? And I think for Beast Coast at least, it's to respect that. Make sure you have enough early fight in you. Don't try and do a 4 protect 1. We'll just farm through their aggression. Like, that does not work against this team. So I'm hoping to see elements of pushback in the Beast Coast lineup.
Yeah, at the same time, I feel like when you are the underdog, it's very nice to secure yourself with the ultimate win condition. Because it can very often happen that you're just not as skilled in that mid game. They outplay you. The map control is too strong, specifically with Falcons and the heroes that they play. Like, I don't know, T, you 100% remember even the Brood Mother that they played on offlane, right? Like, they completely collapsed the map. And then if you don't have a way of fighting that at that moment, at least secure that late game for yourself.
Yeah, that's going to be the scary thing about Falcons, right? They only played 2 series to get to the upper bracket. Then they had, was it 3 days off? Because, of course, they got auto upper bracket. And they said coming into the series that they hadn't really done much scrimming coming into the tournament because, of course, they had the post-TI break. Then they had to instantly enter a group stage. They get through it. And these 3 days, I feel like it's going to be completely different Falcons to what we originally saw. Because they've had time to actually sit back, understand the tournament there, and digest what's happening.
Get some new ideas in, right?
Because there's so many new teams to land as well, right? So there's a lot of new ideas coming in.
At the same time, I've been watching. I didn't get the chance to play too many pubs here, right? So I've been watching them. And when I look at Falcons and the heroes that they're playing in pubs, like this morning they played Luna plus Sand King in the same pub, like Malrine and Skitter. So yeah, I feel like they're still practicing the same meta heroes that everyone else is playing, but maybe we'll see something new from them. After all, they did have 3 days of theory crafting, and there aren't many players that theory craft or coaches as much as Aoi.
That's very true. For this first game, we have got Beast Coast on the Radiant side, Falcons on the Dire side. And I want to point out that every time, all 5 games we've seen Falcons play, and this game's no different, Falcons has been second pick. This is if they have priority, they choose that. If another team has priority, they either choose side or they choose first pick. And Falcons consistently has been getting their hands on second pick. What's the logic there?
They get that second pick. They also get the ultimate last pick with it, right? So overall, something they just enjoy playing a little bit more. Maybe maybe it also just is very nice with their style of drafting and how they can respond to the enemy openers.
Yeah, they're sacrificing the draft a bit, of course. Again, Skidder always is happy to have his hero picked early. He isn't the carry player that often you try and last pick for. So because of that, having ultimate last pick, it's falling out of favor. First pick is preferred a lot, but being able to have that final 24 pick in the draft, putting it on a Broodmother for a Mar, or an active mid laner for Marine to then break open the game. Again, it makes sense, but I think Falcons is one of the few teams that still enjoys just happily sacrificing their carry. And maybe with Nature's Prophet returning to their repertoire, right? Marine, again, he's trying to play Prophet in the pubs. He is horrendously losing every game. He's got a 33% win rate, 15 matches. He's losing a lot of MMR, trying to get it to work. But, of course, in a competitive capacity, Skidder or Marine playing the Prophet, their second pick, flex it to the end. Again, it makes sense.
Well, when we saw Nature's Prophet in the finals of the International, it was mostly played on position 1.
Yeah, I feel like position 1 Nature's Prophet is basically where it should be played at the moment. You can flex it a little bit to the mid lane. And it was a bit broken on the mid lane for a little bit of time. I feel like every now and then we find these heroes that can be played somewhere, and they're strong because everyone kind of forgotten of all the answers, or the answers aren't really in the meta. But the moment 1 or 2 answers are back in, like, that hero just instantly falls off. I don't think he falls off nearly as much from position 1. However, I am worried, first and foremost, because of the stats that we just saw. They're like 37% out of a lot of games. And secondly, because most items that he liked to build are nerfed. So that's probably contributing to the win rate.
We did see, I believe, Skeeter played earlier this week, and they did win with that.
Yeah. Again, like it tried to get nerfed in the ladder patch, but I'm honestly shocked at how it was nerfed, because they reduced the level 1 damage on the Treant, but by level 4, it basically is back to the same max damage. So like the hero was not changed after TI. Like, yes, you could argue level 1 tree is down, therefore you can't max sprout and have only a level 1 tree. But still, once you hit your mid-level 11s, etc., you're perfectly fine.
I feel like we sometimes underestimate how much these nerfs matter, because, for example, suddenly you aren't able to nuke someone with that sprout, or you aren't able to nuke the wave, or the tree even itself isn't as strong in the laning stage. But I completely agree with you. I don't think those nerfs matter. I think it's the nerfs to the Gleipnir and some other items that kind of slow him down. However, this hero is just nasty to play against. It always was, always will be, especially in capable hands. Like the way they won, if you guys remember,
it was literally
awful. Yeah, it was the most disgusting way to win a game. Yeah.
Which when we heard Skeeter talk after the game, he was very happy about that. Like,
of course. Again, he was the Naga player. He likes chipping down his opponent, whittling them down, making them lose to nothing but a controlled unit. That is,
there's like an archetype of different players that I always put in brackets. Like, some are full Davai, they go these spirit breakers and stuff. They just want to man up and fight you. Some are more brood mothers, prophets, Nagas, and Skitter. I think after that game, at least we know where he fits.
Sure. Draft-wise, Falcons progress, opening the next phase with the Enchantress. We've said it many times, but yes, Enchantress taking over the tree can be a counter. But that, less of that, but laning-wise, it really sets up for the aggression we expect to see from a Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet, be it carry or mid lane, wants to join lanes when they've already started the initiation. Prophet doesn't want to TP in and be the initiating core doing the damage. He likes to kind of be the cleanup crew. Put the sprout down, get a couple clicks off, get the kill, maybe progress to the tower after. So already an Enchantress, it's kind of reminding beastcoast, if you don't pick heroes that can fight early on with strong lanes, we are just going to sweep across the map.
Yeah, not a bad opener from beastcoast though. They get themselves a Clock and a Luna. I feel like 2 heroes that are very meta. You still do have this Tusk in the pool, which Falcons might pick up. Now when you look at crit, like there's Tusk, there's something like a Hoodwink. If you want to be a bit cheekier against the Snap but not against the Clock, something like a Nyx as well, but I don't like it that much. I feel like you can keep it simple, go for a Tusk. What was the other one?
Hoodwink, you said.
Hoodwink as well, yeah.
I mean, the Willows in the pool as well. That's all the same archetype of heroes you kind of mentioned. And they are all in Crit's wheelhouse as well.
Yeah, the Snowball looked amazing in the last couple of days. And overall, the hero, drinking buddies and everything, like, you don't have the birds, you have the tree now to work with as well later on. So I wouldn't mind seeing it.
With this opening, you do need to pick most likely a Mar +4 here if you are trying to keep Prophet as a flex. If you don't care about the flex, then sure, just pick up a carry or a mid lane. But like Mars +1, of course, it is a Mar, but a hero that just controls the fight would be perfect for them. They do go for it. And
a bit different, yeah. They pick up the Rubik, which is also a little bit of a flex.
Has it really worked though, this event? I
No,
feel like we've
I'm not
seen
entertaining
Ruby
this.
mid
This
a
is just
lot.
crit boss.
Yeah.
It is. Look,
Okay.
look. It is. I have to say though, I'm a big mid lane Rubik enjoyer.
Really?
I am. I feel like the hero can work, but
Thompson isn't playing.
you need the proper setup around it. It is strong. Like the arcane supremacy with something like a Vessel or Dagon in the mid game can really damn hurt. But here it's very straightforward. It's a position 4, and you have so many things that you like stealing here. From the Luna, from the Snapfire, literally any spell you take, and now on top of that, from Timbersaw.
Yeah, no, Rubik likes playing into most of these heroes on the Beast Coast side, and yeah, it just opens up for a very clear path in the draft. They're going to flex the Prophet to last pick, and Beast Coast, their way of dealing with it is just trying to get Timber into the front as early as possible.
Oh, they're not buying the Prophet carry, by the way. They ban out of Weaver instead, which I do respect. I feel like you also need to... The question is now, Malrine, Storm, do you want to ban that out? Because I think you don't have enough control at all for him, and he's damn strong versus these heroes.
I feel like Gyrocopter has been rising in the meta from this tournament at least, but that's kind of a hero that I'd see Falcons potentially going. Again, they have last pick.
So you're expecting then the Prophet for the mid lane?
Yeah, I think that could be an option. Again, the thing is, we're talking about Falcons, but right now, Beast Coast can put Timber mid or off lane, and once they pick their final hero, it'll give Falcons all the information to then understand. So right now, we should be going, okay, what does Beast Coast need? They have a front line in regards to Timbersaw, who can soak up the team fight from Falcons, who can force the arena out.
I feel like for Beast Coast, some playmaker from the mid lane to follow up the aggression from Timbersaw would be the easiest to play around. So if I'm looking at them, I'd rather have a mid lane as the last pick, and that's where Falcons are aiming at least with the Storm ban.
I'd like to see like a
Also,
Shaker
Puck,
return.
by the way, is in the pool.
What's your thoughts on the Shaker? Because like right now for Beast Coast, I think they have the damage soak in Timber. They have the early damage with Snapfire. They just need that one extra hero to actually facilitate the team fight, like the stuns. And Shaker does it in abundance. Alliance has played it. Beast Coast has played it on Lumpy.
Yeah, I won't mind it. I feel like Shaker is unexplored at the moment. Like we have seen a couple of teams pick it, but I feel there's even more potential for him to grow in this, maybe even some first phase material or second phase.
Falcons are telling us right now that they are scared of their support duo not being the best at lockdown because hypermobile mid laners will punish Falcons. Prophet doesn't like playing against them. Again, if he goes Gleipnir, he can provide some soft control. MOUZ, you have one spear, but it's like, do you need it to kill the Luna, to control the Timber, or to lock down the mobile mid?
I feel like we might just see some old school mid lane matchup, like a Puck, Void Spirit or something like that, heroes that are still left in the pool, Earth Spirit as well. With the Monkey King ban,
Give me the Shaker, please.
They're also just securing the Timbersaw, right? Like these last two bans from Beast Coast, so it makes a bit more sense wherever he's laning, even if he's mid or off lane. Monkey King would be a good pick.
Would you like to keep that? Would you like to keep the Timbersaw flex here with last pick? Let's find out. Actually, they go for the Void Spirit, so the Timbersaw is definitely on the off lane.
One
Void
out of
Spirit
two.
mid.
Let's go. Yeah, I think it just rounds up the draft very nicely. Like I agree. For me, my intuition, looking at their draft, I wouldn't go for the Shaker. I don't know why. It's just like I like something a bit less reliant on the cooldowns and that can just jump in and out with the Timbersaw and Clockwork, with the Snap, create a lot of chaos in fights.
Now Falcons, they need to decide, do they want to put the Prophet against the Void Spirit, and then is there a better carry? Is there a carry that Skidder wants to play in?
Would you want to play Nature's Prophet into a Void Spirit? Is that fine?
That's fine for mid lane. If Void Spirit rotates, you take his tower. You care more about the rotations. Snapfire and Clock are very good at rotating to mid. So depending on who gets 6 first and the support movement, Prophet can die, use catapult, pressure tower. So I think it's more support focused there. Again, I still kind of like Jaro, but maybe Skidder doesn't care about the lane and he's thinking more, okay, what do I want against the Luna? What's my
maybe Skeeter's like, please give me Nature's Prophet.
Also true. Again, that's where Falcons, they have kind of freedom between the...
if they do
really
send
do.
it to the safe lane, do you have any other ideas besides the Puck? Like it's the one that's kind of picked by everyone and still unsolved by many different... It's not banned, right? Like it's not.
No, it's not this banned. Puck is in the pool.
The only issue with Puck is potentially the damage around the Puck early game.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I mean,
I kind of forgot Falcons were a Husker team, I'll be honest. It's my bad, but Also, clearly, Beast Coast forgot about it too. And
yeah,
there's some nice things, right? Like you have Timber into him. It's not like you have a natural vessel builders as well. You have a hero that can maybe play around creep skip and stuff. It's just dirty. Like literally after yesterday, I was, of course, watching some new pubs, and I saw Emo playing some more Huskar in pubs as well, and he was doing damn well, like 17-0 or something. So I feel that this is a hero that people should keep on their radar all the time. It's not a niche pick anymore. Like you can see it even in here where it's not the most perfect game for the Huskar, it still gets drafted.
I mean, just win the lane. That's all it needs to do. Just bully the Voice Spirit. Don't allow him to have early timings. So then when you are making moves with Whisper on Timbersaw, he's always missing that one core. Because Luna has to farm jungle for like 15, 20 minutes. Your Voice Spirit also needs to recover. So yeah, the Huskar pick is just simply no Voice Spirit game, profitable farm. Falcons should be able to play out the early game with all of their timings based on their picks.
Happy with the Huskar then overall?
You can never be happy when you see it. It's a Huskar game immediately.
Against any melee hero, it always looks good. And to be fair, in the game, Armlet, later BKB, his game is going to be fine. He's not going to fall off in this game. So I think it's a very good Huskar pick. It is going to force Beast Coast to have to think the entire game, how to fix the Void Spirit, how to get Luna farm. And whilst they're doing all this thinking, Prophet's running out towers, Mars is hitting you with the arenas.
And it creates this problem of a Huskar like T is talking about, but at the same time, like he can be the crazy Huskar that we all hate in pubs, like or in pro games as well. The one that dives you in, like he has armored BKB, he doesn't care about anything. Sometimes they tend to overdo it and they die, they feed, and they lose the game that way. In this game, he's always going to have the follow-up from the Prophet, from the teammates. So I feel like they have a very good draft.
Okay, let's find out how game number 1 of this best of 3 is going to play itself out. Before we get there, though, we're first going to hear some words from Coach AUI 2000.
That's right, Sheeper. I am here with AUI 2000, or as he's known in-game, Skibbity Blat Riz, I believe?
Yes.
Any explanation for that?
No.
Great. So let's talk a little bit about that game. Now, you guys did not pick the classic Crid Hoodwink on that one. You're going to go ahead and go over to some Enchantress Rubik nonsense. Can you talk to me why the Rubik this game?
I mean, I think it's a pretty good Rubik game. Like, Lunas are getting more into Beam now. And they also have Snapfire, who's pretty decent against. And, you know, Hoodwink Mars is like a anti-synergy combo. Like, we'll play it when we think it's good, but it's like not the default.
Indeed. Now, we did see the Void Spirit come out as the last pick, a big tempo mid. You guys answered with a disgusting Huskar. Have you no shame?
No.
As I've known, do you think that this draft is going to be pretty good? Because, you know, that is going to slow down that Void Spirit quite a lot.
I think this draft will be very snowbally one way or another. Like, if we mess up how we fight in our early game, then, like, you know, I think this Timbersaw actually can take over, but...
Would you like to bet?
No.
If you guys lose, you have to do another coach interview with me.
I don't want to.
Too bad. Shake it. If you lose, there we go. All right, we'll see if they win or if they lose. Let's get in the game.
A dangerous proposition, because now if they win, which he wants, he never has to coach interview again. That's pretty cool.
Well, those were not the terms.
Oh, okay.
The terms were just if you lose, you have to do another one. If you win, you also have to do another one, but he didn't read the fine print. So actually, AUI just got completely, I don't know what the right word is for this, but Slacks is a smart one. You know, he's a sneaky guy. He's got it set up. Yeah, bamboozled.
Production. Appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Can always... Actually, I don't have an original thought. I'm just a voice, and production is telling me everything to say the whole game.
I like that.
So my vocabulary is not even my own. There we go.
They are the frugal filch?
Yes.
What? Okay.
That is not the most common choice. I wonder if there's something he steals here that's really important for. Not really.
El Micho.
That's not like super expensive spell he would want to steal. But okay, let's look at mid, shall we? Because this is the story of the game. I really like Beast Coast draft until last pick.
El Micho, no! It was meant to be killing off the creep or killing off the car here, but instead it's just going to drag the wave. So this is what we sometimes see. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just have to. Sometimes you have to do you have to deal with the second best option, basically. It's not always possible, but yeah, okay, perfect. Let's get a pause so we can look at the lanes a little bit and question mark each other. We've seen, was it also Beast Coast doing this in another game we cast where somebody pulled mid against Huskar for their teammate? Because we've had this happen once before with a support doing this exact thing.
They may have, yeah.
I don't know if it was Beast Coast or another team, but this is the second time I see this tournament, specifically against Huskar. So, I really like Beast Coast going into the last pick. I believe you mentioned to me that the Timbersauce win rate this tournament is like 70%.
Yeah, it's
and
crazy.
They got it fourth pick into all good matchups except Rubik. And on top of that, the Falcons side, they're, I would say, not necessarily the best equipped to deal with a Luna either in the safe lane. So I think there was a lot of things that went right for Beast Coast. Then they last picked the Void Spirit to effectively block Puck from Malrine. They could have also picked Puck themselves, but this was probably the exact discussion they were having was, well, if we pick Puck for Lumpy, is Malrine just going to counterpick us in mid with Sniper, or I don't know if he was banned, or, there was going to be some other problems. So they went for the Void Spirit. He gets Huskard. And I think what I always said is he's a pretty smart guy. He knows what he's talking about. This game is very snowbally in nature. If Malrine crushes mid and they win their safe lane on Prophet, they could just run the entire map over in 20 minutes. If things go even slightly wrong for Falcons, they bleed a couple of Huskard kills or a little bit here and there, I think Beast Coast pretty comfortably takes this late game. I actually don't even think it's that close. And that's very unusual in this patch, that teams put themselves on that much of a timer. Although, that's always the wild card of Nature's Prophet 25. We've seen it win games on its own. Just make a big tree and push the towers.
Skeeter was the first one, I feel like, at this tournament that we saw really abuse this to the maximum level possible against Alliance. And, we're out of the group stage now. We're into the bracket formula. We're going to see them most likely go for it again. And, it is just so hard to deal with when you get that level 25. Now, there is the Dagon answer, which is pretty nice. That part, at the very least, is a solid way to make things work. But it's a little bit of a strange one. A strange talent to have split push come back so strongly.
Yeah. And it's not, it's not the primary reason you pick Nature's Prophet, I feel like. It's just like an extra nice little thing. Oh, your game is hard. Well, how about a little bit of divine intervention in your favor late game, just to make the game as easy as possible. I do believe we're closing in on an unpause here with MOUZ reconnecting again. I want to highlight a little bit more about this detail in mid, because I think small things like this often go unnoticed and how much they matter. So the Void Spirit against Huskar matchup is atrocious, and that's why their Beast Coast are choosing to sacrifice a little bit of Whispers early game to try to enable the Void Spirit by pulling the Wave Will Misho. And now the counterplay for the Huskar here from Malrine is, okay, well, if you guys are going to pull my creeps toward your tower and get on your side, I'm going to pull your creeps to my hard camp, and I'm going to farm both. So he's going to get this wave plus the Hellbearers. I'm assuming at least that's the plan here. He could also choose to pull this wave in between his two towers and then farm it next to that wave and then get some denies. I think both options are... I don't know which one is better. I feel like he knows very well which one it is. I'm curious to see which option he opts for. Because if you do farm this hard camp, obviously the wave you have mid will be connecting closer to the enemy tower. But at the same time, a hard camp minute 1 is extremely valuable for the mid hero.
Yeah.
So... Let's see how he chooses to go about this.
I mean, I think that is the one thing that's a little bit of a question mark, right? It's like, do you want to enable more farm for yourself with that hard camp, or deny out some more to the Void Spirit?
And actually, am I getting ahead of myself? Does this even work? Can he pull this to this hard camp and will it tank it?
No, I think it actually doesn't. I think you're right. I think it doesn't.
Because if it doesn't, then I'm just talking shit and he just needs to go between the towers.
It's like, I mean...
It's one or the other. Maybe I'm stuck in an old mindset here. Let's see. Because if it doesn't work, then it doesn't matter. Then the play doesn't exist, right?
Well, but he can still pull it behind the tower, though.
Yeah. Then the play is 100% just to cut it between the towers and place it there. This is just something I see so extremely rarely that I'm actually second-guessing myself about whether it's even possible or not.
Don't beat yourself up, buddy. We're all here for you. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Now that's the fascinating thing about Dota, is that these things are, there's all these little things that become really big at this level,
right?
And they change over time. So honestly, what I'm saying might not have been possible for 2 years, but it's just so rare that this even becomes a relevant discussion in mid.
I mean, when was the last time that Huskar was even remotely meta? I think that BSJ was still putting out videos about armlet toggling back in that day.
He's been on and off the last couple of years. He's always finding a way in. This is not Malrine's first rodeo on this hero on this team. He's played it multiple times.
I
but-
did watch the Slappy Bag CCNC video recently, and in that one, there's the CCNC Huskar that you see from back in the day. So I guess that it was more recent than that.
Still seems like MOUZ is struggling a little bit with some packet loss, seems to be the case. So hopefully that gets resolved very quickly. Okay, so we talked a lot about mid. I think there's a couple of other things to keep in mind here. The Rubik, as Aoi mentioned, is a little bit of a counter pick here. You're running it against the Luna. That's the main thing I'm interested in seeing here, is how much value can Crit get out of Spell Steal against Lucent Beam.
Right.
And specifically when he opts for this facet as well, you pointed out the Frugal Filch. There's nothing very expensive that you're aiming to steal here. There's no like massively expensive black hole or something where you would be concerned if you can actually support the spells you steal. But perhaps the logic here is exactly, well, if I'm stealing Lucent Beam, I want to spam it.
Right.
I'm just going to cast it non-stop in fights, and this is my spell of the game.
I mean, it is a lot of mana reduction on it.
It is.
Like 40% is kind of crazy. I mean, Lucent Beam is what? It goes up to 120, so you're like spamming it out for about, 60, 70 mana, somewhere in that neighborhood?
And that's just level 1 ult, right? It goes down to 60, or to 40% total cost ultimately with the level 3 Frugal Filch, which scales.
What if it lowered his mana cost too? That would be really cool.
That would be kind of crazy. Then the numbers need tweaking. Serious tweaking. But yeah, that's an odd one out. I'm curious to see how he performs on that Rubik. And then also, the big picture, we talked about what's happening in mid here and how that's going to cost top. We've said how good Timbersaw is in this patch and how insane his winner has been this tournament. These are unusual conditions for a Timber as well, right? The fact that he is playing 1v2 to start the game out. He's playing against Ench plus Nature's Prophet, so it's double summons, which ideally on Timber you want to get 2 levels in reactive armor as fast as possible so you can sustain the harass. But now that you are being sacrificed slightly to enable Lumpy, this is going to cost you in this top area. So there's a lot of there's a lot of little things here that, and the reason I'm highlighting it so much is the nature of this game. These little things will compound extremely fast. And Falcons are an elite team, so they will take advantage of every little, them getting the level faster, them getting the first little item in the lane faster, and they'll squeeze out everything they can from these early leads. So if nothing else, just even picking the Huskar has kind of messed with 2 lanes at once.
Right. Yeah, no, for sure. And I also think that, like, in terms of ability to snowball things, it's not just the, laning situation, but it's also how quickly you start taking towers. You've got the rally creep potentially coming out. You get the Dark Troll Summoner, and if you have like a couple of Raised Dead rallies on the Nature's Prophet little buff guy that is a monster, so all of a sudden this tower is going to be gone in like 4 hits or something crazy. So that's going to be something to watch for there as well. But yeah, Falcons facing off against Beast Coast upper bracket action. Already had 2 series end off in a quick 2-0. This one, oh no, we're losing more heroes. Get back here, Lumpy.
They're dropping like flies.
Oh no.
Maybe Lumpy is just being a good teammate. And he's joining him.
In solidarity?
Yeah, just a solidarity disconnect here. Maybe he wants to play Dragon Chess.
Oh, that was good. You played your first game of it just a second ago.
I did not mean to bring it up. That wasn't the point.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got really excited. I'm more excited about that than this game.
There's not too much to be excited about right now, I'll say. But, there will be eventually.
Well, it's more about how excited Dragon Chess is. That's the real...
it's a good game. It's fun. What can I say? I don't want to go into a lot of details about playing Bejeweled on flights, but we've all been there. Actually, we haven't all been there, but some of us have been there. You're on the flight, you're bored, there's Bejeweled. All right, I'll play it.
I have not done that.
It's a fun game, yeah. Well, we all have, except you. You're just the odd one out on that one. In a broader scale, in terms of the tournament, so you mentioned like Falcons and Beast Coast. This is obviously the round 1 of the playoff bracket. I was going into today kind of expecting that there would be 2-0s because ultimately what ends up happening in the Swiss format is you start out, the really good teams get through, the weaker teams are at the bottom, and then you have like this mixed bag in the end that play the day leading in, and then the seeding comes in. And you're assuming, okay, the teams that went 3-0 are probably going to do great against the teams that went 3-2, etc. So with the draw that we had, I don't think it's particularly surprising that some of the matchups today have been more one-sided, and I think the tournament will be more competitive the next couple of days. This one, however, for me is a little bit of a wild card in that regard.
Yeah.
Because despite Falcons having a relatively good Swiss and getting through the 3-0, I don't feel like they've looked at their A game, and I think Beast Coast have leveled up significantly throughout this tournament. So, and can I just say it's really amazing to see. I believe it's 3 SA teams in top 8, right?
No, it's 4 America's teams.
And 3 of them are
8.
SA.
It's 4 America's teams in
okay.
top.
If you really...
It's all the...
if it's important for you to also include Nouns in this, to me they're like a separate story, but we can include them if it makes you happy.
It's really good.
But yeah, half the teams are from the Americas. So that begs the question, how many of them make top 3? You have half the teams that are left.
I think all of them will.
All of them.
All of them. We're into the game now.
Yes.
All you
what
fine
placement does
Dota
Falcons
fans.
get then, Lyrical? Do they get 4th?
I think probably 5th.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can respect that take. It's bold and statistically very improbable, but you know.
I'm a
sometimes you
bold
gotta
and
go big.
statistically improbable kind of guy. Okay, what can I say?
So we have our answer in mid now. I was curious to see it. I am indeed old, and he will just cut the waves in between. And now the wave that he managed to pull from the side of Beast Coast was a wave and a half.
Right.
So he's going to deny a full wave with this one, and now he's going to make sure this dies at the right time. I know I'm harping on this a lot, but it's honestly a really interesting detail. He's making sure now that he got the creep low so that when this wave connects on it, it will die at the right moment so that this happens. So all of this from Malrine was by design. It's very little details, but it ensures that the lane gets
All of
placed
this
right here.
was by design
He has
by
a fairy
Malrine.
fire.
Oh god, okay. I thought that they were going to go for a
Relax.
kill.
It's under control. This guy knows what he's doing.
Incendiary is scary.
Yep.
It'll start stacking up very quickly.
Yeah,
against Lumpy.
I'm happy to. Well, I'm not particularly happy to see Huskar. Okay, let's be honest. But if you do have to play Huskar, please pick this facet.
Yes.
I am not convinced by the other one, whereas Incendiary seems extremely potent. So now, what Lumpy did accomplish here was he double range creeped. So now Malrine has to push, and this means Lumpy will get something in his tower. So he's just patiently standing there like a good boy, waiting.
He also got boots first instead of rushing the bottle, feeling like he needs that extra bit of movement speed. So understandable. But yeah, Malrine is owning. That first wave helped a little bit, but 14 and 11. And honestly, he can bully here too.
Yep.
Maybe a chance that you get some kind of extra pressure onto him as the tower wears off. But no, he is still very, very strong.
And
oh, man.
You know what's funny about this is I think Lumpy has played this well.
Yeah.
It's just, it's what can you do? You know, it's one of those what can you do moments. Nice.
Oh, he tanks it.
Okay, that one could have maybe been better. He almost,
Wow.
oh my god, he almost died there.
All right, Malrine.
One more spear would have done it. Now, Lumpy bought boots on the Void Spirit to try to keep distance against the Huskar and not get run down, but unfortunately that obviously means you have no regen. So no bottle, he has to walk back to base and return to mid.
But he has boots.
He does, so it's faster to run back to base.
That's the real reason.
Now, should he buy a salve? I actually don't know.
Yeah, it's
when he
kinda
returns to mid, Malrine's going to be in his face immediately, and it's a little bit of a checkmate here. Like Void Spirit cannot jungle. There's other mid heroes. Like let's say it was Sand King, right? You get level 3 on Sand King, you just start pulling waves and you go jungle, right? But Void Spirit doesn't have that luxury, so I think Lumpy is effectively out of the game, unfortunately. So what's Beast Coast going to do to solve this problem? Who can you lean on?
Well, Nature's Prophet is also beating down the Timbersaw, so he also is not having a great game on Whisper, which kind of leaves Luna. Oh wait, maybe rotation in here. They find a chance, El Misho, Scatter Blast, Blood Grenade, damage out. It's enough.
Nice, all right.
That's
Big
first
plays. Yeah, that's huge. It's... If Beast Coast... effectively, there's like... I don't even know if there's any other option.
Yeah.
Now that I'm looking at it. Either you gank this Huskar mid and get your Void Spirit a game, or you're just screwed. Void Spirit can't do anything. You have no really good rotation potential in the side lanes, and this was the only hero that could kill mid. So really nicely done there by Beast Coast to get themselves on the board and give Lumpy a fighting chance.
Hike?
Make no mistake, he's still really far behind, but now he gets to pull a wave together with Amisho again. Malrine is going to connect these waves. I mean, this is actually so funny to watch. This game has come so far, or you could say it's come so... It's become ridiculous. Whatever you prefer, you know?
I mean, it is one of the games. That's for sure.
Dota is one of the games of all time.
Yes.
The mid players are barely laning against each other.
I mean,
Lumpy
by
has the
design,
ball.
though. And actually, Malrine is going to have this wave shoved out a little bit once he comes through. So this might actually be a couple of waves here for Lumpy if he plays his cards right. Or not.
Is this normal, by the way? We've talked so much about mid. I was just looking at crit for a second. Is it normal for Rubik's to go 0-2-1? He scaled telekinesis on level 4, but they were literally just spamming. Just went for that full-on spell amp and efficiency on just harassing Luna as much as possible. So rebuking, spearing, and fate bolting at every turn.
I've never seen that before.
And Arcane Supreme. I feel like mostly Rubik's will still get telekinesis, but in this particular, it's interesting because Mars and Rubik have very natural synergy with lift into spear.
Right.
So you would think he was going to go for the moment of opportunity with that, but just
heroes mid.
full on harass.
As El Misho gonna get scouted by the Centaur. They're bringing more heroes. That is level 6 on Malrine. And that is dead El Misho. Now Amar trying to drag this wave back behind. It's a 3k gold lead. MOUZ can't get over to that side. And Lumpy is gonna pull the creep wave all the way off of the tower in the mid. So still trying to draw them away. Lumpy's getting experience. He's able to find himself towards his level 6, but you can see obviously that Falcons are putting a high priority on trying to shut him down.
They just have the luxury of doing whatever they want with their Ench.
Yeah.
Right? Now that you've given Nature's Prophet this good of a start, and as we talked about, El Misho has had to rotate mid twice, Skitter is in a very healthy position on the Nature's Prophet. He might get dove though.
A chance for it.
Oh, they're bringing Clock as well. So
Scatter
this will be a
blast
casualty, surely.
And they chase him, pull him inside. Now snaking. Seeing if he can help out. Won't be able to.
Oh,
With
Pike's
Pike coming in
too.
also, it's going to be snaking going down. So Beast Coast.
All right.
Find a way to make it work, and already the shenanigans of the tree pulls are going to start happening. They need to get over and get their wisdom rune, because otherwise that tree's going to kill it.
Yep. Another nice rotation here from Beast Coast, and it is the only way of getting out of this very problematic laning stage. So kudos to them on making a couple of successful moves. Now, it's still not looking great, but it's the makings of what could become a game for them. I know that's a very negative.
That's my theory. That's what I say.
MOUZ on crit.
And Getchum in the Cogs,
nice
dodges the
sidestep.
spear. Pike on top of him, Cogs push forward, and then Lumpy gets involved in the kill. Second Astral Step out, Dissimulate, good damage onto Amar. Things coming together here for Beast Coast.
Yeah, they're playing this really, really well. There's a lot of teams, including in this tournament, that would just be crumbling under this pressure, but Beast Coast are making it work. Finding... The thing that's so impressive about this for me is that it's very specific solutions that they have to find, and they're finding them back to back. Like, these are just chained, really, really good moves and executions. You're bringing the correct heroes to the plays, you're bringing the right amount of numbers as well. Even the Pike rotation top felt meaningful on killing that Ench. So Pike is getting a game now on the Luna, of course. He's the one having the best one, but now Void Spirit is tied with Nature's Prophet. It's not like outrageously poor anymore. Yeah, you're 1,000 behind Huskar, but come on, like, what was the expected outcome here?
Right.
I think this is at least a birdie.
This is the best that you could have hoped for by a pretty wide margin. And earlier, Malrine made the TP rotation to try and find a kill, missed on it, so cannot come up here to help. Nature's Prophet obviously doesn't want to fight, so they lose the Ench, and it's going to be a substantial amount of damage onto this tower.
Oh, was that a Wrath of Nature that didn't hit El Misho? I think it was.
Yeah.
He just barely fogged there on the Snapfire. That could have been a kill for Skitter.
6-1 against the Huskar.
That's the really good news here for the side of Beast Coast is Huskar lineups, we talked about it, timing-wise and when they're supposed to peak. I honestly think they're through... There's like 2 difficult parts of this game, and they've got through the first one. The next one will be Huskar getting an Aegis and an Armlet and starting to really put some pressure. But now that you've effectively enabled all 3 of your cores to have a somewhat all-right game, I think Beast Coast have done a really nice job. Pike here.
Arena misses on that hook shot. Obviously not able to see inside of it, and MOUZ now caught on the other angle with the Malrine Huskar. Lumpy goes for the Astral Step, jump away, does have 3 points up and Dissimulate. Will try and escape. Double jump coming from Crit.
They have
now
a spear
Lumpy,
here.
he's in more trouble. Has the round there of the Resonant Pulse. The Remnant gets out.
Lumpy navigated that really well. But still, nice move from Falcons. They get 2 kills, they get the tower at no expense. And in the meantime, Skitter didn't even need to get involved on the Prophet, so he's also finding farm. You'd think some of these early movements, to be successful, you would bring this Nature's Prophet, but not required there. And that just means a little bit more in their pockets here, with Nature's Prophet almost having the Maelstrom. See if Skitter wants to go Mjolnir or the Gleipnir in this game. We've seen a couple of heroes by Gleipnir in this tournament, and just as many Mjolnirs, I want to say. Depends what they're really going for. I think Mjolnir is more of a hyper carry item in this game for the Nature's Prophet, whereas the Gleipnir could offer some interesting opportunities to set up for arenas, set up for Huskars to get in and reach targets. And looking at their lineup, that might be what he's thinking, that he wants to go that route, specifically because that would peak when they want to win the game.
Right.
So we'll see what ultimately the choice is. No quick buy just yet. Curious what he ends up opting for. Hook shot from MOUZ, very nice.
Finds Amar, pulls him in, and they'll even drop the kisses just to ensure that they bring down Amar.
He is only level 6.
Yeah.
Timber is 8.5.
I mean, he's had a lot of people in his lane battling with him.
Yep. Still, he only has 2 deaths on the Mars, and Rubik is out-leveling him, so I guess just a couple of bad timing deaths where he's lost a lot of creeps. Otherwise, I can't see why Amar would only be level 6 here. As Whisper will claim the top tower. Might come at a price, though.
Moves in, steals Chakram, and that is a really nice steal for Rubik. And actually one of the abilities where Frugal Filch feels pretty nice.
It's very good on this one. I mean, even then, Rubik doesn't generally...
Oh, he got greedy. He got greedy on Lumpy and is going to pay the price. Wanted to go in for the last hit on the tower, and now it's just denied. So a nice play there by Falcons to bait in that Void Spirit.
And in turn, are they going to lose their own? Looks like no. MOUZ will be a bit of a wall here, and Malrine uninterested. Wants to finish his BKB. I think we've seen 1 or 2 other Huskars this tournament go Armlet into Halberd, which used to be a popular build a while back, but I can't say I agree with it. I just don't think Halberd is that good of an item in general. And Malrine, at least in this game, seems to agree. It's also the matter of matchups, right? You don't really... Halberd against Luna isn't the best. It's useless against Timber. He's disarming himself anyway. Because the Void Spirit, not the greatest either. So it probably just feels like, all right, I'm just going to go BKB, and I'm going to be able to jump in confidently against these insane amounts of magic damage that Beast Coast have, and hopefully outlast it.
Well, and also kind of interesting, Pyke is going for no lifesteal on Luna. Just straight Dragonlance and then into a Manta.
Yep.
Which is not what I was fully expecting, but kind of a cool build, just going for the straight up damage.
Yeah, in this tournament, I think you're right that we've seen more Massive Madness than the Dragonlance build. Generally, Lunas go one or the other, and I think leading into this tournament, the build Pyke is doing here was the more common one. But the Mom build has gained some popularity. That is a fat impetus, but not enough. Obviously, it is capped.
And they get away there with MOUZ. Now the rotation onto Skitter. This one
super dead.
With
Nice.
the kisses again sets up to kill off that Nature's Prophet.
And Skitter's quick buy does say Mjolnir.
Okay.
So he is going... There is something to be said about Mjolnir as well, specifically for putting it on the Huskar. Can be insane damage in the fight. So maybe that's also part of the consideration here, not just the farming speed and the overall DPS when you have it for fighting. I reckon that it won't be too long before Malrine thinks about Roche, but unfortunately it is going to be a dire Roche for him soon, and I think the one's going to be harder for him to access, actually, because the top tower is still there. You've taken the bot tower and you have an aggressive ward down there as the Dire. So naturally this would be a good time for the Huskar to want to go there, but it's already too late. Maybe they want the BKB to make it safer in case of Beast Coast contesting them, and he'll have it now.
I mean, this right now, at least to me, feels like they've not gotten what they want out of the Huskar draft, as we see Elmisho get brought down. And I'm worried that for Falcons, they're going to start losing some steam if they don't make some like pretty dominant moves around the map with this BKB. I feel like if you're going to be making something happen, Blink Amar, BKB Huskar, now's the time to go.
Yep,
and it is. Immediately in, gets the silent MOUZ, gonna die.
Wonder if they want to try to push out top
Arena?
and look for the... Okay, is he just soloing Pike?
He's trying to, and with Skitter moving in, they managed to get the finish off.
Yeah, nice last hit with Sprout. A real classic there from Skitter. Does less damage than one attack.
And back to farming. Lumpy. Able to dodge away from that one before any silence comes out. Now going to TP away.
But yeah, you asked about aggression from Falcons, and you've got it. They killed the Luna, they killed the Clockwork, they're now pushing out top. I assume the Roche is the next play. They have the... Okay, so they have the Mjolnir and the BKB and the Mars Dagger all within 1 minute of each other. So this just feels like such a natural time to really turn it up. And yeah, they're starting to congregate up top. You know what the end goal is here.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can always have Nature's Prophet. Look at what Skitter is doing here, by the way. Okay, so it just expired, but he placed one Greater Treant bottom in the bottom lane with Mjolnir on it, and it just pushed a full wave. Just this one Treant. So then he's like, all right, job done. I can now go top and maximize my farm.
It's pretty gross, gotta say.
Yeah, you're not a big Treant fan. The summons, not the hero.
I mean, either.
I think a lot of people think
honest,
the Ironwood Treant facet's kind of stupid, to be honest.
It's really, really strong. Whisper getting eyed up here while they scan, realize that Crit is in the area. Backs out for a moment. Amar has to go back home, so he can't be with the team right immediately. Does have a TP, though, ready to come and join them. And we will see, as they do have full vision, if they want to come and contest this.
This is stupidly hard to contest. Malrine with the BKB, Falcons being fully set up, you're assuming they have vision. You see, Mars isn't even there. Like, they're not even concerned that they're coming. Actually, wait a second, maybe they are.
I mean, MOUZ is in the area.
Okay, now they're bringing Mars. So they feel like, yeah, the lane ward, they feel like something is happening. Not enough enemy heroes are showing on the map, so they think there is a contest play happening. So they're going to send in Skitter for vision, and Crit.
He's found,
yeah.
And
that's a dead Roche.
I think that MOUZ might still go over here. Oh, maybe not. He was looking like he wanted to try and, you know, make some type of a crazy play, but decides not to.
Malrine resetting once again. Okay.
Wait,
I still
Amar?
think it's happening.
They find Amar. Now he drops the arena. MOUZ is still on top of him. Whisper has the Chakram out, tries to go for the Timber Chain to the other side, but not quite able to reach. And now they will back away. Chakram stolen by Rubik.
Oh, miss.
Barely off the mark there for MOUZ. Whisper, they jump in with Lumpy. Blow up Crit, not bad, but now the silence. Malrine doing a ton of damage in that BKB, and they're going to kill off Whisper. Lumpy needs to jump away.
He'll make it out here.
Aegis in hand, but
still
a
do have the vision.
Scary moment.
Blink
and
Spear.
Dissimulate, dodge, still under vision. Lumpy in trouble.
He's screwed, right? Surely.
Oh, they're hunting. They're hunting. He hooks back the other way. They can't see him.
Wow, I can't believe Prophet didn't have vision between those two trees.
Oh, where's your Curse the Old Growth now?
Wow, that is clutch. He doesn't have a TP, though.
Oh,
so, like,
man.
Okay, this is actually super awkward now for Lumpy.
He saw the scan turn green after
He's
it
still
was red.
not safe. Okay, he might just gate out.
Yeah. Or he goes back for a kill, like a crazy person.
Yeah, if he goes back, that's the problem. If he starts going back here, he might just meet Malrine and get into trouble.
Malrine's on a ward. Are they trying to set up for this?
This is
Or is
so
he just
bizarre.
trying to go past him? He's just going to kill a wave right in front of him. Lumpy has already used Simulate. Oh, the tornado pulls him back in. Now trying to jump away. MOUZ being a bodyguard.
Yeah.
Simulate backs out. Skitter shows up. MOUZ in trouble. And that will finally stop the action now.
Well, he'll live, but now instead he wasted a ton of time and got his Clockwork killed.
Fair.
So I think all in all, probably a net loss there.
Pike finds Snaking. Cookie forward. It's not enough damage, but with kisses it is.
Yeah, they feel very confident that they can make this move. There's too many heroes that have just shown in the top half of the map for Falcons, so they get a nice little snipe there on the inch. Back to farming now again for Pike.
What a weird series of events we've seen here. In the meantime, Luna's still farming. She's keeping up with the other two. But feels like the power of this Huskar is going to start hitting critical mass pretty soon here.
As we've already seen in a couple of engages, Lumpy has to reserve his Manta style for the Huskar silence.
Right.
With the inner fire. That luxury Whisper does not have until he finishes BKB, which is very close. But as soon as that BKB expires on the Timber, this is a matchup historically that is really interesting because when the heroes lane against each other, Timber has no chance. Like, he gets absolutely obliterated by Huskar in lane. But in a game sense, when both heroes are having a game, they kind of counter each other, where Huskar has this insane life break percentage-based damage jump that Timber really hates, and you have this stacking dot. And you have the silence, but in turn, Timber has massive pure damage that Huskar is, you know, it's kind of the bane of that hero.
Right.
So there's so much that comes down to clutchness between this interaction of heroes and who gets the right jump and who's faster at using BKB correctly, etc. Definitely something to watch out for here as the Timbersaw does complete the BKB. That becomes a real possibility. Until now, Malrine hasn't had to worry about him too much. If Whisper jumps on him, he would just use Inner Fire and just kill him.
Yeah.
But things have changed now.
It does definitely start to change a lot once that BKB comes out for the Timber, which he's getting close to. Also aiming for a BKB on Void Spirit into a Deso. That physical damage can start to make a difference, but Amar, he is going to find this Timber. Does he want to pop the BKB? MOUZ jumps in, pops Cogs, runs away, TP's out, crit, nothing to lift that with right now.
They get out.
Here just a second too late, but that's first BKB used in a way probably didn't want to for Whisper.
It's still quite good for beastcoast in the sense that they're not losing net worth. So they're effectively the game plan of trying to outlast the Huskar problem is going, I want to say, quite well. This Aegis from Falcons didn't give them that much. There's 30 seconds left. Well, I say that. Let's see if they just get a lane somehow here. Let's hold our horses for a second.
Blink Dagger done on Rubik.
Ironwood Treants.
It's a lot of damage.
It's two of them.
Look at how quickly this falls when you have this double Treant here, and no glyph means
defend, guys. Hello?
They're not doing it. It's not happening. MOUZ jumps right on in there. Whisper in trouble. Whisper going down and dead. Oh, no buyback, and they immediately get a full refill now, but they jump in and they blow him up. Amar dead. Can they find more? On to Malrine, pulling him in. The Eclipse and the right clicks. That is enough to take him down, and that was too far for Falcons. Snaking caught here to the side. Skitter just having to TP away. Falcons lose 3.
I mean, it's a defense, but it leaves something to be desired. They let them have a lane and a half of barracks before they really defended there. And I don't know if it was by necessity or if they were just a little bit slow to react and maybe underestimating just how fast Prophet pushes. When he has 2 Treants, not only are the Ironwood Treants hitting super hard, he gets the innate from the Spirit of the Forest with 2 Treants next to him. Skitter was hitting for 250 per attack.
Yeah.
2 Ironwood trees hitting that tower. You gotta react faster than that. And yeah, it's a good fight, but imagine if they could have taken this fight and not lost the barracks too. Then I think we would be looking at a true Beast Coast advantage here. It's one lane, it's okay, you're against Huskar, but you can't make that mistake again of being that slow. They have to be very, very quick to react next time.
Absolutely, and it's mid too, right? Which sort of makes it that much easier because you can just roll down that lane themselves versus it being like a thorn in their side on one of the side lanes or something. But I will say, you're now in BKB territory. You have it on Luna, you have it on Void Spirit. Timbersaw is now eyeing up either a Blink Dagger or a Hex, depending upon which way Whisper wants to play this. I'm starting to feel like maybe, I mean, particularly if Falcons can't secure an X-Roche, we could start seeing a swing.
They could. There's a key moment coming up now with the next round of items from Falcons, which they largely acquire also because they just get so much gold from taking that lane of barracks in the tower. Malrine has Satanic. Snaking has Pipe. So this means effectively you saw the damage that Beast Coast were able to output. It's going to be mitigated significantly in the next upcoming fight.
Right.
And that one is likely to be around the bottom Roche. Or rather, excuse me, the top Roche. It's going to be nighttime now. It will be spawning up there. Guaranteed nighttime Roche. If Beast Coast can somehow set up this area and get a good jump with their Clockwork, Timber, and Void Spirit together and just flat out burst a hero like Ench, I think that gives them really good fighting conditions to get that Pipe out of play, or if they can kill the Rubik very quickly so Crit doesn't get to steal the Chakram and get something done. I think it's naive to expect to be able to jump and burst Malrine. And it can backfire super hard, because if he gets BKB Satanic off and turns on you, you just threw 2,000 damage into the air, right? And he's just going to win the fight. So there is definitely pressure on Beast Coast here to do the right things, but very much within the realm of possibility that they could still win this game.
Jump out by Lumpy. 3 heroes on the bottom side of the map for Falcons, as Amar is going to reconnect with them. In the meantime, El Misho tries to stick around and get some good damage onto this tier 2 tower. They see a TP coming in, and actually see it get canceled. With the Treant in.
Will he see MOUZ? No. But he might see someone else.
Misho Glimmer, Timber running.
He has the
Whisper,
Yule.
Gets the blink out. And now the hook shot, the counter initiation. Amar held for a moment. The Yules is down. Good arena connecting onto 2. They also steal the Chakram. Whisper BKB walks out, wants to get away, and he will. But only for a moment. Has to pop the flower to try and stay alive, and that BKB wearing off. It's good damage. The lift back onto Pike in trouble. Needs to get out of here. Does have TP, but I don't think he can TP out now. Lumpy did find a backline hit and great scatter blast. That's enough to slow them down, and I think that gets the Luna out okay. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, this is going to cost them Roche, though. If Falcons even go and check it, it's a completely free one. No Clockwork Rocket, no Timbersaw. They will have no idea, and they'll have no way of contesting it. But
it was
by the looks of it, Falcons aren't checking it right now, so perhaps Beast Coast will still get around 2 here and a chance to contest it. Lumpy.
What was that damage?
Versus Malrine. I wonder how many times Malrine will jump into and assimilate this game before he gets bored.
Yeah. I mean, you got to go for it, right?
I mean, it's just never going to work, is it?
Probably not. Another tower going to be taken. And Beast Coast continuing to cut these waves.
Yeah,
very
that's
annoying.
dangerous against Prophet, though.
Has a Glimmer, has a Solar. Trying to take a flower. Hiding, and TP's out.
Yep. That's the difference between having Mjolnir and Gleipnir. These kind of situations, you can actually get out. Hookshot onto Amar.
Lumpy.
His BKB.
Onto him. Looking for more Yule Scepter lift up. Snake
got a clean disengage
out.
So Roche being pinged by Skitter, he knows it's up. He'll also steal the enemy Wisdom Rune, so that's a double for Falcons here, minute 28. Whisper, farming the enemy Ancients. Oh, this could go badly. He's going to have to BKB very shortly here.
Timber Chain, TP out.
He might die anyway. Oh, boy.
That one hurts.
Yeah, it does, and it begs the question, did you really have to go and farm the enemy Ancients there? Is that worth the risk? The risk-reward, what if they have vision there? You don't have any teammates around to protect you. It's a costly death. He does have buyback in case, but there's like nothing to TP on top. If the fight were to break out at Roche, he would have to go all the way from the tier 2. But again, I wonder why Falcons aren't Roshing. This seems like a very deliberate choice. Maybe they prefer the Radiant side setup here. Because I think they've had ample opportunity. After the last team fight that they won, it could have just been a completely free one. But maybe they didn't think it was up. Maybe it didn't cross their minds. Crit. Holding onto his Force Staff in case he gets hookshot.
Mar showing up to this one too, with Pike in the area. They back out. But yeah, I mean, Roche not even being attempted.
And at this point, it's guaranteed that it's going to be bought. So Malrine can just chill down here, farm his Ancients. He has pushed out bottom wave sufficiently to start setting up for it. But how many wards do Falcons have? Because they've expended quite a bit of vision in the top half of the map. So do they actually have coverage for that pit? They don't have a single op. Oh, they have one on Rubik. All right. Well, BKB's on cooldown this time, Whisper.
Cookie. Not able to get out. Got the Yule Scepter. The hook shot comes in. Wasn't able to hit a Mar. And in fact, Clockwork gets to the far side of it. MOUZ manages to get away for a moment. And it looks like he should fully escape from this with
Nice
the jetpack.
Yep. All right.
They don't want Roche.
Yeah, I was just going to say when... well, he has to come home first.
Yeah.
Now he's home.
All right, Malrine, you got it. Also has Ags coming out.
Yeah, that's a big problem for Luna.
Yes.
And arguably also a big problem for Timber. He's going to get taunted. You can't do anything.
Yeah.
So there's that roar. Rocket Flare will scout it. And it looks like Beast Coast maybe are thinking about this Pike. Could TP bottom onto the outpost, but it's too late. They're not going to make it here in time. Malrine has finally connected. And this should be
TPing in
well
with
done
Clockwork.
Wait,
MOUZ
they're not
looking for an
finishing it.
angle. Yeah, it's still up.
Okay.
They're waiting. They don't want to get hit by the hook shot. All right, things getting awkward now.
Yeah, this is spicy.
MOUZ sees it yet again. Malrine spots him. Hook shot onto the Nature's Prophet. In the meantime, they take out Crit. Crit in trouble. Chased down. Going to go down. Elmisho off to the side. Whisper hitting Malrine. BKB wearing low. Roche is very low. Pike hitting it. They go in and they get it. Pike gets the Aegis for himself. And now they're all caught here in the Roche pit. Died. Oh no, Falcons, you had so many opportunities and now being pulled around.
That is unbelievable that Beast Coast pulled that off. That felt like a heist. Falcons had it. And they started second guessing themselves with Roche on 10%. I feel like there's multiple ways of going about this. You could place the Mars around the Twin Gate and just block out smokes and then finish the Roche and he can maybe die for it or whatever. But instead they try to like bait this fight where, yeah, Beast Coast think they can contest this, is going to fail. There's so many things going right here. Nice angle there from MOUZ. Malrine is wasting a ton of time here dealing with the Clockwork. He's going to glimmer up. They find the crit kill on the side, which is perfect. Now they're onto snaking mid.
Finding this Enchantress and being able to bring her down. Potentially, yeah, eventually they do get her. I mean, I don't know. It feels like Falcons are just sort of fumbling the bag a little bit here.
This is the biggest moment of the game because this was the game-winning Roche. And as we've talked to death, they definitely had ample opportunity to get this for free, including this one. I can understand why they're a little bit worried because they know Beast Coast are coming. But once again, there are ways of solving this problem where Huskar solos Roche. You block out smokes with Mars +1, and the heroes that block them out, or you could put Ench there, you know, let her die for it with a pipe, whatever. Right. But instead, they end up taking a team fight that's unfavorable to them. Beast Coast win it. They steal the Roche, which is even worse.
Uncharacteristic.
So this game is very, very open now. That was such a big moment for Beast Coast.
Well, and I will say that I think for the Huskar, I mean, there's new ways that this hero starts to scale better into the late game. This incendiary talent is absurd. You know, you do percentage-based damage. You obviously have this Aghanim Scepter that can, you know, taunt somebody, and if you catch it onto Luna, her game feels really rough, but it does start to get to a situation where you wonder, will this kind of tricore and the good answers that they have for Huskar become too much for Malrine?
Exactly. Will you be able to even stand your ground when Luna gets her Conda +1 damage item? The Void Spirit just finished Deso, so you have minus armor to make Luna even stronger. Timbersaw, we've talked about the wild card of this hero against Huskar late game. It's weird how this was a game we were talking about when the drafts came out. Was going to be snowbally by nature, and it has been. And Falcons have definitely missed the mark once or twice, but they're still not out of it.
Yeah,
but this is definitely when they would have liked to win. Like, plan A, this game is over now. So, I think you're... Dare I say it? Are we looking at Nature's Prophet 25 as a potential tiebreaker here?
This also right here, Lumpy, has a shield rune and an amplified damage bottle. He's very, very tanky. And now the amp damage. Can he chase any of these heroes down? Does he want to? Also, Aghanim Scepter Rubik just completed. Already has Lucent Beam stolen.
Oh yeah, he'd love to hang on to this.
Jumps in, Arena, catches onto one. Where's the damage? Pike going in, Viz. Needs to pop BKB if he wants to get in the arena. Whisper, BKBs and backs out. Huskar TP'ing in. They're able to retreat for a moment. MOUZ backs away. Still not enough damage onto the Timbersaw. Nobody's dead here. Amar throws out the spear, but the jetpack in the walkaway.
Amar has a gem.
Okay, yeah, MOUZ just taking him on a walk.
Okay. Nice last hit with Sprout Skitter. I'm starting to see a pattern here.
Yeah. So, bizarre fight.
Yeah, they don't lose their Aegis though. So they have that for another minute. The problem is when this Aegis expires is just when Clockwork respawns and Timber has BKB again. So realistically speaking, Pike doesn't get to use it.
So do you think with this Aegis down now, do Falcons wait for the next one? Or do you think that they want to try and just push high ground with how strong they are at this point?
I don't think they're going to brute force. I think it's a recipe for disaster to just go high ground without Aegis here.
Okay.
So I think they want to play the map. They want to take advantage of Nature's Prophet's ability to push waves and the fact that you naturally have mid-wave pushing in the whole time with the Rex down. And look for moments of opportunity. You have really good catch heroes. Mars with Blink Yules. You have Rubik with the Blink plus Force Staff, so he can initiate and disengage at the same time. And Huskar can initiate for himself because he has Ags. The only hero he can't really jump is the Void Spirit. So
I'd like to imagine right now, by the way, that this is Skitter plugging in his like rat hotkeys. You know, he's like, all right, I'm done fighting. I'm pushing the waves. That's all I'm doing. Changing them over.
Hotkey on Nature's Prophet.
You know what that you used to be able to do? I think you still can. You can hotkey specific areas of the map if you want to.
Yeah, like put camera here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Arteezy kind of pioneered that in Pro Dota, using it to check runes, I think, when he was playing mid. At least that comes to mind. He might have been not been the first one to do it. I just remember him specifically watching like some player perspective, and you could just quickly see him check rune top, check rune bottom. Are you sure you can still do that? I don't think I've seen player perspectives do that for a long time, but maybe you still can. I don't know.
I'm almost positive that you can. And I'm just going to say it very confidently.
That's how the world works nowadays.
Yeah.
You just got to be confident and you can say anything.
I got here. 5,000 gold leave, 18 to 21.
Yeah, this game's over.
Okay.
Just say it with confidence.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's a
They've
rough
won.
one. I'm not going to say who they is,
GG.
but obviously, you know, you know who
it's
they
a done
are.
Deal. Yeah. So what big stuff do we have coming up? So Hex completed on the Timbersaw could be huge. Luna is closing in on Silver. And Snap is going to go Wind Waker as a way of solving the Huskar taunt problem.
Oh, interesting.
On the side of Falcons, nothing big is nearby. AC on Huskar is, I guess, semi-close, about 2k away. That seems to be it. And I guess the Pike on Edge.
Right.
Which I suppose we shouldn't underestimate that, because he now has the Force Staff, but he hasn't had that until now, so this gives them a disengage potential against the Clockwork, against the Void Spirit jumps. Getting out of Chakram's also always nice.
Going to shove out this tier 2 tower and try and take it down. Reestablish a little bit of equilibrium as far as the towers that have been taken. Could also go for this Tormentor if they want.
Yep.
It looks like that's going to be the call. So a nice little win for Beast Coast here, as Wisberg has the Flamethrower now.
Okay.
And yeah, they're going to TP one back also to deal with the split push coming in.
Yeah,
Full
this is going to be a problem the whole time, right?
Yeah.
So, Treants, Inch Creeps, plus a dead wave mid, or a dead lane of barracks, means that every moment of opportunity Beast Coast has, they need to be quite crisp about their movements. And I think this was a fine move. They got bot tier 2 and stole a Tormentor. I think that was well worth it. They can even take their own Tormentor since Falcons did not respond by taking the Radiant one. And they will. So that's a shard for Lumpy now. It's the Aether Remnant watch range. Feels relatively insignificant, but the cooldown reduction, I guess, is nice.
Can see 3 shards apiece, as well as a couple of Ags here. And I think the big thing that sort of is a shining light for Beast Coast at this point is that Skitter's only level 21. So they still have a little while until the real pain starts coming in.
They're also going 2 ACs.
Oh.
I don't know about that. Okay, he switched. Skitter bought the plate mail. And then Malrune was like, what are you doing, man? Yeah. I have AC. And Skitter's like, I just wanted a plate mail, bro.
Well, they're not going to be playing next to each other. He's gone.
I was thinking, all right, when you realize this and you have the plate mail, is there any world you buy Shivas on profit? I just don't think it's worth it. He's just going to have a plate mail and it's whatever. Going Satanic next. Roshan may respawn in 15 seconds.
What's your guess on the timer?
This is a bit tricky one, because depending on the timer, this could be bought.
I'm going to say 10 seconds.
Very fast one, it's top. I'm going to say 2 minutes and 15.
50?
15.
15.
Oh, that was close.
Ooh, that was really close.
That was
a
close.
good one.
Should have bet something.
It's going to be bottom.
All right, you owe me a winner's interview.
Okay. You didn't win, though. You didn't get the bet. It wasn't 2 minutes 15.
That's not how this works. You saw how Slack said it to AUI.
Oh,
you just
my
need
bad.
to say it with confidence, and
That's
they're
right.
like, all right, I guess so.
Smoke on smoke. Timber.
Yep.
First point of contact, maybe.
The ward.
They got him immediately.
And they got the taunt before
taunt
BKB.
too, but the BKB, no.
Yeah,
Will not matter. Pike, though, tries to go in. Silver Edge broken. Trying to take this fight now with Whisper Dead is very strange. And, I mean, the thing is, they don't know about Roche. They are going to dodge a bullet here because it's such a long spawn.
Yeah. But as you said, they don't know, so how are Beast Coast going to approach this? Are they just going to back off and hope?
Well, they clockwork flare.
Seems like it. Yeah, that's true. They can keep flaring it, but they're conceding the area.
Yeah.
So if Falcons just flat out planted 5 heroes in there and it spawned right now, they would just get it. Because the Radiant heroes are too far out, I think. I mean, maybe if they all TP on Outpost together. Spicy situation.
I mean, they're still checking it, and it's not up. I think that now they're realizing they can come and contest this. They also are going to take the tier 2 tower mid while this is happening. So this Roche respawn timer works out amazingly for Beast Coast here.
Yeah,
making
the most of it.
We'll see if they do decide to actually come back and fight this or not. Still 30 seconds. Malrine is pissed. He's just in there, man.
He's just sitting there in his jacket. He's like, come on, man.
Oh, nice.
This is actually unfortunate timing for Beast Coast, because that... Wait, hang on. Yes. Okay, the rocket flare will just... Oh, my God.
He leaves. They're leaving.
Do what you can.
And now they're going to see it. They're going to know.
No, dude.
Oh,
you can't.
my God.
He's like, fuck this shit, I'm out, you know? Like, I can't be bothered anymore. I've watched this for 2 minutes.
It's bugged. It's bugged.
Oh, man. A Beast Coast now are going to approach in smoke on smoke situation.
Lumpy as Ags. Scary. Sending in Treant, sending in Hero. On top of a ward, Beast Coast have better position now. Oh, and scouting, they spot snaking. El Misho backs away. Have to be careful. They broke on smoke. They know it's up here. They have such good vision. They see the Enchantress, do not want to go for her. Amar waiting.
Him just starting to farm here is just comedic to me.
Jump in, jump in, jump in. Immediately onto him. Pike off to the side. They jump onto the clockwork, and now stepping forward, they have the Mortimer's Kisses down. This is BKB used for Malrine. Stolen. Resonant Pulse. Malrine tries to back out. They're going under their vision. Now catching. Has it broken and the damage is out. He's gone. Malrine didn't stand a chance, and now they're on to Skinner. How unlucky can you get as Falcons? And on the side of Beast Coast, they are just happy as some clams. Unless Pike goes down. Oh my God, Snakey is killing them all. What a monster. This Enchantress is level 23.
Okay.
I mean, buy back into getting Roche, at least for Beast Coast.
Crit did so much damage. Look at that recap.
What
He did more damage than the Nature's Prophet carry, who just BKB'd and went to town. 3 Chakrams, 3 Fate Bolts, and the Resonant Pulse, and they were pretty stacked.
Yeah.
So Crit really saving that situation for Falcons. I mean, the outcome ultimately here isn't that great, but, you know, that was a Pyke buyback. So now you have this avenue of opportunity where, yeah, he's definitely taking the Aegis, but if you could somehow kill him twice, he'll not be able to rejoin the fight. This is like, okay, what a replay this is going to be. So as you pointed out, I feel like Malorine probably making a mistake here, popping the BKB that early, but Huskar is always going to be a challenging hero to play perfectly in situations like this late game to kill him off. Keep an eye out on Rubik here. Chakram, Fade Bolt. He's going to get pulled in. Chakram again. He's going to disengage at first. This Chakram is doing insane amounts of damage. Gets the Resonant Pulse out, another Fade Bolt. I mean, eventually he dies, but the supports of Falcons saving the game.
Yeah.
If that's a clean team wipe for Beast Coast and they just get an uncontested Roche after, the gold is going to be in their favor.
Him and Snake King did the most on that team, which is, I mean, the fact that they were able to get anything done in that fight at all, huge win. But you can see...
Snake King's level 24 with Moonshard.
Yes.
If he can get the next Wisdom Rune, it's 3.5 minutes away, I suppose, but he could almost crack level 25 with that.
So, is there any world that you take the Nature's Attendants Wisps?
Yes.
You think so?
Not this one, though.
Okay. Not this.
There is one.
Not Earth. Got it.
Nah, man, he's an artillery.
That's fair.
He's the 4th core in this game now. Well, the 5th, because clearly Crit is also a core, so...
God, he hits really hard.
This Falcons team is hard to crack. You know, you feel like Beast Coast are doing all the right things in these fights, and it's still close.
Well, and yeah, and Falcons, like we've talked about, they're not playing absolutely perfectly either. You know, there's still a couple of flubs here and there, as happens to any team. And Beast Coast, they do have Aegis now. They are going to place down the banner. Jeez.
That's quite far out. That doesn't cover the creeps.
Oh, no.
All right, guys. Remember when Banner came out and everybody... I feel like you've had enough time to learn this. It's just not... Okay, here's the thing. Beast Coast always win their games in 15 minutes, so they've never had a banner.
It's just outside of catapult range, too. Oh, wait, no, it's on that one
second
catapult. Okay, this was why. The catapult. Spear back onto MOUZ. Dead. Hold on a second now. Broken jumps in. Silence, but the Eul Scepter is there. Lumpy BKB backs out. Eul Scepter. Lift up. Onto Pyke. Has a Force Staff. Not using it. Oh the root. And now
Luna
got him
cannot
caught.
die.
Although Malorine, they're onto him. Timber pops it. Refresh tries to get out. No. Will not happen. Pyke has to get out too.
Over.
This was a buyback from him. Has to TP away. And how quickly the turntables, as they are going to lose another one.
All right, that's like the ultimate carry moment right there. He went and killed one Mud Golem before TPing out.
Yeah.
He felt very safe. It's just funny, you know.
And now
I must min-max everything I do. Yeah. I mean, it was a dangerous push for Beast Coast. They got caught off guard, and they got punished dearly.
Nice.
Now, they do survive on the Luna. If Pyke dies there, it's just done. But this is still going to be challenging. You have 2 dead heroes for a minute. Falcons definitely want to get those buybacks out. Ench is now 25. So Impetus is doing 26.5% of distance traveled, and he's firing like 2 shots a second with the Moonshard.
Luna, 6,000 gold in the bank. Is it that time for the Rapier? Oh no, instead buys out for the full Satanic. It's coming on back to base.
All right, good banner placement from Falcons. They learned from Beast Coast
Satanic.
how not to place it.
It's coming out to her.
Yep, that's the second lane. She has the Satanic, but that was a big, big moment.
Yeah.
Beast Coast, it felt like they maybe were coming back into it, but Falcon sent them straight back down with that defense. They barely even took damage on their tower. I feel like that's a key difference in this game that we've seen between the 2 teams when it comes to defending. Falcons were super ready and were not willing to give up any real estate in their base, whereas the first defense for Beast Coast, they kind of just sacrificed the lane. So it seems like Falcons are a little bit more premeditated in their next play. They just know what's coming already before it does, and they know what they want to do.
Like stepping out of the base, has to play it a little bit careful there. And yeah, like we've been talking about, the Wind Waker still being built for Elmisho, wants a way to try and save against the Huskar when he eventually goes for that jump. And as we did see, Huskar eyes on a refresher orb, which I think is enough gold for, but wanting to save for buyback right now, obviously. Everybody on Falcons has it.
How much health does it cost Huskar to use refresher orb?
The normal amount, right? 360 or whatever it is?
Well, he pays a percentage. Is it percentage based on his current health? Let me see. Because his BKB's mana cost is changing, right? It changes the lower health he gets, the cheaper it is.
Because of the magic resist, right?
So that's... Okay, so the refresher is going to cost him... Generally speaking, he'll probably be using it at like half health, so I guess it's going to cost him like 200, maybe?
Yeah, he won't run out of mana, if that's what you're asking. Hook shot in, immediately pulled out of it. The BKB response was there. They have Pike. He needs to get it on safe. Turn around hit. He doesn't have enough. That is Pike dead for 2 minutes, and now Lumpy lifted. Beast Coast, they do not have enough left in the tank. Falcons are going to run it down mid, try and close this game out. It was a bold move from Beast Coast, but it ends up costing them.
Yeah, Malrine just gets the axe jump on the Luna, and they just pile onto her. And sure, she pops Satanic and does her best to stand her ground, but the damage is just overwhelming. There's just too much. And I don't remember the last time I've seen this. All heroes and Falcons are level 25 or 26.
Yeah.
They have all had these like ridiculous boosts from winning different types of fights. And now they're going to go for the win here. Amar buying a Bloodstone because it's funny.
Well, it is funny. That is for sure. And soon they won't be able to see anything as they throw down the spear, go immediately on to the Ancient, and will end the game. GG called. Falcons taking game 1.
Definitely not in the exact fashion that we were expecting. I think there's a couple of things in this game that are very interesting. So Falcons' early laning stage went incredibly well. Beast Coast then did such a good job with their rotations with the supports to kind of solve that problem. Then we get to a mid-game state where Falcons get Roche and they start taking control. Beast Coast find that ridiculous Roche fight that bring them back in the game. Then they try to go high ground themselves. So it's very much back and forth. I feel like Beast Coast played a solid game. I was not expecting this game to be 50 minutes and then turning into a loss in this fashion, but you know, it was good Dota.
Some good Dota, what we've come to expect. We'll see if we're going to get another 2-0 today or if Beast Coast can put up a fight for a game 3 as we head on back to the panel.
We'll see that indeed. Thank you very much, Lyrical and Cinderin. And I did think that Beast Coast put up a pretty good fight here in game 1 already, because after the draft ended, we heard from AUI 2000 this game will be one-sided either way, and Lizard, it was not.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. They used every trick possible in the book to make that mid lane, first and foremost, at least survivable. Void Spirit, honestly, like overall, considering how bad the laning stage was, he made some effort. Like after the laning stage, he made a couple of really nice kills here and there. However, they were always on the back foot. Like you could feel even the itemization from them. Timbersaw going for a very early BKB, your Void Spirit going Manta BKB. Just the thought process is we need to survive somehow to that late game to actually be able to scale well against the Huskar, which they did. But you're not only facing the Huskar, you're facing Prophet, you're facing Amar's probably best hero, and on top of that, snaking with Enchantress, just carrying the game in these last couple of fights.
He really did.
I mean, there's just so much damage available for Falcons, even when the game gets a little bit spicy, like you're mentioning, the Enchantress or the Rubik, like they're incredible. You know, one's physical, well, one's technically pure damage, one's, you know, big spellcaster. It really helps when you have a good front line. And you got to give credit to Beast Coast. They found good opportunities to try and punish Falcons, but like you're mentioning, when you're itemizing 5,000-10,000 gold just for survival, you then need like another 5,000-10,000 gold to then truly be killing your opponent. And there's not enough time truly for Beast Coast to get there.
And what was really cool in this game is that on Beast Coast side, even Gaben was there. Like he made that Rosh respawn late as possible. Like that was a funny moment.
I don't know if I've ever seen a core sit in the Roche pit for like
2 minutes.
like at least a full minute.
I think he dozed off a little bit there.
Is he playing Bristleback or what?
Look like it.
Jesus. But yeah, again, Falcons, like they win this game. There were moments where beastcoast you could argue could have taken it, but because you have to do so much to even get close to the punishments that, you know, the Falcons heroes provide, then they needed 2, 3, 4 big comeback fights to truly overcome them. And yeah, Marine finishing the game 11-3-10. He got the last pick, Huskar. He had to force the Snapfire to mid to make these moves and Lumpy to do these items. And yeah, they're going to think about Huskar a little bit more now. Like if you want to play Void Spirit or Shaker or any melee hero, cover it with a Huskar ban. Like you're against Falcons. Like we forgot it on the panel. They clearly forgot it in the draft. And
yeah, the game would be definitely much, much easier. They did kind of manage to mess with him here and there, right? Like in the early stages, like the snap TPing in, killing him off, but that wasn't it. Like you can see here at minute 23 as well. Huskar with these item builds, the difference is Huskar wants to go BKB, he wants to go armor. That's his natural build, and then he just opens up the map. He needs these items, and they also work well when it comes to his aggression. Like they come hand in hand, they complement the hero. On the other side, Manta is nice. It's good on Void Spirit, like universal hero, sure. And then a BKB afterwards, it feels like I don't really want to buy these items.
Ideally, right?
Exactly, but I have to buy these items.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a forced item build there. It almost worked out. I'll say, you know, they were able to stop that Huskar ring going high ground. Another item timing we wanted to highlight, T, is same time for the 2 carries.
yeah, I would say, I think there is a lot of respect you need to give towards beastcoast in the fact that they were able to keep up the farm, right? Like Pyke here, sure, he's got a 2-2 scoreline, or 2-2-2 scoreline, there we go. But, you know, he's still relatively even net worth to Nature's Prophet, if using the previous graphic as well. Like, the Void Spirit was relatively close to Huskar. It was only 2,000 gold once we entered the 20-minute mark. The Luna is close to the Prophet. Like, beastcoast, they had ways to keep up the economy. It's just they didn't have the correct items because, you know, like, again, we don't want to harp on it too much, but it is just the punishment of this Falcons lineup. So they had the farm, they had the stuff, but just the items are not the items that you normally want at this position.
And to not talk only about the draft and the items, I feel like beastcoast, honestly, they had a really good shot at taking this game. The Roche fight, they baited out Malreen's BKB very nicely, and then they pretty much won that fight very easily. However, snaking made a big difference. You needed to buy back on your Luna then. They got the Aegis, and I felt like that was a good moment for them. However, pushing high ground without buyback and with only that Aegis, yeah, it bit them in the back.
Yeah, and the Roche fight that you're talking about was the one around the 43-minute mark. If we're talking about the Roshan before that fight, T-Gov, I believe everything is in place for you to tell us all about that.
Yes, let's go. Off we go. Yeah, so I wanted to give a lot of respect towards the improvements Dota teams are making over the years. You know, back in the day when Roshan, when you're, you know, down in net worth, you don't go near the pit. You allow them to take it. They're the better team. Let them have Roshan. But I just want to say that this was very important for beastcoast. They started this one, and don't forget here, MOUZ already uses Spear straight away and duels onto the Timbersaw. And the reason why this is so important is because this entire fight is a product of not having the correct resource on the Falcons to come to the pit, right? If I do a quick zoom. All right, MOUZ, what has he got? He's got Arena on cooldown, BKB on cooldown. Normally, he is the one who stands up the front. If he had the BKB or the Arena, then this fight would be a clean Roshan for for Falcons. And the same thing again, right? Skidder. He doesn't have the BKB as well. So they're really operating on hoping that beastcoast don't contest this. But teams nowadays, they contest. They're not afraid. You know, because it's on the Radiant side, beastcoast are able to utilize the outpost TP, bring in the numbers. But the fact, like Falcons, if we rewind to like 2, 3, 4 years ago, this is a free Roshan for them. But teams just get better. They understand the map. They understand the fact they have to contest it. And MOUZ on the clockwork. Beautiful stuff here. If you look at his mana management, right? Like he's utilizing his shard to use the previous one to wrap around the pit. He drags the Huskar out of the fight. And between MOUZ on the clockwork, the fact that beastcoast had the discipline to try and come for this Roshan, and Falcons didn't have the true resources to take this, it allowed beastcoast the opportunity to fight into a Falcons with an 8,500 gold lead, to fight into a Falcons that were owning the entire map. So I think it's just it's testament that Dota teams are just getting so much better at taking fights, at playing into the comebacks, and also maybe why Radiant is the better side, because you have the outpost during the daytime Roshans, that if they didn't have this outpost, there's no way they contest this, and Falcons would just win the game with this. So again, massive props to beastcoast for trying. Falcons are just fundamentally in this game the better team, but small things to look out for. Roshan, it's a very scary place to be.
It really was. There was a lot of pivotal fights around that Roche pit.
Yeah, I feel like the first and the second one, right? Like first and foremost, waiting for it for so long wasn't that great for Falcons.
No.
And this one was a heist. This one could have easily, like I'm all in for going and attempting to contest the Roshan. Like, but I feel like this was 9 out of 10. This was that one in which Beast Coast actually comes out on top because Huskar does not finish Rosh, and Rosh is left on like a sliver of HP. They just swoop in everything and run away with it.
I mean, you could argue Falcon should have just hit the Roshan there, but under the pressure, under the moment, you know, it happens. It happens, but
it happens. The game didn't happen the way I think Falcons planned for it to happen. They didn't win as fast as they, for their lineup, maybe should have, but that's credit to Beast Coast for being able to strike back. The question is, can they strike back in an actual game to force out a third game to this series? We're going to get the answer to that soon in the game number 2. Before we get there, we are going to see Skeeter's Dota knowledge tested by Surrection Slacks.
Hello everybody and welcome to another edition of Focus Fire. Today we have special guest Skeeter, who has had 2 hours of sleep and has agreed to come and have me scream trivia questions at him. Now the goal here is to get as many right as possible. Doesn't really matter how many you get wrong. So if you don't know, throw in a brief answer. Let's get through it. It's about quantity, not quality.
Okay.
All right, this is Dota trivia. You have 90 seconds. Are you ready?
No.
Okay, fantastic. All right, and let us begin the timer in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. How many heroes are in the game?
120.
Close, 125, but wrong. Which hero has the talent plus 252 damage?
Techies.
That is correct. What type of damage does Witch Doctor's Death Ward do?
Pure.
That's right. What hero has the highest strength gain?
Crown Beast.
That's right. What's the most expensive item in the game to build?
Taken 5.
Nope, that would be Wind Waker. Name one of Ringmaster's abilities.
Tame a Beast.
Tame the Beast, that's right. Who is the last Chinese team to win a TI?
Invictus Gaming.
Correct. Whose innate allows them to see Roshan's respawn timer?
Templar Assassin.
That's right. How many regular healing lotuses are required to make a greater healing lotus?
3.
6. Sorry, a greater healing lotus. What's the most represented country at this particular event?
Russia.
No, Peru. Who has the voice line, "You will die in a house fire"?
Oracle.
That's right. From level 25 onwards, how long is the normal respawn timer?
Oh, dude, I have no fucking idea. 130?
100! Very close. It was 100. Name a hero that was unpicked at the last TI.
Unpicked last TI? Meepo.
Meepo is probably... Yes, it is right. What is the active of Roshan's cheese called? Last question.
What? Cheese call?
Yeah, Roshan's cheese, when you use it, it has a name. What is it called?
Oh, it's the fondue.
Fondue, that's right! That was incredible! You did absolutely incredible!
Dude, I'm fucking sharp.
Dude, you're in the zone, dude. 2 hours of sleep. This guy's on it. He's sharp as hell. I think you've got to be at the top of the leaderboard, but...
That's good.
Ski, I am so impressed.
Me too, honestly. I was going for the most wrong.
My man came in with 0 confidence and absolutely dumpstered. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Your Focus Fire, I would assume to be Champ Skeeter. Well done, sir. How do you know so much about Dota trivia?
I mean, I guess I know how to read.
Damn, the man knows how to read, a skill that has been lost on so many youth here today. Well, thank you. Your brain is not TikTok rotted. Very impressive, and we will see you on another episode of Rapid Fire. Thanks for watching.
Don't install TikTok.
Don't install TikTok. Good night, Skeeter.
Tiga, real quick, what's the most expensive item in the game?
Oh, it's Dagon 5.
That's right! And that is not what Slack said, because he keeps saying Wind Waker. Dummy, come on, please.
I mean, their argument is, but it's like multiple recipes for the Dagon. No.
Yeah, but doesn't matter.
It does, at the end of the day, when the item's in my inventory, Dagon 5 be priced.
Is it possible even to buy the recipe for Dagon 5 alone? It's not, right? Like it's
you can just buy the recipe.
No, I mean...
Oh, you mean like 5 recipes?
Yeah.
You can have 5 recipes. What are you talking about?
Sure, you can have 5 individual Dagon recipes.
It's not going to do
anything.
anything.
It's going to be useless.
No, but Skater did very well on that quiz for sure. Let's see how well he does in the upcoming game, because we're in a best of 3. Now, today is all nice. So today nobody is going home. It's all upper bracket, and that's a good place to be in. But winning here will secure top 6.
Yeah, winning here is
quite good.
It's quite cool. Falcons in Wallachia Season 1. They also, I believe, dropped down at this stage, did they?
They could. Don't ask. No, that's a tough question. I just know they weren't with the same roster.
I remember them dropping down very early on as well. Where did they drop down?
No, they were not. They dropped down when they were top 3.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was very long.
Right.
All right, so what do we want to see from Beast Coast for this time around? Because I actually think that, they got last picked Huskard against them, and I think they dealt with it as good as could be expected in that scenario. And this time, surely they're not going to get last picked Huskard, or if they do, at least they'll be more aware.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I feel like if you eliminate the Huskard problem, their draft looked very decent, and I feel in a game that's a bit more fair, they would have a much easier time. Like, just not to have to plan that position 5 or 4 to do all the creep skip shenanigans around the mid lane and actually play the normal game of Dota.
You know what I really like about the game that's coming up? I mentioned before during game 1 is that Falcons always had second pick, because either they had priority and they chose second pick, or the other team had priority and they chose Radiant, so that Falcons still could have second pick. Beast Coast had priority. They chose second pick. They're like, let's try to take Falcons out of their comfort zone of second pick and see what it's all about. And of course, make sure that overall last pick is in their hands this time.
Yeah, they don't want to get Huskard. I think that's going to be the key point and reason why they probably went for second pick. The way that Falcons are drafting, that we kind of spoke about in the first game, it's they set themselves up for Malrine to utilize last pick. He's been going for Sand Kings and Storms. He'd just done the Husker. And now in this game, they are second pick and they're banning the Sand Kings, the Puck, the heroes that we have seen as strong first pick heroes. Not first pick overall, but on the side of first pick. Because no matter what position you pick them, it opens up your draft.
It's kind of cool. Like for Falcons, I feel if you are picking Sand King, it's most likely mid. Yes. Like on the offlane, it really didn't look that great for them. But what's also interesting about the first bans is the Puck. Like Puck has been completely ignored in the last game, and this time around Beast Coast decide to immediately ban it. So maybe they have some idea for the mid lane that gets soft countered or countered by Puck. We'll see that a little bit later on. But yeah, I love that they have the last pick now. It's on Team Falcons to worry about that cheese pick in the end.
Yep, they do get first pick, and with that they secure the Pangolier.
Yeah, most likely towards, of course, the mid lane, but sometimes Amar can dabble with it. But I'd like to think that Malrine just wants to take his hero. Who cares?
It's very very nice. Like they're picking Monkey King instantly. I truly believe that the hero has a lot of potential from the mid lane, from the safe lane, is strong. But also what's peculiar to me, at least, is that they didn't open up with the clock. I feel like Clockwork is a no-brainer open, much easier, and something like a Monkey King, I don't think it's getting banned early on.
Oh, it did get banned in the first game.
But by them, after they picked Timber, and they banned it. Like teams don't necessarily value it, right? Too much.
But for Beast Coast, at least, Monkey King, strong hero. If they can flex between mid and carry, then I don't mind them picking it here. If they can't flex the Monkey King, then Clockwork's better. Because right now, Falcons will utilize this Pangolier pick until the end of the second phase. When they conclude the draft with 4 heroes, then they'll either put Pango mid to offlane. And if the Monkey King is already shown as, let's say, the mid lane, suddenly we'll see Malrine once again pick up a counter. Like, you don't want to play against Falcons and allow Malrine a late pick in the draft with a counter pick, because it kind of breaks all your momentum. Mid lane is meant to be your tempo setter. So I'm hoping Beast Coast are able to keep the Monkey King alive and not just force it very early on.
Yeah, I feel like they did play it mid earlier as well, and for me that's my preferred position for the Monkey King. So if you are calling Team Falcons bluff and saying, yeah, you have to play this Pango mid, that would kind of make sense. I think you rotate around the map very fast, and you can match the tempo that Pango is bringing to the game. But also, by the way, this pick, it isn't only because they like playing Bat, and Bat is a good 4 or a 5, it's to protect the Monkey King a little bit. If he's in the lane, or if he's in some situation in the safe lane and not mid, I feel like Bat can bring a lot of problems, and throughout the game he's a good pick against him.
Yeah, and Falcons have actually three amazing Bat players, and beastcoast only had one ban. They opted to remove the Willow, so they pick up the Bat themselves, and it's Falcons that answer with the Omni Knight.
Yeah. Strong pick for the early aggression of Batrider. Wherever Bat goes, sure, Batrider's good at taking stacks, but you don't really you don't kill anyone anymore because of Omni Knight and Repel. And then Guardian Angel against early game aggression of Monkey King. It buys just enough time to disengage from the Wukong. So yeah, so far, if you want to think about how to counter these two heroes, Omni counters both.
So many debuffs, right? Like just from one hero, you already are working with so many debuffs that one Repel is going to feel very damn nice. And Puck has been banned, which means that maybe beastcoast are aiming... Oh, never mind. They just ban out the Beastmaster, and the Lion is picked.
And I like the Lion pick as well, because not only does it set up for the lack of control that Omni has, but it enables Pango to potentially go offlane. Like, if you picked a weaker 4 here, then flexing Pangolier to offlane feels bad. But Lion is one of the support heroes that no matter what your offlane is, because you have double stuns, you have relatively good stats, move speed, like you can secure a lot of lanes. So it's like, compared to other 4s, this Lion gives life to the Pangolier picks further.
The one thing that I see as a Lion picker as well is he hates beasts, summons. He hates multiple units running at him. One of the reasons why Beast is banned out, together with the Pangolier pick, of course. And now maybe it's on beastcoast to find an angle to abuse that. Yeah. I feel like Lion is strong, but there are ways to maybe not that hero as viable in the laning stage, at least.
Sure. It's also just nice where, when you talk about heroes having flexibility, being second pick, if you just lock in multiple lanes that can deal with that flex hero, then it's not, it's not good. Oh, congrats, you're flexing a hero to a bad lane or an even worse lane, right? And it kind of feels like Falcons are trying to set that up, but again, we'll see how they conclude the phase. Beastcoast do go for the Rubik. We've seen Rubik in the last game. The rise of spellcasting heroes is returning. We're seeing Lion, Omni. Sure, Rubik can put his ult on quick cast and he'll get a good spell in this game.
It feels great again. Like Rubik on Beastcoast here, you can impale is so satisfying to steal. Same with anything from Omni Knight. Not the first time.
Yeah, Whisper Magnus,
But we don't see it that often at all.
Yeah, we don't see it very often. We will have some Mag plus Monkey King combo, which is always nice. Some neat RP into the Wukong's arena. Omni Knight can mess all of that up though, so they have to be careful on how they approach these team fights and how they're committing. They need someone to control the Omni as well.
There have been 4 mag games so far at PGL Wallachia. 3 were on Beastcoast, in which I believe they won 2, lost 1. And then Apex Genesis also lost on it, but
That's it's obviously quite a little bit of team fight, and I feel like beastcoast has got a little bit of an edge for that over Falcons. Is that something that you feel like Falcons should address, like a little bit more team fighty heroes, or are they fine?
Like
I stand corrected, by the way. It's 2 games from Beastcoast. They won both of them. So they undefeated on the map.
They're very comfortable. Is it offlane mag that they played?
Yeah, Whisper both times.
They're definitely giving Whisper as well on Beastcoast. They're giving him full comfort zone. Like in the last game on Timber, one of his best played heroes. Now again, he gets the Magnus. So now that you asked about matching this tempo of teamfight, it isn't that easy. However, Team Falcons, they have this natural disruptive playstyle with these 3 heroes already. So you might not be able to match the team fight as a wombo combo way, but you have Repel, you have some wombo combo breaker with the Pangolier. You can Rolling Thunder in if they initiate on someone. Same goes for Lion, he's very quick to respond.
And they have survival right now on Falcons, but they don't really have the damage, right? Like the laning phase of Magnus with Shockwave, with the Rubik Fade Bolt, like that's really annoying to play into. But Falcons, they pivot back. They want to make sure they win lanes. And it furthers my point about annoying Beast Coast. And where this Monkey King goes, it's like you're going into a Lion lane, or you're potentially going into like a mid Razor lane. And I think Razor and Pango are actually being flexed between mid and off lane the entire time. Both Maori and Amar will happily play them.
And I'm sure Skeeter will as well.
Yeah, and exactly, yeah.
I still think this will most likely
For
be
Razor,
the
anyway.
mid Monkey King.
Mid Monkey?
Yeah, into Razor, into Pango, I feel like it's both playable. It's not amazing, but it's playable. And you do have that comeback potential by the Magnus. So overall, I don't mind it. And then in the end, you can pick some, perhaps some Glass Cannon hero into the Razor, into all of these actually. Shoot them from distance, not great combination with the Magnus, of course, but what heroes come to mind? I'm not sure, like Drow, Muerta, stuff like that.
This game does feel, compared to the last one where you have Nature's Prophet, Falcons are, after laning phase, unless they crush their lanes and obviously naturally play aggressive, they'll be pretty happy to kind of wait for a key item timing before making the big plays. And that's where Beast Coast, when they conclude the draft, do they want to try and be more aggressive to try and punish that farming pattern? Like, don't allow Razor to get to his BKB, don't allow Pango to get to like Blink plus an Aura.
And by the way, I love that we had no Falcon games for 3 days because the meta developed without this top team that everyone looks at.
Yeah, true. And actually, we'd be stuck in this meta. Yeah,
exactly. We'd be stuck with these heroes that we are seeing right here. Instead, we had some complete different branch out in a different direction. Completely.
Falcons are dragging them back.
And Falcons are like, nah, we're coming back in, boys. Let's go. Razor, Pango, all me.
Let me show you how it's really done.
These heroes aren't nerfed. They're still strong. You guys, you just didn't play them well.
And look at the ban from Falcons. They still think that Monkey, of course, like we said, easily can go carry. So they're respecting some of the pacing.
Yeah.
That is a key thing here for Falcons. Like, they are pretty static on the map, where depending on the role Pango goes, they'll just be pushing out waves and farming. That's where Beast goes. They can break the map early on.
Of everything, right?
Yeah.
Like they banned the Luna, they banned the Mars. They're not necessarily
Just cover your bases.
Yeah, even Skitter, Razor comes to mind, right? So just cover all your bases.
It's fun to see, and it's also part of the reason that even at the very start of the season, of last season, I guess, when Falcons first emerged, this was the biggest issue to deal with.
They switched
everybody on everything. All 3 cores are interchangeable, and they go back for the Nature's Prophet.
So then it's like technically everything's still up in the air, right? Because Prophet could still be your mid or carry, Razor could be in any 3 roles because of Falcons, and then Pango could be mid off lane. So between those 3 cores, Beast Coast have to decide, okay, which version do we hate the most? And I kind of think Razor off lane, Pango mid, and Prophet carry is the strongest version for Falcons to play into.
I think they're not going to choose until they know the carry.
Yeah, that's also a fair point.
Sure, yeah, of course.
You can also think about...
but this is the perspective, like, Beast Coast has to rationalize themselves and then go, if that's what we're scared of, then we pick this hero, right? And they only had 20 seconds, so under the pressure, but...
We came back to the puck ban, by the way, in that first stage. They were planning the storm. But it's a pretty interesting storm game, let's put it that way, as a last pick. And why do I think that? Because of the Lion that was picked very early on. So, yeah, you might not have a lot of control on other heroes, but Lion usually on his own brings more than enough. So, I'm not sure I completely agree with the Storm Spirit pick. We'll see how it goes, though.
Would you not think that Storm Spirit is going to jump Crits Lion all the time?
He should, but then there is the Omni problem as well, right? Like, you have multiple heroes that cover each other. But look, I'm no way saying that Beast Coast draft is bad. I feel like they've got a lot of good team fight potential. Like, you have a Bat Rider as well that can jump in, help out the Storm. So, yeah, I can see it working. Plus, the Monkey King giving vision.
I have a question. What's the other facet for Lion? Because at the moment, Crit's got Fist of Death, which it's fun because you can punch people.
The old school mana drain, basically. So it does damage and stuff.
So why wouldn't you want that? Why does he want the Fist of Death?
Because
is he gonna melee people?
Yeah, he's combative.
Great. That's okay. Very on brand at the moment.
There we go. So for Falcons, at least, I would say that the style is they're gonna be tanky, and that's my fear for Beast Coast. Like, their lanes aren't as strong as you expect. Like, Storm into Razor, Razor can punish Storm quite nicely. Lion will secure the Pango lane, so Monkey, in theory, shouldn't crush him. And then when you get BKB, it's going to be like, I feel like it's an OG style of game, where Whisper's coming from OG as a sub, helping out Beast Coast. But for them to win, it's like the big pop-off play, like the, oh my god, the magic. You know, that's how I see the Beast Coast lineup. And if they can create it, sure. But it's just inevitable Falcons will be just unkillable by 20 minutes in this game, it feels.
I don't know. I actually do. The more I see it, the more I like the Beast Coast draft. But it's one of those games where we have Falcons and anyone else. So naturally, you tend to side with Falcons. I think the draft that Beast Coast have got, it fits everything. It's on point. It's a good draft. Synergies are nice, and also they have the full comfort zone.
Yeah, we got Whisper on the Magnus. I think. You know, that should be good for Beast Coast. We'll see if he can pull it off and if they can force out that third game, or maybe Falcons will make this one a 2-0. We'll find out, but first some words from Coach AUI 2000.
Absolutely. I am here with the bet loser, AUI 2000. Sir, didn't go the way that you thought so last game. However, this one looking pretty solid. What do you think about that last pick, Storm Spirit? Was that a guffaw, if you will?
No, we're considering it as one of the picks, but we think it's like going to be a good lane for us, and we have Lion, so like we have good disable for the hero. So.
On the topic of that Lion, he chose Fist of Death. Do you believe that we're actually going to be able to see the Lion meleeing and getting killed?
Yeah, I think honestly the other one's not that good, so sometimes you get one extra stack and it's worth it.
Okay. Would you like to make a wager?
No.
If he gets more than 2 kills on Fist of Death, I will not do an interview for the 3rd series.
Yeah, no bet.
No bet, no shot?
Well, that's why I said the first time, but it didn't work. So.
All right, cowardice. All right, it's on then. So it will be. If Lion gets more than 2 kills with melee, you'll see another interview, assuming you lose.
Okay.
Thanks.
Assuming you lose. What a way to end. That was great. I feel like he's just getting finessed right now. It's pretty good.
Oh, man. That's the thing about AUI. He's good at adapting to patches, you know, and he's already figured out Slacks V2 now. So, yeah, enjoy it while it lasts, Slacks. That's probably the last interview you're getting with this guy. He's already figured you out.
I'm sure that
it was fun though. It was a good time. I always like AUI interviews.
Yeah,
it's a good sport.
There was some stuff that happened while that interview was going on.
A couple of heroes died. As a matter of fact, this was an awesome start for Beast Coast. They got 3 kills, including the first blood that went to Elmisho on the Rubik. So you will have very fast boots. And as far as the bounty runes went, let's see what's that. 2 for Beast Coast and 1 for Falcons, and then Skitter denied 1.
Lumpy has a bottle already on the Storm Spirit. That's pretty huge.
Yep.
Especially considering he has no damage. Oh wow, somehow still got that last hit and can get the other one denied away from him. But yeah, this feels like it makes the lane against Maureen a lot easier because he also hits 2 before him also.
Yep. Storm will always have ways of getting CS against Razor even when he's drained, obviously with the static remnant.
Here's the replay. As he was asking about Fists of Death, Crit was dying. Very appropriate.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Slack's massively overestimating or giving himself really bad odds with the bet, by the way. Lion getting 2 kills with melee has probably never happened in a pro game.
Yeah.
I think maybe one time I've seen 1 kill with melee. Maybe. But at the same time, though, if he's right, boy, really look like a genius.
Oh my god. Maureen. Dying, damage, wearing off soon. Needs another hit in. 17 HP. Holy moly.
Yeah, no, Lumpy needs to be careful, though, potentially. No, he's not going to chase him down, but... Yeah, so this lane is interesting because, historically speaking, Razor would do better than he can now, I would argue, because of the change to static slide. So we're hearing a Hex. Doesn't look like much is going to come from this crit. We'll get out. So, in the past, when Razor drained all of Storm's damage, in order for Storm to get CS, he had to walk in and Remnant the wave, and then you would get hit. Now you can safely Remnant from a distance with the static slide, and it means that even though Razor's draining all your damage, you can still find CS at a relatively low cost. So yeah, that should be a bit helpful for Lumpy in this matchup. I still expect Razor to come out ahead, but not by an insurmountable amount.
Right, and there could be some things where maybe you have a glyph play or something, and then Lumpy has a bit of a tougher time if Maureen is trying to dive or something. But we'll keep our eyes on that and see if it does indeed end up happening. Maureen has actually another wave coming in, and Lumpy Takes another hit there. Maureen will have to bottle up through tower shots, but you can see the early pressure that's being mounted. And actually, Almisho is going to run this down, it looks like. Maureen, empty bottle. Creep wave comes over.
If he TPs and dies, it's huge for the side of Beast Coast.
Dies to him here, surely. Maybe not. Oh, he's trying to keep him here for a long time. Maureen's going to have to go and die to the tower. He's trying to get him to miss the whole wave, I guess. Oh, that's nice. I like that.
I love that he lifted him out of the base tower.
Yeah.
Just to make the death that bit longer.
Please kill me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good stuff from Elmisho.
Yeah.
Gives Lumpy a lot of time here. We should mention something we haven't covered yet. This is an Omni Knight game. But it's not just an Omni Knight game. It's an Omni versus Rubik game. And those have a tendency to be really interesting because all of Omni's spells are insane to steal for Rubik. In particular, of course, GA is the big one here. You're playing against the Pango and the Razor and the Nature's Prophet carry. But of course, Repel, an insane spell for Rubik to get his hands on as well. So very much a key interaction here is whether Snaking can place himself properly relative to the Rubik
up
all
top,
game.
Taking some hits also, and is going to burn down. Yeah, I'm curious to see if they can make those types of steals, because almost everything is really good, right? Even Purification.
Yeah, they're all great, and they're just better versions for Rubik. The cast range, if you imagine Omni with Aether Lens, how much easier the hero gets to play, Rubik has that.
Yeah.
Just built in with Arcane Supremacy, so definitely a big part of this game will be that specific 4-on-5 interaction. Snaking is a very experienced player, though. He'll know what to do, and that still doesn't mean that you're never going to make a mistake, right?
No, absolutely not.
All right, getting bullied away here by MOUZ. Hex will stop this.
Yeah, more than enough there with the Hex and then the walk away. And I think the other obvious hero that I want to keep my eyes on is going to be Whisper. You know, I think that there were a couple of times in the last game when he was playing on Timber where it didn't feel like he was having the best of games.
Right.
Some of that was because he got sacked early. But I'm expecting to see some big things out of him here on this Magnus, even though, you know, it's not the easiest lane in the world. I feel like, you know, if there's some craziness happening with Storm, his crit is looking like he's going to go down again. There's a decent chance that you can find some big RPs later on.
Yeah, for sure, and that just puts even more pressure on the Omni, right?
Yeah.
Getting a good GA to protect people as the RP comes out, getting a good repel so that even when you do get RP'd, you're probably not killable for the Storm and the Bat. Definitely see... I don't remember the exact pick order here of when Omni was picked relative to the Magnus of the Rubik, but I can definitely see what Beast Coast are going for.
Rune.
Regen Rune top. Malrine will force MOUZ to take it.
It is unfortunate for the Storm. Would have loved to pick that one up. And now we're approaching the 7-minute mark. Could see maybe a little bit of friskiness with the Wisdom Runes here, depending upon how things go. With Lumpy hitting level 6 before Malrine, feeling pretty confident he's not going to run into trouble there. MOUZ still in the area. Gets the D ward? No, does not. But MOUZ is making a move over towards the Wisdom. And the only other person that's heading over there is going to be Pango, actually. As Lumpy is down bottom.
This is... It is possible for Bat to do this, but it's really hard.
Yeah.
And, I mean, in reality, it actually depends on the line messing up, so he's not even going to try.
You can
for
still,
one exchange.
Public service announcement for everybody out there. You can still pick up runes while you're hexed.
Yes. So effectively, the Bat needs to outplay Lion by casting Flame Break while Impale is coming out, or Earth Spike, and then you still need to be closer to the rune than Lion when the stun ends, which is very difficult. MOUZ looking for some aggression down bot, but this is very known by Falcons. They're reading this movement perfectly and not getting caught. This 4-hero rotation, I guess it's relatively obvious to them with Amar just farming top and the fact that the carry has left as well.
Malrine maybe could be a second person that they go for. breaks the link, but still sticking around, pulls him back in. Crit in the area, gets the Earth Spike down. Still looking for the hunt. Pyke is there, boundless strike kill. Now Skewer RP onto 2. They have the Wukong's command. A great fight for beastcoast as all 5 together. That is what they wanted.
Yeah, Snaking wasn't able to save the Razor in time. I think he might have got the Purification off, but not the Repel. He got caught in a double Monkey King stun there from Pyke, so very well done, and that sets up the RP. And yeah, beastcoast with a nice early start here with a 9-1. You're going to see the replay here, so Earth Spike comes in, and Snaking's trying to connect, and...
Oh, the Rubik land.
Yeah.
Wow.
Everything came together beautifully there. And yeah, Amar, he can roll through a couple of heroes, but he has to get out. He's dying to the command, so... Great start for the side of beastcoast, 3,000 up in this game.
And now Snaking is going to have to go for a Repel. Walkaway does not have TP, so will be able to repel, tries to stay alive through this, but in the end, Purification doesn't even get it off. Up top, Pyke goes down though. Okay.
Yeah. They activate Skitter's Carry Prophet, use the Wrath of Nature, and he TPs in. So 1-for-1 exchange that is well worth it for Falcons in that situation. But the bot tower is under pressure and they can't respond in the same fashion up top, so should be beastcoast getting an advantage out of this.
3,000 gold lead at 9 minutes. What a difference those early kills can make in the laning stage, and then of course just playing the lanes quite well also.
Yeah, you could argue that in both games that we've had so far, beastcoast have had better movements early, right? In the previous game, they had really bad conditions, and they made it competitive. This time around, their laning conditions were better because they had a good level 1 fight, and they've just been the ones snowballing now.
Snaking just sitting right next to Malrine while Lumpy steps in and is taking away the jungle from this Razor. Will salve up. Have 3 heroes in the jungle. The wraparound is coming from Amar and Crit. They place down a ward, that one not scouted. They'll zip in, immediately zip out. Lumpy completely out of mana, while Rubik, Elmisho, he doesn't have anywhere to go.
Good reaction from Lumpy, though, to not stand still for even a millisecond there, because he's just going to get hexed by line and killed off, so...
Yeah.
Gets the disengage, they only lose the Rubik. This was a pretty big smoke move from Falcons. They brought 4 heroes, 2 of them in smoke. This took a long time, and all they get is this shitty t-shirt and a Rubik kill.
Now 10 minutes. beastcoast still making the better moves, sitting on top with all of their cores and all of their supports. There is also, if I'm not mistaken, some camps that have been stacked up over in the jungle. It's mainly just the Ancients for beastcoast. So a little bit of a piggy bank to return back to, as they're also making Malrine feel uncomfortable here.
Yeah, they're putting a ton of pressure, just playing their early advantage, playing the fact that they have the bottom tier 1 tower taken already. It makes it natural for Whisper to rotate in here on the Magnus. They're playing on their early level 6 on the Rubik. Now 6 on Bat as well.
Very early Blink Dagger. They're not going to be anticipating this one on Falcons. Whisper ready to go, will kill off a creep. That might have revealed what was going on here. And now they will see that Whisper is indeed in position with a Blink Dagger. Oh wait, no, it's coming out to him on the courier, so they didn't see it. It's just now on him. Zip in, Lumpy, trying to bait a fight. Now realizing what's going on, Falcon's in trouble. Crit will get hit by that repel, keeping him alive for a moment. He's just trying to die to creeps, and he will manage it, okay. Now, Whisper goes hunting, goes fishing, finds an Omni Knight. Sin, they are smoking him.
Yep. And that's, we haven't really talked about this too much from a theoretical standpoint.
Oh, stolen, Rubik, stun, and another kill. What's theoretical?
Falcons' playmaking potential is extremely tied to their offlaner and their 4 together. When Pango and Lion are your catches and your initiations and they lane together in an unfavorable lane and they lose it, you kind of run out of options a little bit, right? Like, the game is just in this awkward spot where Crit now finally gets his level 6 on the Lion, but you don't really have, let's say, like an initiating type mid or a carry that can set things up. Nature's Prophet will follow through and bring some damage, but he's not going to make the moves for you. And it means that on the side of Beast Coast, you can just play around in these like pairings of Bat +1, Rubik +1, Storm +1, and the counterplay from Falcons is extremely limited right now. And you just see them doing it. They're just going for them under the tower. They don't care.
Crit throws out the Hex to try and stay alive, but an amp damage Storm means another kill, and importantly, up to 13 galvanized stacks for Lumpy at 13 minutes.
It's looking really good. Getting that 4 mana per second for free.
Look at Amar's item build choice also. He's trying to get into an Orchid. Still a ways away from it, and Storm just finishes his.
Yeah, I don't think this was the planned build when they drafted the Pango, but it's kind of a purchase out of necessity, it feels like, where, all right, our laning stage and our early game did not go as planned. Now we have to solve problems by running into them and dying once more.
Immediately
Speaking of Orchid, Lumpy
killed.
Will be using his, and they're going to try to steal the Wisdom here. Malrina's not having it, though.
They come in, they buy back on the Pango? All right, Lumpy going to zip away. Almisho, the one that's likely going to be left behind, as the Rubik does not have anywhere to go, blocked off and killed. So they managed to reassert a little bit of control of this area.
Yeah, they have to buy back their offlaner to get a Wisdom rune. That's, you know, I think it's probably a good play, to be honest. Especially because they also got a kill off it, but it still doesn't feel great for Amar.
No.
Now his Orchid is way away again. He needs another, what's that, 1,200 gold to get there. And now he's going to get RP'd.
Pulled in.
And he's dead again.
Feels bad man. Dead for a long time. 57 seconds at 14 minutes. And, I mean, that's their playmaker, right?
Yeah, it's him in line. And okay, so here's another thing about this. When the enemy team is the one making the moves and putting pressure on the map, it also gets incrementally harder to play Omni Knight. Because Snake King can choose one key target to protect at all times, but he has no idea where the enemy's going to strike. Because they own the entire map. So in this instance, he's protecting the Razor up top. Well, the move is on Pango. Unfortunate, you guessed wrong. And now, where are you going to play? You're going to play behind Crit bottom? If they make the move mid onto Malrine now, then he's in the wrong place again. Now this time around, it is the correct choice to be here. Let's see if they can make anything. I mean, they can't do anything.
They're just both dead if Snake King
just get out. Snake King is dead now.
He does manage to escape, but yeah, they will bring down the Omni.
Yeah, this is just really awkward situation from Falcons because of what happened in the first 5 to 10 minutes, and they're playing catch-up for the foreseeable future. I wonder what item is going to really change things. So Razor is trying to get the BKB, and we have talked about the Orchid and the Pango. Maybe these two items combined can make some sort of situation happen. I also wonder if, you see Skitter again is queuing up the Mjolnir just like last game. I wonder if this one is a Gleipnir game. Just because you have so little control.
Yeah.
Like, out of necessity, just make your Razor better. Make your Pango's job easier by giving you a secondary route of some sort. But the downside to it is you carry less hard, and when the game is going poorly like this, there's like two schools of thought, right? It's we're going to fight our way back by itemizing fighting items, and the other one is we're going to outplay them, and then by having carry items, I'm going to overtake them again.
Yeah.
And he is opting, he is committed now to the Mjolnir, as Snake King will experience the joys of Orchid once more.
Well, it is safe to say then that they will not be going for the outfighting option, and this game becomes a bit of a cat and mouse game now.
Yep. You know what hero loves that? Monkey King.
And Batrider.
And Batrider.
Find Skitter, and Pike immediately there to blow up that Nature's Prophet.
21 galvanized stacks.
It's a problem.
Yep. Sure is.
This is the freest Storm game I've seen in a while, and it's against a Lion.
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
I don't know. Fortunately, if things go wrong here, we will have a third coach interview with AUI, and then I'm sure Slacks will ask him all sorts of wonderful questions about this game. Yeah, but as things look right now, that is, I'm not going to say it's inevitable, but it is looking overwhelmingly likely. This is unlike any lead Falcons had in the last game with their Huskar lineup.
And
Side
Amars.
of Beast Coast are so far ahead.
Oh, the illusion of the storm revealing where they're at. And now the Zip finding Crit needs to break the TP. Not going to happen.
Close call.
Wow.
But yeah, you can see the mindset of Crit there. He's just... They're just trying to do whatever they can to create chaos and make space to find farm.
Right.
They understand that the way to play this game, if they're not going to fight, will be moving around the map. You're going to bleed out heroes here and there. You will get caught because this enemy lineup's so good at it. The goal is to get caught with the lowest value heroes possible so that you can get your main items. So there's something flying out here. Wait, did Amar's courier die? No, he just gave up on the Orchid. He went dagger.
Yeah, so he has the completed dagger, one of the most bizarre inventories I've seen in a while, but it could set up for a kill here onto Lumpy. This needs to work. Immediately jumps in, gets the first connection. Is it going to be enough, though? Hexed for the moment and dead. That is a good kill. They do manage to steal roll. But nonetheless, taking down Storm is important.
Yeah. Step number one of many to recover this game for the side of Falcons. And you can see Amar's given up on the Orchid. He's not even going to buy it.
Yeah.
He's going to play with a nice Oblivion staff all game. He's going Shard next, as it looks. I still... Part of me still thinks he might want to complete the Orchid, though. Like, you have... This Oblivion... I mean, the Oblivion staff is just dead gold on this hero, right? It's like, it's super irrelevant.
He'll probably sell it at some point.
Yeah, either he... I mean, then he could sell it... He could almost sell it now, honestly.
Yeah.
And just get something else. But...
I mean, no matter what, it's a feels bad.
Yeah.
Snaking, getting hit by some creeps here with Crit nearby. An interesting choice for the Monkey King, goes straight into a Deso after finishing off the Echo Saber, and now is going to be going for the Harpoon. So no BKB does give some more avenues here, I feel like, for Falcons to take a fight. But also gives them Roche taking pretty quickly, I feel like, for Beast Coast, when and if they want to do that. But at the 20-minute mark, it looks like it's going to be pressure towards the top side of the map, take that tier 1 tower, maybe even steal the Tormentor away. The 6,000 gold lead. It's not the biggest lead that we've seen in this tournament, but it's a pretty nice one.
I think I want to give credit to Falcons for how well they've played the last few minutes. It's actually, it's with the vision we have, and when you watch this game casually, it's so hard to play like this. Actually, it's very impressive how little they're dying, and they execute this one good move. They get one kill, and they're still finding somewhat decent farm and trying to find their next moment of opportunity, just biding their time. Okay, Amar is queuing up the Orchid now after getting the Shard, so might want to get it later. I wonder what he's going to use it for then, because when he gets the Orchid, Storm's probably going to have BKB. So maybe he wants to silence the Mag or the Bat. In this case, he wants to get out. And Crit! He'll be fine, don't worry.
Okay. Oh, maybe he will? Oh my god! Okay, no.
Force the lasso.
That's as good as it
Best
gets.
case scenario for him.
Yeah.
In the meantime, they take the Tormentor. Yep. So Omni will get the Purification upgrade, more healing. He can use that on his next life.
Okay. Good to know. Now Reen. Now pulled in. This is a rough kill. He does have BKB, but it won't matter. Oh, that one hurts.
Yeah, that's the big kill. I think he wasn't anticipating the Rubik to have Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
He just got chained before he could BKB, and he's not going to BKB after being down to a third health. He would have died regardless, so... Probably the right call to just accept that fate, but nice moves again from Beast Coast to find them up there and capitalize, and just keep this strong grip on the map. You can see how they're warding. They have a ward mid, they have a ward top, and a ward bottom. All three lanes are covered. They just want to see heroes leave the base so they can choose where to go with their Storm and Monkey King.
And Whisper's item choice, going in for the Dagon, wanting to preemptively answer the shenanigans coming in from Skitter. Amar goes through the Twin Gate. Looks like he should be safe away from him there.
Crit. Skewered.
And No way that he gets out of this one. As the Shadow Blade, Shadow Emote rather, is only going to last a moment before he goes down.
It's tough times.
Yeah.
It's fun to see, though, how in these situations he's actually just doing the best thing every time. It's just not going to help him, but...
El Misho waiting for the last second, lifting. Oh, he stole the Treant. Oh, don't die to the other Treants. They're angry, but that's actually kind of cool. And now finding Amar, finding Snake King. They catch one, gonna be able to find the other. Amar will roll up, but cannot keep his Omni Knight alive, obviously. Does have a completed Orchid now, though. 5-24, and Dagon done.
Already preparing for the greater Treants.
Yeah.
Why does he have a Dagon?
It's for the greater Treants. Or he just wants to blow people up.
Really, though?
Yeah, it's annoying.
Minute 20? Is he going to buy this to solve the Prophet?
I mean, what else do you need on Whisper?
I thought you were going to say, what else do you need the Dagon for? And I was like, yeah, that's my question.
I guess there's a lot of good items that he could still get, like BKB.
Yes. Auras, you know? If you want to finish the game, you could get a pipe. I don't know.
Get a Dagon.
See how this works out. I mean, it's cool. He's, no matter what, the street cred is there, that's for sure.
Absolutely. He did have Ags queued up for a little bit. As we're seeing Amar still just flummoxed in his little animation there. There will roll through.
Dagon used.
Power Rangers coming out. Waiting for somebody to show in this lane. Now there are a lot of heroes behind
Pike jumped into them.
There are a lot of heroes behind him. They're going to go in, try and blow up the one. The Monkey King in trouble, dead. But can the rest of them get out? Can the rest of them win this fight, maybe? They have the RP, but it's already another hero dead. Lumpy now out of mana. He is going to be forced to BKB TP, but it doesn't happen in time. Falcons, how do you get that fight?
It's just, I don't know, it's just such a good read. They go through the gate smoked, Monkey King jumps into them, they immediately counterplay him, and then the moment Magnus blinked in to try to Orchid, or to get an RP off, he got insta-Orchided by Malrine. Or excuse me, by Amar. So Falcons, they've been playing from behind the entire time. One big moment of opportunity, everything goes right. They find the right primary target, they find the right Orchid on the Mag counterplay, and they just run them down, get 4 kills, even killing the Storm on the BKB TP out, and they get Roche. The game is just back to... I mean, this is a beautiful replay. Just look at this. So first of all, Pike doesn't know they're there, right? So this is... He's just going to blink in. They'll try their best to save him. You see the Magnus is Orchided here. He's going to get killed. And Lumpy uses all of his mana to kill Snake King because he knows that they have to focus the Omni or they're not killing anyone.
Wow.
And this game is, I want to say, more or less fully recovered for the side of Falcons. Quick repel from Snake might keep him alive here. Forcing the lasso with a TP, so no. He will not stay alive.
That is a shocking turn of events. And Falcons, I mean, all credit to them. Like you said, they weathered a big part of that storm. They still had a couple pickoffs here and there, but when the moment came to hit their target, they did it perfectly.
Imagine if Whisper had another item than Dagon. What could have been.
Wait. You just wait, man. You'll see.
He's going Lotus.
You'll all see.
I'm not sure he could have afforded a BKB or a Lotus at the time. Obviously, it's more expensive than the Dagon, and the situation would probably happen anyway. But it is cause for concern for the coming 5 minutes, because they'll just Orchid him again if they see him.
They get the Orchid, and they'll find him.
Oh, wow. Lumpy even BKBing that.
Wow.
It was very... I guess, yeah, maybe he needed to prevent the Orchid to ensure the kill. Might have been necessary.
Back up to 20 galvanized. So, I mean, you were saying that you feel like it's somewhat back to even at this point.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that changes when you get like BKB on Monkey, you know, maybe the next item on Mag? Or do you feel like this is sort of just the state of things now? Because it still, to me, feels like Falcons don't have easy ways to take fights.
I would agree with that. I still think it's easier to be Beast Coast. But with the quality of play that we've seen today so far in these like team fight situations, I feel like Falcons have an edge in the mid-late game, and Beast Coast's early movements have been really good.
Yeah.
They've impressed me so much in their first 10 to 15 minutes, and then it's a matter of can you convert it later on when it really matters. And I definitely think if you look at their heroes and what items they have, I have no doubt that they're able to pull it off. It's just a matter of can you outplay Falcons enough to actually execute it. So strictly, if you take the team names away, I would way rather be Dire. But, you know, you can't just pretend that there's no difference.
This is
Let's see if Beast Coast can execute it, though. There's another smoke from Falcons. Can they find another great move? They push out top. Lumpy is showing.
They do not have their Monkey King with them. Pyke, a little bit less than 1,000 gold away from the BKB. Shows on the lane for a second on that Storm, and while they have heroes nearby, it's not the same type as having an Omni Knight right ready to go. And now Malrine runs in, they break a TP. Whisper, he cancels his!
Storm!
Oh, no. MOUZ, does he have enough to get out of there? He's not going to.
There it is again.
It's only 2 that go down, but these kills, you can't afford to bleed them like this.
I mean, maybe good that Lumpy TP'd out.
Honestly.
It's possible that that would have been bad, despite him having a regen rune. I still worry that that could have been a bad fight. And they clearly felt like Falcons were coming, because they started mass TPing.
Yeah.
But they were a little bit too late on the read. Oh, Skitter has the Aegis and the Omni Knight protecting him, so Repel TP out and Snae's dead.
Just wanted to be cool about it.
Yep. Killing with the soul burn is always a little bit cooler.
I mean, I think also this Omni Knight just sort of sticking onto Skitter here, it's giving him so much value on the Nature's Prophet to just go mass damage. You know, has a completed AC now on top of Mjolnir and Hurricane Pike.
Yeah.
So, like...
Let's see if he even wants BKB next item.
Honestly.
It's also one of those games where BKB is a little bit of a tricky item regardless. You're playing against RP and you're playing against Lasso. Razor has to buy it, I think.
Yeah.
But maybe Prophet can find a way around it.
Lumpy zipping. Aegis expiring. 20 seconds. TP's in. Skitter looking. Whispers nearby. Does have the RP at the ready along with Crimson.
And Dagon.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Dagon's the Treant.
I mean,
that's the second use of the Dagon.
You get 22 gold each time, man.
Yeah, it'll pay off over time. If he Dagons, I want to say, how many Treants is that? Like 70, and then sells his Dagon, it paid for itself. It's effectively a Midas.
Yeah.
Skitter's Aegis has expired. If they somehow catch him here, that would be huge. He doesn't have buyback.
Scan connects.
Not happening from Falcons.
Zips.
Oh, wait, maybe. Lumpy. Ah, it's too far. It's too far.
You're trying to tell him it's too far.
Amar. Okay.
Oh, nice cover there by Amar. Well, another tower going to be brought down by Beast Coast. As Lion finishes his Blink Dagger, Amar looks for Bat, finds him. Orchid, roll back. And that's MOUZ dead. I mean, now that their lineup is sort of working a little bit, you can see if these supports get a little bit too separated, Skitter TPing in with either Amar or Crit at this point should be a dead hero.
And I think in this type of game state, you can't underestimate how the teams feel, right? You're thinking of Beast Coast, the position that they were in, the control that they felt like they had on the game, and they've definitely felt like they've been losing some of it, right? So how are they going to adjust their gameplay to try to get back on top of things? Is it just waiting for an item? Is it waiting for that Magnus Lotus? Is it trying to play tight together, but then you slip up here and there and lose a bat here, lose two heroes there? Falcons probably feel like they've recovered the game entirely. I feel like they're playing with a lot of confidence. Amar. Nice last.
Comes in, finish him
So
off.
they do find a pick here, and this is going to open things up a little bit. They're trying to get more, but Falcons are already way out of there. Roche cannot spawn for another minute.
Can see how aggressive Lumpy wants to be. It's just zipping pretty wildly around the map here, trying to find people. Only a 6K gold lead.
I feel like they had a 6K gold lead minute like 15.
Yeah. And Falcons have done a really great job of cutting that one down.
They did. They actually had a 7K lead minute 15.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, what do you know?
I mean, they did it. They're doing well.
There's a couple of key items coming up now. So Nature's Prophet did up for the BKB, 400 away from that one. So that gives Snaking new freedom to use Repel. He can now consider repelling the Lion or himself to just make sure you get GA off. Obviously, ideally, you repel a target that has a ton of debuffs on them. There are quite a lot that Beast Coast can throw out, then the Repel is stronger. Razor is going Refresher. He was eyeing Satanic on Malrine, but actually queuing up the Refresher now. Does he have the mana for this? It's pretty damn close, right?
Yeah.
I think he actually doesn't.
Well, he has a Greater Healing Lotus and a Magic Wand with 20 stacks, so...
Sure, if he has both of those full, yes.
A Regen Rune spawns top, has it bottled. They're looking for this Battle Whisper. Can jump in if he wants. They go immediately. Zipping, looking for crit, finds him there. Silence out. Now able to get away from that one. Pops the BKB, still Whisper looking to get the jump in. Skidder control for the moment. Pyke gonna pop the ulti, pulls in another one. Crit is dead now, and Skidder looking like he's gonna face the same fate. Basher, connection, dead.
And they get Snay too.
So 3 dead. Beast Coast making the good moves, and Monkey King could be on the hunt here for Amar if he shows himself for a second.
They fight the Lion and just kill him off instantly, and then they just navigate the fight well. Just keep running around the outskirts. Don't get messed up by a Pango ult. Amar has to be a little bit careful with this.
Pyke has Bash. Oh. Malrine. Hit by Lumpy.
Who's stronger?
And still moves forward. El Micho, BKB out. Gonna go for the skewer forward. Looking for it. Do they have enough to get the kill? Yes, they will.
Rubik with the stolen repel as well for another 3 minutes here.
Oh, that's great.
It's a really big spell for El Micho to have. Protect his chorus against the Lion, protect him against the Pango opener. Yep. We were singing Falcons' praises, and therefore they lose horribly in the last 2 minutes, as is written. Beast Coast with a couple of really good moves. That team fight just very nice. You know, they're trying to make sure that Pango and Lion can't do their stuff, and that means they just have free movement. If Lion and Pango don't connect on stuns, they could just run away from everything else.
Yeah.
Just force staff out, drop a Wukong's command, play the perimeter. Very easy. Pyke
moves in right on the Skidder, pulls him back with the lasso, and now you're in trouble. Skidder tries to force staff to get away, but now it's Snake King that moved too far in and gets caught. Leashed up for the moment is the Storm Spirit, but there is no follow-up damage. Keep in mind, there is a Roche that they can go back for right now, if you want to, on Beast Coast. Rolling in with Amar, now zipping, finding this Nature's Prophet yet again. Buying a little bit of extra space for his squad as Amar gonna have to be content with the El Micho kill as everybody else from Beast Coast zipping away.
Yeah, they lose one support, but they get a full lane of barracks and a buyback out of Snay. So that's a very, very good result for Beast Coast. As you mentioned, the Roche is available, and you feel like Falcons will just go for it. You know, I don't even want to call it a Hail Mary because it is a 5-on-4 if they go there fast enough against the Rubik, but there will be RP. But you can't give this up, right? You have to just try to take it yourself, or at least find a fight up there. So I imagine they will try to play aggressively around this Roche area. Pyke is sitting there with an Amplify damage rune for the next foreseeable future. He's gonna gate bot though. And
interesting.
Are Falcons not trying Roche even? Let's see. They'll take the Watcher.
Oh, that is a bad kill to lose Amar there though.
That's huge. He has no buyback.
And now they can't contest.
Now they can't Roche.
Wow.
Just one great jump, one moment of opportunity. Omni was not protecting the Pango, and that's it. That's a dire Roche. And how on earth are Falcons going to be able to win a team fight against this amount of overwhelming advantage?
Tier 4 neutrals do not feel like it's going to be enough for them. They will claim them, and again, I'm sure try and split out the map as much as they possibly can. But no, for Beast Coast, they are going to take this one down, and now have a very nice little infusion with the Roche's banner too.
The Hex on Storm, I believe it was. Was it Storm? Yeah. So Lumpy has a Scythe now. Makes his job even easier. Now he can Hex one, Orchid another. Or obviously stagger them against supports in case he doesn't kill them in the first volley of spells.
Right.
Now Gem on MOUZ. Snaking will find a telescope. He's probably happy with that. Cast range is the name of the game for Omni right now. He needs to not get caught. He has to stand so far behind and make sure he gets those spells out correctly.
And I mean, from this point of view, you know that Falcons are just going to try and dodge as much as they can. Skitter will go for some split push, cutting waves, likely going to be the option, but it's not easy. Like, I don't know if you can pick two better heroes than Monkey King Storm as far as finding heroes out on the map. And they have Abyssal Blade now.
Yeah, I feel like he does not feel as confident as he has done in the previous game with his split movements for sure. The threats are just way too much. He did cut a top wave once again with the nice trick with the Great Atreant with Mjolnir on it. And that does mean that this top wave, once it dies from the side of Beast Coast, it will take a while before reinforcements arrive to push that lane out. But they don't really need that wave. They've already taken barracks there.
Yeah.
They can just play the bottom half of the map and then play between bot and mid, maybe one more aggressive ward to see if they can find some sort of an opening. Play off that.
Pings come out. They send Bat back to try and deal with him, but Skitter has already left. And as far as items go, there hasn't really been that much more acceleration for anybody. It looks like Parasma is going to be next on the docket for Lumpy, while El Misho is going towards the Aghanim Scepter. But really trying to just catch these heroes around the map while Falcons stuck inside their base.
I think what Falcons need to somehow win a fight here is they need 2 full BKBs from Malrine back-to-back with Eye of the Storm. And to get an opening kill on literally anyone. If they could somehow find... The Bat is a great kill, for example, or the Rubik. Just get some sort of man advantage in the fight so that you can, hopefully for them, keep Malrine alive and get the maximum value out of these 2 BKBs, get a ton of damage with the Eye of the Storm, give Omni a purpose. It's really, really difficult, but it is possible. Lumpy, okay. He's exploring
that building and effigy in particular.
Yeah. He hates that effigy.
Oh,
it's
they might jump for the RP here on mid. They have him inside the base on Mag, looking for their moment. Does he want to go for it? If Malrine steps even a little bit further forward, they might go for this. And there it is. Immediately, they get the Hex off, but it was already too late. The damage is out. They find their kill. And that is 70 seconds dead. No buyback. Snaking out of there, too. Perfect play by Whisper to get that opening. And now Skitter starts hitting in. Leashed up for the moment. The Monkey King is starting to die. Cannot get away. Pike in trouble. And Storm is dead. I mean, that's going to be Monkey King going down.
How? They just... What?
I mean, literally, he just punched Pike to death.
How did Beast Coast not win that? They killed Razor and Omni instantly. They also 5-on-3.
Storm did not do a lot. I'm not going to lie.
No, but like, how did he die, though? They got the kills quickly and easily. He must have been caught off guard by something and just ran out of mana.
It looks like Pango Roll mixed with Lion Stun, Orchid. It was pretty much a chain stun, though.
Right. I'm just a bit confused how Beast Coast are then not able to back him up when he's tanking every single stun they have on the Radiant and there's no Omni Knight to help them survive. But, okay. Falcons defend. I mean, it's not like they gained a ton from that, but I thought the game was over.
Yeah.
So, with that perspective, that was a great result.
They gained everything then.
And once again, oh, hang on.
Hex, Orchid, controlled, pushed out of there. Silence! Tries to get away, dodge the damage, he gets out! Oh god!
He's not safe yet.
He's rolling, he's
safe
running,
now.
he's getting away.
Oof. Really close to finding a big one there, Falcons, but not quite.
I mean, showing why this Skitter Nature's Prophet is a problem. This dude hits mighty hard.
Okay, and considering the outcome of the previous fight, I know it was just a one-man RP, but it was a good one. I think getting Razor like that, repositioning him and killing him off is like the best possible way that Beast Coast can start a fight. If Omni Knight was in range, and they would have got protection onto Malrine as he got skewered in, if they would have G8'd him, because he got BKB off.
Right.
If they would have G8'd him, I wonder if Beast Coast could have even won that fight. That's a little bit concerning, that if Snaking is a little bit clutcher and has slightly better positioning and is ready for that, that even that engage doesn't feel like a given win.
I mean,
I don't know, man. I'm looking at these items that the Dire has. It just should be possible. Like, they have so much stuff.
Yeah.
Octarine on a Mar.
Well,
but Magnus has Refresher.
Magnus has Refresher. He also has Ninja Gear. So that play that he made inside the base is also possible to happen again. RP, but he got the roll off. Oh, his roll up. Never mind. Dead. Amar, nowhere left to go.
No buyback. He just bought his Octarine core.
Crit, Abyssal. 2 more heroes dead without buyback. Surely now Beast Coast.
Okay, these conditions are very different because now they don't need to kill the first 2 guys first. Now they just need to walk in with all of their spells ready, including RP, because Whisper did Refresher there. If they can Refresher skewer out the Prophet, he does have buyback, but it would be such a huge blow to the economy of Falcons now. They're hanging on by the skin of their teeth here.
It's crazy they found the only 2 heroes without buyback, too. It's got to be so frustrating. Whisper looking for the same move that he did earlier, the exact same spot. They take down the tower. He can look for a little bit of a different angle, and Skitter is there. They're spotting it. Another couple of seconds to Lion. Skitter reveals himself for a moment, and now actually Whisper gets his smoke broken. Jumps in, crit, gets the stun, looking for more. There it is. Immediately down. They get the Hex off to keep the Monkey King from ulting, but it does not look like it's fully going to matter. Malrine will hit with the Abyssal, and now the big Wukong command comes out. They have the RP connection, still catching and killing off this Storm, but he will be able to survive. Well, no, he goes down. Dead for 100 seconds with no buyback. They buy back on 2 more, and now they're chasing. Oh, Whisper. TPs, but it's broken. He TP'd right in vision.
That is still so expensive for Falcons. They have to get Roche. But they have to get lucky to get Roche, because he can respawn now. Let's see if they're lucky.
Instant spawn would be the best for him.
That's gonna be a no from me, dog. It's average.
Yeah.
1.5 minutes. They've got to solve their lanes, and that was so expensive. That was 2 core buybacks plus the snaking buy as well. So now the only heroes with buyback on the Radiant are Lion, who can't afford it, and Pango, who can't and isn't even close. So any sort of good moment of opportunity for Beast Coast, they find any of these heroes again, there's not going to be around 2. Crit. Whoa. This is still extremely awkward, by the way.
No! Crit. Doesn't have anywhere else to go. Amar
close to saving
shows
him.
up. Wait, are they trying to fight this? The rest of the team is coming over here. Snake King is dead too.
Okay.
But they get the leash now onto the Monkey King. He gets Wukong's command off, but they need to bring him down.
Oh,
There's the
MOUZ!
lasso! It's not enough! Pike! He can't do it!
Okay. Well, he did try to save his carry, but he had 300 health, so he kind of just didn't save him at all. Okay. Roche is up in 20 seconds, but Falcons obviously don't know this.
And, I mean, they're going to try and push down the top lane, it looks like. El Micho...
If they... Okay, this is such a key moment now, because Beast Coast have buybacks.
Yes.
And Falcons will know Roche spawns in a moment. Skitter's going to check it now. Okay, he just needs to walk in there one more time. One more time, Skitter. Try again.
God. Falcons.
Put your tree in there.
Falcons, and tree in. Just go send it in.
Okay, he'll check it now.
All right.
So this is such a crucial moment now because you have 50 seconds, right? And Beast Coast might realize that Falcons are roshing. The last rosh was Beast Coast, so it won't roar, right?
True.
But yeah, they'll still check it.
And zips in. They know.
That's his entire mana pool on Lumpy, by the way.
And look at how much damage Nature's Prophet does. He's doing like
they got it.
so much.
And now they're back, but it's too late.
Oh, that is not
shit.
good. That is not good. Whisper RPs.
RP.
Only on to one. Aegis on the ground. Skitter gets it. Beast Coast, they might lose this one if they're not careful. Lion is dead. A big Wukong's command, and Skitter kind of in no man's land. He is going to die. They find him. It might be double dieback unless can Malrine do this? He's running in. There's so much damage being done. Snaking having to traverse the area. They find Whisper and kill him. There is a win condition now for Falcons as they try and find more. Force forward, find MOUZ. He's gone. Dead for 2 minutes.
Whisper, I think Whisper didn't get the second RP off.
He has RP still up.
He has buyback too, but this is a 5-on-3, and you just expended Bat and Monkey buyback. The Bat is a dieback. The Monkey, this was exactly what was possible could happen there. The perfect overlap between Roche respawning and Beast Coast feeling like they could fight it with buybacks, but then the RP only hits the one. And Falcons get the full-on counterplay, and they expend the Aegis. Well worth it. Skeeter has an amplified damage rune in the bottle, too, now.
Look at the gold lead. It's down to 3K, but more important than that is the buyback status, the actual timers. How much can you get done now? I mean, this is a serious problem for Beast Coast.
Beast Coast need to not. I mean, I was going to say need to not drop the ball, but I'm pretty sure it's well through the floor at this point.
Need to find the ball and pick that thing up.
Yeah,
Get the hell back on the court. It's time.
They have to be really careful with Magnus. If Mag blinks in and somehow gets hexed or whatever and dies.
Okay. Zip
Storm trying to kill the wave, but there's the banner.
The banner, it's dangerous. Skitter has so much damage right now, and they're going to rip through these buildings.
Next lane, they know they have the 5-on-4. They feel confident.
30 seconds.
Snaking with the
MOUZ.
dagger sitting way behind can just protect against any RP with a blink GA.
Threatening the roll. Lumpy cannot afford to get sprouted right now. Whisper throws out one RP. Got him caught, pulls him under. Tier 4 towers down. Now the roll up coming from Amar. Skinner, BKB, turn to battle. Pike trying to survive. Malrine in the midst of this one. The Wukong's command starts to beat through this Nature's Prophet. He is going to die. That's dead for 2 minutes. The rest of Falcons need to come up with a game plan here as Lumpy tries to chase down Malrine. Won't be able to get him. Crit gets to the high ground, and he manages What a play by Whisper to catch Crit on that high ground. At the same time, Pango is cutting waves. That's 3 dead, 100 seconds.
And they do have a wave mid coming straight down. Surely this has to be it. The buybacks are not ready for another 2 minutes. And the idea there from Falcons was what I was talking about. Snaking is way behind the fight with the Blink. They can try to RP Blink skewer the Nature's Prophet, but they're going to repel JM, and they did. But Skitter just stood his ground and attacked, but he couldn't kill anyone.
Amar rolls out, finds the wave, and he gets it.
Will he get the next wave too, though?
He's got to. Amar, the Thunderbolt,
but
the
he's still
damage is
getting
there.
it, maybe.
It's starting to die. He's got it. Amar finds the
waves.
He actually gets the most. He is going to die for this, but he has buyback.
Oh my. Is this? They're still bottom. He might have to do it again.
They're also trying to keep the creep wave here so that way when NP respawns, he can go for a backdoor play. Bottom is going to be the next battle.
Snake, they find Snake in the base.
He's got to get the hell out of here. Amar buys back. He's going to need to kill another couple waves. 10 seconds until he has it back up. He has Refresher coming out to him right now, but it's not going to be here in time.
There's
Backdoor is broken. Oh, they need to kill this wave. They need just a little bit more time. Refresher's there. He's got to roll up, got to make some space. 28 seconds left. Trying to buy whatever time he can as he kills off those creeps. Now
he needs to stun them a lot here.
A lot of stunts. He has Refresher too, rolling back the other direction. He's trying desperately. They need a little bit more time, but it's not going to be there. The Ancient exposed. 10 seconds won't be enough. GG is called. We are going to a game 3.
What an insane game. I can't believe it. I actually can't believe like 3 things in that game. Falcons got absolutely crushed in the early laning stage against a lineup that has the most ridiculous map control and catch after. And they find 2 miraculous fights to swing it back their own way, including the one in the Roche pit that could have maybe brought them back to get 2 lanes of racks, but then die 3 heroes without buyback for 2 minutes in the enemy base. And Beast Coast barely win this game, which it's a win, but oof. That was close.
And of course, that does mean that in the end, we are also going to be gifted with another Howie interview because he made it happen. We're going to end this one off. My goodness gracious. I mean, I guess the only other thing that I'm wondering about in this one is, like, do you feel like there was one that was a full or a team that like has played better throughout the series, or is it anybody's game in game 3?
I mean, it's definitely anybody's game. I think if I had to pick one superior team so far, it's probably Falcons, especially in this game. I think it's very impressive with how hard it was that they managed to make it competitive.
Okay.
Beast Coast better in the first 10-15 minutes. I think that's where they really need to keep doubling down on getting advantage, because otherwise it's probably going to be too hard.
We'll find out as we head on back to the panel. Let them prep us for our final game of the series.
Thank you very much, gents. What a game we just witnessed. It was an absolute brawl back and forth. Falcons did not manage to make that comeback, but they tried so hard and they made it really difficult for Beast Coast to close that one out. But they did, so we are going to game number 3. Let's break it all down here. T-Gov, this was mental.
Oh, yeah, it was really just cool to see. Beast Coast, the aggression from the laning phase, and then like what 50 minutes into the game, Lumpy 5-0-4. He's breaking the map, playing with the Monkey King. How often do you see Crit have like 6 deaths, like pre-20 minutes? You know, maybe he might have some later on as an initiating 4, but again, I think Beast Coast, they popped off in the lanes, kept applying the pressure, kept running at Falcons, and normally Falcons is a very good team at finding opportunities to delay the game, but having to already go to delay the game as a main plan so early on is testament to how aggressive and just map oppressive Beast Coast was.
Yeah, fair to say.
Yeah, look, after this game, I don't think I'm ever going to vote for a different team. Like in these little post-draft analysis, when you're asking us who are you going for, I'm always going to go for Falcons. I don't care what happens. Like, even though they lost this game, for me, it's incredibly impressive to be able to even get there later on after the laning stage that they've had, because it was abysmal. Keep in mind, this is your offlane duo that doesn't have levels, doesn't have gold. Your Pangolier at minute, what was the minute? Even like minute 15 or something, even earlier. Buybacks, diebacks afterwards. Like, he literally was ruined. Like, this was that was GG material for a lot of teams right there, but they still managed to kind of claw themselves back in with that one sick fight around the Twin Gate. I don't know, like they just keep on impressing. And later on as well, the way they fight around Roche pits, that Sprout catching Magnus just before the second RP, everything. Like, okay, they lose in the end, they kind of get outplayed on the high ground, but kudos.
Again, it was impressive for Falcons to keep themselves in it, but yeah, going back to Beast Coast again, it's just, I think the way that they punished Falcons for forcing Maureen onto a farming mid laner was exceptional, right? They have a hyper skirmishing lineup on Beast Coast. Every hero can enable each other to try and fight, but if they don't stop Falcons from farming, Falcons are insanely scary to play against. What we saw, what Liz is mentioning, that kind of the mid to late game, Falcons have an insane draft, but to get there, they need a little bit of time. But they didn't give them the time to farm. And normally Maureen is kind of like he alleviates the pressure in difficult games, but he wasn't really able to do it.
I agree with you with everything you said, but give this draft to any other team and they're not going to make a comeback. Like,
that's true.
They're not going to do the play.
Technically speaking, they didn't make the comeback.
Well,
they didn't, but okay.
I know you mean.
Yeah. Go this far.
No, I know what you mean.
One of the things that enabled them to even get to this place and to get to this buyback is a little bit of a greedier item build by Pyke. Like, he goes into Dezo, Harpoon, BKB minute 29 isn't even close, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, you have this Nation Prophet Skitter. Like, he's losing the game. He doesn't buy the BKB, but that's for a reason, because he has an Omni Knight behind him. So maybe something that they could have adjusted on the side of Beast Coast. Like, you are winning, you don't have to double down into punishing them with raw damage. Like, you can go a little bit safer route, buy some BKBs, you know, make it easier for yourself.
Yeah, maybe that's something to keep in mind for the next game that they're playing. And we talked about how Falcons was able to prolong that game, even if they didn't end up winning this. There were some very impressive moments, and one of those moments is one that Tika would like to break down with you guys.
Sure. I just want to start this piece by emphasizing Beast Coast, exceptional stuff. Great fighting, love it lots. But sometimes their communication can maybe be an undoing. It didn't hurt them this time. It nearly did. But in this game, right, when you already have a 10,000 gold lead for Beast Coast, you know, the map is getting fully closed out, you expect Beast Coast to somewhat be on cruise control to the end of the game. But I want to emphasize just pretty much the mini-map. So it's going to be a bit of a weird piece, but please keep note. Pink is Monkey King, grey is Batrider, light blue is Storm, green is Rubik, mag is the brown. So let's look here. So starting off, right, you already see Monkey King, he's drawing. Guys, they're probably smoked up, they're utilizing Nature's Prophet, but they're going to go to our triangle, right? And if you see where Falcons are, right, they have no vision on the map. This is their Hail Mary play. And then this is further emphasized by more team members of Beast Coast. Look, ready? Everyone's saying, oh my golly gosh, I ruined that one. Here we go, back in. They're drawing the bot lane, they're drawing the mid lane, invert that, and they're saying triangle. So the entire time, they're constantly saying, guys, they're smoking to our triangle. Just focus up, we're already rallied in a good position. And that's where Monkey King kind of jumps himself into the trees and finds the Falcons lineup. So it's kind of testament to Falcons. They find the one opportunity to smoke for a twin gate, to then use that to pick off Beast Coast. Beast Coast think they're doing the complete opposite play. And if Beast Coast don't get picked off by this one move, then they probably win the game, you know, minute 30. Super easy. So Falcons, the reason why they're able to keep themselves in games is they find little smokes, little movements that teams aren't predicting. Because if you look at the minimap, there was no chance Beast Coast knew this was happening, as all of their team thought they're going to be on the bottom side. So that's pretty cool. I feel like Falcons, they do this stuff. They find little moments. Sorry, as I quickly move away without telling you, but that's, again, the cool thing for Falcons. But Beast Coast, incredible. After that fight, they keep fighting, they keep going, they keep making insane outplays with Whisper and Monkey King and Pike.
It was like that one fight that brought them back into the game. Like Falcons from 10k to around 5k after, and from that point onwards, it was competitive at least. Up to that point, it was literally them just running across the map, trying to scour and find any farm that they can while Snaking is feeding. After that point, however, they can at least match the opponents.
It could have gone either way. I feel like we could have just as easily sat here talking about a 2-0. After that moment, we definitely had a couple of high ground tries for either team. So we'll see what happens in game number 3. And I think the teams after that, game number 2, are getting a well-deserved small little break. And so will you, because we'll be back after this one. we're heading into game number 3 between Falcons and Beast Coast. And the question is, where do you go after a game like that? And there's one thing I didn't even ask my panel yet after that game 1, because yeah, it was an atrocious start for Falcons, but how much of that, Lizard, came from that minute 0 fight that was happening? Because when you go to this game, you look like, oh, what could we have done differently in the draft? Do you even focus on the draft? Because to be fair, I thought maybe that level 1 fight might have just been the nail in the coffin already from the start.
Yeah, it was good for them, but they suffered some losses as well on Beast Coast, if I remember. Pike died, right? So it's like, yeah, it's bad, but it's not. We lost 4 bounty runes to an alchemist, plus there's a Visage with that all bad. I think it was playable afterwards. It's just the fact that the lanes themselves were difficult for them too. Like the Monkey King plus Batrider lane, yeah, the Pango and Lion, they didn't have any fun there. Storm Spirit rotating around. Like the way Beast Coast, I feel like you two, both of you, talked about how well they are in the lanes.
Well, this is the minute 1 fight, by the way.
And how they can double down to that. But how do you double down?
You can't double down in the tournament, Lizard, sorry. It doesn't work. It's only for ranked. You can get double MMR. If you double down in this game, they're not going to progress to grand
They're not going to progress?
No.
Then never mind. I take that back then. Nothing makes sense anymore for me.
But they do lose Pike here.
Yeah.
But they lose the full off lane as well.
Yeah, 2 for 1. It's playable,
3
right?
for 1.
3 for 1.
3 for 1.
Can I just quickly rewind for a second and just say, okay.
No, you can't.
No worries.
No. Sorry, I thought it was a rhetorical question, so of course you can.
We got a game 3 against Falcons. Like, coming into this tournament, everyone's here sitting in their armchairs at home going, duh, Falcons just going to free win this, so easy, bore it, you know. And now, look at this. The first upper bracket game, Beast Coast take a game against them. Sure, Falcons, I believe, also dropped a game in the group stage.
Yeah.
But group stages,
right? Yep.
you can say that's a different place, you know. But to lose a game in an upper bracket, like, come on. Please, this gives a bit more life to the tournament.
You can say, you know, Falcons at the start of the tournament, they're like warming up.
Yeah.
They should be warmed up and then some. I will say Beast Coast was able to take a game off of Falcons also when they played at the International, at that seeding match that was so important for them. Falcons did manage to take it in the end. But I think this game too was definitely goes to show that Beast Coast is not afraid to play against Falcons, and you know they continuously play to win. Lizard. I think that's a big difference.
Yeah, they need to recreate the same gameplay that they had in this second game. I feel like it was their strongest showing in the tournament so far. They have to win their lanes, which is something that they have succeeded in multiple series in the past. And off the laning stage, I want to see these very aggressive heroes. Like the Monkey King and Storm for them are a perfect combination, of course, because they constantly hunt on the map. Lumpy was non-stop killing this omnipresent, omni-dead, snaking Omni Knight. Like he was on top of him.
Yeah, and against Falcons, you need to be ready to capitalize on the strategical mistakes that Falcons rarely make. And like in this draft, when you have Razor, Prophet, and Pango, Prophet's your carry. I was expecting the Razor to go to Amar in the offlane. If you put Monkey King and Razor and Lion against Monkey King, how does the Monkey King really step up? He wants to try and get Jingu, you get Earthspite. You want to try and right click, you're getting Static Link. Like it's conceptually, I just thought that was a much stronger lane. And then you put Pango to mid against a Storm. Sure, Storm can do pretty well, but then the Pango maybe could go for the Orchid build that Amar was trying to do slower from the offlane. You can break open the game. Maureen gets to be active.
Yeah, and by the way, speaking of the items, it's not like they ideally itemized on Team Falcons. Well, it's like Cinderin talked about. There are 2 schools. One is, do I go full carry mode on Skitters and Ninja Prophet, or do I actually benefit the team with being a little bit selfless? He didn't go the selfless route. I think maybe that could have been helpful as well if they had Gleipnir over Mjolnir. I know it's been nerfed, but some extra catch at least to help out the Razor and to catch the Storm Spirit would be definitely helpful.
Yeah, I will say though, for the previous game, my MVP goes to MOUZ as Batrider. I think both teams actually use Batrider very well. I would not be surprised to see that banned out.
Yeah, I think Batrider is a tournament hero. It has high stock. If your support player can utilize the early map movements. Like if you're static on the map trying to farm yourself, then you're not really utilizing the hero very well. But as soon as you break from your lane, you're looking for that next fight. You're looking for that kind of, oh look, there's a little double stack in the enemy jungle. I think that's what you want from your bat player, and we've seen it from MOUZ, we've seen it from other players, and
it was a cool idea.
It's
as
hard
well
to ban though, I feel, but you respect it.
It's like a hero that can fall flat at times as well. But one thing that they did have from the offlane is the Whisper playing the Magnus, right? So your bet goes in. Yeah, you have the Omni Knight. Yeah, you have Repel and GA. But you can't really follow through. Like there's layers on this team fight of Beast Coast. That's what made it so impressive. It was so difficult to fight into. Like one hero gets lassoed, then the Wukong's arena is around, so you can't really enter. You can't get to that target, and even if you try, you get that RP on top of you. So
no, exactly, it's like this is a really difficult Omni game when you really kind of break it down a little bit further, because if he shows himself for one spell,
just to correct, it's not obviously not Mariano, it's Tristam, who is the current coach of Beast Coast. That is the one change they made after TI. They replaced Mariano with Tristam. Obviously, I'm not talking about Whisper here because he's just standing in. He's not a full member, but just wanted to correct
OG
that.
hasn't qualified for stuff. Beast Coast doing well. You never know. More roster shuffles. There's no like DPC type thing to lock you into rosters nowadays. So
true, but it was a very last minute replacement. Vitaly, I'm sure that there was something up there, but I don't know the details of that.
No,
we'll know. We'll see though. But sorry, T, I interrupted you. What were you saying? It probably was very important.
I'm very British. Nah, that's all right. No, but it's very difficult in Omni games when there's multiple layers of finding you. Kind of what Liza was mentioning. It's like, if you show yourself to save one person, Storm's there, Mag's there, Rubik's stealing your spells. Like, it was kind of nice in the draft where it's, you're countering a Bat and a Monkey King. But then suddenly, like 3 picks later, it's like, wow, it's actually a really difficult Omni game. If the lanes go poorly, right? If the lanes are even, then we probably see the way Falcons played the minute 30-40, where it's like this constant map play, pick-off, smokes. But because of how well Beast Coast played the lanes, this Omni Knight was pretty much deleted for the first 25 minutes of the game with how they kept finding him.
Something that Falcons might have to adapt to even in this game number 3, because so far their laning stage was not perfect against Beast Coast. So
it's just Maureen on Razor. I think if I'm Aoi right now, it's just, okay, Maureen, you're not going to play Razor, you're going to play an active hero. We're going to shift that farm priority to the side lanes once again, and then bring life to our game through joining our side lanes.
Yeah, that's one thing that we have discovered about Falcons, at least in this tournament, right? Like, sometimes they did have unconventional hero pairings with the player. Like a Sand King on the offlane didn't look that great, even though it was a decent game for him. We've seen some... Was it the Storm mid? It wasn't. Malrine had some good Storm games. But here, like you mentioned, Razor in the last game. I think he did all right, but he was just put in a really bad spot, in a really bad game.
He was. Let's focus our attention on game number 3. Maybe I've been focusing too much about it in this series, but so far both teams that had overall last pick won their game. And going into game 3, it was Beast Coast that had priority, and they chose first pick. After which Falcons, who prefer second pick anyway, they chose Radiant, because Radiant is also considered the most
better one.
Yeah, the better one.
I think it's fair to harp on it in this series because we're seeing teams actually utilize last pick and not waste it. Game 1, Husker, he's the MVP. Game 2, Storm Spirit, arguably a top contender for MVP again with Lumpy's performance.
So why would Beast Coast choose first pick then? Because they had priority. They could have gone for the second pick again and therefore have overall last.
Again, it's a great debate, but I think Falcons drafted quite poorly when they picked Razor and put it to mid lane, and I don't think Falcons will replicate that again. So hoping that they draft in that way to then use last pick against a team like Falcons is a little bit optimistic, because obviously, they're multi-major winning team. They're not going to go, let's make the same mistake again, right? So
I mean,
they did not win a single major. I'll say that.
Did they not? Oh, they won some big tournaments, right?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, true. Yeah, we don't have majors.
It's that time. Yeah.
We are stretching things a little bit here, like trying to think way too deeply into their minds about Falcons and all. I think it's very simple. You're coming into a series, you're preparing. If you're first pick, you're preparing. If you're second pick, you have pre-ready drafts that you have made for certain situations. You liked what you've just done with the second pick. Now you go back into the first pick.
Keep changing it up, right? It's just keep forcing Falcons to have to think, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, there it is. It is what it is. That's the hand movement.
Yeah. It also, with this draft unfolding, we are missing some, I was going to say, some usual suspects like the Enchantress that we did see banned out in the first phase previous game. We saw the Puck banned out first phase previous game as well. And the first game it was ignored, so I'm curious to see what's going to happen with that one.
Yeah, I feel like the puck ban was also partly because of the Storm being picked up. Beast Coast banned the puck later on during the draft. They picked up the Storm. Even into the Lion, I feel like if Lion is the only thing that Storm cares about, he's fine. And that was the situation. Now, Doom was left in the pool. You don't necessarily see this guy very often ignored, especially if you're picking Enchantress, which might have been a little bit of an oversight from Beast Coast. You pick Enchantress, but you let the Doom go through.
But ban-wise, it's not even been entertaining the first phase bans, I believe, for either game. So
no, this is actually the exact same bans as the teams went for in their first game of the series.
Yeah, so for Falcons, like, surprise, we're going to go for Doom. And let me triple check, have we Falcons played Doom? They haven't played Doom at this tournament, at least.
But I can tell you in the series that they played against Beast Coast in the most recent TI, there was a Doom in every single game, and every Doom lost.
But wasn't that for Beast Coast?
There was one. There was one loss for Falcons as well, and they played the Doom.
Right.
No, I really believe the hero is still very solid, like in the right hands. If you get him into a good lane as well, like some counter picks obviously do exist that we aren't seeing very often. We've seen some Ursa do extremely well against that. I wouldn't mind seeing Beast Coast actually picking up carries such as that one because it's very active. It's very active after you have a very good lane. It's not necessarily always very active.
But that's where I think, again, Batrider is a key hero. Getting banned out from Beast Coast. Snapfire is another lane-winning hero. We've seen Willow do relatively well. I think the fours that are currently in PGL Wallachia meta are very good at bringing Doom to life. I think during TI, there were some lanes where Doom wasn't able to pressure.
You see this man? Hoodwink is in the pool.
Sure.
I mean, why the hell not? It completely enables Doom. It's a solid hero into Enchantress as well because you have multiple AoE spells. You have a break. You have a burst damage as well that he lacks.
Aggressive 4 is the key thing.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Like they can go whatever, Dark Willow, Hoodwink as well.
It also protects them from having to really care about like the Whisper Timbersaw, for example. Now that you have Doom, if he picks Timber, it's like, okay, that's your Doom target, and make sure the rest of our draft can deal with whatever Beast Coast presents. But again, like momentum-wise, I think Doom has shifted away from being the let me just farm my Midas at a Blink BKB Shivas.
Yep.
During TI, the auras and playing quicker on the map was key. So if Falcons are playing the new version of Doom here, I am expecting layers of cheap damage, because even if you don't have Doom, you're going to have auras to push your team into the fight.
Yep. I wouldn't mind seeing something like for Beast Coast and for Whisper, if they stray away from his standard hero pool, I wouldn't mind seeing something that just keeps distance from the Doom, like a Centaur. These kind of heroes are generally, you Doom us, we pop the Stampede, we reset the fight easily.
Now for Falcons, they decide if they want to pick their 5 here, or if they want to fully reveal their offlane duo. We've already mentioned multiple position 4s that can fit that bill.
Yeah, they just go with the Hoodwink. Yep. It was the simplest one. The combo of these two heroes is really strong. They complement each other in many ways, so it's not only good, it's not perhaps the best meta, by the way, for the Hoodwink, that needs to be said. Like, Gleipnir got nerfed. So right now I've seen a lot of players just go for instant ATOS, and then maybe later on down the line you get that Gleipnir. Yeah, if you need a catch, of course.
The difference between Hoodwink and all the other 4s that are popular in the 4 right now is just being able to hunt on the map compared to the others. The rest kind of like to play behind a core, whilst Hoodwink naturally, guys just go around the trees and looks for opportunities.
Yeah, so they open up with both of their supports on Beast Coast. And one thing that you can tell, usually when you open up with 2 supports, you're looking at them and you're finding, okay, what are they lacking? Because it's not going to be able to compensate with a core later on for Beast Coast. Beast Coast, what are they lacking? They're lacking good catch. These 2 heroes definitely do not have it. They're not reliable for any sort of a catch on a Storm Spirit, Puck, anything like that. So if you're Team Falcons, these are the sort of heroes that you might start thinking about.
We saw the stat appear on screen briefly there, but Misho's 6-1 so far on Dark Willow.
That's
he's playing some really cool, by the way, supports. This guy is, he's inspirational on position 4. Not only the Dark Willow, that's kind of standard. I see some other players play Lash. I've seen him play Lash as well a couple of times too. Not in the tournament, but overall, he's definitely practicing it. And he's bringing out some new tech, or different tech from the meta at least.
Yeah, played a good Rubik previous game as well.
Yeah, definitely.
We got Falcons thinking about their next pick. Now that they know the complete safe lane of Beast Coast? I guess they already have their full off lane, right? Where would they want to go with this pick? Because they can either pick their full safe lane for
Nature's Prophet
themselves.
again, guys. You wanna
Get some flex picks out there, 2 flex cores, keep it open.
Yeah, this Luna was actually a really good pick. The hero Morphling banned out as well.
Falcons would have
SF
taken it
banned out,
instantly, yeah.
I think it was, let's see, Crystal Maiden and not gonna be a TB, it's gonna be an Alchemist. A very solid lane, by the way. It's also good versus both Dark Willow and Enchantress, of course, Crystal Maiden, but the lane itself with the Alchemist, it's difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the reason why Falcons want this is, again, utilizing the last pick, allowing Marine to see everything before they lock in his hero. It will prevent the likes of, again, like a voice root mid, you go Huskar. Now Beast Coast in their last 2 bans, okay, what are the most annoying Marine heroes that can counterplay us? And this is where Falcons really ensure that their side lanes are independent. Hoodwink provides life to Doom. Crystal Maiden provides fight for Alchemist. And
they still go with the Scent, yeah. I like it. It's nice
standard.
combo. Yeah,
this is a very textbook lineup from Beast Coast.
Yep.
Nothing special, but in regards to meta and what it does, it's strong lanes, enable Luna to farm because you're strong enough that you don't need Luna to join you in the fight.
Stampede into the Doom as well, which is nice.
Yeah.
The lane itself, I'm not sure, like it can go, it's very volatile. Of course, Dark Willow and Centaur, they're the lane stomping duo, but Alchemist and CM, I feel like there is a little bit of potential there as well.
Can't wait to see Invoker, Storm, and Puck getting banned out. It looks like we're looking forward to mid laners.
Yep.
Still, right? Those are the usual suspects. But is there anything else we should keep our eyes on? It will be overall last pick for Falcons, so they can counterpick whatever comes their way from Beast Coast.
Yeah, if you're Team Falcons, I feel like you would like to just get some more control. Like you have a Frostbite, you have Hoodwink.
You need to ban this out because Beast Coast lineup, it's really strong in lanes, but they don't make moves on the map. Luna plays from her lane into the jungle. Centaur plays from his lane into maybe farming a Blade Mail, then a Blink Dagger, right? It's a lot of just economy required for Beast Coast to then actually want to smoke into the enemy jungle. So all the pressure for Beast Coast is from the mid lane, bringing life to the supports after laning stage. And that's my one fear.
It's kind of similar for both, though, right? Like you want these playmakers on the mid lane. It's like stock standard mid laners, most likely for both teams.
And that's why Falcons having last pick, you lean more towards Falcons enjoying the first 20 minutes of the game because they have good aggression from their heroes, pick kill off, and now Marine's going to have the counter pick to then overwhelm it. So you need to be careful with this pick from Beast Coast. If it's slightly too greedy and punishable,
just go with a Puck or something like that.
What,
simple?
For Beast Coast?
Yeah. You get it. What do you have to ban out? So far for me, Puck has been... Are you worried about Sniper? No, you're not. Like, he can win the lane, but I'm not sure that's the right recipe for Falcon's success later on. And overall, I've seen DK, I've seen Tiny, I've seen Kunkka, I've seen every possible textbook counter to the Puck not working out. So then again, I feel like it's not fully in their comfort zone.
We'll see. Either here, I feel like they either have to ban it or pick it here. Unless they have a different mid in mind that has a stronger counter than that Puck.
The Storm ban as well from Team Falcons. They don't want to play against the same Storm Spirit, and honestly, I don't blame them. That was sick.
Because we said that Beast Coast should still find extra catch out of their mid lane, or is the Centaur enough?
Yeah, I don't think it's enough. I feel like both sides kind of struggle with reliable instant disables, but at least on Falcons right now, you've got a lot of it to work with. Plus, you have Frostbite into following Doom or something like that, so you can reliably control a target. They go with the Tiny, okay? I mean, I've seen Tiny into Puck as well, and Puck does well, so let's see what Falcons goes for.
East Coast just had to make sure that their mid laner could get through the lane. That's basically it.
What about some... I'm not sure, but like they used to... Shiver was talking about these switch-ups that they did on Falcons, and Malrine played Timber as well back in the day, and it's still in the pool. It's looking decent.
Yeah, I can see it. If there ever was a world to do it, then a lineup where Tiny needs to find that one pick-off to bring life. Again, I mentioned
some Kunkka maybe as well, if you want to go wild.
I kind of want Falcons to not care about the late game with this pick and just a hero that stops Tiny from being a playmaker. If that happens, then the economy made from Alk and Doom will overwhelm Centaur and Luna to give Falcons this like insane mid game. So if they let's say Marine says, hey, my Timber will stop Tiny or my this will stop Tiny, like that's what I would want to pick if I was in this position. But again, we will see. There's only 13 seconds of reserve time, but
yeah, limited amount of time available.
If this was some team like
Timber,
they go with the Timber.
Yep. Again, I like that.
This is the power of Team Falcons, right? Like they have these. It's not niche picks, but it's heroes that are. Well, what am I saying? Timber is played on mid just as much as it is on offlane right now.
It's just specialty. Like their players have a lot of specialty overlap, and then you kind of not forget, but you can't ban them all out. And in this situation, again, it's like they banned out a Monkey King and a Huskar, two incredibly strong heroes from Marine. But then there's a third anti-melee hero, which is Timbersaw, right?
Yep.
And you can't ban them all. They had to pick two. Now Timber gets through the pool, and this is what I'd like to see from Falcons lineup. I expect Tiny to have a rough game. He's gonna have to rotate early, and if those rotations don't connect, then it does, I think, lean Falcons slightly, yeah.
Is it possible to check when the last time was a Snake played Crystal Maiden? I know he's a good Crystal Maiden player, but I find it funny that there is not an instant innate selected for him, because that indicates that he hasn't played Crystal Maiden yet since the innates came out.
He could have been talking with the team, you know, we don't know.
I'm not sure if he or Crit, but they played it in the group stage as well.
Okay, fair. Then
he did play it in the group stage.
Okay, but then why doesn't it so selected? He went for Frozen Expanse. It's fine. Okay, so game number 3. Nobody gets eliminated. Good things for both teams, but who has the upper hand?
I feel like the drafts are very even, but definitely Falcons.
beastcoast have to overcome a hurdle to get into this game, it feels like. Once they're over that hurdle, then they get to play it out. But yeah, the first 30 minutes, unless beastcoast do insane laning again. But if they don't do insane laning, I'm expecting Falcons to be the aggressor and best part of this game.
Do we think that there's going to be a little bit of a level 1 skirmish? Well, actually, you know what? I'm not going to wait for that answer. We're going to find out. But first, as promised, AUI 2000.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Aui 2000, I'm here, of course, with the coach of Team Falcons. Aui, why should we go through the trials, tribulations, and heartache of life when we're cursed to one day, pass on? And is it really for anything?
Thank you for this.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a bit of a nihilist, so I don't think I'll give you a good answer.
Okay. Well, there we have it. Let's go ahead and go into Game 3 of this game and see who comes out on top in this one.
That was great. Thank you.
Good answer.
That was good. Thank you so much, Slacks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting, but yeah, that was great. We've got a game 3 here, and we're ready for it. Somebody maybe needs a hug later, and we'll take care of that. Into the game.
Aui actually seemed like he may have thought about that already. Yeah. And therefore, he knew what his answer was and said Slacks wasn't going to like. I told you he had him figured out.
Oh, yeah.
He's ahead of the meta, the interview meta. And yeah, if you want to interview AUI, you got to bring something special. Can't catch him off guard. All right, let's have a look at this game. So yeah, I like that the panel called the last pick Timbersaw. I think this is a very strange, or excuse me, not strange, very strong pick. Those words are close to each other in spelling, but they pronounce quite differently. A strong pick for Falcons. They've played this countless times on both Malrine and Amar, and we've already established this hero has a really high win rate this tournament. I'm genuinely surprised that Falcons rated this low, as a matter of fact. That they last pick at this one game and haven't picked it at all aside from that in this series. But matchups are very promising. The mid Tiny should be a pretty good lane for him. I think they generally, these two heroes, I want to say kind of draw in the beginning, but Timber just has the better end of the matchup after the laning stage. You're playing against Centaur, which is a great matchup, and even Luna, I actually don't think is the worst carry matchup you have, except if you lane against her. Right. We've seen teams use Luna as a counterpick to Timber in lane, but when the Timber goes mid and he gets higher levels than Luna and gets his key items a little bit earlier, I think that matchup is very different. So I think nice last pick from Falcons. And again, let's see if beastcoast can keep playing awesome lanes, because I genuinely think in this one, I think they need it.
Right. Well, and one of the things that I think stands out to me about the way that these laning stages has gone is that Beast Coast has not allowed these traditional one-to-one counter picks to just sit there. You know, they commit fully to making sure that, like, you know, they'll bring, for instance, El Misho mid and drag a couple waves or something. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe as the levels start stacking up here, or maybe even earlier, who knows what ends up happening, maybe they try and help out Lumpy if Lumpy thinks he's not going to be able to have a good time in this lane. We'll have to see. Obviously, Ench, a great hero at rotating in towards mid, but you need to make sure that also you're supporting this Luna and keeping her alive against what could be a little bit of a scary one in the Hoodwink and the Doom. As down bottom, Whisper going toe-to-toe against Skitter. They will throw out a Frostbite, stomp, back away, hide from the stun, and, well, don't you look silly now, Skitter.
A nice fog playing there. I don't think Ench can really rotate that much this game, like you pointed out, because I feel like Luna needs the protection a lot against this lane.
Right.
If you ever leave Luna alone against Hoodwink plus Doom, you get caught by one Bushwhack and you die. Doom is exceptionally good at running heroes down, but not so much necessarily at fighting them head-on if they can overwhelm you 2v2. So that is something to look out for, and that is a bit of an insurance policy from Malrine, as we established already, that if he just gets to play this lane 1v1, he should be okay, just given enough time. Lumpy is doing a good job in the beginning here, as expected. They're pretty much neck and neck.
And MOUZ
into the tower a little bit.
Also being very annoying on this Enchantress, getting a couple of denies here and there, as is Crit. But so far, Pyke having a pretty good time of it. Right now, the Doom only 4-2 on those last hits. And as you can see, not the best win rate for the Enchantress in general, but has been pretty highly prioritized towards that first pick, so that can sometimes skew the sample size as well.
Yeah, the hero that is not the case for is Tiny.
Yes.
Who has been picked rather late and has a sub 30% win rate.
Yeah.
Apparently, don't pick this if you're dire, is what I'm reading here.
They didn't get the memo.
Unfortunately for Beast Coast, they are dire. So that's it.
All right, pack it in.
Yep. Well,
thanks
it did have one win on dire.
That's true. Maybe they'll get another. Double the win rate.
Yep.
That's the way that works.
Good lane so far, though, for Beast Coast. All three cores are having a pretty good time. And this will be a little bit quiet, I think, for the time being. The Falcon side have significant ramp-up time with Alk Doom. Timber can make moves sometimes if the conditions are right to TP with the chain, but oftentimes you'll see mid-Timber be relatively static for a bit. And on the side of Beast Coast, not really the best necessarily kill potential against these specific lanes.
Malrine in trouble! Does he have enough? Not quite. 18 HP. Lumpy keeping him low, and now wanting to chase for another round forces him all the way back, and that means no bottle refill.
Yeah, that's big.
Wow.
Crit is protecting the water, but Malrine says, I don't want it. I have to go back to base.
Man.
Yep, that's a very nice outcome here for Lumpy. I was expecting this to be more even than this. Him being able to force out Timber, I think, is a very unexpected result for me. And yeah, sure, Malrine will return to a wave and a half, but there's been a couple of denies here. And Lumpy will be ahead on by a good amount. Don't be fooled, though. It looks like the gold is even, but let's remember one side has Doom and Alk, so there will be some inflation. Feels like the Falcons lineup needs to be ahead on gold most of the time to draw, if you will.
Well, we'll see how they do. 11 denies on the Centaur. Definitely is feeling mighty good at this point for Beast Coast. Do you want to see if there's any potential for stacks? It feels like in this series, we have not seen as many stacks as some of these other Falcon games. And I feel like some of it is just because they don't want to get ran over in the laning stage. And they kind of need to have all their heroes here to deal with this.
Yep. I don't think this is any exception either. I mean, actually, maybe this time around, Crit will be able to go and stack because Amar has the Ice Armor creep. It can get enchanted off, but he can recast it. Some damage going on to MOUZ here. Not going to be a kill, though. But yeah, it's it's just the nature of these two drafts against each other in the lane stage. Kills are kind of difficult to come by.
Yeah.
And I say that despite one lane being Centaur Willow, it's just Elk is tanky, and he has a raindrop. It's a hard hero to kill. Crystal Maiden will be playing behind, so not get caught. The mid lane is unlikely to be a kill, although it was very close. And up top, especially with the ice armor on the Doom, it's not an easy task for beastcoast to find kills there. And of course, the side of Falcons have extra mana from the Crystal Maiden Arcane Aura. It's now 6 is cracked here from Malrine as well. Power Rune going Lumpy's way to regen.
Malrine gonna make the move down for the bounty. And in the meantime, Enchantress sending that creep off to go and mess with Hoodwink a little bit as Crit stays in the mid lane for a moment here. But as we can see, Malrine making the move down, wants to catch here. Whisper is just going to walk right into it. They do throw down some brambles, rooted for the moment, chakra him out, and now Lumpy making the counterplay. They kill off the CM and now toss the, well, Timber away. That actually keeps Whisper alive.
Really nice response. Beast Coast's early game movements are just really good this series.
Yeah.
You'd think that Malrine would be able to execute that kill before the rotation of Tiny comes in, but it's just so fast. Instantaneous TP, they delay it. Get him out of there. Now the Wisdom Runes are about to spawn. Neither team is on top of them whatsoever here. See if it ends up being a split. I think Crit wants to head over there in a second. No, he's not even going for it on the Hoodwink.
Interestingly enough, Lumpy did TP down bottom, so doesn't feel like TPing back. Was waiting around for Skitter to show up. Skitter is off to the jungle and will not be in this area. Lumpy is going to pass right by a ward. So these movements being scouted the whole way through, it really hurts, I feel like, for this Tiny.
Yeah.
Unless they can still get a kill.
It still does feel like it was worthwhile, though, because you prevented your Centaur from dying and you got first blood.
Okay.
So like, the relative gold swing is pretty massive, but you're right. He doesn't have a nice and easy way to get back to mid.
Well, Lamar.
Yeah. Malrine is here, too.
Spot Crit. Lumpy there. Malrine wants the kill. Can they get it? Toss now underneath the tower. That's dangerous. Pyke now low. Turns to battle, though, and they take down Malrine. What a move. A bold strategy from Lumpy, but it pays off. As they get the toss back, will drop the Doom now, and with Skinner moving in, they're going to be able to get a little bit of retribution. Pyke trying to back away. Misho trying to protect his carry. Can't come in with the body block. They kill off Lumpy. They're going to kill off Pyke.
On that kill gives Skitter 6, so he gets the Chemical Rage.
Wow. And Whisper getting
that,
6,
but been in trouble.
A little bit late. Now maybe they can kill off Amar. That might make things a little bit better, stacking the deck their direction, but it's not looking like it. And so Skitter comes back in, a disaster up here top as Whisper has to just walk this one off.
Damn. That looked good for Beast Coast for quite a while, but ultimately they do edge them out with this level up on Elk, gives him the 6. He pops his Soul Ring, comes in for a final concoction. And as you said, it was really close to the Luna escaping as well, so very, very small margins there, but Falcons just have enough in the tank. And yeah, that's despite Malrine effectively just getting like 2 spells off that entire fight. They ultimately do get the Doom off and build themselves a fight around it.
I'm trying to remember back to the first 2 games. Did we see Skitter joining in the fights? I'm not sure if we did. In the early laning stage.
Not as much, ironically, considering he was Nature's Prophet.
Exactly. And I'm wondering if that was maybe a sort of adjustment that they're making through the series to say, let's bring him into these fights.
It's true. They might have realized that the way Beast Coast plays these early rotations and moves is just that they were losing on numbers. It's very possible that AUI gave them that feedback in the series that, all right, guys, when you're making early game moves and you're fighting at the towers, they bring the whole team.
Yeah.
So if you match in numbers, that is definitely something that could have happened. But when Crack's level 6 now, so sharpshooter available.
Be still trying to get into his items. Has the treads coming out, and Blink Dagger pretty distant in the horizon. Still only a 2k gold lead. But it is a notably different early game than what we've seen throughout this series from Beast Coast and from Falcons.
Yeah, was going to put a lot of pressure bottom with the rally. Falcons going to concede it immediately. Malrine looking for some bit of fighting here onto Elmisho. He's really deep though, alone.
And toss back, MOUZ is there. Still has Chakra Meta ready. Elmisho stepping up, the root connects, now the Stampede. Malrine in trouble, Malrine.
I don't understand what he was hoping to accomplish. Maybe he, okay. It's possible that he was just trying to bait a lot of reaction because he had the haste rune. And he was like, I'm going to use this haste to force TPs, and then I'm going to get out, and they'll have wasted resources and time. But he dove for so long and so deep that the counterplay from Beast Coast came through, and that's a, frankly, an unnecessary death. It's the silver lining is that there's plenty of space for the two greedy boys to just get the gold flowing.
Yeah.
But I think there was a way to maybe get the same result there without diving quite as aggressively. In reality, you're not... I think you're not expecting to kill the Willow there, so your goal is to go deep enough that it feels like a threat and then immediately disengage. Maybe if he pops the haste instantly after he sees the first hero come in, he could have survived, but Beast Coast again, can't underestimate how fast they are to respond to threats. Rune top here from Malrine. Good luck for him. That'll be an arcane.
Many heroes around to ensure that that one comes out. Still waiting to see first sharpshooter get used. Could be an assassination attempt. But it's actually a Blink Dagger now done, not on the Tiny, but on the Centaur. Whisper is mega farmed.
Yeah, can't wait for him to buy Dagon.
Okay.
Hey man, he has 100% win rate with it. So.
You're not wrong.
If there's anything we've learned so far, it's that stats, they tell the full story always.
Stats are stats.
Yes.
That's what we've learned.
All right. Bit of an aggressive attempt here onto mid. Ench leading the way with the Hellbear creep. Crit trying to clean up a little bit here with the Acorn shot, but no glyph means no tower. Another one just dropped by Falcons, not looking to defend. Feeling inferior in these situations. They will make their own smoke move to try to find a straggler, maybe. Whisper breaks the smoke. They get the frostbite, though.
And the Doom is out, so that should be a pretty easy one. Does have Blade Mail out, but yeah, no way to stop this from happening.
Amar running the Alpha Wolf. A nice little crit to finish him off there. Speaking of crit, the player will not escape. As he gets caught by Lumpy and Elmisha combo.
The reveal of the Blink Dagger. While it is Malrine Kaya completed, pops that Arcane and is going to refill back at base. But was Doom used? Feels like that's maybe an opportunity here because low cooldowns where Beast Coast could make some type of aggressive move with this double blink they have and get a little more space for Pyke to farm.
Yeah, it is a good point. When you're running double blink, you want to do stuff, right? Otherwise, it's just dead gold. So definitely looking for Beast Coast to take some initiative here.
Ooh.
Whereas Falcons, Alchemist has the Radiance. They're just going to keep farming. There's inherent pressure on Beast Coast to accomplish something on the map, it does feel like.
And amp damage for Lumpy now. That's bottled up.
Oh.
Not seeing a smoke come out, but Malrine is going to show on this wave pretty far forward. This is a pretty quick go if they can get there.
Seems like he's well aware of what's happening. He'll even TP mid, so.
Nice play.
Still, that's a big-ass rally up top. Not sure what they're rallying for, but they don't like this tower and it will go down. Ench takes that.
So another
more reduction of space. Falcons themselves have only taken the top tier 1 and they've lost all their tier 1s now. So now the challenge for Beast Coast is to try to corner them. And this was what Falcons did so extremely well in Game 2. Was under circumstances similar to this, or actually way worse than these ones. Let's be honest, they were very far behind. They still managed to play a good game of keep away. This time it should be easier. And that means it falls on Beast Coast to be more successful in these moves. We're going to try for a 3-man smoke here with their Tiny.
Amar moving in, has a BKB, and is just going to doom the Centaur. But immediately looking towards the mid in turn, they're going to try and kill Malrine and will get him. So a 1-for-1 exchange across the map, mid for offlaner. And Doom down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower.
Curious to see Malrine here looking to build eggs straight away after Kaya.
Huh.
I was thinking this is the type of game where I could have seen him go Eternal Shroud. There are so many magic damage heroes on the enemy team. There's so much that you can block and negate. And probably the rationale behind the Ags anyway is as long as I can react and get this off, it's going to block so much damage they don't kill me. But yeah, even something like a Cloak. When you have 2,000 health, it feels incredibly valuable here to get a bit of magic resist.
Yeah, and likewise, not having it can feel pretty rough. He's going to show on the wave again. Elmisho right there.
Back up this time.
Yeah, they're baiting this out. And we'll jump immediately, find the Dark Willow. Lumpy just reveals himself. Now he's in a little bit of trouble. Didn't get the slowdown with the tree branch. Lumpy, Stampede, okay.
Nice illusion run.
Comes that one out. Now Whisper, Manta out, stun is there, Avalanche hit, a couple more pikes moving in the area, but this is not going to go well for them. They lose 2 heroes and Lumpy just in a little bit of save your buddy syndrome.
Yeah, this mid tower's gone too, right? Surely. Just a couple of hits would do it.
Are they going to try and defend this? There's no way.
Alright, well, they do have Glyph, so actually never mind.
Okay.
But still, Falcons, it feels like the game plan is... Things are going according to plan with the exception of Malrine dying 3 times. I think everybody else is pretty happy with the state of things. Amar being this rich is very good news for them, obviously. And yeah, sure, Alk. I mean, Alk is doing Alk things, so that's pretty standard. He had an easy lane matchup. And we'll just keep ramping.
Are you at all concerned about how good of a game Luna is having if you're Falcons right now?
I don't think so. I feel like you have really good solutions. Late game Luna, in my opinion, is a lot of the time about lifesteal, and you have Doom.
Yeah.
So that is always going to be a solution that you have. I would say carry to carry matchup, Alchemist is one of the better heroes against Luna as well because you ramp up faster than her and you just jump per single target and really put a ton of pressure. Either you kill her or you force her out of the fight, and ultimately most of the time those two lead to the same result, which is just a victory in the team fight.
Okay.
If Luna has to use the BKB to run away, she's not going to come back in, right? It's just like, then her fight is done. So I think if this just continues to be the trajectory of this game for the next 15 minutes, I've got Falcons all the way for this one. So again, the question is if Beast Coast feel the same way and if they're going to try to rush something. Obviously, you want to play controlled and not force moves that are bad. But knowing how effectively Falcons generally play the map, you factor that from the last game into Elk plus Doom and the fact that this time the lanes went well for them. And I think Beast Coast probably are feeling some sort of sense of urgency. But you don't have infinite smokes, and if your smoke moves aren't successful, there's only so much you can do. Like, at some point you have to just farm, because running in circles also doesn't do you any good. Almost X now on Malrine. He'll be so much harder to kill for the side of Beast Coast.
And they're getting towards that BKB on Skitter as well. So a lot of BKBs coming out over the next few minutes here, and the gold lead continues to be accentuated by Falcons. There are still, you know, a lot of big timings that you can hit with this lineup from Beast Coast, but as we've talked about, it starts to get to a point where you don't have many mistakes left. Yeah, that Ags, like you talked about, just about completed on the Timber Saw. So 20-minute mark. Beast Coast are somewhat grouped together here on the bottom side of the map. Could be an option to head back for the Tormentor if they want, or you could see a smoke up and try and make an aggressive move And it looks like El Micho is bringing the smokers into his inventory, and Pyke is reconnecting with the team. Really close to that BKB on Lumpy, though.
Yeah. Okay, so this is... we've seen a couple of tiny mid games. And the problem that I had with the hero in some of the games was that he just fell way too far behind on farm.
Okay.
I think especially one of the games we cast together with Mobe playing tiny mid was he was just not scaling enough. This hero can become very strong late game, but I'm just a little bit worried about the pacing of it and the fact that Luna has to take as much space as she does. At this point, I'm not convinced that this Tiny has accomplished enough. But now you're in this awkward... Tiny, almost always his curve, either you crush, like you're running things over, you keep snowballing, you keep killing people with Conda, and you're like king of the map, or you do okay in lane, you find a couple of successful moves, and then there's this awkward 10 minutes that we're in right now, where you don't have enough damage to kill anyone.
Amar? Completely alone.
Well, you have enough damage to kill a 4v1. That's true.
Wow.
But yeah, so Tiny doesn't really have enough damage to solo kill any hero on the map right now. I think even, Crystal Maiden he can't kill either. She's 1500 health and a Solar Crest, so...
Yeah.
So you're in this awkward spot where now you kind of need to farm at least your BKB plus 1 item to feel like you have that damage aspect back again. Maybe even 2 items. And this is, I think this contributes a lot to the win rate for Tiny that we've seen in this tournament, is that these upcoming 10-15 minutes are just really difficult. Because I'm looking at this guy with a Blink BKB, and his net worth is okay, but would I rather have the Doom with BKB or the Tiny in terms of like teamfight impact? If he can't Blink burst anyone, this hero doesn't really do anything right now, right? So Lumpy has to get there.
And the Atos, good cut down. Oh man, does have BKB ready, holding on to the BKB here. Gets hit by the sharpshooter, El Micho standing watch. And holding that BKB is pretty clutch.
Yeah. Second BKB now for Whisper. And Beast Coast definitely have some tools that you would want to see them fight with. Luna, still a while to go for her BKB though.
Salve up, smoke up. Who do they find? A key moment. If they can win a fight right now, Beast Coast buy themselves some time, and that's a great 2 to get right at the start. The toss down, the connection is there, but Skinner with the turnaround, and now they find the Luna, but they doom the Enchantress. Doesn't matter. Pyke didn't last a second out there. Lumpy goes back in for a kill on the CM.
That's not a good trade, Lumpy. It's going to cost him his life for that one.
It overcame him. Crit survives through that one.
Lightning fast reaction from Falcons there on that initiation. It looked quite promising. They got the Blink Avatos, they got the Centaur jump, and yeah, they do kill the Timber, but it costs them everything. Like, Timber got his Ag's reactive armor off, and he barely died. It was actually close to Malrine surviving that on the disengage. But yeah, as said, you're going to see the replay here. So yeah, it looks so good, right? But the BKBs come out. BKB from Amar.
And that stun from Skitter.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, you got to feel for it. Imagine that fight if you have a BKB on Luna.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And you could make the argument, imagine that fight if Tiny had a Conda instead of BKB.
Right.
Because this is always the weird position this hero falls into, is you need to make that choice. Am I actually killing stuff? Or am I sustaining in the fight and hopefully getting 2 volleys off? Which he did, but the first volley doesn't kill.
Yeah.
And then the enemy team just pops their defensive stuff, they turn on you, and you're caught in this like awkward spot where, okay, you kind of have to BKB 2 to survive, and you kind of get overwhelmed in the end. So it was close, honestly. If they could have been a little clutcher in that engage, maybe if they get the 2-man Centaur Stomp into a Terrorize, before the BKBs come out, we could be looking at a different team fight entirely, but not quite clean enough for the side of Beast Coast, and that's going to cost them.
Doom still on cooldown for 20 seconds.
Yeah, why does Amar have Sanjin Yash?
Yeah, I don't know.
That one's a bit an odd one. All right, Skitter.
Self-stuns. Lumpy backs away.
If Alchemist stuns himself in the forest, but nobody sees him, did he actually stun himself?
You're asking like, it sounded like Slacks right now, an interview.
It's a good one for your next interview, Slacks. Ask him that one.
You can see El Misho, thoughts and feelings.
He is probably fine.
Yeah. TP's out. Has eyes on the Aghanim Scepter at the moment for the Dark Willow.
So yeah, he wants to... I think this is the right read. He has to go a damage direction because the Tiny is gonna get there too late. So Willow needs to complement the Luna in assassinating these tanky strength heroes, especially the Timber. Willow can be very powerful against with all of that long-distance magic damage.
Well, and between MOUZ and Willow, I do feel like they're going to have some good damage out of their supports, no doubt. I guess the big question is, like, can they last long enough to get to that point?
Yeah.
And, of course, Luna still farming, has the BKB done. And
Lumpy
rejoining with the team.
Uh-oh.
MOUZ jumps in. BKB reaction comes out from Lumpy. He backs away. They get the Enchantress, kill her off. Whisper still in sight and does not manage to hit that stun. They're going to force out the Stampede.
Okay, so that was Stampede, Terrorize, and a Dead Ench for nothing. So probably Falcons just feel comfortable going Roche. I don't see any realistic way for them to lose this fight. I mean, Pyke is level 18, never say never with Lunas, but their heroes are just so tanky. The three beefy boys, Timber, Alk, as well as Doom, and yeah, beastcoast are not interested, so.
And you know, in terms of the way that I'm like seeing beastcoast move around the map and like their reactions to these fights, I mean, Dota is a very expressive game, and it does not feel like they are under pressure to get a ton of stuff done right now. It feels like they're thinking forward to the late game, and they think that they can do it. They can win if they get there. I don't know if that's the right read, but it feels like that's their read. Whisper.
Gleipnir has to BKB.
Stomp misses that one too. Lumpy throws out the Avalanche to save his buddy, and Whisper should be able to escape from this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you look at the gold and it looks kind of fine for the Dire, right? You're against Alk Doom and you're only 5k down. But I can't say with confidence that I believe beastcoast win this if we just continue farming for a while, specifically because of the counter matchups. And I just know Amar late game Doom is just an absolute menace. It's going to be really hard for them to deal with. Eventually his inventory will have a refresher. He's going to start finding Dooms, or at least he will get Ags and just run close to Lumpy. Speaking of, Lumpy gets caught.
He's got to run.
He has BKB.
And Doom down. Stampede to get away. All right.
Yeah, it's not enough, though.
BKB pops of Lumpy's own, and now he tries to get out of there, and Stomp comes from Whisper, moves in the area. Get him out of no!
Give a crap, man.
Oh, that's scary. Blade Mail doing good work now with MOUZ hitting into Skitter, too, but that's 2 cores dead. And Falcons, they keep this pain train rolling.
It's like, it's nice that you Stampede the Tiny out of there, but the Doom is also hasted because he has Sanjay and Yasha drum phase boots and they whipped him with the Hoodwink. Or actually not the Hoodwink, sorry, who has the whip? Crystal Maiden, alright, so. My goodness. That's a big moment. That's 2 core kills, it's a tier 2 tower. And again, like to talk about this whole thing with the teams, as always, don't have access to the same information we do. So what do they feel the game state is? What do they think the next move is? How strong do they feel? And I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned that beastcoast think that, all right, now we have to slow it down even further.
Yeah.
With that failed sequence. Snaking. We'll
Forced
whip and run away.
I mean, Pyke is very, very farmed. He's died 2 times, but he does have level 20 going towards Conda. Maureen is going to be right here to find him. And is probably going to need to BKB TP out of this if he wants to live, and yes, indeed. Pyke will go for it. Gets away. Basher is on the way, though, so that play not as likely to work in the future. And Elmisho almost at Aghanim Scepter. Runs into Amar. Goes Shadow
He doesn't have
Realm.
more Stomp, so I think he's all right. Wait, oh, he has the shard.
Nice.
I didn't notice he got the shard on Maiden, so just walks into melee, Crystal clones him.
That's sick. Very well played.
That's a cool interaction against Willow. I don't think I've seen that in a pro game. Interrupting the realm TP. Not too much of a common solution, but works there. Bot tier 1 tower skidder is very confident. He has Aegis and a backpack BKB. So he feels like he can push alone and there's no way Beast Coast respond, and he would be right in that assessment.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that Beast Coast's read on this game is that they can make it last late game. And I think I'm kind of with you that I'm really worried about Falcons, the way that they've been able to play so far. Amar getting late game with Refresher, all these big problems that are coming up. It seems scary. But Beast Coast do not seem intent upon fighting at this point.
But again, you also got to look at the history of the series, right?
Yeah.
It's one thing what theoretically will happen with the lineups and how strong they are and what the graphs say. The other one is what has the teams actually shown on the server, right?
Right.
In the past 2 games, I feel like Falcons have played better late game. I know they lost the second game, but they had really, really bad conditions in that one. And they still were very close to inching out a win. So it kind of feels like in this series for Beast Coast to feel comfortable from my perspective in the game, they need to be playing from ahead and have a good advantage, because in the late game scenarios, it feels like Falcons, and I mean, no shame in that. It feels like they outclass basically almost every team in the world in that stage of the game, right? So
MOUZ will be doomed. Hurricane Pike to try and get away. Whisper does get hit by the sharpshooter, and the Ench is definitely dead now. But looking, oh, the Crystal Clone. Nicely played. Whisper forced away. They toss forward. Pike onto one. Crit is dead from that one.
But Pike now
is left all by his lonesome.
Oh, no.
Lumpy tossed him over there and ends up dying for the trouble.
I'm going to go with Unworth on that trade. As satisfying as it is to kill Hoodwink, I understand the temptation can sometimes be impossible to resist. There is a limit to what you're willing to throw at her, and I think Luna is that limit.
All right, but wait. The workhorse. It's out. It's ready.
Yeah? That's good. Now Whisper can save the Luna.
Yes.
When Lumpy throws her into certain death.
I mean, they'll never expect it.
Yeah, that's true. It's the Trojan workhorse.
Yes.
They're gonna pull one on them. Kind of feels like the game state that we're approaching is one where Beast Coast do need to get a little bit creative and surprise them.
At some point this game, I want to see Luna Rapier. I feel like that is where this needs to go if they
I think you should
win.
buy it after Kondo.
Yeah.
If they get there. I would agree with that. I do think you have to find overwhelming damage and then rely on your Centaur to protect you.
Well, 17-10, 11,000 gold lead. Crit hunting off to the sides of the map, trying to shut down these areas where Beast Coast would want to farm. And Beast Coast huddled as 5 in their base. Luna is now going to walk out, send out illusions, and then they'll smoke up behind her, try and make a move themselves. Amar has now bought all of the items and sold the Sanj, now has the Kaya with the Yasha, so quicker dooms.
Devil's Bargain is just such an interesting facet. The ability to just item swap as the game state changes is super interesting. I wonder... So what did he use the Sanj for exactly?
I'm not sure.
It didn't feel like he needed the status resistance at the time when he bought it, and now he's rearranged his items here into that Yasha, Kaya, and Shiva. Just
Tier 2 tower taken
stuff
in the mid, and another Tier 2 taken down bottom.
Wait, did he just... Hang on.
What's up?
Can Doom sell his drum and buy a new drum?
I think so.
That's what he just did, right? He just has drum charges. Because that... Hang on. How much does it cost him? The drum is 1650, but you can sell it for full value, right?
90%.
When you use charge, yeah, but when you use charges, the item doesn't become less valuable to sell. So you just sell it for 90% and buy it again.
Lumpy finding
That's
Amar.
crazy.
Well, Cinderin does math. They pop the Doom and immediately keep him there. Nice Doom, nerd. Finds him. Pike
They're
right on
driving around
top
the
of him,
turtle.
and they get the kill.
Okay.
Yo, the answer to Doom.
It's an answer to Doom.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the answer. The Doom still continues, and when he does come out of the cart, he's still doomed. But yeah, in that instance, definitely worked. I mean, it was still a 1v5.
Yes.
I don't really know if the horse was necessary, but it looked cool.
And now, I mean, you're in an interesting situation here. 40 seconds without Amar. The last tier 2 tower likely to go down.
It's a long Roche respawn.
Yeah.
So unfortunately for Beast Coast, they're unlikely to get a Roche out of this, but maybe they can find something else. Concoction, though.
Oh, wait a minute. They drop down Sentry, spot him immediately. Now the Turnpike is there. Enchantress gets carded. Staying alive, no problem. Whisper onto Timbersaw.
This is still awkward.
Needs to get away from this one. El Misho shows up, and there it is. The Bushwhack Terrorize combination comes through, but Maureen is there for the finish. So they will get out with the rest of these heroes, it looks like, if they can manage to escape with Whisper. Maureen still chasing, gets him there. Double salvo, and Whisper will go for the BKB run away. Workhorses himself. Now he's caught again. It's a dead Centaur.
Yeah, and this is a bit of an issue here because, as you see, the single target damage of Beast Coast, once the fights do break out, it's difficult for them to kill. Hang on, Amar. All right, Amar finds El Misho. Little snack there on the right side of the map. Easy kill for him. Despite the Doom being dead, it's still difficult for Beast Coast to push because Falcons can kind of poke and prod. If they land a spell combo, they can just commit with their Alk. And the Alk and the Timber are so tanky that how do Beast Coast kill them, right?
Yeah.
It takes these extended fights, but the problem is when Falcons are the ones initiating with the Concoction and with a follow-up Timbersaw, they have burst. The side of Beast Coast don't, and they don't really have reliable saves either. So it's very tricky to push towers in this fashion. Pyke in a interesting spot here. I'm not sure what the end game is here. If he just wants to keep cutting the mid-wave with Manta, but he obviously has a very good ward protecting him. That is indeed the case here with the Mantas. He's staying. What's the...
Is he going to try and force them back?
Is this really the best place he can be on the map right now?
I mean, he knows that they're going to go Roche.
He's keeping back.
Okay. So he is going to Manta, and then they're going to get together. Oh, amplified damage for Tiny. And it was such a long respawn that they're actually going to get here in time. In the meantime, mid-wave is fully pushed in. They will connect with Lumpy. Try and make their move over. Great wards in the area. They have to be so careful about their position. Falcons are in position to fight, not to go for Roche immediately. Maureen revealed. Now they see him, they see Alk. Whisper, wrapping, Amar is there. If you can find the right Doom here, it would be everything. Likewise, Centaur Stomp blows this whole fight up. But they are gonna run forward with Maureen. They spot Whisper. He pops the Workhorse. They don't have that now for the rest of this one. Skitter gonna self-stun. Yeah, tense moments here in this upper bracket match. I mean, they have really good position on Falcons. But the Alk ult is about to wear off. Going in for it. They start to hit it. Beast Coast, do they realize what's going on? Alk ulti wears off, they're just punching it. The roar comes from Roche. Meanwhile, Pyke, he's not there. He's hitting tier 3 towers. They show up, terrorize out, doesn't connect onto anybody. MOUZ backs away, Pyke still hitting buildings. They get the Workhorse, Whisper stomps, runs away. Pyke now finally gonna show up, but the team, they've already left. And now caught is Whisper, MOUZ in trouble. El Misho is out of there, Lumpy trying to do anything, but they're just all falling apart, stunned onto both. Pyke gonna BKB now, turn to fight. They feel like they have to get this win, but they are getting kited. Eclipse out, Amar is now onto Pyke. That was not the way this was supposed to go for Beast Coast. They are gonna lose all 5.
That was the absolutely worst way that could have worked out for Beast Coast. Either the Luna stays mid and keeps going and tries to get a lane of barracks, or she joins up at the beginning of the fight. She ended up doing half and half. So she got 3/4 of the tower, but then she joins the fight so late that she can't help anyway. That was literally the worst case scenario, and that just leaves a lot to be decided. That's got to be so frustrating for them too, because they know that was not what was supposed to happen, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you want to take the fight, fine. You got to bring the numbers and do it. If you want to do a bait so that Luna can split, that's also okay. You're seeing the replay here. She's doing a lot of damage mid. She has the creeps here. If you're looking at the minimap bottom left, she's still going at it, and then she walks back TP's top to join the fight. The fight is already lost here, in my opinion. You have a doomed Centaur who's going to get bashed. Ench is super low and got carded, so you're effectively joining a 3v5. And, yep, just not the right approach. And that could just be full-on game deciding here, as now Falcons are in a very, very comfortable spot. They get the Aegis. What did this Roche have again? Was that Roche number 2 only?
I think that was just number 2.
So it was number 2. It was just a banner as well, but yeah, it's more so about the full team wipe. All the gold, I think, is more important than this Aegis. They just got so much.
A very tough situation. Young carry player making decisions here in a big upper bracket matchup and runs into a brick wall.
Yeah. Oh, 4 bounty runes.
That's a lot
That's
of gold.
nice. That's yeah, a couple thousand there.
My goodness. Yeah, tough. And I mean, look at the net or the win probability still though.
Yeah, this graph is bugged, man.
In spite of that huge win, like they're still giving them such a big percentage to potentially pull this back.
Skitter. Lumpy's out, but MOUZ.
Yeah. Will get bashed. Tries the Hurricane Pike away, not gonna happen.
So I will say, I feel like the win expectancy graph has changed significantly since a few months ago. And I don't know if it's because of the new patch and that the data is different, or if the game has really changed that much that this is a 30% game for the Dire. I would not feel like this is a 30% game for the Dire right now.
El Misho gonna hit the banner, try and take it out there.
Close call. Maybe could have got one more swing in,
getting
but
in
not
time.
quite.
Terrorized, but the blink back.
Terrorizing nothing. Not even the banner got terrorized.
We'll be able to go back into the Shadow Realm to try and hit it, but gets a big old smack from Malrine before that comes out. And yeah, this one's feeling rough. You need so much at this point. I'm feeling like it might be about that time for that Rapier. We'll see if there is a switch up. Right now it's Scotty that's queued up, which again, against these heroes is amazing.
He needs Rapier. There's no way about it. They don't have enough damage. The Tiny never really got there. He's got Phylactery and a Harpoon, which I don't know about that either. I feel like, this is my personal opinion when I watch these Tiny mids, I feel like this hero never truly pops off until it has Conda in these mid games. And he's making it as his 4th item. And I can understand getting the BKB first if you feel like it's a necessity, but you gotta get the Conda after that. I don't think this Harpoon does much. I think the Shadow Blade, it's like, it's okay, but you want that assassination play. That's what this hero is all about, is combining with one support and killing heroes. Speaking of which,
MOUZ gets carted away for a moment, but there it is. The Doom out, tries to get him back to base. The
Amar's
BKB
refresher.
out. It's a good chunk of damage, and Amar into the fountain he goes. Drops out another Doom, immediately dead.
We killed the Centaur.
I mean, he really didn't need to do that, but he did it. And now Malrine starts hitting onto Pike. Lumpy gonna pop BKB, tries to back away, terrorize out, good connection. Lumpy hitting, they're trying to kill off the CM, the tankiest CM in the world apparently, but they still managed to get that kill. And now Skitter, his ulti's wearing out, maybe an opportunity here. Malrine is still large and in charge and hitting hard, and Malrine walks in, tries to find him, another workhorse used. Does wear out that Aghanims in just a moment. They hit into him with the Conda, the stun is out, Malrine is done. Beast Coast, signs of life here late in this game.
Cost them 2 buybacks, but eventually, through the power of sheer numbers, they do overpower them here.
And Amar in the fountain. Notably.
That also helps, especially because the guy he dove the fountain to kill had buyback. So, yeah, that's probably the biggest difference maker, actually, was that fountain dive. And you see the fight recap. The Radiant did more damage. So the Dire just had more heroes. You're going to see the replay here. So they get the jump onto MOUZ. Very quick cart. Whisper is still running in circles, so instead of just running straight away. And Amar has the Doom here, and he knows he thinks the Centaur isn't going to die, and I think he's right. He kind of has to go in and do a little bit more, and then he's already in there. Might as well Doom the Ench.
Yeah.
All right, East Coast. Tier 3 tower. Luna has an open lane.
You remember that damage that she did to this Tier 3 earlier? It comes back and works out for them. So this will be a lane of racks down. Beast Coast, the question is, how do you respond now?
I told you, man, never question Dota Plus. 30%.
Until they have her back up. She's facing the wrong way to get four-stepped. Where's the help? She doesn't have it. There's nobody, but there's the workhorse. That is what they needed to get her out, just barely. The feather floating, keeping her alive, and they will back away. My goodness.
When's the last time you've seen a cart carrying a flying creature in an open cart?
I mean, that's not a question that I can answer.
It's also a really weird question. It's not one you get every day.
Bought out for the
Pike
Scotty.
gets the Scotty. I would still really like to see that Rapier. I really would. He's looking at a Swift Blink next.
I mean,
maybe they feel like they can outplay them, but that extra damage will just go such a long way, especially with Workhorse. We've seen from Whisper it's pretty reliable that he gets on top of people and saves them as needed. The Luna can do a ton of damage with a Rapier in hand. Roshan early spawn in a minute 20. That is probably what Falcons are waiting for now.
Does also have the Lucent Beam, hits an additional target now. And the other thing that's nice about the Scotty is it makes her that much tankier too, right? 4,000 HP, she can maybe outlast this Doom if it does get onto her, as long as she's not taking literally any other damage from anybody. But
that's quite the conditional to just add on to there. Just don't get hit.
I mean, it's simple.
Yep.
Also, Dark Willow has been able to get into a Mask of Madness Hyperstone, looking for a second one.
That's true. Can't count El Misho out. If he gets that Moon Shard, the damage from the Willow will start mattering more and more.
An opportunity here to pull this one back to even. Beast Coast, they have believed in themselves this entire time, and despite being down 26,000 gold, you can see that Falcons are also respecting that potential.
Yep.
They were really respecting it when they were in the fountain. Meanwhile, Lumpy, the creep wave is in. He is pinging the tower like he wants to hit it, but Skidder is hitting their tier 3, so they need to come up with an answer to this.
Okay, they force them back. Job well done there from Falcons. They get the glyph and the TPs, and that's good enough for them. They'll head back out. Roche respawn in 1 minute. That is about average, I think. So
scan smoke, Malrine.
Doesn't break it. He was trying to with that Shiva. To get some sort of information. Unsuccessful.
They still
though.
know, and Dire scanned them immediately too, knowing where they're at. Crit shows for a moment. Would be a great get if they could find him. Malrine on the wave while Pike is down bottom, and maybe they can do a similar thing that Falcons did to them, force them back to their base, because Luna will push very quickly.
They just need to not do the similar thing to the thing they did previously where Pike pushes the base and they take a 4v5.
Fair.
Just anything but that, and it looks like they're not going to make that mistake again. They're committed down here, but all right.
Falcons.
Are we base racing or what? What's happening?
Mean, Skidder starts hitting the tier 4s. They're acting like they want a base race. I mean, okay. Sure, why not? Jump in. Amar is immediately onto them. They're TPing back with the rest of them. Skidder hitting tier 4 towers. Terrorize comes out. They break the TP. Wait a minute. Can they actually do this? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Silence is out. Now the buybacks start to come. Luna, she tanked through this first Doom. Feathers away. You lost so much here, though, and Pike gets up to the high ground and manages to... Wait, he TP'd back to there? No, he's back in the fountain. He's good to go. What has happened? Synderen, help me. What happened? Where'd they go? What's going on?
Snaking and Lumpy have both bought back, and we've used 2 Dooms, so...
tier 3 tower dead bottom.
1 tier 4 taken by Falcons. Well, almost 2. Okay, they're by... All right.
What is... Okay.
I think... All right. This is when you buy Rapier.
Yes.
Okay? He's sitting on 7k gold. He wants to hold the buyback. I mean, maybe the buyback is better.
Oh, this game is awesome, man. I love this shit. This is sick.
It's tough to say, but
they're going for Roche, and I think they get it. They hit it really quick, and it's also not going to roar. They're moving in to take it down very rapidly. Falcons running up there as quick as they can with the smoke.
They have Doom in 15 seconds. You've got to keep an eye out for that. That is one of their key abilities, not available right now.
I mean, this is
but
huge.
They're in a really compromised position if Falcons just go in.
This. They need it quickly.
They're
trying to take it. It's daytime.
Wait, what?
It's daytime. No! The Terrorizer comes out, but no! They're not going to get it. Roche's get the hell out of here. Pike gets over to the other side and is, well, out of there, kind of, maybe skitters away. Oh, no, not like this. Beast Coast, you lose everybody again.
Good heavens, look at the time.
Why?
No.
That is insane.
Roshan said,
so
thanks
low.
for playing, we're packing up.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Now you buy Rapier.
Oh, no. No.
What in the Sam hell? And now they don't have freaking Centaur. It was like they had all these ideas and plans, and then suddenly they were like, we're base racing. All right, we're going to Roche. Oh, no, it's daytime. Shit.
Yeah, well, these last 5 minutes have had every type of chaos you can imagine, pretty much. But Falcons are...
Luna still has 7,000 gold in her inventory.
Yeah.
Could be trying to make a buyback play, but I mean, I don't know. You one tier 4 left. Tiny and Luna against the world. And Falcons taking the safe route. Hit the buildings that are out here, get mega creeps, force that much more difficult of a comeback if that moment even happens. Skitter, though, is hitting the Ancient. They have BKBs. They do not have the damage on Pike, just tickling that Alchemist, and that should just about do it. They buy back on the Enchantress, but the Ancient is exposed. The Luna is going to die. GG. Falcons continue on in the upper bracket. Now Reed looks exhausted.
Oh my God. Well, that was entertaining. I'll tell you that. That was an entertaining game. How do you summarize that? I mean, Falcons step-by-step build up more and more gold, and Beast Coast are biding their time. It's a matter of, can they really find that fight? They never really got it. And then complete chaos just takes over the map, and Falcons a bit calmer under the pressure.
They made it happen. Rough stuff for Beast Coast. We're going to head on back to the panel. They can break down all of the insanity from that great 3-game series.
You gotta love the tenacity from Beast Coast. Just keep going for it. Like, to try the base race, to try the Roshan. You know, obviously it doesn't work out, but they definitely make it very exciting. Even though it looked like for a long time that this game was just going to be a slow burn because Falcons was ahead for the majority of the game, Tico.
Yeah, no, again, Falcons, they started really nicely. They had good aggression. They used the twin gates, taking the fight. And, I mean, that's fair play. I think Beast Coast has morphed into this team of always trying to give it a good fight. And, you know, I'd argue this probably wasn't, after the hustle game in game 1, game 2, 3, it's not been the best showing, I would argue, from Maureen. You know, Lumpy, I think, in the Storm game, was able to beat him in mid. In this game, he had better net worth from the Tiny, and then he was able to make a couple moves to give Beast Coast life. So Maureen having to lean on other players to help, I think, win the series this time around. But yeah, I think Beast Coast, lots of signs of life, but again, not enough to actually beat Falcons in the full best of 3.
Yeah, they tried to break the shackles, at least, of this slow burn that Falcons were bringing to the game, and they definitely did that. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in a couple of situations for them, specifically around the Roche pit, but the game was just insane. It was such an enjoyable watch. A bit of KW plays as well, like some Doom diving the fountain, because if he dooms, they cannot heal. He can finish off the kills. He does not finish off the kills later on as well around that Roche pit. Roshan just leaving everyone, saying adios amigos, going towards Radiant, the pit. And also Luna somehow joking next to the Crystal Maiden. So many little crazy things happened. But I enjoyed the attempt, at least from the Beast Coast, because this game was already, it was done and dusted, so at least making it a little bit crazier makes it also a little bit more competitive.
I mean, we've seen Centaur with the Aghanims and the Carp be a good counter to Doom in other series. Whisper showcased another reason why it was good. Like, he was constantly having to go, hey, if you don't do me, I'll save someone else, I'll prolong the fight and just annoy your initiations. And again, the fact that at 48 minutes in the game, you're down 27,000 gold, and it's like, let's try for a base race. It's like, I don't know, there's something about Beast Coast where they just have good energy. Again, unfortunately, they weren't able to beat out Falcons because...
Never give up, never surrender, right?
Yeah,
That's
literally.
kind of an attitude.
And it's a good attitude to have. And but Falcons draft, we like the draft. We like the fact that the Timber pick was able to just cause a lot of frustration for Beast Coast. Like, a lot of focus was trying to stop him whilst they're doing that. You got a 6-0-17 Alchemist happily farming up, ending the game with nearly 40,000 net worth.
And it's also one of the first time that I see a Centaur being countered, not the first time, but one of those rare times when you see a Centaur countered by the Doom. Because he had a really good start on the Centaur. He had like a 12-minute Blink Dagger and Blade Mail and a couple of bracers. Like, that's insane farm. But the moment he gets that Blink, he gets doomed once into a Frostbite. Then again, doomed second time into a Frostbite. Then the Hoodwink goes Brown Boots, no team items, nothing like that, straight Atos. Brown Boots and Atos, not even a Null Talisman, nothing. Just for that extra control into the Stampede. So they itemized well against him, and this man, like, at some point he had Yashakaya and drums, and he was moving faster than the Centaur with Stampede. He was following him.
It was a little bit of a crazy game, and I will say this was a first pick Doom coming out for Falcons. Well, overall second pick, but first pick for the squad to pick Doom, and I feel like we have not seen Doom that much, Tigov, but this is a great case on why he's still on top.
Yeah, Doom wants to play behind other people's aggression. You don't want to be the guy who starts with the Doom, otherwise it gets a little bit lost. And again, Maureen on the Timbersaw, you got Alchemist and Skidder. Like, you're naturally looking for fights, so Amar, he can jump into Fountains and Doom if he wants to.
Yeah, and he can also talk to Slacks if he wants to, but I think he wants to because he's standing right next to him right now.
That's right. He definitely wants to. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome ATF from Team Falcons. Congratulations on that series. Them Beast Coast boys, they fought pretty hard, huh? Were you surprised by the gusto that team had?
Thank you, first of all. And I mean, we were surprised about Beast Coast. I mean, I don't think we were surprised. You know, we played them at TI. We know how to play and things like this. But it's not about we're surprised. It's that we were not shocked by our performance being way worse than before. That's what we were not shocked about.
Dang. Yeah, can we talk a little bit about that? Why was it so hard to close out that series and pretty much all those games?
I mean, if people know that we have lost like every single scrim we had like last 4 days, then everyone would think that we should have lost this game. But yeah, like we're having hard times, you know. We're having some shit around, you know, like some random things happening, you know. Not having the best practice, not the best times. But yeah, you know, who cares? We'll come back anyway.
Making me depressed there. I'm sorry. It's rough times. Now, let's talk a little bit about your performance in particular. Love that Doom fountain dive there. Can we talk about that? What was the planning on that bad boy?
I mean, I know that some people don't like us. They say us, like, past tournaments we won, like, we're boring. So I'm like, you know, like, I must to, like, always bring my OG Enigma spirit that since I was there, you know, I have it. And I'm like, I need to dive, even though, like, it's cool play, you know. I'll kill both of them and ruin, like, the game, yes. But, you know, for the viewers.
Oh, well, you're a man of the people then.
Yeah, of course. Like, have to balance. Like, have to win the game and give the best show.
Amar, I'm getting some kind of feeling here that you wanted to take this interview for a particular... Is there something you want to talk about? I walked in the room and he said, I'd love to interview. He raised his hands and he walked in. Is there anything you want to talk about here?
You said who wanted to be the victim, and I said I can be the victim.
Oh, okay. Well, wouldn't be the first time at this tournament. But I mean, it was a good... thank you so much, sir. Incredible series. What are you looking forward to coming up? Who do you want to win? Who do you want to face off against?
Who am I supposed to face off against?
Who do you want to face off against?
I guess Tundra, since they beat us in TI, even though they changed the roster, but like they also have TI winner right now from the last one. So yeah, I guess Tundra.
Okay, well, you'll have to just keep winning to go see Tundra. Well, thank you so much for an incredible interview, sir. So much incredible insight. Absolutely. We love ATF. He's a man of the people, and we'll throw it back to the people on the desk.
Thank you very much. I was going to say, they keep shaking their shields, shaking their hands until today. I must say, I find it very interesting to hear that Falcons hasn't done too well in scrims. They're generally a very strong team. But losing in scrims, Lizard, how big of an impact do you think that has on people's mental going into officials? Because yes, they won the series, but it was not as clean as they sometimes do.
It's not the first time that a team that's winning in tournaments and owning is losing all the scrims. Sure. It also depends on what kind of ideas they have in scrims, what kind of ideas they're testing as well. Scrims don't necessarily have to be the full A game. Like, you're kind of testing out drafts, you're testing the opponents as well. But mentally, they're definitely weaker than they were before, at least, especially after hearing that they didn't even expect to be winning or to be doing well.
I mean, they hold themselves to a very high standard, so I feel like if anything is going even marginally wrong, that's like, this is massive, this is a big problem. So I think for them, it might sound bad, but in reality, it's like even their bottom line is still good enough to get to, you know, like a top 2 or top 3.
Yeah, their baseline is very high on average, so when they're saying, oh, guys, it's going rough, it's like still top 3. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're on the right track for that. And if Amar wants to face out Tundra, there is a chance he just has to go one step further, and then also Tundra has to win against a Rogue tomorrow, and then there's a chance that they meet in the upper bracket finals. But that all relies on winning, and it also relies on which teams makes it forward from our upcoming series, because that will be the opponent for Falcons in the next round of the upper bracket. We're going to head towards that next series. Before we get there, though, we are going to listen to Stormstormer.
Hey everybody, we are here yet again for another little game. Today we will be playing Spell Untangle with Stormstormer.
Hello.
Hello. Stormstormer, I have collected for you 3 spells. We have combined them into a brand new spell. It is your job to listen to this new spell and then figure out what those past 3 were. We have a few hints for you if you get stuck. Confidence levels going in. What do you think?
I'm gonna cook.
You're gonna cook?
I'm gonna own. I think I'm the best at this. Yeah, I'm gonna cook. Yeah.
You know all the spells?
I do. I played Volker. Come on, bro.
Okay, that is true. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get into our first one here. All right. This spell, it's our easiest one. Okay. It launches a bloody hook, which upon contact snags an enemy unit, causing their skin to burst, dealing massive damage. The enemy is dragged back to you with a brief burst of maximum movement speed. While the unit moves back, takes a percentage of the distance traveled as damage, leaves behind a trail that slows enemies around it by 50%. Okay, that's a lot of info. There's 3 spells in there. That's right.
So the obvious one is Punch Hook.
Okay,
just
sure.
because it hooks and like upon context or everything that seems obvious that it's Punch Meat Hook. So the enemy is dragged back with you with a brief burst of movement speed. I'll put that one back for a second. And yeah, the thing is like, well, the unit moves back to you, it takes a percentage of the distance traveled as damage. Well, that is also the Punch. It could be Rupture, but it's also the Punch Facet.
That's true.
So that is like a rough one, but it's 3 spells. And the last one is the Trail. Well, that means that could be Darkseer Shard.
Yes, correct.
Isn't the third a Slaughter Sprint? Like that it's not...
Look at the second line. Causing their skin to burst.
Yeah, like causing their skin to burst.
Why would someone write that?
Yeah, like...
Okay, let's give them a hint. We're gonna give a visual.
Maybe I'm stupid.
We combined these with very intense AI. So all 3 spells have been combined into this beautiful image. You can see the Punch Hook, you can see the Darkseer. There's one other thing in that image.
There's wait, I'm trying to see it even. The Darkseer? Yeah, because it's like purple.
Yes.
Okay, there's a heart.
Red. Distance traveled does
Rupture.
damage.
Oh,
yes, you said, thank you, yes!
Because I said it could be Rupture. But the thing is, okay, what confused me, it's also Punch has like this freaking facet that deals damage over travel, you know? That's why I forgot about it.
Okay, next one. Okay, this one is called the Giga Suck.
I see, I can see that.
It's very important. There is a theme with these. When casted on an enemy, creates a spirit link which drains health and mana slowly over time. Healing yourself and giving vision can be upgraded with Shard and Ag Scepter to use on buildings, draining at least 3 units in the surrounding area, healing and stealing mana, so long as you move with the target to keep the link active. What 3 spells are these?
Okay, so the last one, as long as you move with the target to keep the link active, is very much Razor as the W.
The lead.
Static Link.
Yeah.
So it's probably that spell, but since it also drains health and mana slowly over time, And it can hit 3 units in the surrounding area. That's very much Lion's mana stealing thingy.
Okay, good. I'm gonna give you a hint. Okay, it's called Giga Suck. Okay, this is
Giga
Suck. Give him the picture.
Another suck. Okay, yeah. So that's
Give
the
him
third
the
suck.
picture.
Oh, Pugna, but Pugna cannot. Well, if it's triple suck, it would be Pugna, Lion, and Razor.
Is that your final answer? Give him the picture. Give him the hint. Okay. This is all of them combined with AI.
There's like that looks very much like the Pugna spell, at least.
All right, I
the
will
Lion
lock that
one
in.
also.
You're correct.
Pugna and Lion.
Correct.
Lion must be.
Yes.
But the last thing is like stealing as long as you move to the target to keep the link active. Or it could also be DP, because the DP also keeps following. Okay. Yeah, I'll go DP.
That's correct. You did. Oh, that saved the Spirit Siphon. Let's go ahead and move on to our last one.
Nice one.
All right. Again, these are a little thematic, so if you understand 2 of the spells, you should be able to figure out the last one. This is the Straight Bad Rocket, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Fires a spell that stuns and deals damage while leaping through enemy units. When the spell is used, all ability cooldowns are reduced.
Okay, fires a spell that stuns and deals damage. That could be Magic Missile, simple as that. It could also be Sven Stun. Those are the only 2.
Pretend it's that easy, but sure.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's Magic Missile. It literally says deals damage and stuns. So let's go Magic Missile.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Thank you. While leaping through enemy units, well, that one, leaping is of course Miranda Leap, but that is like insane amount of text. Or does it? I actually don't know.
Look at the name, Straight Bad Rocket. Okay.
Yeah, but none of that is like even like if I try to combine it with like Magic Missile or something, that makes no sense. What is the pattern? Straight bad.
Missile is the opposite of a rocket.
Yeah. So straight, bad, good. Okay. So missile rocket. Okay. Bad, good. What is good?
All right, unfortunately, the AI image in this is absolutely horrendous. This will not help you in any way.
Yeah, no Magic Missile I can see. The rest is useless. Thank you that much.
Thank you very much. All right.
When spell is used, all ability cooldowns are reduced. Yeah, I'm a little bit on the, we would say in German, I'm sitting on the Schlauch.
Think about it.
Dazzle. Dazzle, okay. So Dazzle, that's like good juju, bad juju, whatever.
That's
good juju.
Right. Good juju. That's
okay.
right.
Good juju. Dazzle.
Right.
Got it.
Now the hardest one.
Straight is curve instead, or what?
Yes.
Leaping through enemy units in an arc.
That's right.
Arc.
You're right there.
What spell has so the spell probably has arc in it. That makes sense. So arc lightning?
Yes!
Arc lightning.
That's it. This one was very difficult. Yes, I'm afraid. But you got it. Yeah, Magic Missile, Arc Lightning, and Good Juju. And I'm impressed with how well you did. So thank you so much. You did fantastic, Stormstormer. And we will see you again on another episode of Untangle the Spells.
Hopefully.
I feel like Stormstormer did pretty well with that detanglement of spell names. Definitely one of the people that did better than some of the others. Will he do well in the upcoming series? That's the question. Our final series of the day, in the upper bracket, round 1, we are going to watch AVULUS versus Nouns. 1 best of 3 to decide which team will go upper bracket to face up against Falcons, and which team will drop lower bracket to face off against Beast Coast. And there's a lot of data to go off of for both of these squads. We're going to focus our attention first on AVULUS, because they've played the least of the 2 teams that are going to be playing in a little bit. And I want to focus on that, Lizard, because for AVULUS, their road has been pretty stable with one strong outlier. Which was up against Falcons.
Yeah, they had that one series that was pretty damn difficult for them versus Falcons, and these are the heroes that Falcons decided to ban against them. Now, Falcons decided on the Naga, Bat, Shadow Demon, and Beast, so they didn't really look into Stormstormer at all. They didn't look into the mid-heroes, even though you could argue, yeah, maybe Bat Rider. However, it's not really a mid-hero. So they went straight for the 2 of the meta heroes, the Naga and the Shadow Demon, normal bans, you see your supports. But then, interestingly enough, they also banned out the Beastmaster, so they don't want to give their offlaner a chance to overwhelm them with the Beast. And maybe that's something that Nouns can recreate, maybe look into the bans. I feel like bans, especially in the first phase, tend to give us more info, way more info than just the pixel when you look into the teams.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like AVULUS, it's very weird the last couple of series that they've played, right? They went against Falcons, they got destroyed very quickly. Then they go up against IG, both hour-long games. And, you know, the little hero on the right-hand side of this graphic, the sniper, is kind of a key piece of the puzzle, right?
Key piece of all the losses, yeah.
Yeah, but also even in the win, right? It's like he's in the high ground with the Axe Assassinate, gets the Luna. So it's like they've won with the sniper in an hour-long game. They've lost very quickly with sniper. I'm intrigued to know if sniper is still in kind of their wheelhouse, because I think Eki plays a little bit better when he's able to explore the map, able to provide opportunities for quicker kills. Even though sniper is good in lane, that post lane to the actual winning part is quite difficult.
Yeah, I will say, just to touch on that a little bit, yes, they won that game with that sniper, they did get lucky, but they did assassinate thinking that he would dodge it, and he didn't, and the Fly didn't dodge the assassinate. So I don't think that the sniper was the winning factor, so I hope we won't see it. That's okay. We'll see what Nouns takes away from that series, because there is a lot to learn about that. But focusing on Nouns, they've had a little bit of a different road. They played 5 series in total. They went through the very end yesterday, also against IG, where they were able to, or their opponent, to select their slot here. I want to focus on the series that they lost the hardest. I guess that's fair to say, Lizard against Alliance.
Yeah, and that's very interesting that Alliance, after winning versus a team such as Nouns, they didn't manage to go through afterwards, but in that loss, like Alliance, they tended to focus on these heroes. So they banned out, I believe, in both games that they won against Nouns, straightforward, Ench, Doom, Naga, Snapfire. They went full into comfort zone of Nouns. Enchantress, definitely something you don't want to give away. Naga as well, something that Fly has been spamming before this hero even became very popular in the competitive scene. You could see him pick it in those pubs.
And on top of that, like in that series, if we look away from the bans for a second, Yuma plays Shadow Fiend in both of them, but then when you look forward towards, let's say, the IG series, I would argue it's like the biggest step up from a carry, where he's got his Meepo pick, he owned. He has Sven pick, the first, I think it was maybe the first Sven, or at least maybe the second Sven of the tournament, but either way, it's like a small handful of sample size, and he just pops off again. And maybe that's something Nouns can lean on as they progress through the upper bracket, is getting Yuma a core where he can just have these pop-off moments on.
And going into this series, I feel like, their road was longer for Nouns, but I feel they also gained way more than AVULUS did. Because as you guys talked about the sniper, right? That sniper on position 4, I think it might trick AVULUS into thinking it's a good hero in the end, even though, like you said, I absolutely agree with you. It wasn't the hero, the main reason why it was a win game for them.
It really was not. We'll see. We also are looking at the moment to the mid matchup. Lizard, you keep talking about them both being German. That's obviously an overlap.
Really
what other overlaps do we have in terms of the heroes that they play, and what can we learn from that?
Yeah, not too many overlaps in the heroes. That needs to be said. Like Stormstormer, always known for his hero puddle. However, this is from the last week, and I wanted to focus on Wallachia. If you go a little bit further in the past, he has played different heroes too. However, speaking of hero puddles, looking at copy, like a lot of those were 0% win rate, and then you get Storm with a really high pick rate and a win rate as well. So they haven't really strayed from their comfort zone as well on that position too.
They have not. We are having our draft on our screen. We'll see what they have going up against in the mid lane, but AVULUS has read it like book. So the Storm Spirit that you mentioned is already removed. We also have the Shadow Demon, Snapfire, Enchantress removed, with the Bat Rider Pango now also by Nouns. I feel like this is such a big difference from the bans we saw in that previous game, that a lot of the heroes we saw banned are just through, including that Naga Siren that we already mentioned as well.
I just want to say, I don't know what it is between Mag and Suneko, but every time I see these guys drafting, they're just having the greatest time.
They go way back. They've been, like, Mag's been a coach for multiple Suneko teams.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
Of course, but still to see them, it's just nice, you know, seeing some cheery faces during the drafting stage. On the other hand, you see very focused Fly with AA, and they go with the Beastmaster.
Yeah, just ignoring the Naga Siren, going for the Beast, and I'm just going for the Phoenix. Yeah, in regards to...
By the way, to connect it with the bans that we talked about, so Falcons, they did ban out the Beastmaster in the first phase versus AVULUS, and Nouns, they do not ban it out, but they get it. So they snatch it for themselves, and guess what? Enchantress also banned the hero that usually does well against him, so some counters are out already.
Yeah, I think the Beast is just a really good building block to go on in regards to the draft, right? Like, Gunner, relatively a more sacrificial offlaner. So I think Beastmaster helps kind of fix that entry to the game because you are forced to kind of farm, get the Dominator. I think a lot of the times when Nouns have struggled is when, Gunner, like on a MOUZ or a Centaur, he tries to make a little bit more of a fight happen, and then he might fall down the pecking order in regards to net worth.
He's just so cool on all these micro heroes, right? Like back in the day when he played mid, he played a little Lone Druid as well. Right now, Beastmaster, Visage. I love that AVULUS respond instantly with a Phoenix pick. Not only is it like the ultimate comfort zone for Fly, right? Like you snatch it away from him, but historically through every patch, I enjoyed this combo. It's maybe my personal preference, like Beastmaster plus Phoenix. Separating that is really nice because it's very difficult to play into.
But they could have also banned the Phoenix and picked the Naga.
Yeah, I don't really... I mean...
It's their comfort zone too. Like Soneko has been playing a lot of Phoenix recently.
Yeah, sure. But also, like, if you look at the differences between the two, Phoenix provides Sun Ray on whoever gets roared, then you have the Shard as well, so when you go into egg form, you have the Sun Ray, so you keep healing that individual, then you put the pressure on. If you don't kill the egg, it's going to pop. Player preference, they might lean towards the Phoenix. It'll be interesting to know if Naga Siren is picked up now, because I don't think AVULUS, they can't pick it. You're not going to run Phoenix Naga double support.
No.
But Nouns easily can still go for that strong ranged 4, go for the Naga Siren, control the fights around songs. I think
it's really good versus Phoenix as well, right? Like he pops that egg, you pop song, reset, and you can fight afterwards.
But you gotta choose, because there's also still Clock in the pool and Hoodwink and Willow, and they're gonna get one of them. And there's they're all good. You can't go wrong with them, I feel.
It's with the fact that AVULUS have decided to push Snapfire into a first phase ban. It's a hero that we've been seeing rising in popularity because it often doesn't tank the first phase ban. It's a hero that kind of just it's good, but we can't waste it, right? Because of the Naga Siren on these heroes. Again, AVULUS, they'll take the sniper themselves. Oh no. They're going to win the lane, guys. It's okay.
I mean, it's just funny. They did win, on paper. It looks great.
I mean, if they can make it work, if they still feel good about the hero.
You see sniper, game played, result, win. Got him.
I'm actually just surprised that Eki killed
Stats don't lie.
But the fact that, like, in an interview with Eki, he literally says, guys, I can't make this move. I'm a sniper. I was just hoping, like, he himself...
don't lie, by the way, 33% win rate.
Yeah. But, again, as much as we're memeing it, we have to outline, very strong in lane. It wins most lanes due to the shrapnel facet. After that, it becomes a lost hero as you don't have a cheap stun. You need to keep farming. You just need to be you throw a shrapnel and that's about it. Yeah. And then you get a couple items, right? He's at least shifted his itemization. In the series he lost to Falcons, he was trying to go like Mage Slayer and Gleipnir. In the series that he won against IG, he was going for like 4 stuff.
Yeah, so he had rapiers in the end, so that's
also true. Yeah.
And there is still a flex potential. We gotta acknowledge that too. It's not very strong, and they haven't done it yet, I believe, but it is still there. I am still really just liking these are like, if you're gonna ask anybody to be building a draft and you don't, you take away the fact that anybody can ban heroes, these 3 heroes could just pop up because they're just all very good, very meta.
Yeah, they're super meta, they're strong, the combinations are endless as well. Between the Beastmaster and the Hoodwink, the lane is very solid, and overall, like, I don't think I've ever felt as badly towards a hero as much as I do towards a sniper position 4 at the moment. I feel like they just got Omega baited once again just because of their latest experience. Like they won with the sniper, okay, they pick it, 33% win rate. There's a reason that number is so low. And at TI as well, it wasn't great. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe they make it work. Maybe they switch it up as well, like you said, but most likely not. However, at least this is something. One of the strongest heroes into Medusa, maybe not in this meta, but overall was Sniper, so now you have that Medusa as well for yourself. Very wonky draft from AVULUS so far, though. I have to... But now I see why Mag and Soneko were chuckling.
Yeah.
We got an Underlord coming out as well, so they have now basically... They left the Sniper open for potential mid-swap, but overall... It seems like we got ourselves our off lane with the Sniper Underlord and their safe lane with the Medusa Phoenix.
And they've kind of already covered themselves from a potential... Again, we don't see Anti-Mage too often, but Sniper in the 4 role with Underlord, like that's a hard lane for Anti-Mage to farm through. So you're already kind of soft covering yourself from the instant counter pick where, opening Medusa can open for these heroes to exist.
Yeah, you can think about something else. If it's not an AM, you can think about heroes that buy defusal, but never mind. Instead, we will be getting a Morphling.
I mean, their support duo is Phoenix Sniper. Like,
yeah, it's
they're not
food.
stunning. Yeah, it's
not only that they're not stunning and controlling the Morphling, it's literal food for him through the game. Like this Morphling, as he gets bigger and fatter, he can just get on top of them. The egg is not that amazing into him, and on top of that you have Beastmaster, so...
Are there any mids that can come with the instant stun that I'm not thinking of for Stormstormer if they want to counter that Morphling with a mid?
I would argue it's not like instant stun, but you just need to respect probably Invoker now. Like the idea of EMP to punish the Morphling early on. Like Sniper and Underlord will be able to farm in that lane.
Oh, but now still got the 2 bans going against AVULUS, so that will be one of them.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. It's again, Stormstormer has ultimate last pick in the draft.
Yeah.
So, like all last picks, do you want to destroy your enemy mid like we saw Maureen do with like a Huskar, kind of tried to do it with the Timber? Or do you want to play something bigger for the game? Because in regards to the game, they don't really have a Morphling killer. Sure, you can get Scardy on Medusa, but there's no real pressure on him. So I think this is going to be one of those moments where, yes, you would love to just destroy the enemy mid, but you need to provide a bit more to the team.
I love that everyone is banning out the Huskar now. By the way, speaking of control, when it comes to AVULUS, they do have the Pit of Malice at least. Like it's something, it's not amazing, but it's pretty solid. The aura into the Morphling as well can come in handy. So overall, I can see the Thunderlord doing a lot through the game. But I don't think anyone is getting caught out by Huskar, famous last words, anymore at least. After the last series, I think we've seen too much Huskar, plus it's played quite a lot in the pubs as well. So they banned that one out, and Nouns, what else do they... You guys mentioned, of course, the Invoker, right? Like that's the second most common coming from AVULUS. But from them, I actually thought
they
that
banned it out themselves,
I thought that they might go with the Earth Spirit, but they banned out the Invoker as well. EMP, Naga, EMP and Medusa, sorry.
True, yep.
Not something that you really want to play into.
Yeah, and of course Nouns picks out of this ban phase, so it's good to prevent yourself from being...
it's kind of interesting, like on AVULUS they've played a lot of very sacrificial mid laners, nothing flashy on Stormstormer as well. Like if you remember the games that we watched, there was some Viper there as well, heroes such as that. So I'm not saying this is a great Viper game, but we might see unconventional Stormstormer picks here.
I mean, I could... Is Pango banned?
Pango
is banned in the first phase.
Yeah, okay, I'm blind.
We also now have a tiny ban coming out.
Imagine an OD pick, like for AVULUS. Like it's not happening for sure, but long time ago, like you'd look at this Beastmaster, you'd look at this Morphling.
If they did that,
it's a save.
Sniper goes to mid if that happens, and then you crush him.
No, he means for AVULUS.
Oh, sorry, I'm dumb.
Yeah, but never mind. Queen of Pain as well, by the way. One hero that we didn't mention that's completely in the meta, and I think this basically leaves out only Lina for AVULUS. Like you go insta-pick it, this should be a very solid lane into the Quap, and you have burst damage into the Morphling later on.
No matter what they pick here from AVULUS, there is this inevitable respect you're going to have to give towards the elusiveness of Quap and Morphling. To lock them down will require itemization rather than the
Lion. So
what?
Sniper mid?
Sniper mid then.
Yeah.
Unless we go for Lion mid.
Oh god.
No, it will be Stormstormer on the Sniper.
Okay.
It's rough for Quap.
At least fixes the draft a little bit, right? If they didn't pick up some additional lockdown, but
look, I was gonna go hard on them. Like looking at their draft, seeing Phoenix Sniper as 2 supports, I really did not like that. So
Lion fixes it.
Yeah, Lion definitely fixes that, and I think this was the great debate. Like they put the Sniper in the
They put it 4 for so many games in a row that everybody was thinking, of course it's gonna be 4, but so for this moment right here.
AVULUS will have this spooky timing. If Medusa gets to like Manta, Butterfly, you play with the auras of Underlord. Maybe you get like a disperser sniper or something like, annoying, like throwing concussive grenades and stuff. Like I can see AVULUS being really formidable if Medusa has farm, but Nouns have so many strong meta picks that you can just play around those pickoffs and keep trying to gank.
Yeah, the only question for me is the mid lane and how well will Copy do with the Quap versus the Sniper, because it can be a rough lane. At the same time, looking at AVULUS, I don't like their draft in the general sense. Like, you don't have any conventional playmaker. Your cores are basically Sniper, Medusa, Underlord. It's hard to play this game unless your Lion pops off. And Eki, he's been doing that recently.
It's all about the late game. AVULUS win it like an hour. Can you outscale a Medusa and a Sniper?
Yeah, of course.
Can Morphling do it all? You know, that's all AVULUS need to do.
If your question is regarding that mid lane, I think it's also very important to realize how active the supports can be, right? Because on the side of Nouns, you got a Beastmaster. Surely Beastmaster can be fine by himself. Underlord, same story. But in terms of rotations, Hoodwink and Hoodwink versus Lion, Hoodwink is a little bit faster. So who knows, maybe that help to the mid lane will come a little bit faster. We're finding out, but first, some coach words.
Hi there, I am here with Double A, who's wearing Milan's shirt here. Why is that?
Mix up at the print factory for sure.
Fantastic. So, Mr. Double A, we saw that Sniper get a little flexed over to the mid there. What was your reaction? Was the team terrified? Did Fly jump out of its chair? Or were you prepared for this?
I mean, it's probably their most played hero, so we've definitely seen their past drafts, and we're kind of ready for it. So, I mean, they have that hero and Pango that they flex, so not that afraid.
Okay, the man is knowledgeable. There we go. What do you think about this Morphling and Quap deal? You think got enough elusiveness? I mean, they do have the pit, the Underlord pit, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, for Morphling, it's not a problem, right? He doesn't care. He's just going to morph strength. For Quap, it's a bit of a problem. I just believe that Copy is just going to crush this game, so just not going to be a problem for him either.
Full faith in the Copy. Is he the one that needs to do the best in this game in order for you guys to be successful, or does somebody else have that as well?
I think everybody does. We definitely picked really greedy, so I'm a bit worried our first like 20 minutes. If we can just weather the storm, if we get past minute 25 and we're not crushed, I think this game's ours.
Okay, well, get your timers started, ladies and gentlemen. Will we make it past level minute 25? We will find out. Let's head into that game.
Nailed it. So good. Man, we're ready. It's all going on. Double A seemed to be very clear-headed about what he thought. Was he clear-headed about this, though? Seneko getting bodied early. Never mind. He's walking away.
I mean, I think Double A would be pretty happy about that. I don't think he has any issue with the enemy team getting first blooded.
True.
But not gonna happen, question mark. Yeah, trick shot.
The blood grenade. Blood him down. He's not blood.
Tango. Okay, does Tango actually heal faster than Blood Grenade deals damage?
No.
I've never thought about that. It's very close.
Yes.
It's almost negates the grenade entirely.
I just said a yes or no, and I wasn't even sure what the question was fully, but
okay,
that's fine.
Thank you. That's good. I'm used to that from the guy I usually talk to, so don't worry about it. Yeah, I thought the interview was kind of interesting because I had a different read on this situation, actually. He said they needed to get through the first 25 minutes and they'd be fine. I was looking at this game and feeling like I don't know how much AVULUS are going to be able to do in the first 25 minutes.
Interesting.
Mid Sniper, carry Dusa, offlane Underlord. This Tricore is very slow and very greedy in my opinion.
Maybe he mixed up the drafts.
So, yeah, maybe he thought he was the coach of the other team. Could you imagine? Oh yeah, I love our draft. Sniper Medusa, great.
Oh no, what's going on?
And the other thing is, he felt confident that if this game goes late, they've got it in the bag.
Right.
For me, the wildcard hero that can really make the big difference here is the Naga.
Yeah.
Where you're playing into Phoenix, you're playing into Stonegaze, and just being able to disengage with Song and re-engage can be very powerful, for sure. So later down the line, that's going to help you. But yeah, I don't know. Do you share the same sentiment? Are you worried about the first 25 minutes? I mean, I don't know. Like,
not really. I'm much more concerned about Sniper Medusa as it goes late game with like Underlord, Aghanim's pitting in. You know what I mean? That to me feels really scary for a couple of these heroes. I guess the flip side to that is like Double A was talking about. This Morphlane can sort of survive some of those ganks by moving a strength form.
Yep.
And then obviously you've got great potential to sort of play around slightly immobile heroes because they're super mobile.
Maybe he was thinking about just the raw laner matchups in themselves, and I'm looking more at the macro sense.
Got it.
And he feels like, okay, Sniper is a good matchup into Queen, so that one's going to be tough. the Underlord Lion lane might do pretty well early on because Underlord's going to get farm against our Naga Morph, which is a very greedy lane. And then the offlane of Hoodwink Beastmaster is very strong and aggressive, but they maybe feel like, okay, it's not that likely that we find kills onto Medusa. So maybe he feels like they are not going to put pressure. And even if the other team isn't either, they could still perhaps, you know, inch out a little bit of an advantage. Maybe that's the mindset here, but we'll see.
It's pretty rare that you get an interview where you end with more questions than when the interview started.
Yeah.
Sir Action Slack special.
Yep. Thank you, Slacks. But you know what? I actually kind of like that we came to that conclusion. Both teams are pretty slow and greedy.
Yeah.
And he is worried about them being too greedy themselves if the other team pops off, but that, as the panel talked about, really will have to come from this dual offlane of Lion and Underlord.
Yes.
That's the way it feels when you look at it. And so far, so good for the side of Nouns. They have pretty good early laning stage here. The CS looks quite solid. The two heroes suffering the most are the two carries. Medusa as well as Morph are a little bit further down than the rest of the course, but nothing too shabby.
And in mid, Copy is winning. He's doing a really good job right now on this Queen of Pain, 22-9 versus 18-4. And should be noted, have a couple of heroes that could rotate in there. I think most notably is going to be Lelis on this Hoodwink, like Shiver was talking about. Very quick to be able to make the moves over. We'll get a Bushwhack there, and Gunnar could think about throwing some axes, but decides not to.
Yeah, seeing Gunnar going for the 2 points into Wild Axes here. We've seen primarily Beastmasters go for the maxed out Call of the Wild, and sometimes even Call of the Wild Inner Beast and just bypassing Axes entirely. But taking the approach of, we're going to play this lane through spam between Hoodwink and Beast, and he's going to rush the Arcane Boots here on the Beastmaster, which will enable them to just constantly throw out these spells against the Medusa and try to whittle down her mana pool. Of course, when she has a stick, that kind of goes both ways. Eki, by the way, taking some serious damage, and Snare
pulls him back
reel him in.
The Hex is there to try and buy some time, but Eki gonna be first blood. Yuma able to find it. Also worth noting, while that kill was going on, it was a triple stack. The Hoodwink got the hard camp and the Ancients, and Gunnar got the other Ancients with his boar.
No, so definitely prepping to ramp up that farm with the Wild Axes here. One of the upsides to going this build on Beastmaster is your ability to farm those stacks yourself. And in the meantime, Hoodwink could take the lane and you can get this like symbiotic setup where you give Hoodwink 6 through giving her the shared experience from the camp she has stacked on top of the lane at the same time. And you just disappear off the map for a minute, minute and a half to farm up those stacks. So, yep, looks like that's the plan. Lilith might want to stack again, but first he has to check out this vision here, as both supports of AVULUS have rotated in to protect the 6-minute rune.
Interesting.
Flies on the top one, so let's see who gets lucky.
They will see that stack being made, and Stormstormer sitting there has to blink all the way away over to the bounty. Knows that there's nothing else he can do there. So, gets a bottle refill. Copy. Has level 6.
Wonder if they want to steal these stacks. It's a level 3 shrapnel. If you just bring Sniper, Phoenix, and Lion and they cast a spell each.
Lelis spots
Lelis
this.
is protecting it. Soneko trying to solo it with the shield rune. This is not gonna happen, I think.
Well, he does have the Dying Light.
Okay, Sniper
Eki
joins.
shows
There we
up,
go.
and
Yeah.
well, looks like they're gonna get a good chunk of it. Lelis just gonna sit here and soak some XP. Gunnar shows up too late, so a nice play.
Yeah,
AVULUS.
They needed to bring the Sniper, and they did, and then they cleaned that up.
Oh, but 7? Lion should
interesting
get this.
situation. There's, I mean, you can't lose this as Lion. It's not possible. So Eki will get this.
Reel him in.
And they'll even kill him too, for good measure.
Yeah, there's no chance that works.
1 for 1 on the Wisdoms.
They did force the TP of the Sniper, though, and Copy thought about it. Decides not to go for the kill in the end.
I might have not been able to get that Sonic Wave kill, considering Soneko might have dodged some of the damage with the dive and also has a Healing Lotus. Instead, Copy will get a nice little bottle refill from Fly returning from the grave. Still relatively calm early game, but we are starting to see AVULUS getting a little bit more out of the lanes in terms of just raw CS now, but the net worths are more or less dead even. This is probably the closest. I mean, look at them.
Yeah.
Just every hero and their counterpart within just 200 of each other minute 8, and the supports aren't rich in any way either, so just dead even copy. 8-minute rune again. Compared to just like the 6-minute rune. This one will be top though, but this time Stormstormer is there for the top one. So again, Nouns don't get the rune. Roar.
1-2 him down bottom.
That's
and the hookling connection. Nice.
Overwhelming with the 4-hero rotation using the Roar plus the Yuma. Morphling connecting, and he'll head straight back up top to farm again.
I mean, this is the cost of bringing all those heroes mid, is that your safe lane is completely abandoned. So can they get some substantial damage onto this tower? Eki in an interesting position with this ward. They have wards on either side. One of them I think got taken out, so Copy feels safe. Unfortunately, he is not. Assassinate out and dead.
Very nice kill. Should give them the tower here too. Wave is coming in.
The easy plink down means that eventually Stormstormer claims the tower for himself. In the meantime, Gunnar begins to work on his stacks as another round of them is made in the Ancients. So, I mean, if Gunnar can clear these all by himself, this is a really great start for the Beast.
Yeah.
Look at those
and
stats.
he can. He just needs a little bit of time. This is just a matter of not getting intercepted while doing it. It gets easier and easier as you build up the wild access stacks on them. So, in the meantime, he's also taking care of the tower CS here, so getting a ton out of this.
Oh, yeah.
The next axis will give him level 7, and then he will clean up the rest with level 4 axis. We're going to keep an eye on this here.
This is big, though. A smoke moving in this direction can really throw things off a little bit here. They will see that the stacks are beginning to be taken. They don't know about the Beastmaster doing the other ones. They don't even know that those exist yet. Snako starts to hit onto it. Lelis is there, and Sonic Wave! Snako dead.
Yeah, that'll protect the stacks. Well, Sniper did get a decent chunk of them with Shrapnel, actually, but the Ancients remain under Nouns' control, and Gunnar is starting to finish off on the other side here. It's now level 8 on the Beastmaster. Finger of Death Assassinate, and it's during the finger timing, so he will get the stack. That was quite close, actually, to the finger expiring, I think, but worked out.
Copy tries to build into the Dagon. Very, very slow game so far. 10 minutes in, 3-3. Very much a farm battle at the moment. They do have 2 components of the Aghanim Scepter done on Gunnar, and now Lelis stepping forward, immediately taken down by Smiling Knight. No Bushwhack coming out. Axes trying to build up stacks of it. Gunnar stepping forward. Fly will not get hit by the Gorgon's Grasp. Eki is there. And Copy taking some damage. Will have Blink back up in a few. 1 second away and jumps out just in time. They do end up finding a Roar, buying some extra movement. Zibe moves in with the ulti. But in the end, doesn't look like there's any meaningful kills at this point.
This is a pretty big rotation for AVULUS, but they do get the tower.
Ooh.
So it should be well worth it.
Can they take this away, though? Only 1 shrapnel, but an important moment as Gunnar tries to clean these ones up. See how many they can steal away. Smiling Knight is right out there. Fly moving in. Send in those illusions. Deluge, Stormstormer. And I mean, it's a lot of stacks there onto the Sniper. Good damage out, but they get most of them on Beast.
Time for another power rune. Copy, once again, does not get it. It's bottom. And he was losing it top to Zibe anyway, so this is going to be an Invis rune for Stormstormer, but like you said, very, very even. Seems to be very much just a matter of... This game is played in the dire triangle.
Yeah.
The whole game, it feels like everything has happened over here, and for the most part, Nouns haven't bled out too much and been able to get the majority of their stacks. And this is going to result in a very fast Drums of Slom on the Beastmaster. So this is, I want to say, the 3rd or 4th Beastmaster game we cast together, and I want to say it's an even split now between Drums and the Helm of the Overlord.
Right.
Maybe we've actually had 5 or 6 now that I think about it. Probably more Overlord games than Drums, but Wonder what guides that judgment here, that he thinks Drums of Slom is the right choice. Considering you're playing into a pretty greedy lineup with Medusa, Sniper, and Underlord, I think a lot of players would be gravitating in the opposite direction to try to take map control and take space away from them, rather than play the I am going to be greedy for myself kind of strategy.
Underlord moving in. Gonna try and defend this one. She does fairly easily.
Yeah.
And with the mech done, immediately going into the pipe, not valuing the Dispel as much in this instance and just having that magic resistance, which will be really nice for when Beastmaster comes in.
Yeah, I think Greaves aren't really that valuable here. I think maybe he won't even get them necessarily after the pipe. He might go for some other value item.
Oh?
I feel like there was potentially a case to be made in this game for even going Atos with the limited catcher lineup has, but considering that he's going double aura first, probably not going to consider that at all as his next choice.
Fly
Time for Wisdoms, double for the side of Nouns. That's pretty big.
Oh yeah. Very, very nice. They will be giving up a tier 1 tower, it looks like, and not able to make a move for another one in turn. So AVULUS getting more out around the map, it feels like, in terms of objectives, and have a slight lead, but maybe going to try and put a stop to that here. You got Dagon done on Queen of Pain.
Dagon Drums of Slom is definitely a strong timing. Morph is close to the Manta as well, but you got to look at the other side as well. You're fighting into Mech, a Manta, Medusa. I mean, the team fight from the Radiant is really strong as long as the fight is contained.
Right.
So much of it comes down to organizing your Song of the Siren setups correctly. If AVULUS pop all their stuff and you can disengage, re-engage, and then have your second volley of spells with like the Dagon, Sonic Wave, and everything, I think you're pretty favored. But if anything goes wrong, and especially if Fly gets caught first and AVULUS build a fight from it, it could be bad. However, speaking of caught, it will be Stormstormer, and there will be no time to react here. They have plenty of bursts between these two.
Held the Sonic Wave too, which is really nice for Copy. Can make that happen in the next moment if they want. But it's going to be pressure onto tier 1 mid with a catapult here. AA had said the 25-minute mark was going to be a big moment for them, but this timing feels like it's what they were looking for in a lot of ways.
Yeah, Gunner is here as well, showing off his drums and then backing out. He'll take the tower with a boar somehow in the middle of all of that. And then back to the triangle, baby. This is where Dota's played for Nouns. AA is like, I'm a little bit worried. Our lineup is kind of greedy, but we know what we need to do. We need to play in the triangle.
Just get mega greedy.
We will build ourselves a second home in the triangle, and we will nurse it, and it will be stolen away by Smiling Knight's Medusa, but it's fine, as we get the Ancients, maybe. Yeah, got most of them anyway.
Yeah.
Gunner. What a weird game.
It is very strange.
They're stacking the triangle, AVULUS invade, they give them some of it, but not all of it, and they're like, yeah, this is okay. And then they farm some more.
Now they move on to Gunner. He is Gorgonly grasped, and then he walks away.
Ah, yes, my favorite adjective. Wait, that's an adverbial. Why didn't you correct me?
Because I don't speak English.
Oh, that's fair. Understandable.
It's not something I do. Good vision in this area from AVULUS. Just like locking down all of it. And if Nouns want to play here, they're going to have the advantage on the Radiant side. My goodness.
So anyway.
Yeah?
How about that triangle, though?
It is just where they want to be at. There's a lot of Diffusal Blades being built up in this game, too.
Yep.
Got Morphling trying to eye one up, the Medusa. And into the pit they're going to go. They roar Roche to get those stacks up. Look, he got
If there
20
is
stacks
any
of
indication,
slob.
if you had any doubt in your mind what type of game this was, and you just tuned in,
yeah,
they are roaring Roche for a reason. Okay. All right, this is going to be a really nice Aegis for Gunnar. It's going to protect him when he's farming the triangle here.
And they think
in case he
roar
gets
still.
ganked.
So a scary time, I am sure.
Looking to put some pressure on the bot tier 1 with this, probably. We'll see if AVULUS want to respond.
With a very even game, 18 minutes in, it does sort of beg the question, if you're not out-greeting the other team, do you need to outfight them? I mean, it seems like both teams probably feel confident going into the later stages. At the very least, we know that Nouns do. So maybe they're not under pressure.
Do you have any doubts that AVULUS are also comfortable with how they've been playing so far?
Not at all. That's what's really weird about this game. Like, I think both teams just feel good about what's happening. They're just hitting creeps. They're having the time of their lives.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah?
I'm vibing.
Hanging out, having a good time.
I'm, okay, they made I think it's time to look at the stack counter to really get an idea of who's ahead in this game, because it's the only metric that shows anything of what has happened is who stacked more camps. All right.
Oh my god.
A landslide victory for Nouns with 21 stacks in 19 minutes.
This is the real kill counter here,
To
honestly.
the 17 of AVULUS. I mean, it is.
3 to 4 kills, 17 to 21 stacks.
Now, that doesn't account for how many of them were stolen, because it
True.
feels like AVULUS did invade and take some of them away. So probably all in all kind of even, actually.
We're kind of even again.
Yeah.
Very good.
All right, AVULUS are going to smoke. They're looking for an opportunity to maybe catch the Morphling off guard with the Lion Hex.
How many more metrics do you think we can be even with? We're even. Oh, look, Dota Plus win probability,
Yeah.
very even there.
Oh, 57% is pretty good. That's a very good pub win rate to have. If you play a lot of games, that's how you climb.
That's right. Each team has 5 players. That's very even.
Yeah, that's true. Both teams have 1 mech.
Right. They're going to have 1 pipe apiece.
Who's buying the pipe on Nouns? Is Beast?
Oh,
yeah,
look
okay.
at
So
that.
yeah, they're close to. Okay, smoke. Both teams are smoked.
Hero damage for these carries. 3.8k.
Yeah, he's more than doubling him up, so they must be ahead.
But they're losing because that's not about, like, net worth.
Yeah, how much damage have they done to creeps? Can we bring that one up?
I don't think so. That's not a thing.
I don't actually know if you can even track that in the game.
Fantasy points. Oh, I like that. Gunner's ahead. He's gonna get me the win in this league.
Okay.
Jump in, roar, copy, ready, roar, Dagon, bursted. No, it's done. Copy is dead for the Phoenix. Fly did have song.
Yeah, I thought he was going to sing instantly there. All right,
Oh my
Stormstormer
God, no,
keeps...
fly, not like this. Ugh, that's not great.
Okay. Well, that was not an even exchange, because one team lost a support and the other lost a support.
But it's
and
5 to 5. So it's even.
What, sorry?
It's 5 to 5. So
Oh,
it's
that's true.
even.
That's pretty even, yeah.
Yeah.
And now it's 21 minutes, 21 seconds, so that's also even. It's no longer even. It was the best second of the game, though. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's my favorite moment.
What's your favorite
I can't wait for 22-22. It's only 50 seconds away, and I'm already...
You're waiting.
I'm getting all warm and fuzzy at the thought of it saying 22-22 up there soon. Gunnar goes through the gate, but not for the reason most people go through the gate. It is not to gank.
He's killing creeps.
He is finding himself a new triangle.
That's
and it's
right.
one you didn't know existed, but this is the Bermuda Triangle. He's going to disappear down here farming, and people will wonder, where did Gunnar go?
Are there going to be conspiracy theories about Gunnar? You know, I heard he's actually Lul.
He's what? Sorry?
Lo. The Chinese carry player.
Oh, Lo. Oh.
He looks a lot like him.
I see.
This smoke up right now is going to be huge. You know why? Because it's 22-22.
Oh, yeah, baby. There it is.
Oh, let's go.
Man, somebody pause.
That's sick.
All right.
That was really good.
Another minute.
It'll be 23-23, okay? We can celebrate that for quite a while in this game.
Amplify.
The problem is we might get past 59-59, and then the moment's gone.
We have to wait a really long time then.
And we can't celebrate anymore.
It's okay. We'll always have 22-22.
Yeah.
Gunner TP's out.
Never forget.
Oh, no, he wasn't. He was channeling. Dangerous. Hexed. Gunner gonna go
nice
down.
timing, right as the Aegis expires.
Yikes.
I mean, they were going to kill them twice because there was nobody around anyway, but...
True.
Okay. All right. So, as we are looking at a 3K gold lead, we're only 10 seconds away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes! Very good. Let's go.
There it is.
That's the good
There's
stuff.
a pike on Sniper.
Okay.
It's good for him. It allows him to hit creeps from further away. So he can farm a little bit more efficiently, as Medusa is clearly the big breadwinner of this game. She's just farming faster than anyone, which is to be expected because she is the best farming hero in the game. In this particular game, that is.
Okay, good.
And AVULUS are building themselves, step by step, a bigger and bigger advantage.
They have Disperser, Smiling Knight, which is pretty sick. I'm going in for Scotty next. No butterflies here.
Okay, pushing the tower. Nouns, they are in position to try to fight back here if they want to, but statistically speaking, the number of roars used on heroes and creeps are even.
Yes.
We'll see if we can push them over the limit here with Aurora and Dusa. It does not look like they're particularly interested in taking this fight. They have the heroes around, but kind of just enjoying the view from the high ground, and I can appreciate that. Sometimes you just need a good vista. That's right. To watch as your buildings fall.
You know, we missed 24-24.
Oh my god.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, what happened during 24-24?
I mean, the same thing as 23.
Okay.
But when I was at Times Square for the ball drop, we let time go by faster by like doing little scratch it tickets.
Okay.
And we did 1 an hour. And I feel like it's kind of like this, you know? You're just like, you're scratching for the lottery. At 25-25, we might win $1 million here.
Okay. I was about to ask what's the potential grand prize here.
$1 million.
If there's $1 million on the line every minute, I will watch with bated breath. Okay, I am going to. My eyes are glued to the screen right now.
That's right.
All right.
I have
Next scratcher in 5 seconds.
Double
you have to tell me if I won, okay?
All right, I'm ready.
All right.
Oh my God, you won!
What?
You won $1 million!
From who?
From Gaben.
Oh, sick. I'm going to email him right away.
Yeah, it's a special Crimson. It's coming up soon. Check your...
Oh my goodness. A $1 million Dota item?
That's crazy. As we're going to see the Tormentor go down here.
Heck, he gets a shard. And he actually has the monitoring facet. He didn't take the Fist of Death.
Yeah.
He took the Essence Eater. We missed, wait, we didn't miss anything. Wow, I'm getting ahead of myself. Time flies when you're having fun. I thought we already missed another minute, but we didn't.
No, that's where you won the $1 million.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm having so much fun. I'm just thinking about what I'm going to use Gaben, like 0.01% of Gaben's net worth on today.
That'll be nice.
Yeah, that's going to be sick. All right, 10 seconds, Gabe.
I'm ready. Is it going to be if I win? Can I win this time?
I think we're checking yours.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right.
It's time.
Oh my god, that's unlucky.
What happened?
You won yourself 1 minute of farming.
Oh, okay. That's good, though, at least. I mean, we can enjoy that also.
Yeah.
It's not as good as $1 million, but just barely.
Depends how fast you farm.
That's true.
If you have a really big farm, you could probably farm $1 million in 1 minute.
If you had to farm one crop, what would it be? Well, what crop would you want?
I would plant money trees.
Okay. Yeah. It's the perfect place for shade.
Okay, bottom tier 2, taking significant damage. There is the siege creep, but they are leaving it behind.
Double ward placed. Rarely seen, but much appreciated by the tier 2 down there. That's a nice one. This is a really important spot for Nouns right here.
Mm-hmm.
So is this one for AVULUS.
They're taking Roche.
It's happening.
Gunner, you can't let them do it. You got to show them who's boss with the roar.
They have Roche's banner now, too.
Yeah. Okay, I can't help but feel like...
Nothing has happened in like 10 minutes.
I can't help but feel like that either, but... It does feel like AVULUS are just gaining more out of this. When you're playing Medusa Sniper and your late game supports are Lion Phoenix and everybody is just farming, do Nouns actually have the solutions for these two artillery heroes? Like, Morphling ideally wants to fight right now. Maybe he will.
Wait, hold. Okay, they're getting out. Yeah, they're running away.
I got excited for a second.
Maybe Smiling Knight if they step too far forward.
Okay.
They see him. They see him.
Yep, he has Aegis though. They can't kill him twice. And that's the thing about their lineup, right? You want, with Morphling, I feel like you want to hit the timing where you have these, like basically these exact items. I think Yuma really wants to fight, and the problem for Nouns is finding an angle where you jump someone that isn't Medusa and that you can actually kill. I think Underlord is not a target, so you want to find Lion, you want to find Phoenix, or especially if you could somehow find Sniper. But they feel like AVULUS got too good of a position on them.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Double A in the coach interview said if they make it past 25 minutes, they're feeling good about the game.
Yep.
And that happened. So they're feeling good about the game on Nouns right now.
All right. We missed a couple of minutes, by the way.
I'm okay with this.
All right.
I think we can catch back up here again soon.
That's the good thing about Scratchers. You can just do multiple at a time.
That's right.
Save them for later.
We got to find new prizes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, after I won the grand prize, there isn't really much left to,
yeah, we
dream of anymore,
blew
right?
a wad a little early there, didn't we? It's okay,
Yuma
though.
gets to hit the tier 2 tower bottom, so it looks to be a tower trade. AVULUS take tier 2 mid, and they are going high ground.
Oh,
Smiling Knight with
Look
the
at
banner.
It's in front.
He is hitting the tower.
Whatever will I do with you? Lelis ready. There it is, the bushwhack to start. More to come. They do not have Crimson Guard yet, but Gunner is building towards it, which means this tower is vulnerable. Yuma steps forward, takes out the banner, they kill the creeps, and now the counter glyph. Nouns are going to have to throw out some damage here. They miss on the pit, and Smiling Knight will stand on the pit. And now hit the racks. The racks have fallen, Synderin, and they're walking away.
Right.
Copy has the wave mid.
A very successful strategic siege from AVULUS.
A chase?
And Nouns did not see it coming and did not have the solutions there.
That's true.
But fortunately, AVULUS will back off, and Yuma has found the triangle. Together with Copy, though, they're fighting over it. That's not great.
Okay.
The efficiency is not ideal. It's not maximum.
Yuma. Oh, sorry. I thought he was going to do something there. My bad. As Stormstormer and Seneko are just getting right on at it. Copy underneath a ward. Medusa has Butterfly. It looks like they're going to run down the top lane and try and hit the buildings.
Yep. Well, Nouns didn't defend the last one, really. They destroyed the banner, but lost their range strikes. Let's see what they do about this one. Now there's going to be a sniper BKB to contend with as well, so Stormstorm is going to be a much more difficult target than before.
Bushwhack.
And in comes Smiling Knight.
He is very serious.
In the mid lane, Zibe is pushing out and forcing Gunner's pipe to protect the wave mid.
Smiling Knight continues to hit the racks. I'm looking at his face right now. He is very serious. Serious gamer. Out of mana. Waiting to die. Fly is dead. Smiling Knight is on a killing spree. Smiling Knight actually smiling now. 7-5. The other Rax is also dead. 45 seconds. They need to wait a little bit longer here.
Okay, I've cast a lot of Dota, okay?
Yeah.
I've cast a lot of games.
Yes.
I cannot remember watching a game like this.
No,
it must have been years or I would remember it. This is bizarre. It almost feels like I'm watching a parody of a Dota game. This is OpenAI
yes.
against OpenAI.
Another glyph.
It's like they're learning. They're figuring something out here.
They're looking
second lane.
Back line. Medusa continues to hit the racks. And they are going to walk away from this one. This is...
Bro, what is happening? Okay, I'm losing my mind. I'm actually so confused.
They got Greaves now.
They just got 2 lanes of barracks, and the only hero that was killed was a Naga that was casting Reel in. Bro, do something! What?
Oh, that tickled me. Oh, that was a good.
I actually can't, man. What?
It's okay. You know what? It's okay. It's all going to be saved. Coming up now, look at the timer, Cinder.
Oh, boy.
33-33. 7-5 at 33-33. It's time to run down another lane. Oh, baby.
All right. Well, they could wait for the next Roche. 2 minutes for the early respawn for AVULUS. If they want to wait for it. I wonder what timing Nouns are waiting for. Like, I just need this one more item. Okay.
I mean, in all seriousness, they are getting closer to an MKB for Yuma, which will allow them to hit. Copy. Oh, they miss.
Oh my god, that is the best reaction. I love it.
Okay. 11,000.
Oh my god, it's so good. Oh, they missed. All right. Well, all right, 94%. They're almost all the way to the finish line here. AVULUS, have they done it? Have they set a world record?
Looking. They find him. Lelis caught, Hex killed. Brought down.
Okay. Well, that's good.
All right, they have MKB on Morphling now.
Yeah.
I think they hit their timing.
Okay.
Whew.
I'm ready. Just tell me when.
They see Morphling now.
Yeah. That's a D-ward from Soneko, so no vision here for Nouns.
True. AVULUS holding the high ground and really controlling the tempo of the game.
I feel like both teams have controlled it together.
There's not a lot of damage done.
There's something beautiful about a Dota truce. Unfortunately, the buildings are not involved in this truce.
No, the buildings are falling
Smiling
again.
No Aegis.
Roar!
He's roared!
Got him! Yuma on top of him. Do they have the damage to kill off this Medusa? They're hitting hard, but they're hardly hitting because Medusa is very strong. The egg is out smiling. Knight stands tall. That is GG called. Cinder, and it was all for that.
Wow. What a game. What a game. I've watched a lot of games, and in my time as a commentator, this is one of the games I have watched.
Yes.
One of the games of all time.
Wow.
Truly spectacular stuff. AVULUS win the game 11-5 with Megas.
Yes.
I don't know if I've ever seen that in my entire life.
No. Not really me either. I'm going to be honest with you.
Absolutely incredible stuff. What can you say? I can't wait for the next game. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what they're going to bring here, what new ideas, how the teams are going to adapt to each other.
Yeah.
And really figure it out. But wow, this is going to be a crazy one for the panel to break down. I don't know which highlight they're going to be focusing on.
Let's head on into there and talk about the panel. Great job, guys.
Great job to us, yes. Great job for being able to sit through that one. Oh my gosh.
It was starting with the highlights, by the way. That's how fun it was.
I don't know what I just watched. And you know what? I do my notes. I'm trying hard, And I wrote down what Double A said during the coach interview. He's like, he said Quap is going to crush this game, and he was only a bit worried about the first 20 minutes, but if we survive that, we should be fine. And then he said 20 to 25 minutes, so he gave himself an extra 5-minute time. They did not do anything.
Yeah, no, they didn't. That 5th kill, by the way, for Nouns was like 21 minutes into the game, so...
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ended at 32 or so, or 35, something like that.
First of all, I think the interview was a bit skewed perspective. The read was a bit wrong there. And for AVULUS, like, their heroes are meant to scale, right? You have a Morphling that against Sniper and Medusa, you can't outscale both of them. The Quap can't really kill Medusa in the late game, so you have to try to threaten the map early. Beastmaster takes early Aegis, so you're meant to utilize that early. Hoodwink wants to play with the Beastmaster to fight early, but at no point did I see the Queen or the Beast or the Hoodwink want to fight early. Credit Phoenix, Underlord, Sniper, they're scary to run at,
Yeah.
They are scary to run into, but, I've done a lot of waiting rooms in my time. I've literally watched paint dry. I've watched paint dry for 13 hours in a day, and that was more enjoyable than watching that game. I've literally watched paint dry. Please, Nouns, do something next game. That was awful.
I have to commend them, like...
What? How?
I truly do. With all that's happening in the world and in Dota, they took the path of pacifism. Like,
True, yeah.
It is commendable after all.
Straight to the lower bracket. That's what's going to help.
I'm not sure. I hope they... I don't want to go too hard, but I hope they find their initiate button in this... next game, because they need to start initiating some fights. That was pretty rough.
So what would be the reason why they didn't feel like they could initiate?
They did once in this game.
Yeah.
Like the worst part is, like, usually we all watch the games in the green room on a big screen. This time around, I wanted to do a telestrator, so I sat my ass right in front of the PC, and I'm watching. Nothing's happening.
For the right moment.
Literally nothing is happening. I see Tiga with like a peripherally, he's moving past, like literally nothing is happening. There was one moment. Copy jumps in on the mid lane around the tier 2. Like, he gets one kill, he gets hexed, he dies. Fly uses Song too late. And then Fly dies as well.
That was the last time Nouns got a kill. I have it here on my tablet.
It's this one. Here we go.
Let's go. Oh.
This is it. That was the last kill for Nouns in this game.
Do you think that there is something about this sequence of events that breaks a person?
Yes, and I actually think, as much as we're memeing, this is the type of fight that stops Nouns from wanting to be aggressive, right? They look for a fight, and at any time, Underlord can TP in, Phoenix can egg or Sunray to turn around, and then Medusa is hard to kill. And if you're not going on Sniper, Sniper's also throwing shrapnels. So I can see why Nouns were afraid. Lots of defensive tools, but the fact that they weren't able to make one good smoke, one good move, like, that's the baffling part. I know that you should respect your opponent's draft, but like, they gave it so much respect, they didn't do anything until they exploded.
I'll just give one benefit to the Sniper pick.
Yeah.
Versus Naga, you get that long-range mini-stun.
Sure, assassinate, yeah.
So that's something that prevented them from being overly aggressive at all. It prevented them from doing anything, because they were, okay, we can't rely on Fly's reset in the song, so we have to take things slowly. And yeah, slowly they did take it.
Well, AVULUS did, yes, but not Nouns. I will say that if you're this far behind for Nouns, or rather this incapable of making moves, at some point, pivotal point in the game could be, potentially, to change the tides, Roshan. Why didn't they set themselves up better for a Roshan fight? They had a lot of time to do so.
They had the 20-minute Roshan. They killed their Quap trying to use it, because Beast had it, and then they just didn't get the next one. And at that point, I feel like AVULUS' draft is meant to take a little bit of time to come online, and 30-40 minutes into the game, in a normal competitive game of fighting, that's when they take over. But the fact that Nouns allowed them to free farm for pretty much the entire game, they basically dragged the late game from 40 minutes all the way down to 25 minutes.
What makes this whole situation even more ridiculous is that you are playing into Medusa Sniper. Like,
core, yes.
Two cores that you always want to dominate in the early game. Like, these are the cores that you want to crush as soon as possible, because what's a Sniper going to do? Like, he's not very mobile. Medusa as well. Sure, she's tankier, but you don't want to allow them to scale. I just want to actually imagine or get to know what Stormer was thinking in this game as a sniper. He's like,
they're not doing anything.
Are they just gonna let me far?
We do know what happened because Synderen in the cast said that he bought Hurricane Pike to farm quicker.
Yeah, he
because
did.
the more range. We know why. They spoke about it already. But maybe that's unironically, maybe that's the answer to Naga Siren. Just pick multiple cores that want to scale and be big physical damage dealers. It's like, please, if you want to fight disengage, well, we don't care because we're just going to keep farming whilst you're hoping for that one big fight where you jump on us. Well, that's not going to happen. So it's a cool concept to deal with Naga, but again, baffling. In all my time, it's been so long since I've seen a game like this, and I hope to never see
You've seen a game like this before?
I mean, I've cast a lot of Div 2, Div 1 DPC.
Yeah.
Like there's sometimes it happens in a Div 2 game back in the day of DPC, but in Tier 1 Dota type stuff?
Well, there's different opinions to what tier we're watching anyway at the moment, but the one thing is very clear. Game 1, AVULUS won that game. Regardless of what style they did it at, they are one game up in this upper bracket. And another thing to keep in mind is that Game 2 cannot be worse than Game 1. So if you want to watch some... hopefully more active
They could have
Dota.
0 kills, Shiva. They could have 0 kills. It could get worse.
Make sure you
You've
stick
jinxed it.
around for game number 2. You know how we're feeling after game 1 like that? It's like game 2 should be better, but I'm wondering, how do the players feel after a game like that? Because Lizard, that can't... Okay, when we're very difficult, put yourself in Nouns' shoes. You have to call GG, because you couldn't kill the Medusa, the one fight you took. What do you talk about? What do you do? Where do you go?
This is very depressing. But yeah, I don't know. Like in that situation, if I put all the memes aside, I feel like you chuck it up to the Medusa, you blame it on the hero, you blame it that there wasn't really much that you could do into it. Like sometimes, long time ago, if you guys remember, there was a patch. There was a Medusa patch in which games were literally like this. She'd get 22-minute Manta plus Butterfly, take ages, and the game was over. You just couldn't even put up a fight. I think there was something that brought Nouns back into that patch, and they didn't realize that, hey, we have a very big Beastmaster. Like our co-op has BKB Dagon. Maybe we can jump someone, kill some supports at least, make stuff happen on the map. They just need to shake this one off, go in with a fresh mindset, and start playing some Dota.
Yeah, I also feel like, so far in their run at PGL Wallachia, they haven't had to play Naga Siren on both first and second pick. They have sometimes banned it out. Like even against themselves, when they had first pick, they'd ban it out. So I don't think they've been a Naga Siren team. And then in this game, it's like they get, draft progresses, it's suddenly second phase. We're talking, oh wait, Naga's still available. Why aren't they going for it? Well, clearly they just haven't wanted to play it so far. And I just don't think they were a very good Naga team.
That's the weird. Maybe they're not as a team, but that's so weird because I played with him like in the pubs. Like he was crushing with the Naga. Like a couple of games.
Sure, but it's an entire team game.
Yeah, but it is exactly. Naga is not as easy to play as some other fives. You have to know what you're doing. There's a lot of map pressure, a lot of map that you're taking away as well with the illusions. But you know what? I think that last game is best forgotten. Let's go to the fresh new draft.
All
right, guys.
We do a fresh new draft.
We're playing a best of 2. If AVULUS win game 1, we just both say they play the second one, but it's now a best of 2.
Yeah, let's go with that. I will say that in terms of what was banned in the previous, or what was banned now that was played in the previous game, I think that's only the Phoenix coming out there. We do have a little bit of a change up on the bans. We have the Nyx Assassin ban to protect that Enchantress a little bit, as AVULUS first phase picks Enchantress. This was one of the heroes that they first phase banned in the previous game. And we got Nouns going for the Clockwork. That was surprisingly ignored in the previous game, but is still very strong.
Like in the second phase?
Nope.
Am I wrong?
No,
fully ignored.
No, fully ignored.
I actually thought that was okay.
That could have been a better variation though. If you go for like Beast with Hoodwink and a Clockwork, that's some fight. That's some exploration on the map. So I think fundamentally the previous game they just blundered on the Naga pick. This time around, they're not caring about it so far. They picked up the Clockwork. Clockwork of Zench, both aggressive, nothing too crazy, sets up for future picks. And AVULUS now go for the MOUZ ban. Will they aim towards banning Gunner again though? That's the question I'd like to see answered.
Well, will they aim to ban out, Sniper?
If you want to ban out Gunner, like you need to ban out a lot of heroes right now from the offlane. Instead, I feel like when you see Clock, you're thinking SF, you're thinking Luna. At the moment, these heroes are paired with him the most, so they get rid of what they believe is the strongest in the form of Luna. Clockwork as well, he shuts down a lot of carries. I feel like he doesn't necessarily solo shut them down, but it feels worse to play like something like an SF that doesn't want to buy a BKB early on. It feels worse playing into him. So maybe that's something that AVULUS doesn't even have to ban or worry about.
Well, Nouns is going for their ban into pick next. And they already obviously started very differently from previous game. But I do want to point out that that Beastmaster that they played previous game is still in the pool. He didn't have the best of lanes, but he had massive stacks that he was able to catch up with. Just didn't make a lot of moves with it in the end. But they'll go for Pango.
Yeah, they continue. Very stock standard for them. If you remember the Meepo game, they had the Pango on the offlane with the Diffusal. And that also is a pick that already sets them up for a bit of an easier game into a Medusa. Natural-born Diffusal builder, so not the worst laner into her as well.
No, decent lane, comfort. And that Meepo is, of course, something to have on your radar. Yeah, and I think especially with Nouns having overall last pick, I'm sure that AVULUS is aware of it, and if that option is still there, I hope that they are gonna ban it? I would imagine it's on their radar.
Yeah, it depends on how Nouns want to approach this phase of the draft. They're going to have to double pick their, a core and another support, utilizing the last pick in the entire draft. So if they want to use like a Meepo, for example, or a Sven, it will have to be ultimate last pick. So someone will have to sacrifice.
Yep.
I wouldn't mind just Alchemist Willow or there's not a lot of heroes that can be, or at least carry heroes that can be picked, and you're fine not seeing matchups, right? Like Luna's one of those heroes, Monkey King's one of those heroes, Alkins as well. There's not a lot of carries that really can be put in that position. I guess Gyrocopter as well, but we'll see if Nouns want to keep the Pango flex alive by locking in their carry early.
They go with the Dragonite. I'm not sure if this is locking in the carry early. It could be. It probably is. It's still flexible. Like you can lane in mid or safe lane. Most of the time it is safe. We see this gentleman on the camera, like he can definitely play the Dragonite.
I'd like to see it carry myself. They're doing the same. Okay, I don't mind it in the way that AVULUS is using Sniper for the draft, but I feel like when you're flexing Sniper, it should always be 90% mid and the I really need to put it support because there's a better mid available. Like that's how I see the flex rather than like a 50-50. And in this game now it's like DK carry doesn't care about late game Pango and Clock. You eventually get like SMY, you get BKB, you stand your ground. If Sniper goes to mid lane, Sniper can pressure the Pango there, so it forces the flex on Nouns.
They're really pushing with the win rate heroes, like 27% on DK. Sniper now has a bit more than 35 that he had in the last game.
Mad.
But some people have done some weird builds on DK. Like sometimes they've gone for Blink as a carry when they didn't need to.
40%.
I think that this game, however, even going for a Blink or something like that is completely justified on DK. Like if the Sniper is a core. If the Sniper is a core, I think it's fine.
Again, it depends. And there's the arc that I was mentioning. You just need to... There's only a handful of carries that have this draft advantage, and here it is. But again, to pair it,
I love the combo, by the way, between usually you don't like Clock with the melee core on position 1.
Without if
the Clock is... But yeah, with the Alchemist, it's pretty damn nice. Like you keep them in the cogs, it's solid.
Is it still, Alchemist could be put mid, and the Pango could be put off lane, and they can still go for Meepo?
I'm sure. I don't know when Cinderin wants to put on his headset, but if he's listening now, Alk loves to farm.
Yeah, he does.
So it kind of does fit the bill of the whole narrative of game 1.
I thought you were going to say it's an Alchemist game.
Yeah.
They get more than 5 kills when they got the Doctor.
Witch Doctor coming out. You know what? I was expecting a lot more Witch Doctor coming out, but this is only the 3rd one.
Yeah, it's a good way to answer heroes such as Dragonite, right? Like it always was. Casky isn't that bad into Enchantress too. Like your ward works really nicely into both of these, but of course, one of the main reasons is the Maledict. It just feels very nice into these heroes.
You farm well, you push well. Again, I'm surprised that we don't see the hero that much. Again, having an unreliable stun from your support can hurt you a bit because you have to rely on your cask hitting correctly. But with these laning setups, if Clocks are 4 and Witch Doctors are 5, there's kill potential everywhere. I'm expecting him to go for the Headhunter facet, which allows your cask to do more damage on each bounce. The Voodoo Festeration, which was the heal becomes damage, that fell off quite a lot because of a lot of different nerfs.
Wait, does he have 3? He has a third one.
He does, and he has Cleft Death, which is the his ult does split damage, which is fine once you get Aghanims, because it actually does a lot more damage when you have Aghs. The issue is you can't expect your 5 to have that. So.
Yeah, he might not be 5 though. He can be a 4 as well. Like if you were going.
I mean, he's probably going to be a 4, right? Because there's a Clockwork that normally is.
No, usually if you have these 2 5-ish kind of heroes, Clockwork takes the priority and he plays the 4. Basically, you can argue for both of them to be decent into these heroes that control units. Like Clockwork's Battery Assault, I'm not sure even how long ago, but it got buffed versus summons and whatnot, so it's stronger versus units that Enchantress and Bristle are bringing to the table. But probably at this point with the Beastmaster, you'd like it on that safe lane, right? Like you cover up the Alchemist a little bit, the Cask against the Boars as well is nice.
Yeah, and for AVULUS, there is a world where Sniper going to support, Witch Doctor steps up to be aggressive. You have to be careful there. If you're walking into double shrapnels with the Beastmaster, you can easily die, and that lane can be very volatile. So now they need to be wary that if it is Sniper support, lane isn't just simple as hit Maledict, get kills. There's going to be a little bit of back and forth between the two. But if Sniper is into mid lane, to try and beat out the Pangolier, because you'll just farm quite nicely.
I feel like that lane, if it's Beastmaster and Sniper, if they're going on Sniper, it's bad. If they're constantly going on Beastmaster, I feel like they have what it takes to kill him. The two of them from level 3, even through all the shrapnel, like you said, volatile. Kills are going to happen.
I guess also...
It's not going to be 10 kills minute 27.
That's hopeful.
We're talking about Maledict, but obviously Witchhunter can be played very defensive, where you get like 1 point in Maledict for the right clicks, and then you could put 2 points in heal. So it could be a world where they're expecting snipers to go support. They want a heal in the lane for Alk to farm. So rather than trying to be aggressive, it's just stand on the tower, have your voodoo running, keep healing, eat through the couple shrapnels, and then get them back up healthy. Because, you know, sniper without shrapnels, not the strongest. But
yeah, and one of the problems that Sniper is bringing to the game is once he uses those shrapnels, he kind of feels a bit weak until the cooldowns are back up.
It's a pretty long cooldown, yeah.
It's a pretty long cooldown, and there's a caveat as well. Like, you don't want one shrapnel. You want 2 of them to be
greedy,
able to... Yeah. I mean, you just want 2 of them to be able to make plays on your own, at least. But now they continue with... stock standard AVULUS drafting. Viper is something that they have picked for Stormer before. He enjoys ruining people's lives, and he's gonna probably get to do that with the Viper.
Yeah.
Does he do well against Pango in mid? If Pango goes mid, or would you rather put Pango on the offlane and pick a new mid?
You kind of need to put Pango into the offlane if you want it to be relatively active on the map. If you put it mid against Viper, you're waiting for a rotation or a rune or
I love the
level
Prophet
6.
ban, by the way. It made all the sense with the Viper pick. Like one of those heroes that can actually deal with the Viper. I'm trying to think what else is available here for Nouns.
For the mid lane?
Yeah, for the Viper. Usually you'd like to outrange him and stuff, but...
His current hero pool from Wallachia does not deal with Viper at all. So he's going to have to pick, I believe, a different hero to his current standard. But
yeah, the Sniper is taken away from you. The Prophet is banned. Storm, you don't want to pick, even if it was in the pool.
I think we've seen at least one Lina mid this game.
You could technically, if you want to sacrifice the lane, you go Primal and just play behind the tower, right? Like, you can just try and pick heroes that just ditch the lane fully.
I see a lot of smiles coming out. So that's a tinker.
Oh my golly gosh. Wait, is it a Stormer ting? No. Oh, it's a
What
copy.
is it?
Sorry, it's not of that.
Yeah.
Wrong
I
team.
misspoke. I mean, yeah, it's fine. Copy tinker?
I do that all the time.
Oh, it was picked once before, by the way. 100%
What, in the mid lane? Again, so we've forgotten about what mid tinker is about because, you know, support reign supreme, but mid tinker, it's about farming Arcane Blink, getting 18, constantly being annoying. So, sure. I mean, this is going to be... I mean, technically, again, for Cinderin, it could just be a lot of farm. Tinker loves to farm, Monk loves to farm.
Yeah, well, on the side of Nouns, yes. But surely AVULUS is going to be more active than last game.
On paper, they should be, but one problem that you have against this Tinker is you don't have 2 mobile heroes. Too many mobile heroes, that is. Like, you have this Dragonite that might buy a Blink together with Beastmaster.
Yep.
I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, but you need to hunt this Tinker before he becomes... I don't even know what he's going to be itemizing in exactly. Is he going full utility like Tinkers were doing from support, or is he going some Shivas and stuff?
I kind of like the idea of him maybe finding like a middle ground. Again, I have no idea what mid Tinkers buy because supports are doing everything, but I've seen offlane Tinkers and they still go for Greaves, Blink, some aura, they pump up someone, and that could be the game here. You have your mid Tinker, he buffs up the the carry Alchemist at 20 minutes. It's a lot of auras, everything on Alch. Again, I'm hoping that we see a new version of Tinker because we've only seen it support, but AVULUS, strong lanes. Sniper, Beastmaster, strong lane. Viper, strong lane.
Is there a chance that the Sniper goes for the normal shrapnel, the old shrapnel, so that you can get loads of vision so that the Tinker can't hide?
You can do that, but then you're ruining your lanes, basically. Yeah. You're ruining the performance with the Beastmaster and Beastmaster's lanes, so you probably don't want to do that. I don't know, Nouns, they've already surprised all of us with a Meepo pick. This time around, they're getting something extra, something new once again.
Again, quickly checking pubs. Some high MMR players are going for like Ags and Dagon and big explosive stuff from Tinker. So again, no idea. Let's see what he does on Tinker.
Let's see what he does, and let's see what Mag thinks about this draft.
Absolutely. Now, Mag, I am here with you, of course. You took quite some time coming out of that booth. Had a discussion with your team, perhaps? Maybe that Tinker, a little worrisome. What are you thinking going in?
I mean, of course, we're surprised about the hero, but we still focus on our game, how we want to execute our draft. I think we just put them not in the best situation during the draft, so it was hard for them to find an answer. But yes, I hope that this game will be a bit still like faster compared to the first one, and that we will see a bit more kills.
I would hope so. With a Viper and your sniper now, a very aggressive draft. Do you guys think that you'll be able to bring that aggression a little bit more than your last one? Because that took quite some time. Was that more from you guys or from them?
I think from both sides. Our draft was not allowing us to play that much aggressive, and yeah. But I can only say that last game we executed well on what we got. Like we got the idea like how to win, but yeah, this game it's a lot about, as you mentioned, like aggression. So let's see how we're gonna manage to have some advantage from laning stage.
Absolutely. Well, we do hope that we see an improvement from last game for all of our sakes. Let's go ahead and get into game 2 and see that action.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Yes, indeed, Synderen. I feel like we went through something together, and it's an impenetrable bond between us now.
I will never forget this day and this game we just witnessed.
But
there is a new game, and that
right.
one is arguably, I was going to say equally interesting, which would be an exceptional disservice to this one. So let's say this game is really interesting.
Yes.
Okay, let's instead of equally.
What's crazy about this too is we were watching the panel do their stuff, and you said Tinker. You said it after they picked Tinker. But but you thought about it earlier than that.
Right. So what I will say is, I was thinking to myself, the Viper matchup, this is probably something that Copy used to play Tinker against, and I was just thinking, I know this is like his best hero.
Yeah.
I know this was the hero that he used to spam in pubs and play a ton, and I was just thinking to myself, man, back in the day, Copy would have played Tinker this game. And he still will, apparently, even with the changes. We haven't seen very much core Tinker for a while. I think we've seen 1 or 2 teams try it in the last couple of months, but almost always this has been played as position 4 with his new kit with defense matrix and no longer having the heat-seeking missiles. But you can still play it core, and I'm very, very curious to see what Copy's going to do with it here. So that, for me, is definitely the hero to watch. And also, it kind of tells a story of how Nouns are going to try to approach this game, right? Like, they're identifying, okay, Viper mid is good against Copy's hero pool. We don't really have the best solutions left, but we can dig deep, find this Tinker. He will be able to do okay in lane, and then he will, hopefully for them, be able to slow down the aggression. This hero is very strong defensively. March of the Machines, defense matrix. You're trying to push towers. It's hard to break through. And in the meantime, Alchemist is farming.
Yeah.
So it makes sense thematically what they're trying to do with the hero. But yeah, let's see the execution. So far, so good for Nouns with the first blood, of course.
Right. Well, and the other thing that's going to be interesting that might not ever come into play, but I hope it does, is if Fly ever gets a Maledict off and then Tinker TPs in like either Dagon or Laser, that just sounds cool. Somebody's getting bursted open. One thing I do want to see is how well Gunnar does in this lane. We've seen some of the off-lane Pangos take the double jump as Stormstormer, very low, but not dead yet. He decided to take the Thunderbolt on the Pangolier. So opting for that style of play instead might make his laning stage a little tougher.
Yeah, it was the same thing that Amar did in his offlane Pango game that we just had. That was the game they lost, I believe. Not that those two are directly related or anything, but yeah, we've seen both versions from offlane Pango. I think the mid Pangos we've seen in this tournament have only taken Thunderbolt, so it seems there's a bit more room for variation in the offlane position. And yeah, it's a matter of what do you think is more important? Is it that little bit more laning prowess, or is it the big picture of the Thunderbolt is just going to be too good for team fights later on? And they appreciate the Thunderbolt here. I think it's the right choice as well, just thinking about how AVULUS' strategy is going to work. You heard from Coach Mag's interview that they want to play faster than last game, and he really hopes his team does that because it feels like the right way to approach this one.
Yeah.
So having Thunderbolt when those big fights or big pushes come in that AVULUS are likely to go for will be really, really valuable.
I also feel like on the side of Nouns, like just based upon their draft, take the Tinker out of it, all the rest of these heroes, you want to run at them, right? You want to roll in with Pango. You want to jump in with Clockwork. You want to make these fights happen. Azeki is going to take a stun to the face, a couple more punches coming from Fly, and he is down. Yuma actually manages to get that last hit, doesn't leave it over for Fly there. it feels like this is wanting to be a reset game for them because they can't have been happy with how that last game went. Like, even if they won, I don't think they'd be happy with the way that that game went.
I don't know. Winning can... Oh, winning's number one, man. Like,
That's
fair. I know what you're saying, though. I actually do agree. So yeah, forget it.
Great. You just gave up after the last
Now
game.
the question for me is, are AVULUS happy with the last game as well? Because, like, yeah, they won. You heard from Mag, he felt like our draft, we had to play slow, and they weren't really doing much either. I guess from AVULUS' perspective, there wasn't really much that could have gone better. You know, it was a pretty clean game. You didn't really lose any heroes. You did some good invasions on Ancients. You farmed your stuff. You played together. You got the Roach, and you ended. So, I guess they were pretty happy with it overall.
True. No, absolutely. I mean, I think as far as, like, it's rare that you see a plan completely come together in a Dota game. Like, just flawless execution. But that's basically what it was. And, you know, as we mentioned many times, a situation where the teams just had different ideas of what was good as Zibe gets hit by that Maledict, but don't know if it's going to be enough. Instead, Fly is going to be the one that goes down. Eki, another round of stuns coming out from Yuma as he tries to find himself a quick little hit onto this sniper man. Needs another punch, needs one more. Is he going for it? The Eagle.
Oh, that's greedy.
Oh, that one hurts.
It makes sense for the hero, but it does not make sense for the game.
Yeah.
And yeah, unfortunately, you could see what Yuma was trying to go for there with Fly with that attempt, but the Beastmaster was very fast there. Zippe was fast to back off to the right, and that meant that when the concoction connected, Witch Doctor was nowhere near. So they didn't really get any value out of the Maledict, except just the Maledict itself and one hit from the Witch Doctor. And Zippe was going to survive that. So they had to pivot, and yeah, you just saw the trade-offs come through with the sniper. So very good news there for AVULUS.
Lelis right now is level 2 on this Clockwork.
That's not much.
True. As Gunner is 5.
Let's hope for him that he gets a Wisdom Rune.
That's what I was just thinking about there.
Yeah. He's given a lot of XP to Gunner. Like, him almost being 6 on Pango is obviously great, but
yeah,
comes at the expense of the clock. This hero does need levels more so than many other supports, I would say, to really function. At least it needs to reach a certain point. Oh, they're diving in on Gunner. Big damage.
They got him there for a moment. In the meantime, Fly has to back away from the Wisdom Rune, and Lelis is there to pick his up.
I'm surprised they didn't pursue that a bit more. Like, really force him out. But, I mean, ultimately they did make him cast both his spells, so I guess job well done either way.
Glyphing this wave, trying to put extra pressure on it. Not level 6 yet for Smiling Knight on this DK. The Seneko is going to pop the heal, forced to play something other than Phoenix, and now throws out a stun, but Fly moves in. A great hit pushback, and a couple tower shots along with Lelis means it's good damage in on to Smiling Knight. But he is so freaking tanky on this DK.
Close. 59.
60. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, gotta get it right.
Not bad.
Not quite enough. Yeah, mid lane. Haven't touched upon it for a hot minute here, but Tinker's doing great. He's up by almost 1,000 against Stormstormer. Copy's just pushing out the waves with the March of the Machines, and then he's farming his hard camp as well.
Oh.
That's a very good Clockwork.
Gets the Maledict down on Stormstormer. Gunner a little bit off the mark with his driving. Will have damage reduction here on the Viper. And so they will not be able to have enough damage to take down that Viper.
Copy. Time to farm some stacks. This is a big part of what makes support Tinker so strong, is his ability to farm both lanes as well as jungle. Even played as a support, almost no supports can do this Ancient stack. And then you use your resources, you port back to base, you reset, come right back. Oh, he dropped the tier 1 token though, so Neiko's gonna see it. Yoink!
Yeah, that's frustrating. They also
and they get another one of their own. Wow. And they steal the rest of the stack. So yeah, that did not go great. Well, Tinker is capable, but he does generally need 2 volleys of spells, or 2 rounds of spells rather, when you're only when you're this early in.
It's a lot of couriers killed right now by Eki. 9 minutes. And the game feeling a little bit awkward at this stage. AVULUS making the move over. Can run at Fly if they feel so inclined, and immediately onto him with the TP boots, and, well, gets a good headhunter off, but there won't be anything after that.
Yeah, so something that's different about the mid-tinker here is Copy is going 4-4-0 by the looks of it. When you play support tinker, you either see 1-4-4 or sometimes even 0-4-4 if the laser is not good enough. Doesn't have the defense matrix, so when his teammates get jumped in the tower, he doesn't offer the defense that you'd usually see from the support tinker. And also, when you play core tinker, you generally take the translocator facet instead of the repair bots, so the March of the Machines also doesn't heal. So he doesn't really offer his teammates much until he's farmed. Like, this is a sponge right now. Tinker doesn't make moves. He defends and he farms for a while. And then he gets big, and then all of a sudden he can just reach critical mass and be insane. But it takes time. It's a very slow build-up. You're playing that together with Alk. This would be insanely greedy 5 years ago, this hero pairing. But so far, Nouns are kind of making it work, as long as they don't lose too many towers. Unfortunately for Copy, though, well, there's that translocator helping out.
And the headhunter, they run into the March of the Machines.
Great.
Wow.
Stormstormer is
dead. Eki is going to go down too.
What?
Whoa.
Oh, raindrop.
Oh, man.
Okay, it got ready again for the last pulse. Gunnar was trying to find it, but it wasn't successful. But still, they get 2 kills. They defend their tower.
And that shows that March of the Machines, when left unabated, will really rip through those heroes.
It does a ton of damage. You can't just run through this and tank it this early in the game and expect a good fight. And you combine it with Maledict, people just die.
Yeah.
So that was a good defensive play there for Nouns. Not only do they protect their tinker, they also defend the tower. And this is something we didn't talk about, but how much do you think AVULUS' players have played against core tinker recently?
Yeah, not much.
It genuinely... So the way Translocator works is that when if you have a defense matrix on yourself and it expires, you blink forward 350 range. It's not necessarily a straight line, but it's the general trajectory. So if people are trying to dive you in your tower, you have like a guaranteed mini blink, basically.
Right.
And that's what happened there. He got level 1 defense matrix at the perfect time. Without that there, he actually dies, I think. So opting not to go 4-4-0, but 3-4-1 kept him alive. So that worked out.
More stacks being made, and I thought that was Fly with 1 component of an Aghanim Scepter done, but that is not true. Does have his Gree gold working. It's Copy that is now going to have 2 components done.
Copy did go for the March of the Machines talent here.
Oh, interesting.
Because both level... I feel like both level 10 options are actually very good for core tinker. Mana cost reduction is insane. This hero is all about spamming your spells and sustaining. But he values that extra second of March more so than the overall efficiency increase for the rest of the game. Well,
Zibe,
let's see.
Going for the Helm of the Overlord. Has not... He has the Helm locked right now, though.
Oh my god, Yuma's getting so much gold here.
Yeah.
These are 2, I believe this is 2 basically triple stacks. He has the Radiance already. Lilith, nice cog pushback.
Level 6, and Seneko going down. So good space created right now. Nouns a slight lead, but it does feel like they're hitting the point where it's going to start ramping up.
Yeah, Seneko just drew a half circle under the bottom tier 1 tower. He's like, guys, maybe we should do something.
Maybe.
And they are going to. They will smoke up. They have their Helm of the Overlord on Zibe. He's pretty damn farmed on the Beastmaster. Highest on their team by far, as a matter of fact. We'll be joined by Stormstormer with the Boots of Travel. And it looks like Nouns are anticipating this play and just going to ignore it. Let them have the tower. This is too difficult to defend. The Tinker is going to be more focused around defending his mid-tier 1 and all the 2-2s. And I think it's the right call. I think you're playing against this lineup that is very, very strong right now on the side of AVULUS. If you can avoid them and it doesn't feel extremely grief with what you're losing, it's all right. You're progressing. You're getting what you need. Tinker needs more time. Alk needs more time. So just keep buying it.
Maybe he's trying to get
Yuma with
involved
the
right
haste.
now. Finds Eki.
He's cooked.
A nice little move in here will set up for an easy pickoff. Even under all this vision.
Yeah, he found the one angle that they didn't have dire vision in, coming in from the north, and then with the haste rune, there's obviously nothing Eki can do there.
Are they hunting down Zibe here? Seems like a kind of bold move. I don't think that's actually the play. Instead, they're going to try and defend this tier 1 tower mid with Copy, who will spam out, march the machines, and tower will live a little bit longer. 11 kills.
Yeah.
This was much later in the game when we got this last time around.
Last game we had 16.
Okay.
Right? It was 11 to 5, I think?
Sure.
I think so.
Gunner. Hitting building. Will Spirit Vessel himself up, and they're going to take this tower. Maybe an opportunity here. Zibe. Jump forward, Blink finds him. Can't really go for it. Just want to get him out of their jungle. Zibe goes in for the pipe, which is amazing value in this game.
Yeah, for sure, but it has to be put to use before it's too late. I'll get the mid tower here. Now it's not going to look to defend it. Copy has reached a really major breaking point for his hero. He got level 12, now he's 13. But level 12 allows you to start TPing on creeps, so you can push and farm way more efficiently. This is going to continue ramping him up. He's now got the Axe, so that upgrades his laser to the Shrink Ray. It bounces, it does more damage, reduces max health. And against tanky heroes like Dragon Knight and Beastmaster, this can very quickly add up over the course of a fight if you're not countered out. So I wonder what approach AVULUS... Okay, hang on. Suneko caught, Vesseled, and dead. Easy pick. I wonder what AVULUS are going to itemize to try to solve the Tinker problem. Because if they're just going to let Copy free farm like this and not gank him a single time except the one attempt they did mid, he's going to approach, you know, Aether Lens, Arcane Blink. Alright. Seems to be Nouns that are a little bit more aggressive this game overall.
Yeah.
A good change to see.
Definitely. And again, Copy, at this point, they don't really have great answers for him. We'll see a roll-up in the Thunder from Gunner as he heads away. So no real chance for a kill there as Witch Doctor is dying to the Mud Golem. And Chant take over another one. And another little window where we're dodging these fights, it looks like.
I'm really trying to think of what Dire does against Tinker with their items. And I know I'm talking so much about Tinker. There's still an Alchemist problem.
Yeah.
There's a Pangolier that's going to cause a ton of disruption, but he is the special hero of the game that was the overall last pick. That's a very unusually run hero. And usually the way you deal with Tinker late game is you get on top of him, you have some sort of silent stun combination, and you just kill him off 100 to 0 and don't let him reset. But the defensive line that he has and the types of heroes that AVULUS have, it's really difficult to think about, like, I guess Dragon Knight with the Blink plus... I mean, he can't kill him alone, though.
No.
So what's the follow-up going to be? You have a little bit of a support assassinate. Maybe DK and Viper get blinks and you just pile on him or something.
They have Blink on Beast.
It feels a little bit, yeah. Maybe Beast, DK together. They both have their blinks now.
I mean, the tough thing is that also with Defense Matrix, you're getting status resistance too.
And it's only going to become more in a moment, unless he takes the laser damage. Let's see what his 15 talent is. Both options are, or excuse me, it's the barrier. Level 20 is the increased status resist.
Ah, okay.
I'm assuming he takes the laser damage, but we'll see.
Yeah, goes so for it.
The Matrix barrier is good too. They're both really nice talents. Stormer. This is another item that can help you against the Tinker. We'll be going for the Mage Slayer on the Viper.
Does depend upon the idea that you can actually hit the Tinker, though. which
Yes.
I'm not convinced is going to happen the way that this game has been moving so far.
No, now that he's getting his Aether Lens, it gets a lot more difficult.
And have not seen any big moves to try and gank or slow down the farm. Yuma now with Blink BKB Radiance going into a Yasha. Stormstormer pushed back by the Cogs. Lelis with the battery assault can go for a TP out, or he can just keep shoving down this way and get away from Stormstormer. There are some pings. They think that he goes down, but Lelis is actually just going to farm out this hard camp right here.
Uh-oh.
Stormstormer spots him.
Could TP. He's fine.
Does force out the Lotus.
Yeah, I don't even know if he needed to do that. I think the stick might have cut it, but he lives.
Meanwhile, they're going in for the Tormentor. Yuma anticipating this, jumps forward, throws the stun out. A counter stun coming from Smiling Knight, and Zibe is just dead.
Abort. Jetpack for Lelis. Tinker loves vision.
True.
Jetpack. Clockwork will scale Rocket Flare on a level 11. Pretty unusual, by the way. This 440 plus talent before you get a single point in the rocket, but hasn't really needed it. But the more vision Tinker has, the easier it will be for him to ultimately use all of his items. Later down the line, he's going to have a Dagon, he's going to have maybe a Hex, and he just needs to constantly be fed information by his teammates of where he can stand and when he can cast his spells, and then he can hard carry fights.
You know, I'm not going to lie. There's some shades of last game in this game.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling it.
There's a couple of them.
Yep. All of them.
Shades of gray.
But the thing that's important about this game in comparison to the last one is that the teams have already experienced it, so now surely they will adapt.
True.
Smiling Knight has Aegis.
He's dead one time.
For free.
Zibe roars the Witch Doctor. The hook up. He's hooking up with him. Fly still dies. And now stunned on Alchemist. Meanwhile, the Shrink Ray throwing it out. Honey, I Shrunk the Viper as Zibe stunned. Gunner runs, broken, TP out.
Oh, a bit
Doesn't
too late
happen.
on it. Okay, AVULUS put their Aegis to relatively good use here, after all. It looked like Smiling Knight died for naught, but they get the Roar on the Witch Doctor. It was a nice attempt with the hookup save, but unfortunately for Lelis, he's not the one with the Force Staff. That is Witch Doctor himself, and he was obviously stunned, so couldn't reposition in time. Force out the Glyph, and that's probably going to be the end of this push, but it's something.
9-6 at 22 minutes. And AVULUS, content with what they got out of that Aegis, does beg the question, what happens on the next round? Can they afford, or rather get another Aegis for free? I do like this Nullifier pickup that we're seeing from DK, though. With all of these barriers that we're going to be seeing in this game, it's a good pick.
It's one of the best items against Tinker. Also because he can somewhat rely on not just the barriers, but also getting Force Staffed. Sometimes Tinker himself will buy it, especially if you play it as support. It's just, you need to remove utility effectively, and that's the best item at doing it in the game. And he's kind of close to it too.
All right, ready to go. Game back underway now. So we do hit 2-2-2-2. Love that one. The times we spent together. And a 3,000 gold lead.
In strength is victory.
So Cinderin.
Yeah.
You think that they're going to try and take this Tormentor?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I really do.
That's sick.
And I think they'll do it.
It's pretty cool.
Suneko.
Oh.
Well, he's gonna... All right. He watched Nightfall's replays and backed off.
Perfect.
Very good. Here
Jumps
comes
in.
Yuma. Zippe.
hook-shotting the creep as Zippe is going to go.
Okay, they were very confident that Zippe was here alone. Obviously, they have the ward, so they were just looking for collateral onto the little bit of zoo here.
Give me that creep. They got him caught in the cogs. Look at him. He's getting smaller. The shrink ray. He's so tiny.
Such a tiny little shaman.
Tiny shaman.
Oh, no.
Goodbye, shaman.
Well,
it sounded like your mom was here.
Got him. Copy now level 18, so now he can travel on teammates.
Also has the arcane blink.
Yep. Worth keeping in mind about the new Tinker, if you guys haven't seen this version of the hero, he's very different than he used to be. It's not just his skills, but when you rearm, you don't rearm your inventory. You only rearm your spells. However, your innate is that all inventory items you have lower cooldown up to a maximum of 60%, scaling with your int.
Okay.
And he's currently sitting at 44, so his Arcane Blink cooldown is 5 seconds. So he can't use it constantly like the old Tinker where we would just rearm blink. But the cooldown is still pretty damn short, and it will get shorter as he gets more int.
And gets the Arcane Rune.
And you can see now Copy will be opting for a BKB, the ultimate defensive item for Tinker. It protects your defense matrix. It protects you against the nullifier. Swan Knight trying to find him here, unsuccessful. They would really love to get a kill on the Tinker. It would even open them up to get racks, actually, if they were to find that, but Copy will not get caught.
Good blink out by Yuma. Not going to get caught there and ready for a second turnaround. Lelis is in on top of Stormstormer for staff. Keeps him away. Eki off to the side, punching Lelis in the face. Smiling Knight now finds Yuma. Tinker is in on this battle too, and Stormstormer going to be dead. They can find more here, though, as the Shrink Race battles start coming out. Smiling Knight has to walk away from this one.
Yeah. Too difficult. You already lost your mid. You don't have any control in this fight. You're not in any position to fight. If AVULUS wants to find a successful move, it has to come through a smoke where you ideally jump the backline, and of course Tinker is the grand prize, but Copy's done a very good job of not being accessible. He's currently sitting at 2-0-3. But if you can't find the Tinker, you need to find the Clockwork and the Witch Doctor and just roar one of them, kill them off, try to get the second one, and then build a fight that way. But yeah, as long as Nouns maintain good formation, they have good vision, and they are the ones applying the pressure, it is difficult for AVULUS to find the right approach into these fights.
I'm feeling like this Tinker is much stronger looking than I thought it was going to be. I mean, maybe it's again just the last pick nature of it, but like Copy is making this look really good.
He is incredibly good at this hero, so he will look extra good in good games.
Yeah.
For the hero, and this is one of them. There aren't many good mid Tinker games, to be fair, and something we've talked about in one of our previous casts some days ago is that I personally feel in Dota that every hero is good sometimes, like all of them. And some heroes are very rarely good, especially in the recent patch. At TI, there were like many heroes unpicked, and I do think some of them are harder and harder to pick because of new facets and whatnot, where other heroes just got way more love. But it's not just that this is a good Tinker game, you also need to identify it, right? That's the second part of it is, okay, first of all, it's a good hero. Secondly, do you get the idea? And then third, do you have someone who can play it? And Nouns tick all three boxes in this game, which is pretty rare, because if you go back and check through all the drafts of this tournament, there's probably like a handful of games where mid-Tinker could have maybe been good, but the other teams don't play it, or they don't even, it's not even on the radar, so we don't get to see it. Well, this one's definitely a good one.
And it makes me wonder if going forward also, even regardless of the outcome of this game, if we're going to start seeing mid-Tinker more often because of that identification factor, this puts it back on people's minds.
Potentially. At least against Nouns, it's something you have to consider because of the player, but also given the pace of this series so far, both game 1 and 2, what a dream hero when nothing is happening, you know? Like, just farm up a Storm, become a complete monster. You even have the... You're arguably, you know, going to get refunded your axe later by Alk, too. You know? It's nice and easy for Copy.
First pick it next game. Let's do it. So, smoked
Probably
up.
I would not advise that. That's not really where we're at.
Smoked up. Lelis runs in. Hello, hello. Now you're in the pain train. How's it feel? Stormer gone. They find the Tinker, though. They're onto him. Save the Tinker. It's not going to happen. Oh, no. And now, how badly does the rest of this go? Zibbe's BKB wears off. So, mid's dead. Everybody else alive.
Yeah. Fly also bought back, though. So it's a 2-for-1. And you got the bigger kill because Tinker is way richer than the Viper. And yeah, this is what they got to do. You got to jump him, pile all your stuff onto him, and just kill him during the roar. They were successful that time. I wonder. So currently, Copy is eyeing up an Octarine. I wonder if he's going to switch this to a Lincoln's, just so he can cover his bases against the BM. It feels really, really hard for AVULUS to kill him without roar. We'll see.
Yeah, they don't have
Get the Aegis.
A ton that's like super easy Lincoln's break without committing pretty hard. But I guess that they do have the DK stun too. We'll see. But maybe that time is all you need is Tinker to blink out or something else.
It really depends on the type of situation, but yeah, if you are able to, how to say, if Tinker exposes himself and you don't connect immediately and he gets the blink reset and you've already blinked in toward him, you just compromise your fight, right? You're out of position all of a sudden instead of jumping and getting a really good one. And that's where Lincolns can really come in handy. Eki, he is very dead.
Zibbe, they jump in, they roar him. A big opening and the BKB is out, but they do not have a way to stop it. And now they will TP out on the Alk, but a huge catch as back-to-back deaths on Copy.
He is still not changing his quick buy, but yeah, credit to AVULUS. They're kind of baiting it. You know, somebody gets jumped. If Tinker joins, it's just, okay, DK and Beastmaster neuron activation, you know? Like, see Tinker, I'm in there.
Yeah.
It's very straightforward. It's a very clear strategy, and it's also good to see because it shows that they have discussed and have a shared understanding of what the right approach is to win the game. Like, it's very simple to execute when it's presented for you. So, as Copy, you can't present them the option because they're going to do this every time. Like, they're so ready. Another tower. All right, AVULUS. It was starting to look quite bad for them, but now only 2k down, a couple of Tinker kills, a stolen Tormentor. Stormstormer gets the shard. It'll be nice for pushing eventually.
I can't help but notice that when Nouns are doing things, it does end up running into some issues. Maybe they were right game number 1.
Yeah, you're right. They need to wait for minute 25.
Yeah, probably.
It's true. It has backfired. But the thing is, so if you're Nouns, you can also approach the fights differently, right? Because the way they're doing it is they go on this sniper. Oh, let's see. This time they go on the sniper, actually, ironically, and they'll kill him. But imagine the type of circumstances that we've just had those fights where Clockwork hook shots in, and then Clock and Alk can probably kill the guy, right? I don't know if Tinker needs to get involved, and if he does, he needs to travel in on Alk, laser, and then blink far behind.
Yes.
He needs to never be visible for more than a second, if even. So it needs to be very fast and then a clear disengage. Copy's aggression, in my opinion, again, will come more if he gets a Lincoln's, but still doesn't seem to be the plan here.
Sort of like a Storm almost he needs to play it, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose. That's a relatively good comparison. He's kind of like a ranged Storm that needs to just all the time stay out of the range of stuns. Okay. How long's left on the Aegis? 2 minutes. Smiling Knight also has a shield rune. He is stupid tanky right now.
Very hard to deal with.
And Stormstormer is working on a Scotty to help them against the Alk.
Oh, and Alk also just finished Overwhelming Blink.
Yep.
So a lot of big items coming out together now.
Is this the type of game? It probably is, where we look at how many good ags Alk can give, because this does not look like it's ending anytime soon.
He's already queuing them up.
Yeah, so the first one he's going to give is probably the Clockwork, I guess. Getting all the vision from the rocket flares for Tinker is amazing. They Roar Gunner, he's dead. Probably, maybe.
Rolling.
Surely, maybe, yes, no, okay.
Ooh.
All right, you got it. Tanky with the pipe and the Vanguard, so not enough.
Go fight, no roar? Maybe? Oh, no roll though, no roll, never mind.
Yeah. So I guess you give Axe to clock. The Witch Doctor Axe can be interesting in the right circumstance, of course. If Fly gets a really good positioning going, it can win you a fight to have that. But it's probably at this level the less likely Axe to have major impact. So I think he's going to give it to Clock and then maybe the Pango, or he gives it to Tinker first.
Right.
That's also an option to unlock copy.
We were just noticing there, by the way, also the 1,000 gold Gree for Fly.
Yep.
So he could be saving up for something big there too. Be pretty nice.
True.
DK Seneko paired together again to take the shard. Now we've got Sproink in play, and less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams.
I wonder when he's going to use the Gree.
Yeah. You can't use it while you're dead, I don't think, to get buyback.
No. But it's just, like you said, you're looking at a big item, right?
Yeah.
If he activates it now, he can buy his Glimmer, which is definitely nice for the Tinker. If he's not using it now, what is his next item going to be that he's going to activate this for? Is it going to be an Axe? Probably not, because he wants to get it from Alk.
Right.
So what's the next item here? Is it
BKB maybe? I don't know. Feels weird.
Yeah, not sure. All right, copy. Will finish his Lincolns. He swapped away from the Octarine core.
Okay.
And got his Courier killed, so he'll get it later.
Oh, that hurts.
That's a good snipe. They were crossing over to get the Wisdom Rune, and fortunately for them, met a little chicken along the way.
3 minutes, no Lincolns.
So they get Wiser, they get free dinner, and they cause issues for copy for a while now. Hook shot.
Finds one, onto him, stun immediately. Witch Doctor ultimate out. Stormer trying to run away. And Gunner still on the chase. We'll find him here, bounce back a second time. Now, Yuma onto this Viper. Breaking the Alchemist, and now Tinker's coming in. They get the kill.
Huh.
Moving in for more. They're going to be able to whittle down this Ancient Golem. More gold into the coffers of Nouns. By the way, Gree consumed Witch Doctor Glimmer.
Okay. Hasn't put anything in his quick buy yet, though. Well, let's see.
Probably just wants buyback.
Greaves. All right.
Yeah.
Don't mind that. I think it's good.
Oh, DK. Does he show? They're moving in. Smiling Knight. A little bit out too far and pops the BKB, dies immediately. No buyback on the DK. Fly now finding Zibe, going for the voodoo switcheroo. Zibe, he's a sad guy. They move on in, try and bring him down. Do they have enough to die to Maledict? It does not look like it. He takes a big hit, but not enough.
It's definitely going to be a tower for Nouns here, though. In the meantime, copy another luxury of the Tinker. The constant, you think about how annoying it is when Prophet split pushes. Tinker can do it all the time.
Yeah.
There's always going to be waves pushing your way unless you catch him. So whenever the DK or the Beastmaster is dead, copy's just going to go to the opposite side of the map and clear it out.
Broken, shooting back Magnums, assassinates at Eki. Yuma does not have Chemical Rage right now, used his potion too. Down to half HP, no Aegis, no problem.
I keep spamming barriers on him, but...
Does have the Blink dodge, Lotus Orb, and now Chemical Rage is back up. He's gonna take this tier 3 tower in a moment. Hook shot in, finding one. Did they get the memo that everybody else is showing up? Stormer in the BKB, they're still fine. Gunner killing Creep Waves top, resetting the battle. 10 seconds till DK, and that's the signal for Nouns to back out, head on towards Roche.
I wonder if there is a world. I think this is the build Eki goes basically every game. In this specific matchup between these two teams and the types of games we're getting, is there a world where he could go and turn into a core instead on the sniper? Like, I mean, not this game. He's committed, right? He bought Force Ags, but if he would have bought
Maelstrom,
yeah, would there have been enough farm on the map? Could he also have been farmed? Because it's not like Nouns aren't showing their hand with the picks, right?
True.
Like, I kind of know what type of pacing the game will have. If anyone pushes faster, it's you. Yeah, it just got me thinking. I wonder if, because we don't really see 4 snipers take that route very often, but it is obviously an option the hero has, is to become that. And ironically, other 4s that you could say are less carry types, we sometimes see by like Gleipnir, like 4 Weaver or Hoodwinks, etc. And Sniper can become that type of hero later down the line, but this game it's not going to happen. We'll see if it's enough for the side of AVULUS. I have concerns about their damage late game.
Yeah.
It's a Dragon Knight carry and a Viper mid. Can they kill 6-slotted Alk and Tinker? We're approaching it.
Tough, for lack of a better word. Nouns make a good move, using the pressure around the map of the Tinker to force back AVULUS, and that opens up Roshan. So Nouns will come on in and take this one.
I guess AVULUS can, to some extent, rely on Seneko for some output.
Yeah.
He has Pike Solar, so the Eng can definitely do meaningful damage.
I mean, this is going to be a tough game for them. There's no two ways about it.
Free Axe. Alk gives it to Tinker.
Himself?
Or, wait, did he give it to himself?
Yes.